Hey everyone, Ronan here, and welcome back to the channel. I hope you guys are enjoying the new background, but today we got a full stories rebrand for you, as I'm taking the first 2 seasons of What If Ash Was Born in Unova and compiling them into one story. So I hope you guys enjoy this, but before we get into that, I'm going to need you guys to do the usual things. First, take a look at these analytics right here, and also the subscribe to unsubscribed ratio. Make sure you guys are dropping a like and a subscribe button so that way we can help fuel the algorithm, and don't forget to turn on notifications so that way you'll never miss another upload from the channel. And also, let's not forget to shout out the patron. Jonathan Johnson, thank you very much for all the support that you provide over on Patreon. But with all that being said, let's get into today's events. The full story of What If Ash Was Born in Unova. I hope you enjoy. Welcome to Asperdia City, an area nestled in the southwest area of the Unova region. Here in Unova, when someone turns 10 years old, they qualify for a Pokemon trainer's license and the opportunity to set out on a journey into the world of Pokemon. This is Ash Ketchum, a young boy from Asperdia City, and tomorrow is the day he will get his first Pokemon and the chance to set out on a journey of his own. You see, here in Unova, when a trainer starts out, they're given one of 3 Pokemon to start off their own journey. Snivy, the grass type, Tepig, the fire type, and Oshawott, the water type. The excitement of this choice has kept Ash up late on the eve of his journey, thinking of his decision. When Ash's mom comes into his room, Delia Ketchum, she scolds Ash for being up late, knowing that he has to be up early the next morning, and tells him to go to bed. Ash reluctantly does so, setting his alarm as he lays down. Ash falls into a deep sleep rather quickly, but his excitement continues into his dreams as he envisions catching and battling Pokemon. As a result, in his deep sleep, he grabs his alarm clock that is in the shape of a Pokeball and throws it against the wall, breaking it in the process. This one action will change the course of Ash's Pokemon journey forever. A Unovan beginning. The next morning comes, and a young girl enters Asperdia City at the north. This is Bianca, and she is the assistant to the Pokemon professor of the Unova region, Professor Juniper. You see, normally new Pokemon trainers would travel to Novemba Town to collect their first Pokemon, but Bianca was out doing field research for Professor Juniper in Asperdia City, and considering the distance between Asperdia City and Novemba Town, Professor Juniper felt it would be better to have Bianca take the Pokemon to the new trainers. The scheduled place to meet is at Asperdia Lookout. Bianca arrives thinking she would have plenty of time to set up before the new trainer's arrival. But as she reaches the top of the lookout, Bianca hears, "Finally! I've been waiting here forever." Bianca is surprised and asks if the young man is one of the trainers here to get his first Pokemon. The trainer nods and says, "Hurry up, I ain't got all day." Bianca, thrown off by this boy's rudeness and impatient behavior, reveals the 3 Pokeballs and sends out the Pokemon. As she tries to introduce each one of them, the young trainer interrupts her and says, "I'll take that one," and grabs its ball. Bianca, stumped by the young boy, says, "Okay," as the trainer and his new Pokemon walk away without another word. Bianca thinks to herself, "I hope this isn't how the other 2 trainers are. He was so rude," as she starts to set up for them and their arrival. Some time passes, and the next trainer arrives. He approaches Bianca. Due to her previous encounter, she's not sure what to expect of this one. He introduces himself as Hugh, and he is very pleasant to deal with. Bianca, slightly relieved, sends out the 2 remaining Pokemon for Hugh to choose from. Hugh asks where the 3rd one is, and Bianca tells him about the trainer that she had met earlier on in the morning, and he responds, "That must have been Benga, the grandson of Alder. He's always like that. He's got a strong sense of entitlement and hates waiting on others." But Hugh digresses, and he proceeds to choose his Pokemon. Thanks, Bianca, and heads home to get ready for his Pokemon journey. A couple of hours pass, and Bianca is getting a little concerned. There were supposed to be 3 trainers to start their journey today, but only 2 have shown up. With her still being young, and this is the first time she's actually given out the starter Pokemon, she is starting to grow a little bit impatient. As well as the last Pokemon is starting to feel a little unwanted, as it thought that someone would have come to claim it by now. Then, a girl appears at the top of the stairs, and Bianca rushes over to her in excitement to finish her assigned task by the professor. What she fails to realize is that this is the wrong trainer. Meanwhile, back at Ash's house, his mom comes into his room, yelling at him to wake up. He's overslept, and if he doesn't hurry, he will miss his chance to get his first Pokemon. Hearing this, Ash jumps out of bed, still in his pajamas, and runs out of the house, heading towards Aspertia lookout. Back at the lookout, Bianca and Snivy are excited to meet the new and up-and-coming trainer, but this new trainer is confused and introduces herself as Iris. She is not here to get her first Pokemon and states that she already has Pokemon, and then she introduces one of them, her Axew. Bianca is disappointed. She thought her job was done, but now she has to wait longer and turns to Snivy to tell it, which just devastates the grass snake. But then Bianca has an idea. If she can convince Iris to take Snivy, then she won't have to wait anymore, and her task will be complete. That other trainer shouldn't have been late. Now they will just have to wait for the next round. Bianca turns to Iris to make her case. At first, Iris is reluctant, but after some convincing from Bianca, Iris finally says yes, mostly to get her to stop annoying her. Snivy is so happy, it immediately runs over and hugs its new trainer. It was starting to think that it was never going to find one. Then, from the bottom of the stairs, the two girls hear someone scream, "Please, wait! I'm sorry I'm late," as Ash comes barreling up at them to the top of the stairs. Once at the top and completely out of breath, Ash proclaims he's here for his first Pokemon. Bianca, realizing her plan is falling apart before her, tries to think on her feet. She tells Ash that he's too late and will have to wait for the next time. Then Iris chimes in and says it's okay, he can take Snivy, but Snivy absolutely refuses to go. Now, Bianca realizes the mistake she made and thinks if this gets back to Professor Juniper, then she may lose her position as the lead research assistant. Ash is visibly upset, and Bianca can see this. Then she thinks, hey, I have a solution. She tells Ash not to worry. She has one more Pokemon. Ash perks right up, saying, which one is it? Snivy, Tepig, or Oshawott? Bianca replies, none of those. Ash then asks, well, what kind is it? Bianca reaches into her bag and pulls out an egg. She explains to Ash that she found it on her way here. It was by Flosessi Ranch. Ash is confused. Bianca goes on to explain that Pokemon are born from eggs, and this one could be all his. Ash stares at the egg. Bianca hopes that he will accept this. It could be her job on the line after all. After some moments of hesitation, Ash is super excited at the prospect of not knowing what it will be and accepts the egg. Upon closer inspection, Ash notices that the egg is damaged and asks Bianca about it. She claims that is how she found it, and once it hatches, Ash should have it checked out. She also says it won't be long, as it appears the egg is close to hatching. Bianca gives Ash his 6 Pokeballs and a Pokédex, and then heads out on her way, trying to get away as fast as possible before anything else goes wrong today. Ash is now looking on at the egg, unsure of what his next move is. Meanwhile, this girl, Iris, is looking on. She feels kind of responsible for this. Bianca rushed out, and this boy has no idea what he's doing. And Iris got Snivy because Ash was late. She was mistaken for the third trainer, and she was given Snivy. She tried to refuse it, but Bianca insisted. The moment it locked eyes with her, it was all over. It had chosen her to be its trainer, and there was no going back. The thing is, Iris has been a trainer for a while now. She is 13. All Pokemon trainers start out on their 10th birthday. She was just exploring areas of Unova that she hadn't been to when this happened. Now Ash can't start his journey, and she feels somewhat responsible. She decides to greet Ash and introduce herself. So she asks, seeing how she's an experienced Pokemon trainer, if he would like for her to hang around until his Pokemon hatches. Ash doesn't care either way, so she decides to stay with Ash at his house until he can leave, but she doesn't reveal her true reasons. About a week goes by, and Iris begins to get impatient. The egg still hasn't hatched. During the week, Ash has been keeping both eyes on it, being deeply protective, not wanting to take it anywhere. Iris mentions that eggs are usually hatched after they are stimulated over long periods of time, but Ash hasn't been doing anything with it. After some convincing from Iris and Ash's mom, they all decide to check out the place that Bianca said she found the egg, Flosessi Ranch. The next day, Ash and Iris head out on the 2-day hike to Flosessi Ranch. Iris has revealed that not only does she have Snivy, but she also has Axew. Ash's mom decides that since Iris has 2 Pokemon, it would be okay for both of them to go. While on the way out of town, Ash and Iris see the gym, but they don't see anybody around. It seems closed for some reason, but that doesn't matter, because that's not their destination anyway. After some traveling, they finally reach Flosessi Town, and it's been a day since they left Aspertia City. During that time, Iris participated in a few Pokemon battles, with Ash sitting on the sidelines, partly watching and partly daydreaming, often lost in thought about what would come out of the egg, thinking what it would be. But in the time that he has been paying attention, Ash has been learning more about Pokemon. With Iris around and her experience with being a seasoned trainer, because she's 13, she's become somewhat of a mentor to Ash. Iris and Snivy have seemed to hit it off as well. You see, Axew is still a baby by measure. Even though Iris is a seasoned trainer, she decided to start over and visit parts of Unova she didn't visit in her original journey. And to do this, she decided to start all over with her newly hatched Axew. With Snivy being a starter, they are a similar age, but Snivy, being older, it does enjoy battling a little bit more, while Axew is more interested in just playing. This leads to Snivy Snivy being the one who did most of the battling, while Axew just played. Axew partakes in some battles, but they were all with wild Pokemon. Most of the time, just ending him with Axew running around chasing its opponent. Once entering Flossessi Town, Ash and Iris head to the Pokemon Center. Once inside, Iris explains the importance of Pokemon Centers to Ash, as they function as Pokemon hospitals, as well as a place for traveling trainers to stay. After healing her Pokemon, Ash and Iris overhear some local trainers talking about how a Pokemon League champion of Unova lives north of the city, and that there had been a really strong trainer there training recently, and he is undefeated. Hearing this, Ash wants to go and check out the champion's house, and begs Iris to go, but she is hesitant, stating that it's going to take them longer to get to Flossessi Ranch, which is the reason they came in the first place. But Nurse Joy states that the champion's house is in fact on the way to Flossessi Ranch. So, Iris breaks down, and they decide to go. Ash opens up his bag to check on the egg. There are sounds coming from it, and is starting to shake a little bit. The egg is getting close to hatching, Iris says. She suggests that Ash keep it out and hold it while they are traveling to the champion's house. Ash and Iris begin their journey, finally reaching the outskirts of Flossessi Town, and they see off in the distance a house with the battlefield in front of it. Suddenly they hear a loud bang, and they start to run toward the house. As they get closer, they can see a battle is going on, and Ash recognizes one of the trainers. It's Hugh, his friend from Aspertia City, and his partner Pokemon, a Tepig. They are battling an unknown trainer, but as they arrive to the battlefield, Tepig is knocked out by its opponent, a Herdier. Ash calls to Hugh, and they reunite as old friends. Ash and Iris ask if Hugh is the undefeated trainer that they had heard about, and his response is no, and then points to the trainer across the battlefield. The trainer approaches and looks at Ash and Iris. He introduces himself as Benga. Hugh says Benga was the reason he came to this place, because of all the rumors in town. Benga states that he's already earned his first badge, and that he's been training to take on the second gym leader in Burbank City. Ash asks if the champion is here, and Benga responds, "Who, Gramps? No, he's out right now. But how about a Pokemon battle until he gets back? Me and Herdier could use another opponent." Ash replies, "Sorry, but I'm still waiting for my first Pokemon to hatch," and shows the egg. Benga, not liking this answer, goes on to make fun of Ash, not only for not having any gym badges, but also for not having a Pokemon that can't battle. Then, he goes on to state that since his grandpa is the champion, he has the best training and the best pedigree. He plans to replace his grandpa as the strongest trainer in Unova, and he has no time for trainers that are losers. But Benga does notice Iris, and state she looks like a trainer that has some experience, challenging her to a battle. Iris isn't that fond of Benga's stuck-up attitude and accepts his challenge. Benga requests a 2-on-2, and Iris, having Axew and Snivy, agrees. Iris and Benga take their positions on the battlefield, while Ash and Hugh take a seat on the sidelines to watch the battle. Meanwhile, off in the distance, someone that our heroes are unaware of has taken notice to the battle and is chosen to watch from afar. Benga starts off with Herdier, and Iris sends out Axew. She's aware that Snivy has more experience, but wanting Axew to gain more experience due to the lack of it. Benga, in his confidence, gives Iris the first move. Iris tells Axew to charge in and use a scratch. Benga orders Herdier to dodge and to use Leer. Axew, still being a baby, thinks this is a game. It forgets about the battle and starts to give chase to Herdier around the battlefield as the Pupmon just continues to dodge. Iris keeps giving Axew commands, but it doesn't obey, and Benga gives Herdier the command to use Bite. Upon contact, Axew immediately starts to cry uncontrollably and won't respond to Iris's commands. Iris has no choice but to concede the battle and to go get Axew to console it. Once it stops crying, she sets it down with Ash and Hugh. All the while, Benga is becoming more impatient that she would even consider using a Pokemon like that to battle. Iris doesn't like Benga's attitude. She tells him that he shouldn't badmouth Axew like that, and she will win this battle. Benga doubts that and insists that Iris send in her second Pokemon to get this over with. Iris, frustrated with Benga's overconfidence, states her next Pokemon will put down his 2 Pokemon, and she will claim victory as she sends in Snivy. Benga gives a command to use Bite. Iris, noticing that Herdier has to get in close to use its moves, commands that Snivy use Vine Whip and to keep a distance. Herdier takes the Vine Whip, but still gets to get in with a Bite, causing Snivy to flinch. While Snivy recovers, Benga orders Herdier to use a Workup. Iris orders Snivy to use a Growth in response, as Benga commands for a takedown, but this misses, and Snivy counters with a Leaf Tornado. It makes contact and seems to have an added side effect on Herdier. Benga orders another takedown, while Iris orders Snivy to use Growth, but Herdier's takedown fails to make contact again. Meanwhile, Ash and Hugh are fixated on the battle. You see, this is the first time Ash has seen Iris battle with this intensity, while he was impressed because he didn't even come this close during his battle with Benga. The two are so fixed on the battle that Ash doesn't even begin to notice that the egg is starting to shake uncontrollably with the more intense the battle becomes. With the missed takedown, Benga orders a Leer that lands, while Iris commands for a Vine Whip that lands. The battle is about to reach its climax, as both Pokemon are starting to feel tired from the battle's intensity. With one final order each, Benga orders a takedown, while Iris orders Snivy to charge a leaf tornado, but to wait to fire it. Herdier gets closer and closer while Snivy is charging. All the while, the egg is shaking faster and faster, and Axew is the only one who notices. Herdier finally gets in within striking range, and Iris gives the order to release the leaf tornado. It connects, but it's not enough to hold back Herdier, and it makes contact with the takedown. Both Pokemon stand staring at each other, and in that moment, they both fall to the ground in defeat. At this moment, the egg starts to grow brightly as it starts to hatch, and everyone begins to notice. Then, it slowly starts to fade as it reveals what special Pokemon is inside. A thunderous encounter. As the light begins to fade and everyone's vision returns, they look to where the egg was, but there's nothing there. Everyone is confused. But Iris notices that Axew is making a fuss and signaling in a certain direction. It's pointing to the east down Route 20. Iris recalls Snivy, and Benga recalls Herdier. Ash states that they need to go after it. It's his first Pokemon. It'll be lost and confused. Iris and Hugh agree, but Benga says it's not his problem and claims he still has training to do, so he'll be heading to the Battle Club in Flossie Town, walking off in the process. This angers Ash. How could Benga not care about a Pokemon that needs help? How is he just going to blow it off? But Iris reminds Ash about his Pokemon, and they don't have time for this. Iris grabs Axew, and they head east down Route 20. Once they get on the route, they spot someone in the distance. Ash thinks that it might be his Pokemon, and runs toward it, but it's actually a human. As they get closer, Iris begins to recognize this person. Who was this mysterious person who was watching the battle from afar? Well, it happens to be Alder. He greets them, and addresses Iris by name, saying it's been a long time since the last time they saw each other. She shyly says yeah, like she was afraid that Adler would say something different. But the old man just follows up with a statement. That was a great battle I saw. And then he asks if Benga's Herdier was the one who evolved because of the light. Ash says no, it was his first Pokemon's egg hatching, but it ran off while they were blinded by the light. They think it came this way. That must have been the Pokemon that ran by me, Adler remarks, but he states with his old age and poor eyesight, he couldn't make out what it was, but it was fast. Ash asks which way it went. Adler responds by pointing down the main route into the woods, stating you should look there. Be careful though. He says there's a lot of hidden grottos in the area, and sometimes rare and powerful Pokemon hide in them to avoid being detected. Hugh, suggesting that it would help if they could search by air, sends out his Tranquil. Hugh tells Tranquil to search for any Pokemon that seems to be in distress in the forest, and if it sees anything, then to come find them. As the bird takes off into the distance, they all head into the forest. Hugh, then Ash, followed by Iris and Axew. Hugh remarks that the area is very mountainous, with a lot of ledges, and they need to be careful, but they do need to cover more ground, so it would be smart for them to split up. Hugh heads to the east, Ash heads to the north, Iris and Axew head to the west. As they all fan out, they begin to notice that there is a lot of damage in the surrounding area, and suddenly the sky is starting to turn black with the sound of thunder and lightning cracking off in the distance. They all don't think anything of it, knowing that the priority is to find Ash's Pokemon. Ash eventually makes it to a cliffside and notices that the farther he heads north, the more intense the lightning and the thunder get. He looks and notices some slide marks to his left, like something recently slid down the cliff. Ash knows it's his Pokemon, but there's only one problem. Now he has to go down. Without giving it a second thought, he begins to climb down, knowing his Pokemon is in danger and he has to save it. Ash loses his grip in the process and slides down at a rapid pace. This event, for some reason, causes the lightning and thunder to surge more violently. As Ash hits the bottom, he notices a slight indentation in the cliffside and thinks to himself that must be one of the grottos that Adler was talking about. But then Ash hears a loud cry just to the northeast of himself and heads in that direction. As he proceeds, the cries get louder and louder until he comes to the base of a large tree, and around it is a herd of wild rufflet that are swarming in anger around the tree. At its base, Ash notices a Pokemon that is battered and beaten from the ongoing wing attacks and pecks from the flock of wild rufflet. Ash charges in, knowing that in his heart, this is his Pokemon, that this is the one he's been looking for. As the next set of wing attacks are beginning to launch at the Pokemon, Ash jumps in the way, covering it, with Ash writhing in pain as they land successfully. The Pokemon begins to realize that there is a change in the feelings around it. He still senses the hostility of the rufflet, but it's being masked by the feeling to protect, and it realizes that Ash is not there to hurt it, but it's too badly injured and can't move. Ash sees this and realizes that he can't stay here. He needs to make a run for cover. Then, Ash remembers the grotto that he saw earlier and decides that that would be the best place to hide. Ash makes his move with the rufflet close behind him. As he is heading back towards the cliffside, he notices that in the path that he is running, a Pokemon is in the way. It's not very big and he could just step right over it, but he knows if he does that, then it will be prey to the rufflet, and he couldn't let that happen. Without thinking twice or a second to spare, Ash throws a Pokeball at it, catching it as the ball falls to the ground. As Ash runs by, he picks up the ball ball and keeps going. Ash finally reaches the cliffside and climbs inside the grotto with his new Pokemon in his arms. It is fainted and is in bad condition, but Ash is kind of out of options at this point. But things are about to get a whole lot worse, as Ash notices that the Rufflet are starting to make their way into the grotto, so he decides to head in deeper. Then out of nowhere, a surge of electricity envelops the cave, striking Ash and all the Rufflets, scaring them away. Once Ash recovers, he notices something, and thinks back to what Adler said. Be careful, sometimes rare and powerful Pokemon hide inside of the grotto. Ash looks deep into the grotto, and in the dim light, he can make out the silhouette of a Pokemon, and a surge of electricity envelops the cave once more. Ash then hears a voice at the entrance of the cave, but they do not sound familiar. We found it! This is where it's been hiding, he can hear. Then, the Pokemon flies by Ash and out of the cave at high speed, knocking Ash's Pokemon from his hands and waking it up. The Pokemon turns to Ash, curious to what kind of Pokemon this is. Ash pulls out his Pokédex and points it at it. The dex reads, Riolu, the Emanation Pokemon. It has the power to sense emotions, such as joy and rage, in the form of waves. The dex then goes on to read off the moveset, saying that Riolu has Quick Attack, Foresight, and Endure. Ash looks at Riolu introducing himself, saying that he's glad to finally meet it, asking if it would be his partner. Riolu looks to the boy, unsure of what he's being asked, due to not knowing Ash or even what a partner is. But before Ash can get an answer, a loud explosion rings from outside the grotto, and Ash realizes that they can't stay here. But Riolu is too injured to be moved. It can't even stand up right now. But then Ash remembers, if he puts Riolu into a Pokeball, then he can move it without risking any further injury. When presented with this idea, Riolu refuses, and Ash tries to force it on it, saying that it's for its own safety. Riolu doesn't like this, and immediately runs for the entrance of the cave. Ash follows in a panic. Once outside, Ash and Riolu are stopped in their tracks by what they see. A large Pokemon in the sky attacking these humans that are dressed like something out of an old spy movie. But one Pokemon trainer among them appears to be fighting the others, telling them they need to leave Thunderous alone. At the same time, Ash hears his name and looks up to see Iris and Hugh. They head to the bottom of the cliffside as quickly as possible. Hugh recognizes the trainer that is battling by himself. It's Sharon, the Aspertia gym leader. Hugh and Iris rush to Ash's side, seeing the Pokemon with him. He introduces Riolu as they comment that it's a bit beat up. Ash then goes on to explain what happened, while Sharon, recognizing Hugh and Iris, pushes to their side and asks for their assistance in dealing with these criminals. Team Plasma. This makes Iris flinch because of her familiarity with them, as Sharon explains who they are and that they've been hunting Thunderous. There are 5 Team Plasma members here, and Sharon is asking if the 3 of them can help protect Thunderous and take out the rest of the Team Plasma members. They agree, but Hugh and Iris tell Ash not to use Riolu due to its poor condition. Ash tells Riolu to stay behind him to stay safe, but tells Iris and Hugh that he won't be sitting this battle out, as he pulls out the Pokeball with the Pokemon he had caught earlier, stating he caught another Pokemon and he will be using it for this battle. Ash throws the ball to reveal a new Pokemon. Ash uses his Pokedex to learn about Sewaddle, and he learns his moveset in the process: Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, and Razor Leaf. Iris uses Axew, and Hugh sends out his Tepig, while Sharon keeps using his own Pokemon, Herdier. Sharon is easily able to take down one of the grunts, being a gym leader, while Ash uses a combination of String Shot, Bug Bite, and Razor Leaf to take out his. But Iris and Hugh are struggling. Axew has very little experience, and Tepig is already battle-worn from his battle with Benga and his Herdier. Sharon goes after the 5th grunt, which is still after Thunderous, provoking it more and more, causing it to use Discharge wildly when one of them heads for Riolu. Ash notices this, but can't get to it in time, and Riolu can't get out of the way due to his injuries. Ash has no choice. Without even thinking, Ash throws a Pokeball at it, catching Riolu, saving it in the process, but just barely. While this is going on, Axew begins to glow and lets out a powerful energy blast. Iris knows this move. It's Dragon Rage, and it manages to knock out the grunt. Meanwhile, Hugh is having an even harder time with his grunt. But then, Tepig starts to glow red. Its Blaze ability has been activated, and with the Power Up Amber attack, he sends the grunt packing. But that's not all. Once they are clear, Tepig begins to glow brightly from the stress of the battles. It's evolving, Hugh remarks excitedly. In a flash of light, Pignite takes the place of its previous evolution. Hugh is so excited. He knew it was close to evolving. If only it could have happened when they were fighting Benga. But oh well, it doesn't matter, he claims. It happened now, and together, we'll be unstoppable. Sharon returns, stating that Thunderous flew off to the north somewhere, and he lost track of all the grunts. Ash then asks Sharon if he knows of any place nearby to heal Pokemon. His Riolu is in very bad shape, and it needs help now. Sharon says yes, to the north of here. Flosessi Ranch is where we need to go. The Blind Truth. The group continues heading north through the forest, destination, Fossesi Ranch. As it begins to come in view, they are greeted by two individuals, a young girl and an old man. Sharon introduces them as Ellie and Travon. He also goes on to explain that over the last week, he's been investigating Team Plasma in the area, and the two of them were kind enough to allow him to stay at the ranch while conducting said investigation. You see, they were the ones who contacted Sharon due to all the noise and damage in the surrounding lands. It was causing the Pokemon they care for to become restless. Sharon explains to Ellie that they have to go back to the ranch right away. They have a Pokemon that is severely injured and that needs tending to. They are in luck. Travon is a certified Pokemon doctor. Living on the ranch, you need to have one. They hurry back and Ash lets Riolu out of its ball. It is unconscious and breathing hard. Travon takes it into a back room of the house and says he will do the best that he can with what he has. Ash wants to go, but Travon says no. It will be harder with Ash there to do what he needs to do. Since Ash has to wait, Iris suggests that he calls his mom and inform her of the situation. So he does. Luckily, she suggests that they stay there for a couple of days until everyone is rested up. Ash agrees, hanging up the phone, going to join the others in the main room of the house. Once he joins them, Ellie is explaining that Fossesi Ranch is a wonderful place and the many functions of it. She states that due to it being a farm with lots of Pokemon from other regions, trainers often ask them to care for their Pokemon while they're out on their journeys. Because of this, all the Pokemon on the ranch are not theirs, so she had no choice but to contact Sharon to investigate the disturbances that have been happening lately. Sharon then states that it was unknown until today that it was Team Plasma behind it. Ellie and Iris have a look of concern on their faces. Hugh and Ash, not familiar with them, ask who they are. Iris starts to tell a tale of a story of events from the beginning. She says that they are a radical group who claims they want to liberate Pokemon. That 2 years ago, they tried to do so by resurrecting the legendary Pokemon Reshiram and Zekrom. Luckily, they were unsuccessful, and we thought they were disbanded for good. Ellie then passes a newspaper article around the table about the events, and once it reaches Hugh, he remarks, "It's them." Ash asks, "What do you mean, Hugh?" He then asks Ash if he remembers about 3 years ago when his grandfather came to visit them and he had given Hugh and his sister a Purloin. Ash responds, "Yeah, you guys love that thing." Hugh says, "Then shortly after that visit, our grandfather passed away. But we weren't sad because we had Purloin. Unfortunately, soon after those events, one day we were out playing and someone came and stole Purloin. The person was dressed like them," as Hugh points to the picture in the article. "I never knew that it was Team Plasma that took Purloin." Everyone at the table is stunned about this revelation. Sharon marks, "It looks like they're back and they are hunting down the legendary Pokemon." We then fade to later on in the night. Everyone has decided to get some rest after the events of today, except for Ash. He wants to wait up for Travon and Riolu. After a few hours, Travon finally comes out from the room. Ash rushes over and asks if Riolu was okay. Travon remarks that Riolu did take some heavy damage, but it will make a full recovery. There is, however, something else Ash should know. You see, when they got there, Ash had explained to Travon the whole story about what happened and the part of Riolu just hatching from an egg and how the egg was damaged when Bianca gave it to him. So Travon, being a Pokemon doctor, gave it a checkup that you would normally give a newly hatched Pokemon. Everything seemed to be okay, except for one thing. It appears that Riolu is blind. Ash is stumped into complete silence. Travon goes on to explain that the egg was damaged. It may have developed these problems during the stages of when Riolu's eyes were beginning to develop. Ash asks if it'll affect Riolu in any negative way. Travon says it's hard to say. Then he goes on to explain that Riolu have the power to sense aura. It can sense the aura of all living beings. So given the right training, it may not even affect it. Ash begins to explain the reason why they came to Fossesi Ranch in the first place. And Travon states that it's very possible the egg was found on his ranch. He has had a lot of Pokemon over the years pass through here, but no Lucario, the evolved form of Riolu. Ash asks if he can go with Riolu, and Travon says yes. So Ash heads into the room, and after all of the worry he's been through, ends up falling asleep with his head and his arms on the edge of the bed. Hours pass, and Ash wakes up, but Riolu still has not. Ellie comes in to ask Ash if he would like to come eat. Riolu still needs more time to rest. Realizing that he hasn't actually eaten in over a day, Ash decides to join them at breakfast. Once there, he explains to everyone about Riolu and it being blind. Sharon asks what Ash is thinking. Ash says he did want to go on a Pokemon journey to become a Pokemon master, but now he's not sure if he could because of Riolu's condition. Sharon asks why should it be a problem if you and Riolu believe in each other. A Pokemon master wouldn't let something like that hold him or his Pokemon back. Ash thinks on this and remarks that is true, but it can't be my decision alone. Riolu has to agree with it as well. Sharon looks to this boy, who clearly seems to demonstrate age beyond his years. A few more days pass, and finally, after much sleep, Riolu wakes up. Ash is there to greet Riolu. He tries to hug Riolu, but it doesn't want anything to do with Ash, and jumps out of the way, heading outside through a window that was open. Seeing this as an opportunity, it tries to get away, but is stopped by Iris, Axu, and Snivy. They are not hostile, and Riolu still isn't 100%. It tries to duck and dodge, evading the trio, but Snivy's Vine Whip puts a stop to that, allowing Iris to pick it up. Upon contact, Iris gets a flood of emotions from Riolu. As this happens, Ash manages to make his way around the corner and sees them. He walks up and tries to hold Riolu, but again, Riolu struggles to get away from Ash, and Iris tells Ash to stop. She explains Riolu doesn't want him to hold it. It doesn't trust Ash. Questioning why, Ash inquires about this. She says that when it was in its egg, that all of it experienced was trauma and loud noises, and it didn't like being confined. Then, Thunderous almost hit Riolu with the discharge, and you put it into a Pokeball, something it didn't want. Ash then comments, that's why it wouldn't let me put it in a Pokeball back when we were in the grotto, and it just ran away. Ash then inquires how Iris knows this. She says that she has a connection with the feelings of Pokemon, and when she picked up Riolu, all of its emotions flooded into her. Ash tries to apologize to Riolu, saying that he should have got to know it better before trying to place it in a Pokeball, but he hopes that it will understand that it was only to keep it safe. Chirin, hearing all of the commotion, comes over to investigate. He sees Riolu is up, but won't go near Ash. Hugh then appears from around a corner, declaring, you guys have to see this. Strange clouds north of the ranch, and lightning striking. Chirin says, this isn't good. This is just like when he found Team Plasma the first time. Hearing that, Hugh wastes no time and heads off in that direction. Chirin tells Ash and Iris to stay here. He will go after Hugh, and then he takes off. Iris says that there were 5 of them last time, and they will need all the help they can get. She hands Riolu to Ash against its will, and tells Axu and Snivy to come with her, as Ash watches her disappear off into the woods. He realizes she's right. They will need all the help they can get. He asks Ellie and Travon to look after Riolu, explaining that he doesn't want it to get hurt, or put it back in the Pokeball. Looking at Riolu, he says one thing, please, stay here. And then he runs off in the direction that everybody else did. In the woods, behind the ranch, at the entrance of another grotto, stands the 5 members of Team Plasma, plus an additional trainer they appear to be taking orders from. But this individual is not dressed like them. And as we look down, at the entrance of the grotto in snares, sits Thunderous. Hugh lets out a loud cry, giving away their position. Hey, you need to stop it. They all turn around to see Hugh and Sharon. Sharon states that they need to stop what they are doing. Thunderous is in pain. The leader says that this is none of their concern, and they should leave. Hugh declares they stole a Pokemon that was very precious to him. He couldn't do a thing then, but he can do something now, and he sends out Pignite. Sharon follows suit with his Herdier. The leader tells the grunts to finish loading Thunderous. He will handle these 2 trainers. Stepping forward, he introduces himself as Andriel, Slayer of the Shadow Triad, and they will not leave here with their Pokemon. Andriel sends out both his Pawniard and Excelgor. As this happens, a Razor Leaf and Dragon Rage come flying towards the grunts. Everyone looks over, and Ash and Iris are there to provide backup. They tell Hugh and Sharon to take the leader. They will free Thunderous. The grunts all send out their Purloins to deal with these pesky kids. Iris tells Ash she will handle the 3 to the left. He should take the 2 on the right. Meanwhile, the battle between Hugh, Sharon, and Andriel has begun. Hugh goes after Pawniard, commanding an Amber, while Sharon commands a Shadow Ball. Andriel counters these simple moves with an Acid Spray from Excelgor and a Metal Claw from Pawniard. He then orders Pawniard to use Torment on Pignite and Excelgor to use Agility. Meanwhile, Iris bit off more than she can chew. Axu has gotten better, but it can't stand up to attacks from multiple foes, and has taken heavy damage from the 3 Purloin. But Ash is in a different boat. Sawado seems to be well equipped for battling multiple opponents. With a String Shot to bind his 2 Purloins, he then calls for a Razor Leaf, and because his opponents can't move, the Razor Leaf hits with a critical hit, knocking both of them out. Ash and Swaddle then join Iris and Axu, but as their battle starts, Swaddle begins to glow. The double knockout was enough to push it into evolving, and now we have Swadloon, and with a new evolution comes new moves. Just in time too, because the Purloin are attacking. Ash tells Iris to have Axu get behind Swadloon, and to wait till he gives the signal. So it does, and Ash commands to use a Protect. Now none of them can get through. The grunts then order another attack, and Ash counters with a Grass Whistle. All the Purloins are beginning to get drowsy. While this has been going on, Axu has been charging a Dragon Rage behind Swadloon. With a command from Iris, Axu lets out a Dragon Rage powerful enough to knock out the Purloin. Meanwhile, Sharon and Hugh are in deep. They've been pushed back with a Metal Claw and a Sludge Bomb. Pignite and Herdier are down. This leaves Ash and Iris to jump in to help. Iris orders a Dragon Rage on Pawniard, and Andriel counters with the Metal Claw. The 2 moves collide, causing an explosion, knocking them both out. Now it's just Ash's Swadloon versus Andriel's Excelgor. Ash orders a Razor Leaf, and because Excelgor used agility earlier, it's much faster, causing the attack to miss. Andrio then orders a sludge bomb, and Ash counters it with the protect. The two seem to be at a stalemate. Ash then orders a bug bite, and as Swadloon gets in close, it is met with an acid spray, lowering its defenses. Andrio orders another sludge bomb. Ash tries to counter with protect, but it fails, and Swadloon gets hit. Do you know why they call me the Slayer of the Shadow Triad? Andrio begins to brag. Because I cut down trainers and take their Pokemon. With that, he orders a full power energy ball to be launched at Swadloon. Ash covers Swadloon with his body, declaring he won't let it get hurt. The energy ball is then launched and connects with an explosion. Everyone can't believe it. Andrea tells everyone, your friend needs medical attention. If you leave your Pokemon, I will allow you to go and take him. As they all look on, you can hear from the smoke. I don't think so, Andrio. He looks over. As the dust settles, you see Ash standing there with Riolu by his side. Riolu had followed them, and after watching Ash do the same for Swadloon that he had done for it could no longer sit and do nothing. Ash asks Riolu if it's up for a battle, and it nods in confidence. Smiling, Ash orders a quick attack, and it catches Excelgor off balance as it connects with full force. Andrio's not happy, and he orders a counterattack with an energy ball. Riolu, being only to see aura and nothing else, makes all of its other senses higher, and it dodges this move with ease. Andrio commands Excelgor to keep using energy ball and not to let up. Ash is catching on to Riolu's abilities and plans to use them as he orders quick attacks to avoid the oncoming balls. This allows Riolu to get in close, to land with the quick attack, but at a cost. While getting in close, Andrio was waiting for this and orders a sludge bomb, which does connect. Riolu falls to the ground, poisoned, and Andrio laughs, saying how pathetic, but Riolu stands back up, just barely though. Andrio, now wanting to end this pathetic display, orders another energy ball. Ash, looking to counter, tells Riolu to use Endure. The ball connects, and Riolu is doing all it can to hold it back with its two paws, but Ash can see that Riolu is slipping, and yells, Riolu, I believe in you. Everyone here believes in you. We need you. You're the only one that can stop them. Riolu, hearing this, musters what energy it has left, focusing it on the point of contact with the energy ball. Then, all of a sudden, the energy of the ball starts to change colors, from green to blue. Ash pulls out his Pokédex, and it explains that this is a move called Aura Sphere. Ash orders Riolu to fire it at Excelgor. It connects, and both Pokemon fall to the ground. Riolu fainted, but Excelgor still manages to stand up. Andrio at this point can do nothing but laugh, telling them that they had their chance, and orders another sludge bomb. But just then, a gust of wind and a surge of electricity surrounds Andrio. Looking back, it's thunderous. Andrio, wondering how, looks to the bottom of the net to see Snivy. You see, when Ash and Iris arrived, Iris told Snivy to free Thunderous while they distracted Team Plasma. Now it's free and pissed off. Thunderous attacks Excelgor, knocking it out. With no other choice, Andrio orders a retreat and tells them that they haven't seen the last of Team Plasma. With the threat gone, Thunderous flies off in search of a new place to rest. Everyone returns to the ranch with a job well done to get some food and have their Pokemon looked at by Travon. The next day, with the threat of the area cleared, Chirin heads back to the gym, and Hugh heads off to Flossessi Town, saying he's going to train at the Battle Club before challenging for his second badge. It's at this point Ash asks Riolu again if it would be his partner. He says that he will never force it into a Pokeball again, and will always consider Riolu's feelings going forward. After much thought, Riolu accepts and joins Ash. Travon tells Ash that as he leaves, if he would like, since he's going on a Pokemon journey, that he could leave his extra Pokemon here until he needs them. Ash says he would like that, and with that, Ash and Iris head back to Aspersa City, Ash hoping to earn his first gym badge once he arrives. Ideals of a Novice. It's been a day since Ash and Iris left Flossessi Ranch. They stopped and stayed the night at the Pokemon Center in Flossessi Town, where they saw Hugh, who was gearing up for the Battle Club as they left. Now, they are on Route 19, just north of Aspersia City. Ash keeps saying he can't wait to earn his first badge. Iris comments that he shouldn't be so cocky. He only has 2 Pokemon, and they don't have much battle experience. Ash, with Riolu on his shoulder, says, "Don't worry. With Riolu as my partner, we can't lose." Ash has become extremely overconfident and doesn't realize it. As this is happening, the group is walking by a pond on Route 19. They stop to look at the surrounding wilderness. Ash proclaims that there is a whole world of Pokemon out there waiting to be caught, and he will catch them all. Just as he said that, he is hit in the face with the bubble beam. Ash looks around but can't see where it came from. Iris and Riolu are laughing at him when Iris gets hit in the face too. Then Riolu senses something under the water. It points at Ash, signaling into the water. Ash is now super mad. He grabs a rock and throws it into the pond, which is followed by a cry and a Pokemon with a huge lump on its head that pops out. Ash pulls out his Pokédex and it reads, Palpitoad. It lives in water and on land. It uses its long, sticky tongue to immobilize its opponents. Ash says, perfect. Iris, watch. I'll catch this Palpitoad and prove that I'm a great trainer. Ash chooses to go with Riolu and orders a quick attack. However, Palpitoad counters with a supersonic. Riolu stops dead in his tracks. Ash inquires what's wrong. Iris says that Riolu is now confused. Ash says, that won't stop us, and orders another quick attack. Riolu charges in, but in the opposite direction, and ends up hitting a tree. With Riolu being confused, he can't focus on Palpitoad's aura. Ash then calls for another quick attack. This one manages to get through, but Palpitoad counters with a mud shot, making contact with Riolu, knocking it down. Ash then orders an aura sphere. Riolu is able to get past the confusion, but something is wrong. It can't seem to form the aura sphere. As it tries, Palpitoad fires a bubble beam, connecting and knocking out Riolu. Iris says, see, I told you, you need more practice. Ash ignores her and grabs Riolu, telling it that it did a great job, but it should take a rest. Ash then sends out Swadloon. Palpitoad uses an uproar, and Ash orders a protect. Ash then orders a grass whistle that makes contact, making Palpitoad drowsy, followed by a razor leaf that connects with Palpitoad. Being a water ground, it has a 4 times weakness and gets knocked out immediately. Ash throws a Pokeball and captures this Palpitoad. Celebrating, Ash smugly holds the ball up. See, I told you that I would catch it, and I am a great trainer. Iris just rolls her eyes as they then head south to Aspertia City. It's late in the day when they arrive, but the sun is still up. Ash immediately heads to the gym. Iris says he should wait, but the excitement of getting his first badge is too much, and he doesn't hear her, or just ignores her. Can't really tell for sure. Once he arrives, he meets Cheren inside. Cheren greets Ash and asks if he's here for his first gym battle. Ash replies yes. Cheren, excited about this, says great. This will be a 2-on-2 battle. They head out to the battlefield. Cheren starts this battle by sending out his Herdier. Ash, thinking he's pretty hot, sends out Palpitoad. It looks at Ash. Clearly it has fatigue from its earlier battle, but Ash doesn't realize this and orders a mud shot, but it won't move. Cheren sees this and decides to take advantage of it by ordering a workup. Ash, not understanding what's going on, yells at Palpitoad, hey, I caught you, so I'm your trainer. That means you have to do what I say. But Palpitoad doesn't move. And then Ash realizes it looks tired and is still suffering from the effects of the earlier battle. Meanwhile, Cheren orders a takedown that connects, knocking out Palpitoad. Ash recalls it. Now he's thinking and realizing that his Pokemon are battle worn and they can't win, just like Iris tried to tell him. Just then, due to the battle with Palpitoad, Herdier starts to glow. Now Cheren has a Stoutland. Ash is now questioning himself, and all he can hear is Iris saying, I told you so, from the sidelines. Ash looks at Riolu and tells it he's sorry. He will concede the match, but Riolu jumps in. Even though it is battled, he is upset that he lost, and wants to make up for that loss by battling Stoutland here. Ash, not wanting to second guess his partner, says okay, and orders a quick attack to start the battle. Cheren orders a dodge, and a counter with the Shadow Ball. Riolu, however, is able to sense it and dodges, but Stoutland's new speed is too much, and it catches Riolu off guard, hitting it with the crunch. Ash orders an endurance from Riolu that just barely saved it. Ash then realizes they only have one chance to win, and he orders Riolu to charge an Aura Sphere in response. Cheren orders a takedown from Stoutland that charges in fast, but something is wrong again. Riolu is having trouble charging the Aura Sphere, and before he knows it, he is hit with a takedown and is knocked out. Ash picks up Riolu and looks at Cheren. I'm sorry, he says. I wasn't ready for this battle. Iris tried to tell me, but I wouldn't listen. But I promise, next time, I will be. And then they leave. Ash gets home, and they tell his mom what happened. She says, don't worry. After a good night's sleep, Ash can come up with a new plan for tomorrow. Later that night, Ash is laying in bed, thinking about Riolu and what happened today. Riolu can sense that Ash is troubled, and all it does is get close to Ash as they both fall asleep. The next day, Iris and Delia are out in the kitchen talking. Ash comes in. He looks at Iris and asks, please, can you train with me? Iris is kind of stunned. She didn't think Ash would ask for help like this. Ash goes on to say that she has experience, more than he does, and he needs to get better. The only way to do that is to train, and he feels it would go a lot better if it was with someone. Iris, thinking it could help Axew, agrees, and after a very big breakfast, they get started. Over the course of the next week, they make great progress. Swadloon has made some great progress in itself, being faster with its timing. Riolu has made the most progress though. In the week that they've been training, they focused mostly on generating Aura Sphere. Although it can't be produced very quickly, it can be at least made on command. After 2 uses, Riolu seems to have trouble making a third one. But, due to the training, Riolu has learned 2 new moves, Force Palm and Counter. Unfortunately, the biggest problem is Palpitoad. During the training, it's being very difficult. It would listen to Ash when it felt like it was the right command, but if it felt like Ash was wrong, it would do what it wanted. Also, when it's around Riolu, Swadloon, and Iris's Pokemon, it tries to be the big boss and tell them what to do. Axew just laughs, thinking this is a game. Swadloon goes along with it, while Riolu and Snivy just ignore it. This frustrates Palpitoad, and as a result, it doesn't like when those two are around. At the end of day 7, Ash asks Iris, "Do you think I might be ready to re-challenge Cheren at the gym?" She responds that he has gotten better, but only Ash can truly make that decision. Ash looks at Riolu and asks, "What do you think? Do you want to give it a second shot, buddy?" It nods with a yes response. So, the next day, they head back to the gym. Once inside, Cheren is there, and Ash requests another rematch. Cheren agrees, but would like to make it a 3-on-3 this time, now that he knows that Ash has 3 Pokemon. This is a problem, because Ash wasn't planning to use Palpitoad in a battle until he had made more progress with it. But Ash agrees anyway, saying sometimes you have to walk before you can run. Ash, thinking that Cheren will start with Stoutland, and wanting to end the battle before he has to use Palpitoad, sends in Riolu. But Cheren wants to test Ash, and sends in a Pidove instead. Iris tells Ash that this is bad. Fighting types are weak to flying types. Ash says he knows, but he needs to take it out here. Ash orders a quick attack, and Cheren counters with the Gust, holding Riolu back. Cheren remarks that Ash will have to do better than that. Ash says don't worry, we can, and orders Riolu to get in close to Pidove, but in response, it flies higher. Ash tells Cheren great idea, but if you don't get close, then you won't be able to cause any damage. Cheren laughs and orders Pidove to use an air cutter, which connects with Riolu. It knocks it back, but it is still standing. Ash realizes he has to end it now or Riolu won't last much longer. He orders a quick attack, which Cheren orders the same from Pidove, and the two collide, but Ash's has more of an impact and knocks them both to the ground. Ash, realizing this is his chance, orders another quick attack, and Cheren does the same. Ash tells Riolu to stop and wait. Pidove comes in at a high speed, connecting with Riolu, and as it connects, Ash orders Riolu to use Counter. It connects with Pidove and knocks it to the ground, leveling it with a KO. Riolu's proud. It won its first battle and is ready to go for a second one. But Ash, not wanting to make the same mistake he made last time, calls it back. Ash then sends out Swadloon, and Cheren decides to lead with his Watchog. Ash has yet to see this Pokemon and pulls out his Pokedex. After getting the info that the Pokedex has, Cheren starts the battle with the Super Fang. Ash counters with the Protect, then orders a Razor Leaf. Cheren counters this, however, with the Flash, blinding Swadloon. Before they can recover, Watchog gets behind, and it hits with a Super Fang, knocking Swadloon down and causing severe damage. Ash orders a Razor Leaf in retaliation, and Cheren counters with a Detect. Ash needs to do something. He orders a Grass Whistle, but Watchog plugs its ears with its paws under Cheren's orders. Then it rushes in as Ash orders a Bug Bite that connects, but Cheren counters with the Crunch that knocks out Swadloon. Riolu growls, and it wants to go back in. Ash asks if it's sure, and it nods yes. Now, without hesitation, it jumps back in. Ash leads the same way he did last time. Quick attack! Cheren counters with a Detect. Ash realizes he needs to connect with the powerful move, but if he uses an Aura Sphere, he will only have one left. Then he has an idea. Cheren orders a Super Fang, and Ash tells Riolu to wait. Cheren realizes what Ash is doing and tells Watchog to change to a Crunch to try and knock it out instead. Once Watchog is close enough, Ash orders Riolu to use a Force Palm, and it connects, stopping Watchog in the process. Now, it can't move due to paralysis. Ash then orders another quick attack, and Watchog takes it in full force. Watchog is finally knocked out. Cheren remarks that Ash has come a long way in the last week, but it's over now, and sends out Stoutland. Ash realizes that Riolu is tired and breathing really heavily. He asks if it can keep going. It nods and faces Stoutland. Cheren wants to end this battle quickly and orders a Shadow Ball. Riolu counters it with the Force Palm. Ash then orders a quick attack, and Cheren counters by telling Stoutland to stay. Riolu rushes in, and Cheren orders a shift in stance, but Riolu doesn't notice, missing the target. Cheren notices this and decides to take advantage. Ash orders another quick attack, and Cheren orders a wait, but this time Ash orders Riolu to jump above Stoutland and to use Aura Sphere. It connects. Stoutland takes some damage, but it's still standing. Cheren orders Stoutland to charge in at Riolu, which is what Ash wants, but as Stoutland gets closer, it fires a Shadow Ball. It's too close to dodge, and Ash has to block it with an Aura Sphere. But Stoutland gets in close, and Cheren calls for a Thunder Fang that connects. Riolu is down, knocked out from the interaction. Ash walks out and gathers his starter. Looking at Riolu, he tells it good job. Then he walks back to the edge and sets it down. It's here that Ash starts to think, should we forfeit but he doesn't have the confidence in Palpitoad, and he could lose anyway. Sharon then asks what's taking so long. Send out your last Pokemon. Iris tells Ash, don't give in. You have already made it further than you did last time. Keep going. Ash digs in and decides he's going for it. He sends in Palpitoad. The Tongue Titan emerges, giving Ash a look that is very concerning. Jiren, however, wants to waste no time, and he orders a workup. Ash then calls for a supersonic. Palpitoad looks back at Ash and fires a bubble beam at Stoutland. It connects, but Stoutland is still standing. Jiren comments that it seems that Ash and Palpitoad need some work on their teamwork. Luckily, ours is perfect, and he orders another Shadow Ball. Ash orders for a mud shot. Palpitoad decides to listen for once, and executes the move, canceling each other out. Jiren then decides to follow up with the crunch. Ash tries supersonic again. Palpitoad actually listens a second time, but it fails, and the crunch connects. Palpitoad looks back at Ash, then fires a bubble beam again. It misses, and Jiren orders another Shadow Ball that connects. Palpitoad is knocked back down. It struggles to get back up and starts to fire mud shots at Stoutland, but it keeps dodging, and all they're doing is covering the battlefield. Jiren is done playing with Ash. Ash pleads with Palpitoad to use Supersonic as Stoutland charges in, and it does. Supersonic actually manages to connect. In its confusion charging across the battlefield, Stoutland starts to lose its footing and slides around as Ash orders a bubble beam, but Palpitoad chooses to just stand there. Stoutland then slides into Palpitoad full force, head first, and knocks itself out. Ash and Jiren both can't believe it. Palpitoad is still standing, and Ash wins. After that, they recall their Pokemon, and Jiren presents Ash with the basic badge, but Ash doesn't want it. He feels that he didn't actually win the battle fair and square, but Jiren explains, a win is a win. He had the only Pokemon left standing out of the 3-on-3 battle. No matter how it happened, that makes him the winner. Ash reluctantly takes his badge. Jiren also tells Ash he noticed something in the battle. Riolu is having trouble differentiating between its aura reading ability. Up till now, it's just been relying on it, but it will cause a problem of being fully blind if it can't sharpen its other senses. Ash takes this advice. The next day, Iris wants to talk to Ash. She says she had a lot of fun, but she thinks it's time for her to go on her own way. Ash asks why. Iris says she started out on a new journey for herself to see the parts of Unova she hadn't seen yet, but now she is behind in the time frame she had set for herself. Ash says that they can do it together, but he understands. He suggests that they at least stay together until they reach the port in Burbank City. Iris agrees to these terms, and they set off on the beginning of their own quest. A difference in power. Ash and Iris finally arrive back in Flossie Town, and as they enter, they run into Hugh. He spent the last week or so training at the Battle Club. He states he's learned all he can here, and has decided to challenge the gym in Burbank City. He goes on to say that Ash and Iris should stop in on the Battle Club and meet its owner. He's there today, as a matter of fact. Before he heads off, Hugh asks Iris and Ash something. Can you be on the lookout for Team Plasma? He goes on to say, I will be hunting them. I need to get Purloin back, and the best way is to use the gym challenge and battle clubs to get stronger. They say, sure, no problem, and with that, they part ways. Ash and Iris then decide to head to the battle club. Inside, they are amazed by what they see. Iris remarks they didn't have anything like these when she first started out on her journey. Ash replies, well, we can train here, and I need to work with Riolu to get Aurasphere better, and to sharpen its senses. Iris replies, and Palpitoad too, because you did win your last gym battle on dumb luck. Ash sighs, yeah, you're right. Then the two hear, what is this? We have some newcomers? They turn to see a person standing right behind them with a huge smile, and they ask who he is. He introduces himself as Don George and says, welcome to my battle club. He goes on to say, you two are just what we were missing. They both introduce themselves and reply, sorry, but what are you talking about? Don George goes on to explain, this is the Black and White Battle Club. He is hosting a championship to find the strongest trainers, the Black and White Tournament. He explains that in towns and cities scattered across Unova, he has set up battle clubs, some black, some white. A trainer that can secure 4 wins in these facilities under a specific color will win the chance to challenge the main facility of that color. Iris says, so it's like a gym challenge? Don George replies, kind of. He says that the gym challenge is a championship that's held once a year, but this is always going on. The top trainers are always changing and evolving. There is no downtime. You could be the champion one day, but lose it the next. This interests Iris, as it's far different from what she's used to, and she wants to try it. Ash does too, so they both agree to enter. Don George goes on to state that each battle club has its own set of rules, with a 16 trainer playout. The Flossie Town Battle Club rules are simple. 1 Pokemon in the tournament. It's to test the bond of the Pokemon and their endurance. If you win, you advanced. If you lose, you're out. It's that simple. Ash and Iris both decide to enter. Iris chooses Snivy, and Ash, well, he chooses Palpitoad, thinking maybe this could be exactly what he needed. Ash and Iris both manage to clear the first round. Iris does this with no problem, but Ash, because of Palpitoad, has a little bit more trouble. He still wins, but but just barely. The next round is announced and Ash is up first. He faces a trainer named Ty from Burbank City, and he uses Venipede. The battle starts and Ash orders a supersonic, but Palpitoad does nothing. Ty orders a toxic, and it connects. Now Palpitoad is poisoned, and it looks back at Ash, then fires a mud shot at Venipede with no command from Ash. Ty has Venipede dodge and tells Ash that he should train Palpitoad better, and then orders a Venoshock. Ash panics and orders a Bubble Beam. Surprisingly, Palpitoad decides to listen and does it. The two moves cancel each other out. The poison is starting to take effect on Palpitoad, and Ty orders Venipede to get in close while using Poison Tail. It connects and does more damage than usual. Palpitoad is in trouble, and Ash calls for an uproar. Palpitoad executes it, temporarily stunning Venipede. Then he calls for a mud shot, which does connect, but Venipede counters with the Venoshock, and it lands, knocking Palpitoad out. Ash recalls it and thinks to himself, why does Palpitoad only listen to me some of the time? He doesn't understand it as he walks away from the training field. The rest of the day flows on, and it ends up being Iris and Ty in the finals. The trainers take their place on the battlefield and send out their Pokemon. Snivy versus Venipede. Both look battle-worn but are ready for this encounter. Both trainers have seen each other battle and are both aware of what each other's capable of. Iris starts with a Vine Whip. Ty counters with the Protect. Then he orders a Toxic. But Iris knew it was coming and orders a Leaf Tornado from Snivy to counter. This pushes through and connects with Venipede, but the damage is minimal due to the type disadvantage. Ty then orders Venipede to rush in and use Poison Tail. Snivy tries to use Vine Whip to keep its distance, but it misses, and the Poison Tail connects, causing a poison. Iris knows this is bad. She knows if Venoshock connects, Snivy won't be able to withstand it. Ty knows this too and orders a Venoshock. Snivy uses Vine Whip to dodge, but the poison is starting to take its toll. Iris has an idea to hold this off, but it's a risk. She orders Snivy to rush in and get close. It does, and Venipede tries to counter with the Poison Tail, but Snivy stops it with the Vine Whip. Iris orders Snivy to use Leech Seed, and it just so happens to connect. Snivy starts to feel the effects of rejuvenation immediately, but Iris knows that this is only a temporary fix, and the longer the battle goes, the closer Snivy will come to fainting. Ty tells Iris he's impressed. She might be strong enough to beat the Burbank City gym leader. Iris says thanks, as she's never challenged there before. Snivy is looking considerably tired and is out of breath. Venipede is starting to feel the effects of the Leech Seed as well, becoming more low on health as each second passes. Ty and Iris both know that the next attack will decide it. Ty orders a Venoshock, which Iris counters with the Leaf Tornado, but it was just a distraction to getting close so Venipede could use Poison Tail. But Iris thought he might try something like this and tells Snivy to use Vine Whip in a circular motion toward the Poison Tail to catch it, and it works. Next, Iris orders a Leaf Tornado at point-blank range, and Venipede gets it full force. Then both Pokemon collapse. Even though Venipede took the Leaf Tornado at point-blank, Snivy still took too much damage. Now both Pokemon struggle to stand back up. They both manage to make it to their feet, but the effort of the Poison and the Leech Seed both activate simultaneously. Snivy struggles to stay on its feet, and Venipede is knocked out by the Leech Seed, giving Iris and Snivy the win of the tournament. Don George presents Iris with the White Endurance Pendant, then tells Iris once she wins 3 more battle pendants of the same color, she will be able to access the main battle facility. Iris is excited. This is the kind of challenge she was looking for. After the prizes are handed out, Ash and Iris head to the Pokemon Center. Both get their Pokemon looked at there, and after that, they go to eat. During the meal, Ash is super quiet. Iris asks him what's wrong. He states that after his performance today and watching Iris win, he has a long way to go. He knows he needs to work with Palpitoad and the rest of his Pokemon to be the best trainer he can be. He is at a roadblock for ideas on how. Iris suggests that they go see Adler. The advice of a champion like Adler could prove to be useful. Maybe he will let you train with him a little bit. Ash likes this idea, and the next day, they head over to Adler's house. And once arriving, Adler is outside, and he is talking with 2 children. As Ash and Iris approach, he waves the 2 kids goodbye, and they leave. Adler greets them. Iris, Ash, nice to see you again. It looks like you found that Pokemon you were looking for. Ash says, yep, this is my partner, Riolu. Adler says hi to Riolu, and asks what brings them back his way. Ash then goes on to explain everything that's been going on, and the problem with Rielu's Aurasphere, it being blind, and the overwhelming issue that is Palpitoad. Adler replies, wow, you've had quite the adventure for only being a trainer for a few weeks. Ash says, yeah, that's why I'm here. Could you maybe help me? Maybe give me some pointers? Being the champion and all, you must have a lot of knowledge about Pokemon. Adler stares at Ash with an intense look, then glances at Iris, then asks if this was her idea. She slyly says, yeah. Then Adler looks back at Ash with a moment of silence that seems to take an eternity. Then breaks the silence, sure, why not? That's what I do anyways. Ash looks confused. Adler goes on to explain that the 2 kids they saw earlier were his students that live in town. They come here once a week to learn about Pokemon. Ash replies, wow, are you serious? Please teach me, please. Adler replies, okay, I already said I would. Ash yells, yeah, Thank you, Adler. Adler says he would like to have a Pokemon battle with Ash to better understand the situation. Ash doesn't hesitate. Okay, how many Pokemon? Adler replies, how many do you have? Ash says 3 total. Adler says, okay, let me see all 3 of them. They then head to the battlefield. Ash sends out Swadloon to start. Adler decides to lead with his trusty Bouffalant. Ash says wow and pulls out his Pokedex to get some info on it. Ash is impressed. Adler tells Ash that he can have the first move. Ash says okay and orders a Razor Leaf that has no effect. Ash is lost and says what happened? Adler explains that that's Bouffalant's ability, Sap Sipper. Every grass type attack that hits it is nullified and increases its attack instead. Ash says well, I guess we'll have to do something else, as he orders a Bug Bite, and Adler gives the order for a head charge. Bouffalant comes in at a blinding speed and connects before Ash and Swadloon have a chance to react, and knocks it out. Ash is just in shocked silence. This is the power of a champion? Well, okay, then here comes the next one, and Ash sends out Palpitoad. Adler and Bouffalant are waiting, ready to give Ash and Palpitoad the first move. Ash commands a Mud Shot. Palpitoad turns to look at Ash and hits him with the Mud Shot. Adler is confused. Ash starts yelling at Palpitoad, and it just ignores him. Bouffalant walks over, trying to break up the fight between the two. Palpitoad doesn't like it, so he starts to attack repeatedly with Mud Shots and Bubble Beams. Bouffalant is just taking hits without any command to dodge from Adler. Then they look over and realize that Adler is asleep. Bouffalant, embarrassed by its trainer, turns and runs at Adler full force with a head smash, waking him up. Adler and Bouffalant then start to argue, and Palpitoad sees this. It doesn't like being ignored while it's in battle, and fires a Mud Shot at the two. Bouffalant, now angry that it was interrupted for scolding its trainer, and without command, charges toward Palpitoad with a Mega Horn, knocking it out. But it's still not happy, and Adler can see this, so he recalls it back. Ash calls back Palpitoad as well, and asks why he fell asleep. Adler states that he wasn't feeling excited enough, and when that happens, he gets bored. But don't worry, it won't happen again. Ash is confused, and Iris is now annoyed. Then, they go on to start the battle. Ash sends out Riolu, and Adler chooses Excelgor. Ash comments to Adler that he and Riolu battled one of those. It was someone that called themselves Andriel, Slayer of the Shadow Triad. Adler then gets quiet, then says, yeah, I figured from your description, so I thought I would use the same Pokemon and try to recreate the scenario that you went through. Adler then follows by saying he won't be holding back. Ash says him and Riolu wouldn't have it any other way, as he orders Riolu to use a quick attack. Adler counters with the Focus Blast, knocking Riolu back, but it stays standing. Adler is impressed, commenting that a Focus Blast at that range would knock out a Pokemon of its level normally. Then, Adler says, let's turn it up a notch, and orders Excelgor to charge in, to get close. But Ash thinks he's ready. He orders Riolu to stay and wait. When Excelgor gets close enough, it uses Acid Spray, and Ash tries counter, but it fails. Excelgor then follows up with the Bug Buzz, and Riolu takes even more damage. Adler is watching intensely. He asks Ash if they can recreate the night when Riolu first hatched. Ash says how. Adler says Excelgor will launch a full-powered energy ball at Riolu, and he wants them to react the same way they did on that night. Ash says, okay, ready when you are, and Excelgor begins to charge the attack. Ash tells Riolu to wait, so it does. Excelgor launches the energy ball, and Riolu intercepts it the way he did that night, holding it back to the best of its abilities. But this time it's different. Riolu knows how to use Aurasphere, at least 2 times a day, without much effort. So Ash orders an Aurasphere from Riolu. It tries to get one out, but it's having trouble. Ash commands one again, but still nothing. Riolu is trying, but it can't. Then it starts glowing with aura, as well as pushing back on the energy ball. But then it stops. It can't handle this pressure and strain, and loses control. The energy ball connects, knocking it out. Several hours later, it awakes, and they're inside Adler's house. Ash is right there by its side as it awakes. Adler comes into the room and is excited to see Riolu, and greets it. Ash asks Adler if Benga will be coming back. Adler explains that he won at the Battle Club and went on to Verbank City to start his quest, and won't be coming back anytime soon. Adler then says that after watching his Pokemon in battle, he has an idea on how to help each and every one of them, but it's going to take about a week if Ash can spend that amount of time. Ash says he will do anything for his Pokemon. Adler says good, and with a smile he says, we will get started first thing in the morning. The price of vanity. It's been a week. Ash and Riolu have made a lot of progress, and this time Adler has been having them training with Excelgor due to its high speed, so that Riolu doesn't just focus on sensing aura, but it can hear and smell where its opponents are. Ash has been doing this as well, focusing on becoming more alert to the changes in the battle and its field, so he can react with Riolu. Due to all this training, the two have learned that Riolu's aura is like a battery. Since it's not using its ability to sense aura as much, and using more of its enhanced senses, it doesn't drain as fast. Because of this, its ability to use Aurasphere has increased from 2 a day to 5. On the 7th day of training, Adler approaches Ash and says he can't put it off anymore. Ash, looking puzzled, asks what do you mean? Alder tells him that his training is over, and he must move on to the next part of his journey. Ash then replies, but Alder, we only worked with Riolu. What about Palpitoad? Alder replies, Palpitoad isn't like Riolu. Because of his blindness, it needed a special focus and training. He then goes on to say that Palpitoad is a lot like his Buffalant. It's a powerful Pokemon who was the leader of its herd. When I caught it, we didn't get along at first, but over time, it became part of my team. He tells Ash to stop treating it like his Pokemon and start treating it like its equal. It will eventually come around. He explains that Palpitoad is probably the strongest Pokemon in the place that he caught it, so its pride is most likely damaged. It probably wants Ash to prove that it wasn't a fluke that it was caught. Alder says that it's not something he could do here, so it's time for the two to move on. Ash agrees reluctantly, so he and Iris head out the next morning. They reach Verbeck City really quickly, and at the entrance of the city, there's a sign with a comment on it that says Benga was here, and Ash is a loser. This infuriates Ash. He says, watch, I'm gonna go earn my second badge, catch up to him, and beat him. Iris then tells Ash to calm down, and that Benga is such a kid. There's no reason to let him get you all riled up. Ash in disappointment agrees, and the two continue on into the city. As they enter the city, they then see a huge complex off to the left with a main gate. Ahead of them, two people are in front of it. As they get closer, they can see that it's an older male and a younger female, and they are arguing. Ash and Iris eventually get to the place where they are standing, and the male yells, "It's my dream," and heads off into the complex. The girl then starts crying. Iris and Ash ask if she is okay. She wipes the tears away, trying to hide that she was just crying, saying that her stupid dad, he keeps neglecting his duties, trying to chase his dream of being a big Pokestar Studios actor. Ash then asks who she is. She replies, I'm Roxy, the gym leader of Verbeck City. Ash says great as he introduces himself and challenges her to a gym battle. She replies, I'm sorry, I can't right now. Iris then inquires why. Roxy replies, you see, my dad used to be the gym leader here in Verbeck. Then he decided that one day he wanted to become an actor and started neglecting his duties at the gym. When Pokestar Studios opened, it wasn't a big deal because I took over the gym. But he is also the ferry operator for the harbor that runs between here and Castelia City. And now he's not even doing that. Roxy then says that until she gets him back to doing what he is supposed to do, she won't be having any battles until further notice. Ash then chimes in and asks, what if we help? Then would you have a battle? Roxy thinks about this, stating, alright, if you can get my dad back to normal, then I will have a gym battle with you. Ash shouts, yes, let's do this, turning as they head into the complex. Once they are inside, they get a scope of just how big this complex actually is. Roxy comments that this is the first time she's actually been inside. Off in the distance, in front of one of the buildings, Iris spots someone she knows. She runs toward them with the others in tow and yells, hey, Bryson! He looks over. Well, if it isn't Iris, how are you? Fine, Iris says, and she asks what he is doing here. She thought he was still a gym leader. Ash says, gym leader? Confused. Bryson explains that he is, but he's also one of Unova's top actors. So when he isn't defending his gym, he is here in Verbeck City, making movies. Ash then replies, well then, let's have a gym battle right now. Bryson laughs. I'm sorry, Ash. I'm the leader of the Isira City Gym. If you want to challenge me for a badge, then you'll have to do it when we get there. Ash, disappointed, hangs his head and just says okay. Bryson then asks what they are doing here. Roxy explains what is going on, and someone behind them says, oh, that must be the gentleman that came in declaring he would be the next top actor of Unova. They all turn around to see a very flamboyant fellow standing there. Bryson introduces this as Mr. Gold, the president of Pokestar Studios. Roxy explains the full situation and how her father has been neglecting his duty as a gym leader and the harbor master. Mr. Gold replies, well, that will not do. We must fix this. Bryson then says, Mr. Gold, if you leave it to me, I have a plan. Very well, Bryson, I will leave it to you, Mr. Gold says. Bryson then tells them all to come in as he explains the plan. The next day, everyone including Roxy and her dad are at the main casting studio that shoots short films to try and get parts in movies. Roxy's dad gets called first and is super excited. He tells Roxy, see, they know talent when they see it, and walks into the casting area. Roxy replies under her breath, I hope this works. Pop Roxy gets inside and immediately becomes nervous. As he stares, standing across from him is Bryson. He didn't realize that he would be shooting with someone so famous so soon, and it's affecting his confidence. The producer explains that they will be doing some test shots, making a short film. Bryson will be the bad guy, and Roxy's dad will be the good guy. With that, they get to it, and Bryson sends in his Baratic, while Pop Roxy sends out his Durant. They were given lines of dialogue to use and moves to call out from their specific Pokemon, but Roxy's dad is so nervous he can't remember any of the lines, and just starts calling random moves, confusing Durant. Bryson counters and KOs Durant, with the director yelling cut, send in the next actor. Roxy's dad is shocked, and as he goes to leave, Ash and Riolu walk in. Ash asks how did it go? Not wanting Ash to know he choked, Roxy's dad replies, flawless. No one could have done better. Ash says, awesome. Me and Riolu are gonna do our best. And Roxy's dad walks out. 2 days later, they are all invited back to Pokestar Studios for the world premiere double feature. Roxy's dad gets there and is super excited. This is his chance for stardom. Never mind his choke in the studio. They probably just fix it in editing. After all, he was the hero. They all go inside and watch the two movies. First is Roxy's dad. The movie starts and he is amazed at all the CGI they put in. Surely they can fix him losing. But as the minutes tick away, it quickly becomes apparent that they didn't, and the movie ends. The crowd is disappointed. Boos ring throughout the theater. Then the second movie starts. Ash and Riolu's. From the start, it's obvious that it's the same plot as Roxy's dad, but it feels completely different. Riolu and Ash are in sync, and because of it, it ends with Bryson, the villain, in defeat. Then the crowd cheers as it ends. They loved it, with the theater clearing out, and Ash's movie all the talk. On the way out, Roxy's dad keeps hearing comments about how stiff he was, and his Pokemon had no clue what to do. This saddens him, and he runs off to the back of Pokestar Studios. Roxy and the others, realizing they need to find him, give chase, splitting up. Iris heads west, Roxy heads east, and Ash and Riolu head north, just outside of Pokestar Studios. Ash goes deep into the woods. Then Riolu hears something, signaling to Ash, and they head in a little bit deeper. They hear what sounds like music and someone singing, eventually coming to a large lake. The sound was getting closer and closer. When they got to the lake, it stopped suddenly. Ash and Riolu are confused. Back with Iris, she's searching the west side of the complex and comes across a large radio tower. She looks up and thinks she sees someone standing at the top, but she blinks, and whatever she thought she saw is gone. She thinks to herself, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Meanwhile, Roxy catches up with her dad, and he is crying his eyes out. She asks what's wrong, and he says he's a fraud. He choked when he had the chance to work with Bryson, and now his dreams will never come true. Roxy, feeling guilty, tells her dad that it was all just a plan to get him to see he was neglecting his responsibilities, and she says she was sorry. She never meant to hurt him. He says, no, it's my fault. I've been selfish, and I hadn't considered everyone else while asking for her to forgive him. She does and says, let's head back. Once they get back, they are all relieved that Roxy's dad is okay. He says he's sorry about all of his behavior and that he's done with all of this acting. He will resume his roles as the gym leader and the harbor master. From behind, however, he hears, you don't have to give up acting. They all turn, and Bryson and Mr. Gold are standing there. Roxy's dad looks confused. Mr. Gold explains that as long as he maintains his regular roles in life, there's no reason why he can't be an actor, just like Bryson. Roxy's dad begins to immediately perk up. Bryson states that since you're taking back over the gym, you now have your first challenger, and points to Ash. Roxy's dad says, alright, no problem, and asks Ash if he's ready. Then, Roxy says, hold on. The deal was, if you help me with my dad, I would battle you. So, you will be my opponent. Looking on, Roxy's dad could not be more proud of her. This will be her last official battle as a gym leader. She looks at Ash and says, I hope you're ready. I wouldn't have it any other way. Meanwhile, just outside of Pokestar Studios, there is a shadowy figure lurking about, and you hear him say, Base, come in. This is Andrew. The target appears to have moved on, and I'm not getting any more readings off of its song or sonic tones. Then it's time to move on. Your next mission is to collect all of the data on Thunderous from the Verbank complex. Andrew replies, understood, over and out, and disappears off into the night. The struggle in growth. Today, we pick up with Ash as he's gearing up for his next gym battle. Hoping to claim his next badge, Ash and Iris head to the Verbank gym. On the way there, they see a bunch of police cars heading to the south side of town. In tow is Roxy and her dad. Ash and Iris give chase, trying to catch up to them. Once they finally do, they are at the gates of a huge industrial complex. Ash asks Roxy what's going on. Roxy states that this is the Verbank complex. It serves as an energy storage facility for Verbank City. It stores electricity, oil, and other natural resources to help Verbank City and Pokestar Studios. Suddenly, they hear, hey, you can't be here. They all look ahead to see an authority figure walking towards them. It's Officer Jenny. She tells them they have to clear the area. This is an official police investigation. Roxy's dad speaks up. I'm sorry, Officer Jenny. I'm the gym leader here in Verbank City, and as such, I demand to know what's going on. Being the gym leader does get you some sort of pull in some serious matters, especially here in the Unova region. Pop Roxy also tells her that he would like to help. Officer Jenny asks what about the kids, and Pop Roxy says don't worry, they're with me. She says fine, and begins back 3 weeks prior. There was a huge explosion in the complex. Upon investigating it, it appeared Team Plasma was using it as a secret laboratory, and they had captured and were doing experiments on the legendary Pokemon Thunderous. Ash, shocked, speaks up and tells everyone about what they went through with Thunderous and Team Plasma. Ginny states that they had called on Champion Alder to come investigate the situation when it happened. So far, the only real information they were able to get was the description of a perpetrator leaving the scene. Someone with green hair, a black hat, and a white shirt, and black pants. Iris thinks to herself, no, it can't be. Officer Jenny goes on to say that they have sealed off the entire area, but someone set off an alarm that we set. Iris is concerned, so she says that we need to search the complex at once, but it is very big. Iris suggests that since they have experience with Team Plasma, they would be a big help if they can search outside of the surrounding area. Officer Jenny, being short on manpower at the moment, reluctantly agrees, and they all head inside. Once in, they all split up into teams of two. Roxy and Iris go to the west, Ash and Roxy's dad head south, while Jenny's officers set up a perimeter and head inside to see what set off the alarm. Inside, a familiar shadowy figure is gathering data from the computers in the facility and is almost complete. One of Jenny's officers spots him in the dark and yells, "Stop!" It's Andrew, but he had Excelgor hiding in the shadows and orders an energy ball. Andrew finishes gathering the data on Thunderous and makes his escape. Outside, Iris comments to Roxy that there's a large amount of type of electrical Pokemon here in the complex. Roxy says that they have been showing up more and more as of late, and even ones that don't normally appear in this part of the region. Suddenly, they are attacked by a group of them. Iris calls out Axew, and Roxy sends out Trubbish. Without much effort, they dispatch of most of the wild Pokemon, except one, an Emolga, and it's got its eyes set on Axew. Iris doesn't want to hurt it and orders Axew to use Leer to try and scare it away, but it doesn't work, and it hits Axew with a quick attack. Iris orders Axew to keep dodging in hopes that Emolga will eventually tire and fly away. Unfortunately, it doesn't work. Roxy yells, "Iris, Emolga's not going to stop. You're going to have to catch it." Iris tells Axew to wait and charge a Dragon Rage. Once Emolga comes in with another quick attack, Iris tells Axew to jump on Emolga. It does, as Iris orders it to use Dragon Rage, and it connects, knocking them both to the ground. Iris then throws a Pokeball at Emolga, and with 3 shakes, she has then captured her brand new Pokemon. Back with Ash and Roxy's dad, they are searching the south side of the complex, by the sea, when they notice something in the water. It's a small watercraft, and they decide to approach it to investigate. But once they take the first step, they hear words from someone behind them. "Oh, I can't believe my luck." They turn, and there stands Andrew. He looks at Ash, and tells him that he wants payback for the embarrassment that he suffered at the hands of Ash, and for the fact that Thunderous got away. That is unacceptable. Andrew sends out Excelgor and Pawniard, telling him that he plans to relieve him of all of his Pokemon. Roxy's dad then responds, "I don't think so," as he sends out his Durant and Ferrothorn. He tells Andrew that as the Verbank gym leader, he will stop him, but unfortunately, he's no match for Andrew, and the battle ends rather quickly. Andrew then turns his sights to Ash. "Now that he's out of the way, I can deal with you." Ash has no choice but to defend himself, being very nervous, but Riolu starts to growl, and Ash looks at it. It's ready for battle. Ash sees this and says, "Alright partner, if you're ready, so am I, but we will need some help." So Ash sends out Palpitoad. It looks around, seeing Riolu, and rolls its eyes. Ash tells Palpitoad that they need its help. These guys are bad, and they want to hurt people and Pokemon, but it seems Palpitoad doesn't seem to care. The battle begins, and because Riolu was the one who stood up to it last time, Andrew orders Excelgor and Pawniard to go after it. Palpitoad doesn't move to help, but thanks to the training with Alder, Riolu is able to dodge with relative ease. Now that it can use its hearing and smell to identify oncoming opponents, it has a much easier time dodging attacks. Palpitoad starts to take notice as Riolu is holding its own against the 2 Pokemon, dodging Metal Claw and Energy Ball after Metal Claw and Energy Ball. Unfortunately, even though it has improved, it has not yet mastered this, and after a while, it starts to get confused and eventually takes an Energy Ball, knocking it down. Palpitoad starts to laugh. Then Andrew orders both of them to go after Palpitoad, but it isn't worried. After all, it's strong. Andrew orders an Energy Ball and a Metal Sound combination. Ash tells Palpitoad to counter it with the Bubble Beam, and instead, it decides to use Uproar, but this is bad as it does not stop the attacks, and they make full contact. Then, Pawniard rushes in with the Metal Claw that connects with a full impact, knocking down Palpitoad, and while Excelgor uses Energy Ball to end it. But then, just as Palpitoad watches the Energy Ball mow down on top of it, the ball is interrupted by an Aura Sphere. Palpitoad looks over to see Riolu. Even though it took both attacks, it's still able to stand. The same Pokemon that only a few weeks ago couldn't stand up to Palpitoad is now defending it. Palpitoad can't believe it and can barely stand. Andrew orders Pawniard to finish Palpitoad with the Metal Claw. Ash, seeing the situation, tells Riolu to use Quick Attack to intercept it. Once it connects, Ash calls for a counter. It does, and makes full contact with Pawniard, knocking it out. Palpitoad looks on in amazement. Both it and Ash have grown stronger together, while all Palpitoad's been doing is resting on its laurels and not wanting to improve itself. It figured it didn't have to. In its lake, it was the strongest Pokemon. It never had to work for anything, and now that it's with Ash, due to its stubbornness, it's being left behind. Andrew is furious and comments, "No, this This will not happen again. He wants to finish Riolu off. Even though it knocked out Poniard with the counter, it had to take the damage to do so, and now it's weakened. Andrea orders Excelgor to use a sludge bomb. Riolu can't get out of the way in time, and it is about to connect. But Palpito gets in the way, taking the attack head on. It barely affects it. It looks back at Riolu, smiling. Riolu senses that Palpito now wants to work with it and Ash. Andrea orders another energy ball. Ash counters with a mud shot and a Norosphere. The power of the two attacks send out Excelgor off of the edge of the complex, where a wild flock of Swanna are sitting. Andrea is furious and orders Excelgor to attack back with a sludge bomb. But the Swanna felt like they were attacked. Now they are on the offensive against Excelgor. This unfortunately knocks out the ninja bug. Andrea looks on. He can't believe that he lost again. Unfortunately, he has no choice, recalling both Excelgor and Poniard. Andrea tells Ash that they will meet again as he jumps into the water and takes off on his watercraft. Ash and Roxy's dad are relieved, but not for long. The flock of Swanna turn their attention to both of them and begin to attack. Ash orders a Norosphere and an uproar. This scares off all but one of the Swanna. Palpito looks at Ash and wants to battle it. Ash, with a smile on his face, says okay. Swanna starts off with the water pulse, but Palpito counters with the bubble beam. They explode as Swanna launches an air slash. Palpito counters with an uproar, but the air slash connects, knocking it down. Palpito gets back up as Swanna dives in. It's at this point that Ash tells Palpito to wait, and it does. Ash can't believe it. Palpito is actually listening. Once Swanna gets in close, Ash orders a bubble beam, and Palpito starts to use it, but it turns into something else and connects with Swanna, knocking it down. Ash, confused, pulls out his Pokedex. It's here that he learns that Palpito's attack turned into muddy water. At this time, Swanna uses Roost to heal itself. It then flies back into the air and starts to charge with another attack. Ash tells Palpito to grab onto Swanna with its tongue and use Supersonic. It does so. Now, Swanna, being confused, misses the wing attack. Ash then orders a muddy water that connects. Roxy's dad tells Ash that he better catch it or it will keep attacking. Ash throws a Pokeball, and 3 shakes later, Swanna is his. Everyone heard all of the commotion and comes to check it out. Ash explains that it was Andrew, but he got away. Officer Jenny then tells them that they will have to file a full report. Then they can go. They all do so and head out, as now it is late. Ash tells Roxy that he will be by the gym first thing in the morning. She says she can't wait, and the two part ways. Later at the Pokemon Center, Ash and Iris show each other their new Pokemon. Now that everyone is calm, the new Pokemon seem to get along with everyone else. Ash comments, it sucks that Iris will be heading on her own once they get to Castelia City, since all of their Pokemon get along so well. They will miss each other. Iris says yeah, as they watch the Pokemon play. The next day, they arrive at the gym. Ash and Iris are both stumped, as the gym looks like a club for rock and roll music. Roxy comes out and greets the two. They ask about the gym, and Roxy explains that her dad used to be a big-time heavy metal singer, and she wants to be the greatest punk rock singer. They say, oh? Roxy then asks Ash if he's ready for their match. He says yes, so the group head inside. Once they reach the battlefield, the two head to their opposite ends. Roxy decides to lead with her Trubbish. Ash, with his newfound trust, sends out Palpitoad. Roxy says she will start the battle and orders a Toxic Spikes. Ash is confused. It didn't do any damage, so he orders a Supersonic. Roxy has Trubbish dodge and to use Stockpile. Ash is getting a little bit upset. She's not doing anything, and she won't attack. Ash doesn't want Trubbish to get away, so he orders Palpitoad to use Muddy Water, which is too big of a move for Trubbish to dodge, and it connects. But Trubbish just stands up. Iris yells, Ash! Stockpile will increase Trubbish's defense. Ash thinks great. I need to end this battle quickly, then ordering a Mud Shot, and Roxy counters with a Sludge. It's at this point that Ash gets an idea. Trubbish is slow, so he needs to slow it down more. He orders Palpitoad to keep firing Mud Shot at Trubbish. They keep dodging, as Roxy asks, what do you hope to accomplish by doing this? You won't hit me. Ash says you're right, but look, now your movement is limited. Roxy looks around, impressed. Ash then decides to recall Palpitoad and sends back in Riolu, but this activates the Toxic Spikes. Ash is confused. Roxy explains that whenever a switch out occurs with Pokemon, the Pokemon that comes out will be poisoned. Ash says great. Now Riolu's poisoned, we have to end it quick. Riolu, use Quick Attack. This connects, forcing Trubbish back. It looks tired, but Roxy orders a Swallow. With that, a healing aura bashes over Trubbish as it heals up. Not fair, Ash says. Roxy explains that she doesn't play a quick game. She's out for the long grind game. Not big damage at once, but small damage, little by little. Ash thinks, man, she's nothing like Chirin. I guess that's why the gym leaders are who they are. Ash then states he won't let this drag out that long. Roxy orders another Stockpile, and Ash orders a Norosphere. That connects. It seems to have done more damage than it should have. Ash then orders a Force Bomb, which connects as well, causing Trubbish paralysis. Trubbish couldn't keep up with Riolu's speed before, now it definitely can't. Ash then orders a Quick Attack, and Roxy orders a Swallow, but Trubbish is paralyzed, and it connects. Unfortunately, Riolu is at the point where it's starting to tire, so Ash decides to recall it, and sends back in Palpitoad. Ash orders a Mud Shot, and Roxy counters with a Sludge, but this time, the Mud Shot pushes through and connects, knocking out Trubbish. Roxy looks at Palpitoad Palpitoad and is stumped. She asks why that it's not poison like Riolu. Then looking around, it becomes obvious. The mud shot that covered the field is now hardened over the whole thing, and the toxic spikes have been neutralized. A freak accident on Ash's part. Roxy recalls Travis and says, well, I guess I'm gonna have to go all out. She then sends out Whirlipede. The battle starts, and Ash orders a Muddy Water. Roxy counters with a Rollout, which plows through the muddy water. Whirlipede is fast, much faster than Ash thought. Ash tells Palpitoad to use Supersonic. It tries to, but Whirlipede comes in with another rollout that connects. Ash can see that with each rollout, the hits are getting stronger. Ash tries to recall Palpitoad, but Roxy orders a Pursuit. It connects and knocks out Palpitoad. Ash is shocked and confused. Roxy explains that when a trainer tries to recall a Pokemon, Pursuit takes priority and hits with double damage. Ash thinks to himself that this is not going good. Now he only has Riolu left, and it's poison. But Riolu isn't worried and jumps in without Ash's command. Ash sees this and is with Riolu. He says that even though they are down, they are not out. Roxy says that's the spirit, ordering a Venoshock. Ash counters with a Norosphere. Roxy then orders another rollout, which Riolu, being able to feel the vibrations in the ground, is able to dodge it, but Roxy then counters with a Screech that hurts Riolu's ears, confusing it. She then follows up with a rollout that connects, then with another one, and another. Finally, Riolu is able to snap out and come to, but there's one problem. With the poison and all of the rollouts, it has taken a whole lot of damage. Ash knows that they only have one chance here. Roxy orders another rollout, and Ash tells Riolu to wait for it. Roxy says that this was a good match, but he won't be walking out of here with a badge from her. Ash says he's gonna have to disagree, and as the rollout connects, Ash calls for Riolu to use counter. This connects with full force, sending Whirlipede into the gym wall, knocking it out. Riolu is still standing, but just barely. The max is called in Ash's favor, much to Roxy's shock. This prompts Roxy to present Ash with the toxic badge. Roxy's dad tells Ash and Iris that now that they are done here in Burbank City, they will need to head to Castelia City, and they are in luck because he will be leaving tomorrow morning. Ash thanks Pop Roxy, with him and Iris heading back to the Pokemon Center. The next day, Roxy joins Ash and Iris at the harbor to see them off. Roxy's dad turns to her and hands her a traveling bag. Roxy says, "What's this?" Her dad explains that it's time for her to go follow her dream of being the greatest punk rocker of all time. The only way she can do that is if she goes out on her own journey, like he did when he was younger. Roxy says, "Really?" Her dad says, "Yeah, I want you to make a name for yourself." He also states that he heard that there was a famous rocker on tour in Unova from another region, and that there's a ticket in her bag. His next stop is in Castelia City. Roxy hugs her dad with tears in her eyes, saying thanks. She won't let him down. Ash asks Roxy, since she is heading out on a journey of her own, would she like to join him? She thinks about this and says, "You know what? I would. You got the kind of style that I can get behind." Connections to the past. Today, our team arrives at the pier in Castelia City. After Roxy says goodbye to her dad, they head off of the harbor. Once they reach the city itself, Iris says, "Okay guys, this is where we part ways." Ash asks Iris if this is what she's sure about. Iris responds yes. She's gained an interest in the Battle Club Challenge, and Castelia City has one, so that's where she'll be heading. Ash says okay, and the group parts ways. Roxy asks about Iris, and how Ash and her know each other. He explains the day that they met and everything they went through, and how she wanted to travel to parts of Unova that she had never seen before. Her reasoning for leaving was that if they traveled together, then she would just see places that she's already seen. "Oh," Roxy says, "I understand." But that's interrupted because on their way to the gym, they run into Hugh. He asks Ash how he's been and what Roxy's doing here. They explain everything that's been happening and that they are heading to the gym so Ash can get his third badge. Hugh says that he just got his badge yesterday and that he'll be Ash and Roxy's guide to the gym. So they head off. Back with Iris, she's on her way to the Battle Club. On her way there, she comes across a trainer named Georgia, the Dragon Buster. Iris asks her to explain what that means. She replies that she challenges dragon tamers and masters to battles to prove that she is stronger than them. Iris makes the claim that she is a dragon tamer, and she sends out Axew. Georgia's interest is piqued, so she says, "Okay, I was getting bored anyway." Georgia then sends out Baratic. "How about we have a 2-on-2? Iris chooses to lead with Axew and decides to take the first move. Back with Ash and the others, they have reached the front of the gym, but it has a sign. Closed for the day. Ash is disappointed. Hugh then has an idea. He says, why don't they have a battle? Ash likes this idea. This would be their first battle. So he agrees. Hugh suggests a 2-on-2, and they decide to get started right there in front of the gym. Hugh sends out his Simipour, and Ash says, wow, pulling out his Pokédex to get a little bit of info on it. So, a water type, Ash says. Okay then, I'll use the same, as he sends out Palpitoad. Over with Iris and Georgia, Baratic made quick work of Axew. Georgia is upset, saying that she's had harder challenges from newborns, not really knowing that's basically what Axew is. Iris Ash picks up Axie with its feelings hurt and sets it to the side. Iris says, "Don't worry, you'll get the challenge you want," as she sends in Snivy. This upsets George even more. She says, how can Iris claim to be a dragon tamer and not send out another dragon type Pokemon? Iris responds, "I'm sorry, but Axie's the only dragon type I have with me at the moment." Georgia can't stand for this disrespect. She recalls Beartic and tells Iris that she refuses to battle someone who claims to be a dragon tamer but only has one dragon Pokemon. She then walks off. Iris recalls Snivy and then turns to recall Axie. Iris starts searching the city frantically, but to no avail. Back with Ash and Hugh, Papa Toad was able to make quick work of Simipour without much trouble. He was impressed, so he decides to send out his Tranquil. Just as they start the next battle, Ash hears Iris calling for Axie. He turns, and Iris comes running up. Roxy asks what's wrong. Iris explains what's going on, and that she can't find Axie. Ash tells Hugh that their battle is gonna have to wait. This is more important. They start to make a plan to search the city by grids. Roxy, realizing that this will take too long, suggests that they use Riolu. Ash asks how. Roxy states that Riolu is supposed to be a super sensitive Pokemon to aura. Maybe it can track down Axie's aura. Ash says it's worth a try, so he turns to Riolu and gives the command. Riolu starts to focus, pinpointing on signals of aura throughout the city. After what seems to be like an eternity, Riolu stands up and runs off. Everyone gives chase. They were all on the west side of the city at the start of this, and after much running, they all ended up on the southeast side. Back at the harbor, Riolu proceeds onto the pier, and they come across an entrance into the Castelia sewers. Riolu points inside. Hugh says, that place is big. They will have to split up. Roxy and Iris, Ash and Hugh. So they all head in. After a while, Roxy and Iris come across some lights that look to have been recently installed, so they decide to follow them. Meanwhile, Ash and Hugh have found the same thing, but it's leading into a hole into the sewer wall that has been broken through into some sort of ruins. They decide to head in. Once inside, they see someone in a green suit battling. He looks to be battling Team Plasma members. Hugh says to Ash that that's Castelia City's gym leader, Berg. We have to go help him. They run up to him, and Ash asks what they can do. Berg replies, they need to stop the members of Team Plasma ahead. Go. He will catch up. So, Ash and Hugh proceed on ahead. Back with Iris and Roxy, they have stumbled upon what looks like a base of operations. Then, all of a sudden, Iris hears a cry from inside. It's Axie, she yells, as she runs. Roxy follows her, and what they see shocks them. Team Plasma grunts, with a bunch of wild Pokemon in cages. Among them is Axie. Iris and Roxy demand they release all of these Pokemon. Of course, the grunts just laugh at them and claim they will be liberating their Pokemon as well. Iris and Roxy have no choice. They will have to battle to free the Pokemon. Back with Ash and Hugh, they have moved deeper into the cave and come across more grunts, but they still need to go deeper into the ruins. Hugh tells Ash to go ahead. These 5 grunts are going to tell him where Portloin is. Ash and Riolu nod, moving deeper into the main room of the complex. It is here they come across someone they've seen before, and some grunts gathering Roggenrola. As one of the grunts goes after another Rockenrola, Ash orders Riolu to use Force Palm on his Watchhog, knocking it out, saving Roggenrola. Ash yells, "You won't get away this time, Andrio." The person responds, "You have me confused with someone else. I am referred to as Eclipse, stalker of the Shadow Triad, and you will not interfere with our work. If you leave now, I will let you keep your Pokemon." Ash says it's not going to happen. Eclipse orders the grunts to load the Pokemon that they have captured. They are compromised, and they need to leave back to the base. The grunt tries to grab the last Roggenrola, but Riolu won't let it have it, and they both run behind Ash. Ash tells Roggenrola, don't worry, he won't let them take it. The rest of the grunts grab their camera equipment and the Pokemon they captured and take off. Eclipse isn't leaving. He plans to put Ash in his place. Eclipse sends out Poniard, and Ash decides to send out Swanna, and he orders a wing attack. Eclipse counters with an iron defense. The wing attack bounces off, causing little to no damage. Eclipse orders a Metal Claw, and Ash tells Swanna to fly up, but the Metal Claw connects and Swanna falls to the ground. Eclipse then orders a Brick Break that connects as well. Ash tries to recover with Roost, but Poniard uses Night Slash, and it hit with a critical hit, knocking out Swanna. Ash recalls it and sends in Riolu. Ash orders Riolu to use a quick attack. Eclipse counters with an iron defense, but this was just a distraction as Riolu gets in close and follows up with the Aura, knocking Poniard out. Eclipse is impressed. Not many could accomplish that, but he plans to end it with his next Pokemon as he sends out a Scavalier. Ash tells him that he needs to stop now. Eclipse responds, "We can't. There is important research going on here, so you will have to disappear for us to continue." Ash orders Riolu to use Quick Attack, while Eclipse counters with a Quick Guard. Ash doesn't know why, but it didn't connect, but thinks it was a mistake and orders a Force Palm. Eclipse counters with the Poison Jab, then follows up with an X Scissor. It connects, knocking Riolu to the ground. Escavalier then tries to follow up with the Poison Jab, but Riolu counters it with the Aura, knocking back Escavalier. Eclipse is impressed by Ash and his Riolu's tenacity, but he plans to end it. Riolu tries another Quick Attack, but it again misses with another Quick Guard. This allows Escavalier to land with a faked Poison Jab on Riolu. Ash Ash tells Riolu to come back so it can rest, but it refuses. It wants to be the one to take down Escavalier. Ash regretfully allows it to continue. Rock'n'Roller is watching all of this and is in awe struck by Riolu and its confidence and its want to protect. It wants to be just like it. Ash tells Riolu it's time to use all of its special training. Try to sense Escavalier. It needs to wait and be calm. It takes a while to track Escavalier. It's moving so fast and the poison is wearing Riolu down, but Escavalier makes an attack from behind. Riolu senses it and takes it X-Scissor full force, and then at the command of Ash, uses counter, knocking down both Pokemon. Riolu is trying to stand up, but it can't. Escavalier, however, is able to launch out with another attack, Poison Jab, to finish Riolu. Ash yells no, and just as it gets close to connecting, a huge blast of light comes from behind Ash, connecting with Escavalier. Ash looks back. It's Raggenrola. Ash pulls out his Pokedex and reads Raggenrola, the mantle Pokemon. The hexagonal-shaped hole is its ear. It has a tendency to walk in the direction that sound is coming from. Its moves are Flash Cannon, Rock Polish, Stealth Rocks, and Iron Defense. It jumps in front of Riolu to face Escavalier. Just then, Hugh and Berg catch up with Ash and see what's going on. Roggenrola looks at Ash and makes moves. Ash is confused. Then Hugh tells Ash that it thinks Roggenrola wants to battle with it. Finally cluing in, okay, then let's do this. And Ash calls for a Rock Blast on Escavalier. It is slowed down due to the damage that it has taken. Escavalier responds with an X-Scissor to counter, but the Rock Blast gets through and hits the Metal Mantis. Unfortunately, it's still able to go on. Just as this happens, Eclipse gets a call on the radio, telling him to pull back. They all have to clear out. Eclipse recalls Escavalier and runs out the side, Hugh and Berg giving chase. Ash goes to Riolu as it stands up. They thank Roggenrola for its help. Then, Roxy and Iris come in with the rest of the Roggenrola's friends, and Axew. Ash asks how they found Axew. Iris begins to explain that all the commotion that was going on with Georgia, a Team Plasma grunt came by and snatched Axew, but Iris, Roxy, Snivy, and Whirlipede were able to get them back. Hugh and Berg return, saying that Eclipse disappeared deep into the tunnel. Iris asks what this place is. Berg responds that this is what's known as Relic Passage. It is the ruins of an ancient civilization that once lived here in Unova. Berg goes on to state that the passage was only discovered recently, but from what data has been collected, it appears to have links to a mysterious unknown Pokemon and the forces of nature. But that's all we know. Berg then turns to Roxy and asks what she's doing here in Castelia City. She tells him everything that has happened, and then points to Ash. Ash then says, "Hi sir, my name is Ash Ketchum from Aspertia City, and I'm here to challenge you for a gym battle." "Well, I would be happy to battle with someone like you, especially if they stand up to Team Plasma." It's at this point they all go to leave. They get to the entrance of the Castelia sewers, and Berg notices that Roggenrola is following them and signals Ash. Ash doesn't get it, but Berg explains that Roggenrola wants to go with Ash. Ash looks at Roggenrola and asks, "Is this true?" Roggenrola jumps for joy, so Ash throws a Pokeball at it, and after 3 shakes, he has himself a brand new Pokemon. As they exit the sewers, Iris says that she's going to go to the Pokemon Center to get her Pokemon healed up, and then she's heading to the Battle Club tournament. Berg replies, "Which one?" Stumped, Iris asks what he meant. Berg explains that Castelia City actually has 2, one in the southern part of the city and one in the northern part of the city. He says that the one for Castelia South is in 3 days, and the one for Castelia North is in 5. Roxy says, well, that will give us time to see Castelia City and to see her concert in 2 days. Ash asks when he and Berg can have their gym battle. Berg responds that they can have it tomorrow, first thing. Ash is excited. He can't wait to get his 3rd badge. Competition at its weakest. Today, we pick up with Ash and friends as they head to the Castelia gym. Ash is super excited he finally gets to battle for his 3rd badge. As they arrive inside the gym, Ash looks around, stunned at what they see. Hugh explains that Berg is a bit of the artist type and is very eccentric. Then Berg suddenly appears from a cocoon to welcome them to the gym and asks if Ash is ready for their battle. Ash says, "Oh yeah," in excitement. Berg says, "Great, follow me." He leads them into the gym, and Ash asks what this is. Berg explains that he is an artist, and this is his grand hall, an area filled with bug-related things. I filled it with art that I think is beautiful, and no other Pokemon can create art as beautiful as the bug-type Pokemon. Berg leads them to a rainbow-colored room filled with webbing. Berg presents the battlefield. I believe the battle should be done in a place of beauty. This is not only a battlefield, but it is also my art studio as well. He tells Ash to take his spot. They will be having a 3-on-3. Ash is fully on board with this, accepting the terms, and they ready themselves. As Berg sends out out his first Pokemon, Carablast. Ash uses his Pokedex to get it some info on it. Ash then decides that he has the perfect counter for this bug type, so he sends out Swanna. Ash starts the battle, telling Swanna to take flight and to use Water Pulse. Carablast doesn't budge as Swanna moves higher, charging the Water Pulse. Unfortunately, neither Ash and Swanna are paying attention, and as it rises up, it gets stuck in the webs that adorn the roof. Ash doesn't understand. Berg explains that this battlefield is special. It's almost alive. You have to be very wary of the webbing at all times, or it could come back to bite you, as he orders a headbutt that connects with Swanna. Ash is now flustered, and he needs to think fast, ordering Swanna to use the Water Pulse. It fires it, but misses Carablast as it comes back in for a second headbutt that connects. Swanna is moving frantically in the webbing. Then Ash has an idea. He orders Swanna to use Air Slash to break free, and it works. Then to charge in with the wing attack. Berg tells Ash that it was brilliant to use Air Slash to free Swanna, and commands Carablast to use Endure as the wing attack connects. Then he counters with a string shot, ensnaring Swanna, keeping it firmly on the ground. Berg then orders an Aerial Ace, and Swanna can't move. Ash thinks fast and orders a Water Pulse, but it fires really awkward and is at only half power. Luckily it connects, knocking out Carablast. Berg says good show, Ash. Then he sends in his next Pokemon. It's Dwebble. Ash pulls out his Pokedex and realizes that Dwebble is a rock type. He knows he's in trouble. Swanna is basically immobile right now and is weak to rock moves. Berg then orders a Rock Polish from Dwebble. Ash tells Swanna to try and break free, but it can't. Berg then orders Dwebble to use a Neck Scissor on Swanna, which connects. Ash then orders Swanna to use a Water Pulse, but Dwebble then dodges it with its increased speed. Berg orders another Rock Polish, and Dwebble is now even faster. Ash orders another Water Pulse, but it misses again, and Berg connects with the Neck Scissor once more, but this time it seems to have cut some of the string shot, and Ash notices. He orders a wing attack, and it works. Now Swanna is able to break free, but it's tired from all the damage it's taken. Ash then orders a Roost, but Dwebble is too quick and comes in with a smackdown, knocking out Swanna. Ash is kind of flustered. He barely beat Carablast, and now he has to deal with this juiced up rock bug type. He stops to think. Nothing he has can compete with its speed. Ash considers Palpitoad and Riolu, but he thinks that if he chooses wrong, this will put him at another disadvantage, and he will lose. Ash then flashes back to his battle with Roxy. It was the endurance battle. Then it hits him. He sends in Rock and Roll. If he can't beat it with speed, then he will beat it with defense. Now he just hopes that Rock and Roll has enough defense to last. The battle begins, and Ash orders a Stealth Rock, not knowing what it does. And Berg, not understanding Ash's strategy, orders a Neck Scissor that connects, but with little damage. Ash, thinking that the Stealth Rocks failed, orders an Iron Defense. Berg knows where this is going and orders a Feint Attack. There's little damage done, but it does knock Rock and Roll back into some webbing from the battle with Swanna to slow it down just a little bit more. Ash is unfazed and orders another Iron Defense. Berg wants to end this, and now he orders multiple X Scissors that connects. Ash is just waiting. Berg knows he needs to deal with some real damage, so he orders Dwebble to get in close with a Smackdown, but just as it closes in, Ash orders a Flash Cannon, which connects, but not enough to knock Dwebble out. Ash is beginning to get worried. This is where Berg orders Dwebble to use Feint Attack. Ash then counters with a Rock Blast that connects twice, knocking out Dwebble. Berg says that was a battle well fought. Unfortunately, Ash is not going to like what happens next, as Berg sends out Leavanny. It's at this point that Stealth Rocks activates, hitting Leavanny. Ash replies, wait, I didn't call for an attack. Roxy replies, Ash, that's Stealth Rocks. It's like Trebuch's Toxic Spikes. It does damage when Pokemon enter battle. Berg comments, Ash, how did you not know about that? Either you're extremely gifted or extremely lucky. Iris, secretly in the crowd, rolling her eyes, as she knows which one it is. Rock and Roll still can't move, and Leavanny is very far away. So Ash decides to start this battle with the Flash Cannon. Leavanny dodges with ease, however, and Berg commands a Razor Leaf that connects with a critical hit, but Roggenrola is still standing, so Ash orders another Rock Blast. Leavanny dodges this and counters with a Grass Whistle, connecting, putting Roggenrola to sleep. Now, Berg just takes his time, inflicting damage to it, eventually knocking it out. Ash, realizing he knows nothing about this, pulls out his Pokedex. It tells him that Leavanny is the evolution of Swadloon, and everything else he needs to know about the Mantis Pokemon. Ash being Ash makes his decision on what his next Pokemon will be, and sends out Swadloon. Berg is surprised. He didn't fancy Ash as someone that was sophisticated enough to use bug Pokemon. Ash explains that Swadloon was the first Pokemon he caught, and it's going to help him win his third badge. Berg says that this will be a masterpiece of a battle, and he gives Ash the first move. Ash orders a Bug Bite, and Leavanny dodges, countering with the Neck Scissor, which causes a lot of damage. Ash doesn't get it. Berg says the one thing that makes our Pokemon great is also the one thing that is our greatest weakness. Ash is stumped, so Berg decides to simplify it for him a little bit, and he explains that Swadloon and Leavanny are both grass bug types, so they are weak to themselves. That's why X-Scissor did so much damage. Ash and Swadloon are unfazed, however. They will both push through, and Ash orders a Razor Leaf. Berg counters counters with one as well. Then, Berg pulls out all the stops, calling for an aerial ace for full damage. Swadloon is hanging on by a thread. Berg replies that he had hoped for a better performance, but it's time to end this, and orders a next scissor. Ash counters with the protect. Berg is impressed. Ash yelling, "It's not over yet," and Swadloon starts to glow. It's evolving. Now Ash has Levani, and Ash uses the Pokedex to learn that it has a new move, X Scissor, but Levani is still glowing. Not an evolution-like glow, but more of a greenish glow. Ash doesn't understand why. Berg replies, "Magnificent. Not only has it evolved, but it has tapped into its swarm ability. Now all of Levani's bug-type moves will be more powerful, but Levani is very tired, and Ash can see this. Ash knows he has to end this now, so Ash orders a Razor Leaf, and Bug responds with an aerial ace. Ash counters with the protect, staving off the damage, then orders a grass whistle that connects. Berg's Levani falls into a deep sleep, and Ash knows that this is his chance. He then orders a next scissor that connects with full force, knocking out Berg's Levani, but the strain of the battle causes Ash's Levani to collapse as well, making the match a draw. Ash is super disappointed, but Berg walks over to Ash and presents him with the insect badge. Ash responds, "But I didn't win." Berg replies that even though the Pokemon fainted, it was after Berg's had already fell. Even though the only factors was a second, Ash still won. And besides, the way Ash's Levani responded to him and evolved, plus tapped into its swarm ability, all in one go, was a true art masterpiece. "You've earned this, Ash." Ash takes the badge and thanks Berg. They leave and head back to the Pokemon Center. Later on that night, at the Pokemon Center, they see a report on TV, an interview with the Galarian rocker Pierce. He is on tour in the Unova region, starting in Castelia City. Roxy remarks that that's the person she's going to see in the morning. The ticket her dad gave her is also a backstage pass. She hopes that she can meet him. Iris asks who he is. Roxy tells her that he's a rocker from the Galar region, and from what she's heard, a gym leader too. Ash wants to meet him and see if he has any rare Pokemon, but Roxy only has one ticket, and Ash is already entered into the Southern Battle Club tournament with Iris tomorrow, at the same time as the concert. He says, "Oh well, maybe next time." So, the next day, Hugh heads off, saying that he's going to Nimbasa City, where the next gym is. Roxy sets off to the concert, and Ash and Iris head to the Battle Club. On the way to the Battle Club, Ash asks Iris if she would reconsider staying with them on their journey. Although they make a great team, Iris is still convinced that her leaving is for the best of the growth of her Pokemon and her as a trainer. Ash sighs with the okay as they arrive at the Battle Club. Back with Roxy, the concert is going very well. She loved the music from Pierce and dreams of being on stage in his place. The concert ends and she heads backstage for her meet and greet with Pierce, but on the way there, she notices something she decides to check out, separating her from the rest of the group. As she approaches the area, she notices a familiar figure in the shadows. Back at the Southern Battle Club, Ash and Iris have made it to the finals. Iris tells Ash she's impressed that he has made it this far, but she will win. Ash says we'll see about that. The Tactic Battle Club are double battles, so they've had to be very strategic when battling and outsmarting their opponents, leading them both to the finals. Ash sends out Riolu and Roggenrola, and this is met with Iris sending out Snivy and Imoga. Ash figured that both Riolu and Roggenrola fought side by side, they would work together in this situation. Iris decides to start the battle with a Leech Seed on Riolu, but it dodges, and then is met with a quick attack from Imoga. Iris figures that since Riolu is the fastest, she needs to take it out first. Ash was caught off guard and didn't have Roggenrola respond. Once he gets his rhythm back, he orders Roggenrola to use a Flash Cannon on Snivy, but it is countered with a Thunder Shock from Imoga. Then it is hit with a Leaf Tornado from Snivy. Ash can't keep up with their combo attacks. He orders Riolu and Roggenrola to regroup in the center of the battlefield, while Snivy uses Growth and Imoga uses Double Team. Ash decides that he must mount a defense, so he orders Riolu to stand behind Roggenrola and wait for his orders. He then commands Roggenrola to use Iron Defense. Iris orders Snivy to use a Leaf Tornado, and for Imoga to follow up with a Quick Attack. The Leaf Tornado makes contact with Roggenrola. It just barely hangs on, and then Imoga comes in with a Quick Attack, but Riolu jumps in front of it using Counter, knocking out Imoga. Riolu then stands back up, but Roggenrola is very tired, and Iris can see it. She then orders Snivy to target Roggenrola with the Vine Whip. Riolu counters with a Norosphere that connects with Snivy, knocking it back. Ash feels like this is his chance, and he orders Riolu to use a Norosphere, and Roggenrola to use a Flash Cannon. Both attacks combine into one. Iris counters with a Leaf Tornado. It's barely holding back the combination attack, but it's pushing forward. Iris yells for Snivy not to give up. It hears the cry of its trainer and starts to glow. Now Iris is in possession of a Servine, and the Leaf Tornado grows and pushes back the attack that connects with the two Pokemon, damaging Riolu and knocking out Roggenrola. Back with Roxy, she looks at the figure. It's Eclipse. He appears to be looking for something. Then Roxy hears a song off in the distance. Eclipse immediately gives chase to this noise, with Roxy following. When they stop, they both see the outline of a Pokemon in the dark. Roxy hears Eclipse say, "Target acquired." Without hesitation, Roxy jumps out and confronts Eclipse. "I won't let you take that Pokemon," she yells. This startles the Pokemon, and it disappears. Eclipse, frustrated with Roxy, sends out Escavalier to attack her. He orders lowers the next scissor that almost connects with Roxy, but out of nowhere it is intercepted by a shadow ball. Roxy turns and there is a Scrappy, and behind it stands Pierce. Being outnumbered, Eclipse disappears into the darkness, leaving Roxy to deal with Pierce. He asks Roxy what she's doing back here. She tries to explain about Team Plasma and the Pokemon that she had solved, and how she was trying to stop them. Pierce doesn't believe her and says that he doesn't appreciate her sneaking backstage and then lying about it. Roxy tries to defend herself by pulling out her backstage pass, but when she tries to look for it, she can't find it. Pierce is now furious with her and orders security to throw her out of the concert. Back with Ash and Iris, the battle has gotten intense. Both Pokemon are at their limits. Servine has learned a new move since evolving called Energy Ball. Iris knows that this next attack will end it, so she orders an Energy Ball. Ash orders Riolu to counter with an Aura Sphere. The moves connect, but Riolu is having trouble maintaining the struggle between the two balls of energy. It starts to slip. Suddenly, Riolu glows an aura, starting to push back the attack, but the strain is too much and its body gives way, losing control. The Energy Ball connects with it, knocking it out. Iris has now earned her second battle pendant, the white tactic symbol. Later, back at the Pokemon Center, they all meet up. Iris asks Ash what happened with Riolu. Ash says he didn't know. That's the second time that's happened, and it's something he's growing concerned about. Ash then turns to Roxy and asks her about the concert. She explains everything that happened and how she was thrown out of the concert because Pierce didn't believe her. Ash tells her about the similar event that took place when they were outside of Pokestar Studios. Roxy wonders if they may be related. Ash says that even though she's down, she should still come with them to the Battle Club tomorrow. She gives it some thought and she agrees. So the next day, they head to the Northern Battle Club. After some intense battles, it ends up being Ash and Roxy in the finals. Iris ended up facing Roxy in the semifinals, but was overconfident, and Roxy took advantage of it. Roxy decides to send out Trubbish and Whirlipede in this match, but they are both tired because Roxy only has the two of them. The battle they had with Iris took everything out of them. Ash sends out Swanna and Palpitoad. These two, unfortunately for Roxy and her team, are fresh, and Ash begins the battle with the Bubble Beam and a Water Pulse on Whirlipede. It dodges the Bubble Beam, but takes the Water Pulse. Roxy counters with the Venoshock as Ash responds with an Air Slash, which pushes through and connects, knocking out Whirlipede. Roxy then tries to play the defense game, ordering Trubbish to use Stockpile, but Ash orders a Mud Shot and a Water Pulse that is too strong for Trubbish, knocking it out in one hit. Ash has actually finally done it. He's won an actual Battle Club tournament and earned himself the Black Tactics pendant, but did he really earn it? If Roxy had more Pokemon to rely on, would he have won so easily, or was it because he was that much better than her? Revelations of the past. Today, we find our heroes north of Castelia City, heading to Damasa City, the location of the next gym, and Iris just so happened to find out that there's a battle club there, and she wants to get her next battle pendant. Meanwhile, Ash is gloating to Roxy about his win at the Black Tactic Club. Iris chimes in, reminding him that the only reason he won is he had 5 Pokemon to Roxy's 2, which allowed him to change out in the final round, leaving her 2 exhausted. Ash, angry that Iris thinks he didn't win the battle fair and square, starts to argue with her. Not paying attention, he bumps into someone in a white lab coat, knocking them down. Iris starts yelling at Ash for not watching where he's going. Meanwhile, Roxy and Riolu help the gentleman up. He gets to his feet and Ash apologizes to him, introducing himself and Riolu as his partner. The man introduces himself as Colress and says he likes to study the bond between Pokemon and humans. They ask what he's doing out here in the middle of a desert. He responds that the wild herd of Crustle have been blocking the road for some time now, and that there seem to be more and more coming from the desert nearby, but he doesn't know why. Just then, they hear a loud roar off in the distance, heading into the desert from which Colress was just talking about. Roxy comments that back in town, she had heard rumors of ancient ruins in the desert, and that they could hear strange noises coming from them at night. Colress says that maybe the noise is what's causing the Crustle to move away from the desert. Ash thinks they should go and investigate, since they can't get to Nimbasa City until the road is clear. So, the group head into the resort, which unfortunately has a sandstorm thrashing about at that moment. After a while of walking, Riolu realizes that him and Ash have gotten separated from the others. Ash then asks Riolu if he can sense anyone nearby. He tries and is able to point out something in the distance, so the two set off. However, with Roxy, she is so turned around she has no idea where to go. But then she sees someone off in the distance. Thinking it's Ash, she starts running toward him, calling to him, until she reaches a cave. Thinking him and Riolu went inside to wait out the storm, she does the same. Back over with Iris, she can't see a thing, so she sends out Amoga to try and have it fly up and see if it can see anything or anyone. It managed to do so fighting through the sandstorm, so Iris decides to give chase, following Amoga's lead. They come to what looks like some ruins buried in the sand, but it looks like a stairway has been recently uncovered. Then she hears a sound from deep inside, the same one they heard back with Colorus. She heads inside to investigate. Flashing over to Ash and Riolu, they have been walking for a while now, and come to an area that the sandstorm doesn't seem to be as strong. Him and Riolu stop cause it senses something all around it. Suddenly, they are attacked from different angles. Ash pulls out his Pokédex, and they are identified as Sandile. But Riolu is able to easily knock them out with a couple of Force Palms. Then, a Pokemon appears similar to Sandile, but larger, and it has sunglasses on. The Pokédex identifies this Pokemon as Krokorok, and it's not happy that Ash and Riolu have invaded its territory. Over in the cave, Roxy is inside, calling for Ash and Iris, with no response, but she sees a figure in the shadows, making a sound, and it starts to approach her. Roxy is scared stiff. Unable to move, she closes her eyes and waits for it to come to her. After waiting for what feels like an eternity, and nothing happening, Roxy opens her eyes, but nothing is there. At her feet, however, is a bowl of water. In confusion, she calls out to whoever or whatever it was and says thank you. Shifting back to the ruins, Iris and Amoga are pretty deep inside. The roars they were hearing are getting louder. She eventually comes to a huge room. In it, she sees a trainer, a Pokemon, and a Pokeball shaking on the floor. As the ball stops shaking, the trainer walks up to it and grabs it. Then he hears a call of his name. Benga! He looks over to see Iris. He asks what she's doing here, and Iris explains how she was separated from Ash and Roxy. He remarks, "Oh, so you're still with that loser? Oh well, that's gonna make it that much easier when I beat you at the Pokemon League, champ." Iris is stunned. She hadn't told anybody about being the champion of Unova. She asked Benga who told him. His grandpa? He said no. It wasn't hard to figure out. Grandpa has been retired for a couple of years now, and you're on TV at all of the championship tournaments. Benga starts to walk off as Iris pleads for him not to tell anyone else. He just shrugs, saying no guarantees. Iris is worried. Then she suddenly hears an explosion from outside. Back with Roxy, she's drinking the water and says thank you to whoever brought it to her. Then she sees a figure in the darkness, and it heads off deeper into the cave. Roxy follows, now relieved of her fear that this thing could hurt her. After a while, she comes to a room with some vegetation and a spring in the middle. She looks over in the room that is now more illuminated to see a Pokemon hiding. Roxy says, "Hi, are you the one who brought me the water?" It comes out and is revealed to be a Maractus. It nods, and Roxy walks over and tries to befriend it, but it won't let her come close for some reason. It seems to be scared of humans, and it appears to be injured. Roxy sees it and tells Maractus not to be afraid. She won't hurt it. Roxy tries to approach it again. Then there's an explosion, and it causes a cave-in. Roxy jumps in to protect Maractus, covering it with her body. Over with Ash, Riolu and Krokorok are battling, and Krokorok is getting frustrated. Every time it makes a move, Riolu can dodge or counter it. It hasn't connected once. Ash then tells Riolu it's time to end this, and orders a Norasphere. It connects, knocking out Krokorok. Ash is going to catch it, but then he hears something, a whistling in the air. It hits the cliffside next to him and erupts with a huge explosion. Then a helicopter comes flying in with a symbol on the side of it that Ash recognizes. Team Plasma. Ash looks back, and the Krokorok and the Sandile have run off. Ash calls Riolu. "We need to go, buddy." Then they head off towards the explosion and Team Plasma. Inside the cave, Roxy and Maractus survive. Then Roxy hears a familiar voice. It's Eclipse and Andriel. They are saying they have to locate the source of the energy signature. Then they tell the grunts to fan out and start looking for it. Roxy tells Maractus that they need to be quiet so they don't find them. Then she notices an odd-shaped rock out of the corner of her eye and hears, "We found it." As Roxy looks around, she notices more and more of them. The cave's floors and walls are covered in fossils. Team Plasma starts collecting them. Eclipse and Andriel walk to the pond as you watch them pull a relic out from it, glowing with the brightness of a sun. Just then, a grunt spots Roxy. The grunt orders one of the timbers gathering fossils to attack with the brick break. Roxy sends out Whirlipede and orders a rollout to counter. This gets the attention of the rest of their grunts. They swarm Roxy at the orders of Eclipse and Andriel. Now she is facing down 8 grunts and their timber. They all order attacks on Roxy, who is struggling to dodge them. Whirlipede can barely keep up to defend them. Then from behind, the timber get hit with an Norasphere. Roxy looks back, and there stands Ash and Riolu. Ash tells the grunts if they want a battle, then they got it. Ash demands to know what the grunts are here for. Roxy tells Ash that they are here for the fossils in the cave. 2 of the grunts then start to load the fossils, and Ash tries to catch them, but they manage to get back to the aircraft that they came in. Meanwhile, the grunts at the spring fire some spears attached to cables into the artifact. They then hook the cables to some winches and begin moving it. As they start to move the rock, it begins to glow. Then while fighting, Riolu stops mid-attack and stares deep into the stone. It seems to be hypnotized by it. Ash sees this and tries to call out to Riolu. It doesn't respond, but then Riolu starts to glow with aura and screams in pain. Ash and Roxy are frightened. Ash runs to Riolu, grabbing it and trying to calm it down, but it doesn't work. Meanwhile, the Croak that Ash had battled with wanders into the cave to see all of this. Knowing that things are bad, it orders the Sandile to attack and clear out Team Plasma. In response to this, Eclipse and Andrew send out Excelgor and Excavalier and order them to attack the Sandile. The two then radio outside to the chopper. The artifact is ready for transport. Unfortunately, it's with no response. Outside by the aircraft, Iris has arrived, and with the combination of Amoga and Servine, she is causing problems for Team Plasma. Back in the cave, Whirlipede is knocked out. Roxy recalls it and then gets ready to send in Trubbish. But then, Maractus stands up and wants to battle. It takes his place in front of Roxy to defend her from the timber going for an attack. Then, Roxy orders a needle arm to counter, followed by a poison jab. It connects, knocking the timber back into the others. Meanwhile, Riolu is still writhing in pain as Team Plasma is getting the upper hand. Just as this happens, there is a loud roar from deep within the cave, followed by a huge gust of wind. It severs the cables attached to the meteorite, dropping it back into the spring. This causes Riolu to faint. Then another gust of wind comes from deep within the cave, this time knocking out most of Team Plasma. Then a shadowy figure flies into the open and outside. Andrew and Eclipse run to the opening and see a Pokemon in the sky, attacking everything in sight. This Pokemon is Landorus. It's not happy. Eclipse and Andrew want to counterattack, but over the radio, they hear, "Not now, we need to retreat." There has been some interesting developments. Team Plasma retreats to the aircraft that they have left with what they can carry and fly off. With them gone, Landorus looks at Iris, then flies off as well. Roxy and Ash join Iris outside. Iris looks at Riolu and comments that they need to get it to a Pokemon Center. As they go to leave, Maractus starts to follow. Roxy looks back and tells it she's sorry, but she has to go. As Roxy tries to leave again, Maractus starts to cry. Roxy then asks if it would like to come with her. It nods in agreement. So Roxy throws a Pokeball, and after 3 shakes, Maractus is now hers. But there's no time to lose. The group rushes for Nimbasa City. Little did they know, a certain Pokemon is following them from a distance. Back at the Team Plasma base, Eclipse and Andrew arrive, furious that they had to retreat. They walk to the person in charge and demand to know the answer. He responds with, "Did you get the fossils?" They reply, "Yes." He says, "Good. How many of them did you recover?" "Only 5. The mysterious man with the lab coat replies, "No matter, those will be sufficient." Besides, something more important has come to light, as the man is watching footage from their battle in the cave. He seems very interested in Riolu and the reaction it had with the meteorite. He thinks to himself, "I found you." Divided, we fall. It has been 8 days since our heroes arrived in Nimbasa City. The whole time, Riolu has been in the care of Nurse Joy at the Pokemon Center. It has only awoken once in the whole time they have been there, but it was with another surge of aura, and it passed out immediately after. This time, because Nurse Joy was caring for Riolu, she had managed to record the whole incident by accident. During this time, Iris and Roxy have been trying to keep Ash in high spirits due to the situation, but Ash can't bring himself to leave Riolu's side. He has barely slept. Then, finally after 8 days, Riolu does wake up, but it can't remember what happened. It's confused. Why is it here? But just like before, Riolu can feel Ash right by its side sleeping, and this comforts Riolu some, as it just sits and waits for Ash to wake up. While this has been going on, Iris and Roxy got bored, so they decided to go check out Nimbasa City. Among the sightseeing, the two come across a place called the Battle Subway. They decide to go and check it out. They see 2 trainers walking out, and they begin to ask the 2 trainers about what this place is. They've come to find out that this place is the Battle Subway, and you have to compete in a double or singles format in a tag team style. If you can beat 7 other trainers or teams, then you can challenge the Subway bosses, in which if you win, then you will get the title of Subway Shogun and a reward for their victory. Iris and Roxy are intrigued. They decide to sign up as a team. The 2 manage to clear their way through 7 trainers without much difficulty and make it to the battle bosses. Both only have 1 Pokemon each that have not battled, Axew and Trubbish. They get to the final car and are met with the bosses, Ingo and Emmett. The 2 are dressed rather odd, and Roxy comments on this. The 2 bosses think that this is rude and make comments about how Roxy is dressed. This sparks an argument with the 3, while Iris, Axew, and Trubbish watch on out of confusion. Iris then interrupts this with a, "Hey, I thought we were here to battle." The 3 of them pause, seemingly forgetting the reason of why they were all here. Roxy takes her place next to Iris. Ingo and Emmett tell them to choose their Pokemon. Iris and Roxy say that you're looking at them, pointing to Axew and Trubbish. The 2 subway bosses begin to laugh Roxy, already irritated with the two, asks what's so funny. They reply, nothing, just irony. Confused, Roxy says hurry up, choose your teams. Emmett replies, just remember, you asked for it. The two battle bosses send out their choices, Garborder and Haxorus. Roxy gulps and thinks to herself, yep, I did ask for it. Back at the Pokemon Center, Ash finally wakes up and sees Riolu is awake. It rushes over to Ash, giving him a hug, and Ash is happy to see that Riolu is okay. But it senses something is wrong with Ash, like he's worried. Riolu tries to find out what's wrong, but Ash just laughs it off and says that he's okay. He's just been worried, that's all. It's at this point that Roxy and Iris come walking into the room with a look of utter disappointment on their face. Ash asks what's wrong. They tell him about the battle subway and how they managed to win 7 straight battles and make it all the way to the final bosses. But they were then destroyed. They never stood a chance. Riolu gets excited about this, but Ash isn't as excited. This is where Roxy chimes in and says, you can't battle them, you have a gym battle to win here in Nimbasa, so you better get ready. It seems that Ash had seemingly forgot about this. So over the next 2 days, Ash and his Pokemon train, but he has been holding back with Riolu. This is something that Iris has noticed. Later on, she asks Ash what is going on. He says nothing. She says she notices that he has been holding back with Riolu. Ash comments, what does it matter to her anyway? Once he wins the badge here, she will be heading out on her own, so she won't have to worry about him or Riolu at all. Iris is stumped. Ash tells her he will worry about Riolu, and then she should worry about herself, and walks off. The next day, Iris left before everyone got up. She wanted to see the rest of Nimbasa before she headed out. She never even said goodbye. When Ash wakes, he sees this and says nothing. Roxy is sad, but the two get ready and head to the gym. Once they arrive outside, they hear some familiar music. Roxy yells, it can't be. While Ash questioning what it is, she points to the band and yells, that's Pierce. Ash replies, the same one from the concert? Roxy says yes. You see, what's going on right now is a fashion show, and Pierce was invited to play the music for it. Then, the music stops, and Pierce makes an announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, now for the organizer of this event, Elisa. The spotlight hits her. She thanks everyone for coming out to support the show. Now, to the main event. She issues an open challenge to any trainer that would like to take her on for a chance to earn a gym badge. The room falls silent. Then, from the back of the room, you hear, I am. The spotlight pans to the back of the room on Ash. The crowd yells in an uproar of excitement. Elisa declares, we have our challenger. Please, step forward. The crowd steps back to form a path to the stage that also just happens to be the battle area. Ash steps forward and introduces himself. Elisa says welcome to the Nimbasa gym. She lays out the stipulations of the gym battle. It will be a 3-on-3. Ash has no issues with this, so they decide to start, with each of them taking their positions on their side of the battlefield. Elisa sends out Zebstrika to start this battle. Riolu sees this and wants the first battle, but Ash ignores it and sends in Levani, thinking that because it's a grass type, it will have some sort of an advantage against an electric type. Elisa gives Ash the first move, and he leads with the next scissor. Elisa counters with a shockwave, nullifying the X scissor. Then she orders a flame charge, which makes contact, and being 4 times weak to it, Levani is knocked out, with Pierce commenting on it, rallying up the crowd as they start to chant for Elisa. She commends Ash on using Levani to his advantage, but he's going to have to do better than that. Ash is shaken. He didn't think that he would lose in just under a minute in the first battle. Riolu starts tugging on Ash's hand. It wants to go in, but Ash tells it no, and without a second thought, he sends in Rock and Rolla. Riolu is beginning to become visibly frustrated. Ash can see it, pays no attention to it. The next battle starts, and Ash orders a flash cannon, with Elisa countering with a discharge, which collides in an explosion, amping up the crowd more, with Pierce commenting. Roxy is annoyed with Pierce and his commentation, but despite him, she cheers for Ash as loud as she possibly can. Ash then orders Rock and Rolla to use a rock blast, but Zebstrika dodges it, and Ash notices that it has become faster somehow. Elisa chimes in saying that's a side effect of flame charge. The user speeds up if it actually makes contact. Ash says it doesn't matter, Rock and Rolla can still win, and he orders multiple rock blasts, and for Rock and Rolla to follow Zebstrika. It does, but none of them connect. Rock and Rolla is now visibly tired and starts to slow down. Elisa, seeing this, orders another discharge, so Ash counters with the flash cannon, but Rock and Rolla is too worn out, and the discharge connects, knocking it out. Now, Riolu wants to get in more than anything, jumping in without Ash telling it to. Elisa asks if this will be his final Pokemon, and Ash says no. Riolu is stumped. Ash tells it to return to the sidelines. It doesn't. It wants to stay in, but Ash again gives it a command. Return, or I will put you back in your Pokeball. Riolu is shocked and returns, not understanding why. Roxy is concerned about this, but she knows why. Elisa tells Ash that if that's not his final Pokemon, then he needs to make the choice. Without hesitation, Ash declares, Palpitoad, I choose you. Ash orders Palpitoad on the attack with the Mud Shot, and it connects. Elisa then commands for a Flame Charge that connects. Ash orders Palpitoad to get in close and to wait. It does. Elisa then orders another Flame Charge, but it is at this point that Ash calls for his move. Supersonic. That connects. Zebstrika is now confused, but due to the gym rules, Elisa is not able to switch out her Pokemon until the battle ends. Ash, knowing this, chooses to use it to his advantage and calls for a Mud Shot. It connects with Zebstrika, but it powers through and connects with a Stomp at point blank range, knocking out Palpitoad. Ash is stunned. He was swept 3-0 by just one Pokemon. He recalls Palpitoad and turns to leave, not saying a word. Elisa stops him. Ash, you should come back in a week. We're having another show, and you can challenge for another badge. Ash says nothing and walks off to the Pokemon Center alone. Roxy decides to stay. She wants to give Pierce a piece of her mind. She waits for the crowd to clear out, and then she approaches Pierce and Elisa. Pierce looks her over and comments that he didn't think he would run into her here, but he doesn't remember her name. This angers Roxy even more, and she challenges Pierce to a battle. Pierce at first declines, but Elisa says, "Aren't you Roxy, the gym leader of Burbank City, the punk rocker?" She says, "Yes, I am," smugly. "I'm the best one too." This intrigues Pierce, and then he retracts his decline of their battle. Elisa suggests that they use her gym, while Pierce and Roxy both agree on a one-on-one Pokemon battle. Roxy decides to send out Maractus, while Pierce chooses a Scrafty. Roxy orders a Poison Jab. Pierce then counters with the Brick Break. Then he orders a Double Team. Roxy, in order to counter, uses Growth. Then a Needle Arm, which fails to connect. Pierce counters this with a Headbutt that connects with the Flinch. Pierce sees this and orders another Brick Break. That also connects. Maractus is starting to become weak, so Roxy orders it to use Mega Drain. It connects, healing up some of its HP. She then orders another Needle Arm, but it misses again, and Pierce counters with a Shadow Ball, connecting. Roxy then tries another Mega Drain, but it misses, and Pierce connects with a Brick Break, ending the match and knocking out Maractus. Pierce then recalls Scrafty and says, "You seem to be experienced, but not with that Pokemon. Next time, battle me like you mean it." This makes Roxy even more mad. Who is he to tell her how to battle? Then Elisa comes over and congratulates Pierce on his win. She then invites him to perform and commentate at their next show in a week. He declines, stating that he has to move on to his next tour stop. Elisa, disappointed, says she understands and wishes him the best of luck. She then turns to Roxy and asks if she would like the chance for the gig. Roxy is awestruck and can't speak. This would be her first performance outside of the Burbank City gym. Elisa asks again, snapping Roxy back from her confusion, and she decides to accept. Roxy then leaves the gym in a hurry to join Ash at the Pokemon Center. As she arrives, she sees Ash wandering around yelling hysterically. She runs up to him and asks what's wrong. He replies, "Riolu, it's gone missing. It took off right when we got to the center." Roxy suggests that they spread out. Meanwhile, Iris is now at the east gate of the city. She's getting ready to head off to her next battle club when she is stopped by Officer Jenny. Jenny tells her that a problem has happened on the bridge and is now unsafe. It's shut down until further notice. Jenny then tells Iris that if she wants, she could head to Mistralton City and catch a plane from there to Eastern Unova. Iris nods and decides to head back to the Pokemon Center for the night. As she heads off that way, she runs into Ash, and he asks if she's seen Riolu. Iris says no. Why? Ash tells her what happened and how he lost at the gym. Then it took off. Iris yells at Ash for treating Riolu like that. He explains that after what happened at the desert resort, he doesn't want Riolu to be put in harm's way. That's why he stopped it from battling. She asks if he told Riolu that, and Ash says no. Iris says, "Well, it's now nightfall. Let's head back to the Pokemon Center and start fresh in the morning." Over at the Nimbasa City gym, Riolu has made his way inside. It heard a strange melody coming from inside, one that it's heard before. As it gets to the main stage, it can sense a Pokemon that it has sensed before, but it can't get a fix on it. All the while, a figure on the roof of the gym is tracking the sound. He reports that he has located the source of it, and also reports that he has found the other target as well, as he looks at Riolu with a sinister grin. Teamwork makes dreams work. Keeps searching around the area and finally gets a lock on this mysterious Pokemon. He fires an Aura Sphere toward it, but it's stopped mid-air, and it seems to be being played around with, bouncing up and down, being tossed around. Then suddenly, the seemingly invisible Pokemon appears. It's a Meloetta, and it wants to play with Riolu. Not sensing any type of hostility from Meloetta, Riolu decides to join in. The two seem to be having fun when they are attacked out of nowhere. It's a Bisharp, sent in by the mysterious man on the roof. It attacks with a Night Slash, going after Meloetta. Riolu steps in and tries to protect it, but gets knocked aside, and Bisharp lands a Night Slash on Meloetta. It takes a critical hit and goes down, but Riolu fires another Aura Sphere at it, then jumps in the way to use Force Palm, causing a lot of damage. Then the mysterious man appears. He tells Meloetta and Riolu not to struggle. They are both coming with him. He then pulls out some sort of capture rings, throwing them at Meloetta and binding it. Then, as he goes after Riolu, they hear a loud bang coming from the front of the gym. Out of the shadows emerges a Pokemon. It's a Krokorok, the same one Riolu battled in the desert. It didn't like losing to it, and has followed it here for a rematch. The mysterious stranger is baffled to what's happening, as is Riolu. But in the confusion, Meloetta comes to and teleports itself and Riolu away. The mysterious person is now enraged and goes to attack Krokorok, but hears over the headset, "Necrosis. There is no time for that. Reacquire the targets now." He reluctantly leaves to find them, leaving Krokorok standing there, utterly confused, not knowing what to do now. So, it runs off. Over with Ash, him, Roxy, and Iris are back at the Pokemon Center discussing what to do in the morning. Ash is super worried and it visibly shows. Roxy tells Ash not to worry. They will find Riolu, and he can reconcile with it. Just then, out of nowhere, Riolu and Meloetta fall into Ash's lap. Everyone is shocked. You see, Meloetta knew they needed to get out of there, so it teleported itself and Riolu to where Ash was, because it knew that Ash was someone that Riolu trusted. Riolu stands up and is upset to be back with Ash. Ash tries to talk with Riolu, but gets interrupted by Roxy and Iris bringing notice to the Pokemon that no one knows. It's hurt, so they call Nurse Joy, and she takes it into the ER while everyone is waiting. Ash tries to talk with Riolu once more, but it keeps wandering away from Ash. It refuses to have anything to do with him. Finally, after what seems to be forever, Nurse Joy comes out. They ask if that Pokemon will be okay. What kind is it? Nurse Joy says she's not 100% sure, but she thinks it's a mythical Pokemon known as Meloetta, and they are very rare. No one currently alive has ever seen one in person, and it was thought to be a myth up until recently. Nurse Joy then replies that it'll be fine with a lot of rest. They're all relieved, so they decide to turn in for the night, but Riolu still won't go with Ash. Because of what happened, it stays by Meloetta's side. In turn, Ash just sleeps outside of the door in a chair. Some hours pass into the night, then Riolu awakens. It senses a familiar presence that it felt earlier in the day. He knows they are back, and goes to wake up Ash. Ash wakes up, and Riolu tries to explain what's going on in a panic, but Ash is not understanding. Then they hear a crash from inside Meloetta's room, and go inside. There stands the third member of the Shadow Triad, Necrosis, and a Bisharp. Ash asks who he is and what he wants, but he says nothing and orders a Night Slash at Riolu. It counters with a Norosphere. The man jumps for Meloetta, but Ash grabs him, trying to stop him. This angers Necrosis as he struggles with Ash. Then something falls out of his robe as he pushes Ash off. Ash picks up the stone as that Necrosis orders an Iron Head on Ash. Riolu jumps in the way to intercept it with a counter, but as it gets close to Ash, the rock and Riolu start to glow, just like back in the desert. Ash sees this and gets worried. Necrosis and Bisharp stop in their tracks to watch, but the surge in aura is not like last time. Riolu isn't consumed by it, and now him and Ash are in a way connected. This causes Riolu's memories from the desert to come rushing back to it. Then it passes out. Necrosis now knows that he must get both Riolu and Meloetta, but Meloetta wakes up, realizing what's going on. A bright light then engulfs the room. When Ash finally can see what's going on, Meloetta, Necrosis, and Bisharp are all gone. Hearing the commotion, everyone comes into the room, and Ash explains what happened, and how the person was dressed like a member of the Shadow Triad. They were after Riolu and Meloetta. After what Ash explains to her, Nurse Joy takes Riolu and the strange stones to examine them. After a while, she comes out and tells Ash Riolu will be fine, but it needs to keep the stone away from Riolu. She then says that she's going to send it to Professor Juniper to have it studied, to which Ash agrees. In the morning, Riolu wakes up and Ash is at his bedside. Riolu senses this and just sits there, waiting. Ash eventually wakes up and he looks at Riolu, starting to cry. With this, he hugs Riolu, but this time, Riolu doesn't pull away. Ash says he's sorry for ignoring Riolu. He just didn't want it to get hurt. Riolu, with its memories restored, realizes why Ash did what he did. Ash looks at Riolu, and the two say nothing, but both know that everything will be okay. Later that day, Ash and Riolu start training when Roxy walks up and tells Ash about her chance to perform at the next gym battle. He knows she will kill it, he says. Iris comes over and says hi. Ash is still kind of mad at her after leaving, without saying goodbye. She says she's sorry that she didn't, but there is some good news. They will be traveling together a while longer, because she has to head west to Mistralton City to catch a flight to the eastern part of Unova, due to the gate being closed. Ash asks Iris if she will help him train. She nods, since she has nothing better to do at this point, so the two get started. Over the next 6 days, Ash trains and Roxy practices for the next rematch at the gym. Roxy heads out early that day as she wants to get there to set up, while Ash does some fine-tuning to his strategy and heads out with Iris. They arrive halfway through the show and the crowd is going wild, much louder than when Pierce was there. Roxy is having the time of her life. They knew that Roxy would be killing it. She then breaks the song to announce their arrival so that the rematch can begin. Roxy energizes the crowd, introducing Ash and Elisa. Elisa welcomes Ash back to the gym and asks if he's ready. He responds that things will be different this time. Elisa excitedly declares they will start the battle as she leads with Zebstrika, and Ash decides to lead with his Palpitoad. Ash knows Zebstrika by now and realizes that the best chance he has to take it out is with Palpitoad. They start, and Elisa orders a Flame Charge. Ash counters with the Supersonic, which connects. This causes the Flame Charge to miss. Ash knows the faster Zebstrika gets, the worse it will be for him. Then, he orders a Mud Shot that connects, but it doesn't take down Zebstrika. Elisa calls to Zebstrika, but she's not getting through. Ash knows that things are getting risky. Zebstrika could snap out of its confusion at any point. Ash orders Palpitoad to get in close as possible and to use a Mud Shot. As Palpitoad gets in close, Elisa calls to Zebstrika to use Stomp. She gets through just as Palpitoad fires the Mud Shot. They both connect, resulting in a double knockout. Ash and Elisa are surprised. Elisa tells Ash that she's surprised, as last time he couldn't even get past Zebstrika with 3 Pokemon. Now, a double knockout? That's a lot of growth in 1 week. Roxy is energizing the crowd, commenting that that was spectacular to witness. The double knockout right in the first round. The crowd is torn, some cheering for Elisa, the others cheering for Ash. Ash says thanks, but realizing now that he has other problems. He beat Zebstrika, but now he doesn't know anything else about what he's facing, and how could he choose his next Pokemon? But luck smiles on Ash, as Elisa sends out Imoga. Ash has spent the last week training against this exact Pokemon, so he knew who he would choose next. Ash sends out Roggenrola. Elisa leads with a double team. Ash responds with the Stealth Rocks. Then he orders a Flash Cannon, which misses. Imoga then counters with a Shockwave that connects. Ash then orders an Iron Defense. Elisa then follows up with an Acrobatics, but it doesn't do much damage. Ash knows this doesn't look too good, but he orders a Rock Blast. It misses, but Elisa counters with the Volt Switch, which connects, then Imoga goes back to its Pokeball. Ash declares, "Hey, you can't recall your Pokemon. It's against the rules." Elisa replies, usually yes, but Volt Switch recalls the Pokemon that uses it, so it's a way around the rules. Ash says, "Oh, I didn't know that." Elisa tells him, "Don't worry, cause now you'll get to meet my last Pokemon," as she sends out Tynamo. Ash uses his Pokedex to get an info on this Pokemon, and decides to keep in Roggenrola. Tynamo is hit with the Stealth Rocks and takes some damage. Ash then orders a Flash Cannon, which connects, but Elisa then counters with a Thunder Wave that connects, slowing down Roggenrola even more than it already is. Elisa uses this to her advantage and orders a Charge Beam. Roggenrola can't move, and it takes the damage. Elisa then orders a Spark, and Ash orders a Rock Blast that both connect, but Roggenrola is knocked out, leaving Ash with just 1 Pokemon. Tynamo has sustained a decent amount of damage and can be taken out if it can be hit. Ash can see this, and he needs to send in someone with speed. Looking to his starter, Ash asks Riolu if it's ready. Riolu nods and jumps in. Elisa then orders another Thunder Wave, and Ash orders Riolu to use Quick Attack to dodge. It dodges and gets in close. Ash then orders a Force Palm. It doesn't knock out Tynamo, but it does paralyze it in the process, and Ash takes advantage of this by using another Quick Attack to knock it out. Elisa tells Ash that she was impressed, using her own strategy against her. The crowd is now going wild, while Roxy and her music have them on their toes. Now, the crowd has started cheering for Ash more than Elisa, and Ash takes note of this, as Elisa sends out Imoga. Fortunately, Ash has set up Stealth Rocks, and Imoga takes the damage. Elisa compliments Ash on having the foresight to set up Stealth Rocks to counter her strategy. Ash replies that he had an idea that she might try something like that, and points to Iris, stating that she has an Imoga, and during their training, he had to deal with a lot of that. Iris then orders a Quick Attack, and Elisa counters with a Double Team. The Quick Attack misses. She then counters with an Acrobatics, which connects, knocking back Riolu. Ash orders a Norosphere, which does manage to connect, but it's only half effective. Elisa then orders a Shockwave, which Ash orders a Quick Attack to dodge, but Shockwave still connects. Riolu is now in trouble, and is looking a bit tired, but Imoga is tiring as well. Ash orders Riolu to stand and wait, so it can rest. Elisa thinks this is a trap, so she orders another Double Team. Then, she orders a Volt Switch. It's here that Ash orders Riolu to run away with Quick Attack, causing the Volt Switch to miss. This confuses Elisa. Riolu isn't attacking, just running away and dodging. Elisa wants to finish it, so she orders an Acrobatics. As Imoga gets in close, Ash orders Riolu to roll back as Imoga flies over. Then, fires an Aurasphere. That connects, sending Imoga flying towards the roof and back to the floor, knocking it out and getting Ash the victory. The crowd goes wild, cheering Ash, Ash, Ash. Elisa presents Ash with the Bolt Badge and says she was proud to have battled with him. The event ends and they head back to the Pokemon Center to rest. The next day at breakfast, the TV is abuzz with Ash and Elisa's battle. They pay special attention to Roxy's performance, saying she is the next megastar in Unova. Roxy is super excited. Ash and Iris congratulate her, The three then set off from the Pokemon Center, heading to Driftvale City, and the site of Ash's next gym badge. The team arrives just outside of Nimbasa and come across a sight they're not too familiar with. A large crowd with 2 trainers in the middle, and they each have 3 Pokemon out, placed in an unusual way. Perceptions blurred. Today, Ash, Roxy, and Iris were looking to enter Driftvale City. As they come to the Driftvale drawbridge, they see a large crowd blocking the way. Ash pushes his way through the crowd, trying to get to the bridge, but comes to the center of the crowd. In the center are 2 trainers, and they are having a Pokemon battle. But this battle is an unusual one. Each trainer has 3 Pokemon out, and they are using them in a battle, but rotating between them, with only maintaining 1 active Pokemon to battle. Ash is intrigued by this and wants to watch, but Iris doesn't want to wait. She needs to get to Mistralton City to catch the plane to Eastern Unova. Iris tells Ash to move it. They don't have time to watch, just as one of the trainers loses the battle. You can hear the crowd talking about this new form of battling and how this trainer has not lost a single match. This trainer then challenges anyone in the crowd to a battle. Ash then rushes past Iris and says, ooh, me. The trainer greets Ash, stating he would be happy to battle with him, but he would have to use 3 Pokemon. Ash says that's no problem, but then Iris knocks him in the head, yelling at him. I told you, we don't have time for this useless show. Useless? The trainer yells. Iris turns to acknowledge him. That's right, she says. The trainer states, hey, my name is Brody, and I'm the one who created rotation battles. To say they are useless is to disrespect me. Iris, realizing she should have kept her mouth shut, tries to apologize, but Brody isn't having it. He yells at Iris. The only way to settle this is in a rotation battle. Iris, regretting opening her mouth, tries to decline, but the crowd won't have it. Iris tries to walk away, but the crowd won't let her leave. Now she has no choice. Ash tells Iris she shouldn't have been in such a hurry. Now she has to battle. Iris just looks at him with an attitude. Iris says, fine, I'll have the stupid battle. Brody looks to put Iris in her place. After all, this is his battle style, his crowd. Iris tells him to explain the stupid rules, angrily. Brody smiles. It's simple. We each choose 3 Pokemon and let them out of their balls. You will have to have 1 active Pokemon and 2 bench Pokemon. The active Pokemon will do the battle, but at any point, you can rotate them out for an active Pokemon with the benched one, and we battle until all 3 Pokemon have fainted. Iris starts to laugh. Wow, this is even lamer than I thought. This angers Brody even more as he tells her, the time for talk is over. Choose your Pokemon. Iris sends out Axew, Servine, and Emolga. Brody sends out Simisage, Mushrana, and Girder. Iris starts with Axew while Brody chooses Girder. The battle begins, and Iris quickly realizes that Axew is outmatched in power, but not in speed, so she uses this to her advantage to get in close with the Dragon Rage. But then Brody recalls Girder and sends in Mushrana, who uses its psychic powers to deflect the Dragon Rage, taking no damage. Iris yells, hey, that's not fair. Brody then replies, what do you mean? These are the rules. I explained them. It's not my fault. You weren't paying attention. This angers Iris, which leads her to not thinking clearly and inevitably losing the battle. 3-0. After the crowd and Brody return to Nimbasa City, Ash asks Iris if she is okay. She says she is, but Roxy knows better. See, this is the type of challenge Iris was looking for, but she couldn't rise to the occasion. Then she makes a decision. She tells Ash and Roxy that they will be parting ways here, and Ash asks her why. Iris says that this loss is extremely upsetting. She is going to head back to Nimbasa City to find that jerk Brody and challenge him to a rematch. Ash says, are you sure? Iris replies, yes, but not not to worry. She will contact them before she leaves Nimbasa City to head to Driftville City. Hopefully, they haven't moved on by then. Ash sighs and says, okay, we wish you luck. Team parts ways. Ash and Roxy heading to Driftville, and Iris back to Nimbasa City. After some hours, Ash and Roxy reach Driftville City and head to its Pokemon Center. Here, they run into Hugh, and Ash is happy to see his old friend. But Hugh is not in such high spirits, and Ash asks Hugh what's the matter. Hugh responds that it's the Driftville City gym leader. He is super tough, and after challenging him 2 times, he still can't beat him. Ash's response is one of excitement, and so is Riolu's. After all the trouble that they had in Nimbasa City, the two want a strong challenge to test them. Ash wants to head there first thing in the morning. As Ash and Hugh talk more, you can tell that Hugh has had his confidence shaken, and he doesn't know what to do. Ash says maybe they should have a battle. After all, their last one was interrupted. Hugh likes this idea, but then Roxy chimes in. Hugh, I think you should come look at this. He responds, what is it? Roxy points to a flyer on the wall. Team Plasma Reparation Center. It reads, if you or someone you know has been hurt by the actions of Team Plasma, please come see us. They're located next to the Driftville gym. Hugh says, this could be what I've been looking for. Maybe they have information on Purloin. Which tells Hugh that since it's right next to the gym, they can go first thing in the morning and see if there's any info. Hugh thanks Ash, and they agree with the plan. The next morning, they head to the place on the flyer. Hugh has been up all night thinking about it, and this has led him to a false sense of hope that he will find his missing Purloin. Upon arrival, there are 2 individuals standing in front of the gym, talking with each other. One of them Hugh recognizes right away with his tall hat and larger-than-life personality. It's Clay, the Driftville City gym leader. Hugh calls out to him, and he turns to greet the group and asks if Hugh is back for another rematch. Hugh declines and states that he is here for some info on a Pokemon that was stolen from his family 3 years ago. Clay replies, well, you've come to the right place, and points to the person he was talking with. This here is Rude, one of the former 7 sages of Team Plasma. Hugh responds with a loud, what? And out of anger, accuses Rude of having Purloin and demands that he return it to him. Clay and Ash try to calm Hugh down, but he refuses, till Rude, without saying anything, walks over to Hugh and hugs him and says, I'm sorry, my child. I'm sorry that Team Plasma has caused you so much pain and anguish. This stuns Hugh and everyone else. Then Rude invites everyone inside so they can discuss the reason that they are all there. They all head inside to find that is a refuge for Pokemon. Rude states that all the Pokemon here are Pokemon that were stolen from trainers by Team Plasma. This angers Hugh more, and he starts to say something, but is cut off by Rude when he says that their current goal is to reunite with their rightful trainers. Hugh, without missing a beat, demands to be given Purloin back. Rude responds, I'm sorry, young trainer, but we don't have, nor have we ever had, a Purloin under our care at this location. Hugh accuses Rude of lying and saying what these people claim is a front to steal more Pokemon. Rude responds, I assure you, young one, our cause is true. We now see the error in our ways of the past. Rude then goes on to state that 3 years ago, when Team Plasma first attacked, it was based on an ideal, but that ideal was formed from a false truth. Rude then walks over to a picture on the wall and points to it. On the left is our former master, Getsus, the one who founded Team Plasma and lied to everyone. Right is our Lord N, the one who was to be king, but once he found out the truth behind our master Getsus and his plans, he disbanded Team Plasma and went into hiding. Hughes says, then where's Purloin? Saddened by this revelation, is it lost forever? Rude replies, young trainer, just because I said that we don't have it in our care doesn't mean we can't find out where it is. Hugh, puzzled, asks how. Rude states the reason they settled here in Driftville City was because this place was the house of records for all of Team Plasma's past doings, including who has Pokemon that were stolen. In our archives, there are hundreds of files that have not been sorted. Your answer may be there. Hugh demands to see these archives. Rude says, follow me, and leads everyone to the basement where there are mountains of computer software. Rude says these are all the computer servers that were able to be recovered but have not been able to go through. This is where your answer lies, young trainer. Hugh responds with, can I look? Rude says, you are welcome to look as long as you wish. Then Hugh disappears among all of the hardware. Rude turns to Ash and Roxy, asking if they are here to recover Pokemon that were stolen by Team Plasma. Ash responds, no, my name is Ash, and I'm from Aspertia City. I'm actually here to challenge Clay to a battle for a gym badge. Rude looks at Ash intensely for a while, then asks, wasn't there a third person with you by the name of Iris? Ash, wondering how Rude knows about her, asks, why? Rude says, I wanted to talk to her. Asks why he wanted to talk to her. Wondering, Rude then replies that he was wanting to follow up with her as he had learned that she had been traveling with 2 other trainers and had been in Nimbasa City recently. He just thought he would inform the champion of their progress they have made. Ash then asks what Rude meant by champion. Rude responds with, champion, as in being the champion of the Unova region, the title that is currently held by Iris. This stuns Ash, as he was not aware of this, and claims he had no idea that she was champion, and asks Roxy if she knew. Roxy states she suspected something, but it never came up in conversation. Ash then saying that Iris went back to Nimbasa City to train, but she should be coming through once she's finished. Rude says, oh well, hopefully I will see her in the future. Ash shakes off the shock of the revelation that Iris is champion and turns to Clay. Clay, I challenge you to a gym battle. Clay responds with, good, I've been itching for another opponent. I need someone who can battle me with pure power. Don't disappoint me, Ash. Ash is a little nervous. This gym leader is very intimidating, but Ash refuses to back down and tells Clay he will bring the power. The two head to the gym, leaving Roxy and Hugh behind. While Ash and Clay head to the gym, Roxy chooses to look around the Team Plasma Reparations Center with Rude. She asks how they manage all of this. Rude responds, with everyone here being a former member of Team Plasma, trying to do what is right and right the wrongs, they stay committed and have vowed to reunite every trainer with their Pokemon, and they won't stop until that goal is met. Roxy thinks she sees a Pokemon out of the corner of her eye, but there's nothing there, and she asks Rude if he saw that. He looks but sees nothing. Over with Ash and Clay, they're heading to the gym, and they are in an elevator going down to the battlefield. On the way down, Ash asks Clay if what Rude said was really true. Discovery of one's self. Today, we pick back up with Ash and Clay heading down the elevator to the battlefield. Clay turns to Ash and responds, yes, it's true. Ash is silent. Clay states she's been the champion now for about 3 years. Iris was a big help in taking down Team Plasma the last time they attacked Unova, but at the time, she wasn't champion. She was just a trainer like yourself, but she didn't have any friends. She was traveling only one other person, not unlike you. I'd have to say, if she's traveling with you, then that means she has changed a lot. You see, last time, she was a kid, kind of a loner, even though she knew one of the other gym leaders in Unova and they were traveling together, but she always seemed to be kind of distant. She preferred it that way. It's none of my business why, but it seems she has changed. Ash is quiet and thinking to himself. Now he understands a little bit more of why Iris wanted to travel on her own, but not the reason. Back at the Team Plasma Reparations Center, Rude is talking with Roxy about the progress they have made since they've started. Roxy mentions that they have had multiple encounters with the Shadow Triad and Team Plasma Grunts in the past few months, and it appears they have been looking for something. We know that they have captured and experimented on Thunderous back in Burbank City, and we're after some info that were in the ruins under Castelia City. Then we ran into them in the desert outside of Nimbasa, and then she mentions the strange Pokemon that Eclipse was after in Castelia City at the concert, and how another member attacked the Pokemon Center in Nimbasa City, trying to capture Ash's Riolu. But before Roxy can finish her sentence, Rude responds with Meloetta. Roxy goes quiet. Rude then mentions that this is worrisome and tells Roxy to follow him. Back at the gym, they reach the bottom of the shaft, and it opens up into a huge room full of mining equipment, and Ash is amazed and asks what this is. Clay responds that I'm a coal miner by trade, and this is my mine. This is also the battlefield. Are you ready, Ash? Ash thinks to himself, this will be the first gym battle he's had without his friends by his side, and now he knows that Iris is champion, so he has to win this one, so he can prove that he can win without her. He has to win this one, so he can prove that he can win without having to use Iris as a crutch. And he responds, yes I am, and the two trainers take their position. Clay tells Ash that he'd better bring the power, because that's all that they do down here, as he sends in Palpitoad. Ash, being Ash, wants to match Clay's power, so he sends out his own Palpitoad. Clay responds, this should be a good match. Your Palpitoad looks like it can take a few hits and keep licking. Ash responds, it can do more than that, as he orders a Muddy Water. Clay counters it with an Aqua Ring. The Muddy Water hits, but it does little damage, and then the Aqua Ring activates, healing back up Palpitoad. Ash says, wait, it didn't do any damage? Clay responds, I told you, Ash, we like to battle and test our power. Aqua Ring heals Palpitoad a little every turn, so if you're gonna beat it, you're gonna have to come up with some more powerful attacks to win. Ash gulps and thinks to himself, what have I gotten myself into? Back with Roxy and Rude, they're heading back down to the basement. Hugh is still frantically searching all over the place for the information he desires. Rude leads Roxy to a room in the back with a giant letter on the door. It's marked N, and he unlocks the door and goes inside. The walls are plastered with images of Pokemon, more notably legendary Pokemon from all across the Unova region. And each picture with each legendary Pokemon contains N, and each picture with each legendary Pokemon stands a man with green hair. But one catches Roxy's eye on the desk in the corner. It's a picture of a young man, and it's with Meloetta. Roxy picks up the picture and asks, what is all this? And who is this person? Rude replies, this is our Lord N. It is said that he could communicate with Pokemon and they would understand him. He states that Lord N had met all of these different legendary Pokemon during some point in his travels, including Meloetta. He was on a mission to save Pokemon from people, and he wanted to use legendary Pokemon to help. And with the backing of the leader of the 7 sages, Getsis, he felt he was on the right path. Lord N thought the two shared the same goals, but it turns out Getsis wanted to control the legendary Pokemon, to subjugate Unova under his rule. Once Lord N found out, with the help of the champion Iris, they were able to put down Getsis and stop his plans. We have not seen or heard from Lord N since then. Team Plasma then fractured into the 2 groups, the ones that are loyal to N and the others who follow Getsis. Roxy asks if Rude knows what Neo Team Plasma is planning. He responds, no, he does not, but whatever it is cannot be good. Then some stuff behind a shelf gets knocked over, and Rude exclaims, ah, there you are. Then they hear from upstairs, Rude, come quick. Back over with Ash and Clay, Ash decides that he's going to have to be smarter about this and orders Palpito to charge in. Clay likes his approach and orders the same, but for his Palpito to use Bulldoze. Ash tells Palpito to use Uproar, but Clay's is too fast and it dodges, then connects with the Bulldoze in full force. This shakes Ash even more, but Palpito stands up and is ready for more. Clay responds that this is what he likes to see, guts. Ash orders a Supersonic, but Palpito is moving slower, and Clay is able to dodge it and hits Palpito with a Bubble Beam, but it does nothing. In fact, it looks like Palpitoad is healed a little bit from the Bubble Beam. Ash doesn't understand. Clay says, Ash, it looks like you got yourself one special Palpitoad there. Ash, confused, says, what do you mean? Clay states, it's the ability, Water Absorb. That's a rare one. Not many species of Palpitoad have that one. To get more clarification, Ash pulls out his Pokédex and explains that Water Absorb turns water-type attacks into HP for some Pokemon. Ash is relieved. Clay states that this makes things more interesting. Ash asks how. Clay states if he wants to win, all he can use is Bulldoze, on account that all of his Palpitoad's other damage-causing attacks are water-based. This gives Ash some relief, while Clay gets excited. This is the type of battle he wanted. Clay orders a Bulldoze. Ash then counters with a Mud Shot, and it seems to be more effective than Muddy Water. So Ash orders Palpitoad to keep it up, but Clay's Palpitoad is still faster, and it gets in with the Bulldoze with full force, knocking back Ash's Palpitoad into a boulder, breaking it. Clay orders another Bulldoze, and Ash tells Palpitoad to respond with an Uproar, causing Clay's Palpitoad to flinch. Ash then thinks, I have to end this. He orders Palpitoad to grab the rocks at its feet with his tongue and throw them at Clay's Palpitoad, and they connect, causing a lot of damage. Clay orders his Palpitoad to rush in with Bulldoze. Ash counters it with a Mud Shot that hits a critical hit. Ash sees this and realizes that he only has one chance. He orders Palpitoad to rush in. Clay orders the same. This is going to be a clash of pure willpower. The 2 Pokemon collide headfirst into each other, knocking each other out. Ash is surprised and recalls Palpitoad, but Clay, he is super excited. He thought Ash would be someone to give him the type of battle he wants, and he wants to get started right away with the second one, sending out his Crocoro. Ash thinks, okay, the last time in the desert when they battled one, Riolu was able to handle it pretty easily, so he thinks, that's my play. But then, part of the mine wall next to the battlefield breaks open, and in the hole stands a Pokemon. Back with Roxy and Rude, they head upstairs, with Hugh in tow. They head outside, and there stands a team of Neoplasma grunts, with someone in front of them. The gentleman greets Rude with a, it's been a long time. Rude responds with, Zinzolan, what are you doing here? He replies, now Rude, is that any way to greet an old friend? Roxy asks who it is. Rude responds with, he is one of the 7 sages, and is working with Neo Team Plasma. This angers Hugh. He is frustrated because he can't find any info on Purloin, and thinks that maybe Zinzolan has what he seeks. He blurts out, you're going to tell me where Purloin is, and sends out Pignite. Zinzolan doesn't know what he was talking about and responds, Rude, is this how you treat all of your guests, with such hostility? I expected better than this from one of the 7 sages. Rude says, enough with the antagonizing. Zinzolan, why are you here? He responds, simple. Team Plasma is closer now more than ever to its goals, and I wanted to invite you back for old time's sake. Rude immediately declines, stating everything that they stand for is directly opposed to what Team Plasma is supposed to be. Zinzolan tells Rude he is naive. The goal is still the same. The only thing that has changed is how we go about it. Last chance on my offer. Once I leave, it does too. Rude responds, my answer is still the same. Zinzolan says, it's a shame, and tells everyone to leave. Just then, there's a loud crash from inside the house. They all turn back, and a Bisharp and Necrosis come running out, and in pursuit of them is a small Pokemon, and it launches a Shadow Ball at the Bisharp. In response, it tries to counter with a Guillotine, and it's heading for the this Pokemon, but the Pokemon can't get out of the way in time. Back at the gym, the Pokemon in the hole emerges. It reveals itself. Ash looks at it and thinks, it can't be. Clay wonders what's going on. It's Krokorok, the same one from the desert, and it attacks Riolu. Ash tells Riolu to dodge and to use Oris, which connects, knocking back Krokorok. Clay tells Ash to put it in its place. How dare it interrupt their battle? Ash says hold on, and he tries to reason with Krokorok, but it doesn't care and continuously attacks Riolu. Ash realizes he has to put it down and catch it. He orders Riolu to use Force Palm. Krokorok counters with a crunch, grabbing Riolu and slamming it into the ground. Then it uses Slash, which connects it, damaging Riolu. Ash calls to Riolu. Krokorok uses Dig to try and get the advantage on Riolu, but Ash and it are ready. Once it surfaces, Ash calls for a counter, knocking out both Pokemon. Ash runs to Riolu and grabs it. He checks for Krokorok, but it seems to have run off again. Ash picks up Riolu and turns to Clay. I think that I have to forfeit the battle on account of what happened. This disappoints Clay, but he tells Ash he understands. He looks forward to the rematch. Back outside with everyone, Bisharp comes in with the guillotine. The small Pokemon flinches, waiting to be struck, but then it opens his eyes. In front of it stands a Pokemon defending it. It's Maractus, and it blocked Bisharp's guillotine and counters with a Needle Arm, knocking it back. Roxy picks up the small Pokemon. Zenzolan yells, "Did you get the data that we needed, Necrosis?" Necrosis responds, "Yes." Then we need to pull out, and they all make their getaway. Hugh gives chase, wanting to get the info he desires out of them. Rude runs to Roxy and asks if she is alright. She says yeah, and asks Maractus if it's okay. It jumps for joy. Rude thanks Roxy for saving the small Pokemon. Roxy asks what is it. Rude responds that it is one of the Pokemon that Lord N used to play with as a child. Zora. Roxy looks down, and Zora is just staring at Roxy. It then licks Roxy's face. Rude is surprised. He hasn't seen Zora warm up to anyone since Lord N. Back down in the mine with Ash and Riolu, Ash starts to leave, but Riolu jumps from Ash's arms and refuses to go. Ash is starting to clue in. Just because Riolu's down doesn't mean the team is. He thinks, I still have 3 Pokemon. I still have a chance. He turns to Clay and asks if they can still continue the battle, with excitement in his voice. Clay responds, you bet we can. Ash says, you better look out, Clay, cause here I come for you. Trials and Tribulations. We pick back up with Roxy and Rude. Roxy asks Rude to clarify what he means. Rude explains that for a long time, Lord N lived in the wild with Pokemon. During this time, he had befriended many of them, but there was a particular group of them that he held close to himself, including this Zora. He never caught it, but where Lord N went, Zora followed. Then, after the events of 3 years ago, Lord N disappeared, and Zora just stayed here, waiting for his return. In this time, it's become very reclusive. It didn't show much emotion to anyone until today, when you saved it. Roxy tells Rude that she was glad to help, and hands Zora to him. Back at the gym, Ash and Riolu stand ready to face Clay and Krokorok. Ash thinks the last battle was intense. He needs something that has pure advantage. Clay is all about power, so he'll go with speed. Ash yells, Levanny, I choose you. Clay comments, Ash, playing it safe, are you only going to use type advantage? Ash says he's playing it smart. When the battle starts, Clay takes the first move, telling Krokorok to get in close and to use Crunch. But this is what Ash was hoping for, and Levanny counters with Protect. Then, Ash orders the next Scissor, which connects, but Clay was ready for it and uses Torment to counter. Ash doesn't notice any damage to Levanny, so to capitalize on the opening Clay just gave him, he orders another X-Scissor, but Levanny flinches, and then is met with the Bulldoze with full force. Ash asks Levanny, what's wrong? Clay says, Ash, that's Torment for you. Ash asks, what do you mean? Clay says, now that Levanny is under Torment, it can't use the same moves back to back. Ash thinks to himself, great. Now he has to be careful not to use the same move back to back, and he also has to worry about Levanny becoming slower after being hit with the Bulldoze. How will he be able to get out of this one? Back with Roxy and Rude, Zora struggles to get away from Rude. It wants to go back with Roxy. It jumps out of Rude's arms and back into Roxy's. Roxy is confused, and Rude just laughs. Just then, Hugh comes walking back up with Pignite and someone in tow. It's a member of Neo Team Plasma. It appears Hugh has captured him, and Pignite was keeping him contained. Hugh is extremely excited. He gloats about having caught a member of Team Plasma, and he's going to make them tell them everything that he knows. Just then, Rude asks, Gordon, is that you? Hugh and Roxy, puzzled, say what? Gordon says, hey Rude, it's been a while. Hugh says, you know him, Rude? Rude says, yes, this is Gordon, one of the undercover agents we have in Neo Team Plasma. Hugh is stunned into silence. Rude asks Gordon if he is okay. He says yes. Rude then asks what happened. It had been months since they last heard any contact from him, and he thought that he had been captured. Gordon replies, luckily no, but security has been very tight. And when we came here and this young man started to give us chase, I knew that this would be my chance to communicate with you. So I faked getting captured. Hugh just lets out an angry yell and walks off. Roxy tells them she will go after him and follows. Rude asks Gordon if he's gotten any new information from Neo Team Plasma. Gordon says only one thing. Gordon pulls out a USB drive and hands it to Rude. Gordon then says that he has to go, and he takes off. Rude stares at the USB drive intensely. Back at the gym, Ash has his hands full. The battle has been an intense one, but Ash and Levani have an ace up their sleeve. As Levani starts to glow, Ash knows that he has to do this right. Swarm is active, but if X-Scissor misses, Levani will lose. Ash orders Levani to charge in. Clay knows Ash's plan and all about Swarm. He tells Krokorok to wait, as Levani is much slower right now. As Levani gets in close, Ash orders an X-Scissor. Krokorok dodges off to the side. This is what Ash wanted, and he orders Razor Leaf that connects at close range with a critical hit, knocking out Krokorok. Ash is excited. Now he has the lead, but just barely. Levani is really worn out, and Ash knows it will not be able to finish the next battle. Clay tells Ash that was pretty clever to bait him with the X-Scissor like that, but it won't happen again, and he sends out his Excadrill. Back outside, Roxy is running to catch up with Hugh, calling his name. Hugh finally stops, and Roxy asks what's wrong. Hugh looks at Pignite, rubs its head, and sighs deeply. I feel like I'm not good enough, he says. Roxy replies, what do you mean? Hugh says it's his personal mission to stop Team Plasma and get back Purloin from whoever took it, but lately he can't do anything right. He faced Clay 2 times and lost, and now he thinks that he finally has a win by capturing a grunt of Neo Team Plasma, and it turns out it's only because he wanted to be captured. Hugh goes on to state that he feels like that he will never be able to complete his mission. Roxy chimes in, Hugh, that's all part of the growth. Look at Ash. He has been behind both you and Banga since you started your journeys, but he doesn't quit. He just keeps moving forward in a constant state of growth. She tells him what happened in Mombasa City and how Riolu ran away and how he lost his first gym battle with Elisa. But then, after regrouping and training to tighten up their bond with his Pokemon, he managed to win his rematch. Ash may be a little bit stubborn, but he never gives up on what he believes in, and you can't either. Hugh looks at Pignite as it nods in encouragement, and Hugh says, you're right, buddy. Thanks for sticking by me. And they head back to where Rude is located. Back at the gym, the third match is about to start. Ash wants to play it safe and orders a grass whistle, but Excadrill dodges and uses Hone Claws. Levani can't keep up with Excadrill. It's too worn out, and Excadrill rushes in with a Metal Claw. Ash counters with an X-Scissor, which does connect with Excadrill, but it doesn't matter. The damage was minimal, and the Metal Claw connects, knocking out Levani. Ash recalls it and thanks it for a battle well fought. Clay tells Ash he wants a match of pure power. Come at him with everything he's got. Ash thinks he could go with Swanna. It does have the type advantage, but they are in an enclosed space, and when he tried to do that at the Castelia gym, it nearly cost him the match. Ash decides it's not worth the risk and looks at Clay. Ash pulls out a Pokeball and says, alright, you want power? Then you'll get power. Roggenrola, I choose you. Clay responds, gutsy, choosing something with a type disadvantage? I like it. And he gives Ash the first move. Ash calls for an Iron Defense, and Clay orders a Rock Slide that connects, but Roggenrola doesn't feel it. Ash then orders a Rock Blast, but Excadrill dodges and gets in close and connects with the Metal Claw, knocking it back. Ash is worried. He can see that it was super effective and calls for another Iron Defense. Clay tells Ash that he can't win playing only defense, as he orders a Bulldoze, which connects. Ash doesn't listen and orders another Iron Defense. Clay doesn't like the lack of action and orders Excadrill to end it with a Metal Claw, but Ash wanted this and orders a Flash Cannon that connects with Excadrill, but Excadrill is still pushing through with Metal Claw. Ash tells Roggenrola it needs to push harder, it needs more power. Roggenrola hears this and puts everything into pushing back Excadrill, causing a lot of damage, but Excadrill still stands, and Roggenrola is running low on energy. Clay orders another Metal Claw, which connects. Ash calls to Roggenrola, and it starts to glow. The evolution pushes back Excadrill, and now Ash has a Bulldor. Ash pulls out his Pokédex and reads Bulldor, the Ore Pokemon. When it's healthy, its core sticks out and is always facing the same way. It swiftly moves from front to back and left to right. Bulldor has now learned a new move, Rock Slide. Ash is ecstatic, and Clay can't keep his excitement. Now the two will have a battle of real power. Ash knows that Bulldor is not at full health, and he has to do something to make a huge power push. Clay orders a Bulldoze, and Ash tells Bulldor to take it, but to grab Excadrill and lift it into the air. It does, and now Excadrill is stuck. Ash orders Bulldor to use a Flash Cannon at full power, which connects. Bulldor drops Excadrill, but it stands back up. It took a lot of damage from the Flash Cannon and is noticeably hurt, but is still willing to battle. Ash and Clay know that the next move will decide the match. Clay orders a metal claw, and Excadrill rushes in. Ash puts all of his hopes on one move and orders a rock slide, which comes flying at Excadrill, too fast to dodge, causing a flinch. Excadrill and Boldore look at each other as Excadrill falls in defeat. Ash can't believe it. To think, he almost forfeited the match. He looks at Riolu and runs over to Boldore to hug it. Clay comes over to Ash and presents him with the Quake badge and tells him he's never had a battle like that one and he should be proud of himself. Ash thanks Clay and heads back up to the surface. At the top, Ash meets with Roxy and Hugh. He tells him that he won and he shows him the badge. They congratulate him and they tell him about what happened and that they are on their back to talk with Rude. Hugh looks upset and Ash asks what's wrong. Hugh says he's happy that Ash got the Quake badge, but he still doesn't. Now he's being left behind. Ash tells Hugh not to worry. He will get one. He just has to keep moving forward. Hugh just smiles and then they head back to Rude. Upon arrival, they talk with him and he invites them all in to stay the night. Ash says he would love to, but his Pokemon need to be looked at and he needs to go to the Pokemon Center. He and Roxy leave, but Hugh stays. He wants to talk one-on-one with Rude. Later at the Pokemon Center, while they are waiting for Nurse Joy, Ash and Roxy hear a scream from another trainer. Roxy stands up and there stands Zorora. The trainer tried to pick it up, but it bit her. Roxy walks over and apologizes and picks up Zorora, then returns to Ash to ask what that was all about. Roxy explains everything that Rude told her about Zorora. Now it has followed her to the Pokemon Center. Ash says, "It seems I like you a lot, Roxy." She responds, "Yeah, we'll have to return it in the morning though," as the two are starting to eat. Later that night, after everyone is asleep, Riolu wakes up. It senses something. It wakes up Ash and they go for a look. All the lights in the center are out, but Ash sees a flame at the end of a hallway and yells, "Who is it?" But they don't respond. So Ash and Riolu give chase, but the flame disappears. But Riolu can sense them, and Ash tells it to lead the way. They end up in a room that has a lot of little equipment that doesn't appear to be used anymore. Ash calls out. Then things start to fly around him, levitating off the ground. Ash starts to get frightened, and then orders Riolu to fire an aura sphere. It waits and takes aim, then fires. It sees it hit something, and it disappears, off into the darkness. All the items drop to the floor, and the lights come back on. Confused, Ash asks Riolu if it can still sense anything, and it can't, so the two head back to bed. The next morning, Ash tells Roxy about the whole event on their way to taking Zorora back. She remarks, "That's odd." Reach the Reparations Center, and Rude is out front. Roxy walks up to him. She tells him that Zorora followed her to the Pokemon Center last night and tries to return it, but Zorora refuses. It wants to stay with Roxy. Rude just laughs and says, "It seems Zorora has chosen to stay with you, Roxy." He then says to go ahead and try to catch it. After all, it still is considered a wild Pokemon. It doesn't have a trainer. Roxy looks at Zorora and pulls out a Pokeball and presents it with it. Zorora taps the ball on her head, and then inside of the ball it goes, of its own free will. Rude says, "I have just one thing to ask. Please take good care of it." Roxy, looking at the ball, says, "Don't worry, I will." As this happens, Hugh comes out to greet them. He asks what Ash and Roxy's next move is. Ash says he told Iris that they would wait for her. She said she would be here within a week, and that she would be contacting them soon. Rude says if you're going to be here for a few more days, you should at least check out Driftvale City and the sights. So over the next 4 days, they do, and they have a great time. But each night, Ash and Riolu both are awakened by the same experience that they had on the first night. But each time, it gets more intense. Finally, on the morning of the 5th day, Ash goes to Nurse Joy to tell her about it. She remarks, "Oh dear, Ash, I'm so sorry." Then asks him to please follow her. She leads them into the room that they end up in every night and asks if this is the room. Ash responds yes. She says, "I figured," and yells, "You can come out now. You don't need to be shy." They look around for a moment. Then a flame appears out of nowhere, and Nurse Joy says, "There you are." Then a Pokemon appears. Ash pulls out his Pokédex, and it reads, "Lampent, the lamp Pokemon. The spirit it absorbs, feel its baleful fire. It hangs out around hospitals, waiting for people to pass on." Nurse Joy says that this Lampent once belonged to a trainer that lived here in Driftvale City, but sadly, it passed on a while ago. This trainer was very good friends with Clay, the gym leader, and when the trainer passed, so Lampent wouldn't be lonely, Clay brought it here to the Pokemon Center. Since then, it seeks out trainers that have a strange bond with their Pokemon in order to test them. Ash says, "Really?" Nurse Joy responds with, "Yes, I think it's looking for a worthy trainer to battle it so it can have a purpose again." Then she pulls out a Pokeball and says, "Here, Ash, this is Lampent's ball. Maybe it will accept you as its new trainer." Ash takes the ball and looks at Lampent, then to Riolu. Ash knows what they must do. He challenges Lampent to a battle, and Lampent accepts. Riolu starts with the quick attack, but it has no effect. Nurse Joy tells Ash Lampent is part ghost. Normal moves won't work. Lampent then fires a flame burst, and Ash orders a counter. but that too fails. Ash doesn't understand. If they can't hit it, then they can't win. Ash orders Riolu to use quick attack to get in close, then to use force palm, but that also fails. Nurse Joy tells Ash fighting type moves don't work on ghost types either. Ash thinks, great, then what can they do? He then thinks back to the first night in the ore sphere. It managed to hit it. Ash orders Riolu to wait and get a lock on the Lampet. It does, and Ash orders Riolu to fire an ore sphere, which connects, knocking Lampet to the floor. Ash walks over to Lampet and asks if it's okay. It just smiles, and Ash pulls out the Pokeball and asks, would you like to come along with me on my journey? It looks at Ash, then taps the ball to return to the place it hasn't been in many years. Ash stands up. Nurse Joy tells Ash, take good care of Lampet. He says don't worry, he will treat it like it's supposed to be treated. They walk out of the room and meet up with Roxy. She is feeding all of her Pokemon. He presents her with the ball and tells her that he just caught Lampet. She congratulates him, then asks the serious question, how long are they going to wait for Iris? It has been 7 days after all. Ash says, let me call the Pokemon Center in Nimbasa City to talk to her. Ash calls, and Nurse Joy tells Ash that Iris hasn't been there for several days. Ash says thanks and hangs up the phone. He thinks that she may have moved on to Eastern Unova. He turns to Roxy and says, we're moving on. She isn't there and hasn't been there in several days. Later that afternoon, they are headed out at the edge of town and meet with Clay and Hugh. Clay heard that Ash caught Lampet and tells him that it belonged to a dear old friend, so to take care of it. Also, he says here, and he hands Ash the glasses that Krokorok was wearing. He said, I think that Krokorok you battled in the gym dropped these, and he might be back to get them. Ash says, thanks Clay. Hugh tells the two that he is staying in Driftville for a while. He's going to look over Team Plasma's files and train to beat Clay. Ash tells him that they will meet again. They wish Hugh good luck and set off. Meanwhile, Rude has finally opened the USB drive that was given to him by Gordon. And on the screen, in big bold letters, it reads, The Winds of Change. Today, we join Ash and Roxy on Route 6, making their way to Mistroughton City and the site of Ash's next gym badge. Roxy comments to Ash about how they could have waited for Iris a little longer. There was still so much to see in Driftville City, like the ruins that had been unearthed, or the new battle facility they were building in the south of the city. Clay said it's going to be far more grand than the Battle Club. Ash just shrugs it off and replies, Iris said a week. We called and she wasn't there. Remember, she said she would be back in 7 days. Ash then goes on to say she probably was able to get through the Eastern Masa Gate and she just went on her own way. Roxy sighs and replies, maybe, and they continue on. After a while, the two come to a building that is in the middle of nowhere. Outside stands a lady and a Pokemon next to her. Roxy and Ash approach her and introduce themselves and ask what this place is. The lady introduces herself as Marissa and her Pokemon, Deerling. She says that this is the Seasonal Weather Institute. They study the seasons and the effects that it has on Pokemon, like Deerling, and she invites the two inside. Once inside, Ash and Roxy are amazed at what they see. Computers and weather instruments line the walls. You see, this system is used for tracking the weather throughout the Unova region in real time. Ash and Roxy are amazed. They've never seen anything this high-tech before. Marissa states that she is responsible for this place. It houses all the data and weather anomalies in Unova dating back nearly 3,000 years. Ash asks how this is possible. Marissa explains that through all the recent discoveries of ancient cultures, they have made some interesting finds, and the weather plays a huge part in it. Marissa then comments how Ash and Roxy look tired. They did leave Driftville about a week ago, and have been on the road ever since. They say yeah, and Marissa asks if they would like to stay the night. After all, there is plenty of room. It's just her and Deerling. Ash, Roxy, and Riolu happily take her up on this offer, as a chance to sleep in a bed for the night is too good to pass up. Then an alarm goes off. Marissa goes to check it. Ash asks if everything is okay. Marissa responds, yeah. For some reason, the area has been experiencing an unusually high traffic of wind currents lately, and she doesn't know why. It's unusual for this time of year, so she wants to be sure that she is tracking it. She shuts off the alarm and asks, who's hungry? Several hours later, after they've all settled in for the night, after a very large meal, Ash and Riolu are laying in bed. Ash turns to Riolu and asks, hey Riolu, you trust me, right? Riolu just stares at Ash, puzzled. Ash says, you're my first Pokemon, and we've had a lot of growth together. But back in the Driftville gym, I almost didn't proceed with the battle because of your injuries. If you would have said no, and we would have left, you would have been okay with it, right? Riolu looks at Ash for what seems to be an eternity, and then nods, and the two fall to sleep together. Hours later, over with Roxy, there is some movement in her bed, but it's not her, it's Zorora. Even though Roxy caught it, it still prefers to be outside the Pokeball, and it is curious about the place, so it goes exploring. After a while of looking around, it comes to a room that isn't all high-tech like the others. It seems to have items that are of Unova's ancient past. But then, Zora notices one item in particular. It jumps up onto the stand where it is being held. It seems to be a mirror of some sort, and Zora is intrigued by it. But then, in the reflection behind it, it notices a shadowy figure, and it turns invisible. The figure steps out of the shadows, and it's revealed to be Eclipse. Zora panics and runs to wake up Roxy. When heading out to the main room, Zora notices that it's filled with Team Plasma grunts. It hurries back to wake Roxy. Once awake, Roxy notices that something is wrong, and she starts to head out of the room. As soon as she opens the door, she is met with a grunt, and it's Girder. The Girder tries to restrain Roxy, but Zora fires a shadow ball at it. The commotion wakes up Marissa and Deerling, and they come out to confront Team Plasma. She demands that they leave at once. They have no right to be here. Then she hears a voice say, "Don't worry, we will, once we've collected what we've come for." And from out of the darkness steps Andrea. Roxy knows that they are in trouble. Back in Ash's room, Ryalu, being more sensitive to the surroundings, wakes up, and it looks at Ash, who is still fast asleep, and tries to wake him up, but it's stopped cold. It can feel the presence in the room. It scans the area, and it locks onto something that is not friendly, and it fires an aura sphere. It gets deflected by another attack, and without a word, steps out Bisharp and Necrosis. Ryalu instantly knows who this is, and is angry, because he took Meloetta. Then, Ryalu starts to glow with aura, but this time, it doesn't seem to be overwhelming it, and the aura gets brighter, and Necrosis simply says one word, with a sinister smile: "Perfect." Back out with Roxy and Eclipse, the two have started battling. Roxy sends out Whirlipede to handle Eclipse's Excalibur, but it is of no use. Roxy is nowhere near the strength of Eclipse. On top of that, her attention is also split because Zora is battling the Girder as well, when a loud crash comes through the window next to them. Back in Ash's room, the crash wakes him up, just as Bisharp and Necrosis captured Ryalu, and they are heading for the window. Over the radio, you hear "Data acquired," and Necrosis responds with "The target acquired. Pull out," as Ash frantically tries to stop Necrosis from taking Ryalu, but it's too late. They are gone. All of Team Plasma has vanished into the night. Ash can't believe it. What would Team Plasma want with Ryalu? Ash heads outside his room, and there stands Roxy and Marissa, with Zora battered and beaten. Ash tells them in tears, "They took Ryalu." Roxy says, "This was a planned attack, but it could have been a lot worse." Ash says, "How could it be worse?" Roxy says she was in trouble. Zora and Whirlipede were going to be injured, really bad, but she points to the window that was broken. There stands Crocro. Ash is puzzled. Crocro looks at Ash and starts making a fuss, pointing at its face. Then Ash thinks back to the glasses that Clay gave him. Ash runs to his bag and pulls them out. He walks over to Crocroak and gives them back. Crocroak takes them and fumbles to put them on his face. Once complete, it looks at Ash and his worried expression, and hears everyone talking about Ryalu and what the next move is. Then, Marissa runs to check everything, but all of the computer systems have been hacked, and they are not transmitting anything, and the artifact room is smashed. They ask if anything is missing, but Marissa says she won't know until she inventories everything. Ash asks, what are they going to do? We need to find Ryalu, but they don't have the first idea where to look. The only thing they know is Team Plasma seem to head northeast of the Weather Institute. Marissa then has an idea. She tracked the weather patterns over the last 3 weeks and realized that they are coming from the same direction that Team Plasma headed towards. Ash says there's no time, and he goes to change. On his way out the door, Roxy stops him. "Ash, you need to be careful. I would help you, but 2 of my Pokemon are hurt, and they need my help here." Ash agrees, and he turns to Crocro, standing in front of him. It intends to go with him. Ash says he's glad to have the help, and the 2 head out. After a while of searching, the 2 haven't found anything, and Ash thinks they may need help. He sends out Swanna and Levan. He tells them what happened and to go try and find anything that could be of help. The 2 then head off. Crocro is surprised how all of them care for Ryalu, and it and Ash continue the search. After a while, Ash and Crocro can see Swanna signaling them. It leads them to a cave that looks like it was man-made. Ash realizes that Levani hasn't returned, so he sends Swanna to go look for it, while he and Crocro head inside. After walking around inside for a while, the light from the outside fades, and they are in total darkness. Ash sends out Lamp and asks if it can use its flame to light the way. It jumps for joy and does just that as they continue deeper into the cave. After a while, things give way to construction equipment and what looks like some sort of ancient ruins, but there's still no one. Ash then sends out Palpitoad. He asks if it can feel any vibrations and if it can tell where they're coming from. Palpitoad does, and they head off to a part of the ruins that appear to still be standing. As they get deeper, they come to what looks like a cave-in, but Ash can hear voices on the other side. They need to get through the rubble, so Ash sends in Boldor, and together with Palpitoad and Crocroak, they manage to bust through the rubble. As they make it through to the other side, they are met with light, and Ash and all of his Pokemon are met with capture rings, all except Crocroak and Lampent. Ash falls to the ground and hears, well, if it isn't a pleasant surprise. He looks up, and there stands a man in a white lab coat. Ash thinks to himself, I know him, and he yells, Culrus. Culrus greets Ash and welcomes him to their laboratory. Ash states, laboratory, in a confused way. Culrus says, yes, this This is one of many laboratories Team Plasma has, and says they do very special research in this one. Then reveals Riolu, held in restraints. Krokorok and Lampent retreat back into the cave. Colorus orders the Plasma Grunts to go after the two. Ash demands that Colorus release Riolu and the rest of his Pokemon. He also says that people will find him. Two of his other Pokemon are on their way to get help. Then Andrew, Eclipse, and Necrosis emerge from behind Colorus. You mean these two holding Swanna and Levanny. They are in bad shape, but Levanny is in the worst of the two. Ash yells, "No!" Colorus then states, "I've been watching you for a while, and I made special arrangements to capture your Pokemon and keep them restrained. Although I didn't account for the other two, but no matter, they will be dealt with." Ash asks, "Why? Why do all this? I'm just an ordinary trainer. Nothing special about me or my Pokemon." Colorus then replies, "That is where you're wrong, Ash. Do you remember what I told you in the desert?" Ash thinks back. "No," he replies. Colorus says, "No matter. I wouldn't expect you to remember anyway. I studied the bond between Pokemon and humans, but there is another field of study that I specialize in, genetics, and this Riolu is very important to that subject." Ash then says he has no idea what he is talking about. Colorus then asks, "Ash, ask yourself, how did you get Riolu? I bet you didn't even get Riolu the normal way a starter Pokemon is given out. I bet you got it as an egg, didn't you? And I bet that person that gave it to you didn't know where it came from." Ash thinks to himself, how does Colorus know all this? I didn't meet him until way after I got Riolu. Colorus then pulls out a stone from his pocket and says, "Watch." He holds the stone to Riolu and it starts to react. Riolu, who was unconscious during all this time, begins to react to the stone, writhing in pain. Ash knows this. Colorus says, "This is the same stone that was in the desert cave. You want to know why Riolu is in so much pain, Ash?" But before Colorus could answer, there is a large explosion. Then the power fails. Colorus, in a panic, orders the 3 members of the Shadow Triad to go and restore it. If they don't, it will be free. The 3 comply and vanish in an instant. Colorus goes to another room to verify the condition of something. While gone, Ash yells to Riolu and the rest of his Pokemon. Swanna, Palpitoad, and Boldor are all awake, but Riolu and Levanny are unable to respond. Ash asks Boldor if it can break its restraints with a flash cannon. It fires one at Palpitoad, and it works. Then the 2 Pokemon break free and make their way to the top of the platform, where Riolu, Swanna, and Levanny are. With some effort, they manage to free the others. Riolu does wake up, and it is able to stand, but Levanny is in very bad shape. It won't wake up and is very injured. Ash recalls it, and then tells the other they need to get out of there, but he questions where Krokorok and Lampent are. Then, Riolu notices something and wanders to the backside of the platform. There, in a containment field, is Meloetta. It appears to be in some sort of stasis. Ash walks over and says they must have captured it when they teleported away the last time we saw them. Riolu is furious about this, as is Ash. The two are sharing the same emotions of anger, and Riolu starts to glow. Ash notices this, but to his amazement, Riolu is not overwhelmed and is able to focus. Ash orders everyone to attack the containment field, and they all proceed to. And after a struggle, they are able to break the containment field, but after, Riolu's aura starts to fade. It is still weak as Meloetta falls to the floor. It begins to levitate. Then, Lampent appears. It caught Meloetta. Ash is relieved that Lampent is okay, but asks where Krokorok is. Then, through the floor, comes Krokorok with some wires that are sparking, hanging from its mouth. It had gotten into the generator room and started ripping apart all of the electrical. Ash is relieved that it is okay, but they need to get out of there. Ash recalls Palpitoad, Boldor, Swanna, and Lampent. He picks up Meloetta and tells Riolu and Krokorok they need to go. But Colorus reappears at the door and tells Ash he won't be leaving with Riolu. It's his responsibility, and Ash can't take him. Colorus sends out Klinklang. Riolu steps up. Although weak, it still wants to fight. Ash can see this. Riolu wants to make it clear to Colorus that it chooses Ash and only Ash. Ash agrees with Riolu, and Riolu starts to attack at Ash's command. The battle doesn't last long, not because Colorus is a better trainer or Riolu falls due to weakness, but because Riolu starts to glow with aura again during the battle as Ash gives it commands. Intrigued by this, Colorus recalls Klinklang. Ash is confused. Colorus tells Ash and Riolu they have earned their freedom on this day, but he will come for Riolu someday in the future. With that, Colorus vanishes back into the room from which he came. Ash tries to escape with Riolu and Krokorok, but is then met by Zinzolin. He won't let Ash go and claims he's not weak like that pathetic Colress. He doesn't even know why Getsus trusts him. Zinzolin sends out Cryogonal. Ash thinks, great, most of his Pokemon are weak. The only one that hasn't battled is Lampent, so Ash sends it out. Lampent is able to overpower Cryogonal easily, taking great joy in this new game that he gets to play. But Zinzolin isn't having any of it, and he sends out another Cryogonal. Now Lampent is starting to struggle, and Ash notices it. Riolu wants to step in, and as it does, it gets held back, but not by Ash. Krokorok is standing there, and it will go into battle. Ash sees this and agrees. Ash calls for a Stone Edge, and Krokorok does it, catching Zinzolin off guard. Then Lampet and Croakrook make quick work of the two Cragnals, sending Zinzolin packing. But the team has little time to celebrate. There is another explosion from deep within the complex, followed by a very powerful gust of wind. Ash tells everyone that they need to get out of there now, so they make a break for it. Once outside, they watch as the base implodes in on itself. Then, what appears to be a Pokemon flying up from the collapsing complex. Ash pulls out his Pokédex, and it identifies the Pokemon as Tornadus. It bellows a loud cry. And as it does, Meloetta suddenly comes to, glowing in an aura, then teleports away. Tornadus then proceeds to fly off, and Ash and Riolu are standing there in amazement at what happened. Ash tells them that they need to get back to the Weather Institute, so they go. Once back, they tell Roxy and Marissa about what happened. Marissa comments that Riolu looks like it's in pretty bad shape. Ash responds, yeah, but the Vanny is in worse shape. He lets it out of its Pokeball, and it is still unconscious and breathing heavily. Ash asks Marissa if there is a Pokemon Center close to where they are. She says, no, the closest one is in Driftville and Milsterton City. This isn't good. If Vanny doesn't get help, it may not make it. Ash then thinks back to a conversation he had with Iris a while back. She said that once he gets a 6 Pokemon, he can transfer them to Trayvon at the Floxy Ranch, and he can also use that function to interchange them, but he needs more than 6 Pokemon to do it. Ash doesn't know what to do. Croakroak, hearing what's happening, walks up to Ash to get his attention. It starts rambling about something, but Ash doesn't understand. Then Croakroak grabs one of Ash's Pokeballs and activates it and taps it on the front. The Pokeball opens and starts to absorb Croakroak. It falls to the ground, and after 3 stakes, it stops. Ash is taken back by this. Croakroak was willing to let him capture it to help Vanny. Just then, all of Ash's Pokeballs start to glow, and his Pokédex activates. It says, your maximum number of Pokemon allowed has exceeded the limit. Please select one to transfer to your designated Pokemon storage facility. Ash recalls the Vanny and selects its Pokeball. Then, from Ash's hand, the ball teleports away. Ash asks Marissa if she has a phone. She points over to the wall, and Ash calls Trayvon to explain everything. After some time, Ash hangs up. He confirms that Vanny did arrive safely, and Trayvon was going to heal it back to full strength. Roxy and Marissa are relieved. Ash then lets Croakroak out of the ball and thanks it for what it did. Ash then asks if it would actually like to be part of his team. It looks at Ash and Riolu, and without a second thought, it taps the ball to go back inside. Ash looks at the ball and says, Croakroak, welcome to the team. Then he turns to Marissa and asks about the damages done and if there was anything missing. She responds with, all the data from their systems have been wiped and something was stolen. Ash asks what. Marissa states it was the oddest thing. It was a mirror unearthed many years ago in the eastern part of Unova, and she isn't sure why they took it. It wasn't valuable, just used in ritualistic practices. Ash says it couldn't have been an ordinary mirror. Ash then thinks to himself, could it have been something to do with Meloetta? Charging a team of 6. Today, we join Ash and Roxy as they enter Charstone Cave, heading to Mistralton City and his 6th gym badge. After fumbling in the cave and trying to find their way through it, the two come to a large opening in the cave, and they are just amazed at what they see. Levitating stones, surging with electricity. Roxy and Ash comment on the stones. When Roxy looks over to see someone off in the distance, she points this out to Ash, and he looks off towards them. His eyes widen as he yells, "Hey, Bianca!" She turns as Ash runs up to her, and they greet each other. "Ash, how are you?" Bianca replies. Ash tells her that he's great. Bianca asks if his egg hatched. Ash says yes, and points to Riolu. Just then, from behind them, you hear, "Bianca, who are your friends?" They all turn, and Bianca responds, "Oh, Professor Juniper, this is Ash, one of the trainers from Aspertia City." Professor Juniper responds with, "Hi, Ash," then follows with, "So, this is Riolu, the Pokemon that hatched from the egg?" Bianca came clean to Professor Juniper because she felt guilty when she arrived back in November Town, but Professor Juniper just laughed about it when she was told, and just told her it was fine as long as the Pokemon and the trainers were happy. Ash responds, "Yes, we sure are." Professor Juniper responds, "That's very interesting, as Riolu are not commonly found in Unova. Any ones that are usually come here with a traveling partner." But she's glad that it is happy and healthy, but then notices Riolu's eyes and asks about them. Ash tells her that Riolu was born blind due to damage to the egg during its development process. Professor Juniper is very interested in this and how it affects its battling abilities. Ash tells her that they have had to do some specialized training, but they are growing stronger. stronger every day. Professor Juniper then asks Ash if this is the same Riolu that was in the video that Nurse Joy had sent off to her from Nubasa City. Ash responds with yes. Professor Juniper responds, fascinating. I would love to see it in person. Ash responds, well, that might be a problem. Professor Juniper asks why. Ash says that it only seems to happen when one of two things happens. When Riolu is exposed to a certain stone that Team Plasma has. Professor Juniper says, you mean the one that was sent to me? And Ash responds, yes. Professor Juniper sighs and says, it's back at my lab in November Town. She left it there to keep it safe, but then asks, what's the second way? Ash responds with, when Riolu is in a very intense battle. Professor Juniper asks, really? Ash says yes. The more intense and threatened Riolu feels, the better the response is. Professor Juniper thinks for a second. Ash, if you and Riolu are willing to induce this occurrence so I can view it to better understand it to help you, then I may have a way to do it. Ash looks at Riolu. He asks, what do you think, buddy? We need to figure out what it is so you don't get hurt from it. Riolu looks at Ash and nods. Ash says, we're in. Professor Juniper says, okay, follow me. While they are walking, Roxy asks Professor Juniper and Bianca what they are doing in Charstone Cave. Professor Juniper says that they are here studying a Pokemon Clink. Roxy asks, what is it? Bianca replies, a mysterious Pokemon that only appeared about 100 years ago or so, but lately they have been becoming way more aggressive and attacking traveling trainers, so we are here to find out why. Ash then asks Professor Juniper where they are going. She responds, one of my colleagues are here with me in the cave, helping us with our project, and he is a very strong trainer. Ash and Riolu get excited. Professor Juniper states that a battle with him may be enough to induce an episode. Just then, they are hit with a surge of electricity and surrounded with a bunch of Clinks. They are very aggressive towards the group of trainers. Ash realizes that they have to battle their way out, and after learning that they are steel types from the Pokédex, he sends out Krokorok and Lampet to deal with them. Roxy also sends out her Maractus and her Zorora to help. After some battling, the group manages to push back the Clinks, but they are still really aggressive. Then, another surge of electricity erupts around them, and Professor Juniper notices it. Then, she looks deep into the group of Clinks, and she sees a Pokemon at the center. It is not a Clink, but it seems to be the one influencing them. Juniper calls Ash and points it out. Ash pulls out his Pokédex, and it reads, Electric, the eel-fish Pokemon. It wraps itself around prey and paralyzes it with its electricity from its round spots on its sides. Then, it clamps down. Ash commands Krokorok to get in close with the dig, and it tries, but it misses. Professor Juniper tells Ash that Electric's ability is Levitate. Ground-type moves won't work. Ash replies, got it, but he needs to clear out some space, and he orders Lampet to clear the Clink out with the Flame Burst. Then, has Krokorok use Stone Edge, but Electric uses Discharge to counter. Ash orders a Crunch, and it hits with full force. Then, Krokorok follows up with a Slash attack, which lands with a critical hit. Ash wants this Electric. He orders Krokorok to follow up with a Stone Edge while it's down, which connects. Ash then throws a ball, and after 3 shakes, it's his. Then, the Pokédex activates. It asks for him to please choose a Pokemon to send to Floxaranch. After some thought, Ash realizes that his team is becoming very heavy in one type, so he chooses to send Palpitoad, and Electric is added to his team. After the battle, all the Clink have seemed to calm down. Professor Juniper states that the Clink are very sensitive to electricity, and that Electric must have been stimulating them, overcharging them with its discharge. Then, they hear off in the distance. What a wonderful battle that was. Everyone turns, and Professor Juniper replies, oh, there you are. There stands a man. Professor Juniper introduces him as Grimsley. Ash doesn't know who he is. Roxy tells Ash he is dense, and replies Grimsley is one of the Elite Four. You know, the top trainers in Unova. Professor Juniper tells Ash that he is the one she was talking about. Grimsley came with her to find out the problem with the Clink. Grimsley then says that it seems that the problem has been solved. Juniper says yeah, but asks if he wouldn't mind having a battle with Ash and explains the reason why. Grimsley is curious to this and agrees. Ash and Riolu are pumped. They tell Grimsley not to hold back. He says don't worry, I don't know how to. Riolu steps forward. Grimsley sends in his Crocodile. Ash pulls out the Pokedex, and after learning that Crocodile is the evolved form of Krokorok, he gets excited and orders an Aurasphere. Crocodile just takes it without budging. Grimsley tells Ash that he's gonna have to do better than that. Ash says no problem, and he orders Riolu to use a quick attack, which connects, but Crocodile responds with a smackdown, knocking Riolu hard into the ground. It struggles to get back up. That move was at point blank range, but before it can recover, it is hit with an Outrage and knocked back even further, causing greater damage. Now, Ash is concerned. Crocodile comes charging in for a second Outrage. Ash knows that this is his chance. Once the Outrage hits, Ash orders Riolu to respond with a counter. Riolu is knocked into the ground, forming a crater, but Crocodile is also knocked back and it is now feeling the damage, but it can still stand. Riolu, on the other hand, is struggling to stand up, but it won't give up and Ash won't either. The two are starting to synchronize, and Riolu is beginning to glow. This is what Juniper wanted to see, and she is taking notes. Grimsley is now even more intrigued. He tells Crocodile to be ready. Ash asks Riolu if it is ready. It nods, and Ash orders a quick attack. Crocodile tries to counter, but Riolu is faster than it was before, and it connects with more force than it did last time. Then, Riolu Riolu follows up with an ore sphere, and again, it hits with more force than before. Crocodile is starting to look like it's in trouble, and Grimsley can see it. But just when Ash and Riolu gain the upper hand in the battle, it suddenly stops. Then it falls to the ground and passes out. The battle is over. Grimsley and Crocodile won, but Grimsley thinks to himself, I just barely won that one. One more second, and Crocodile would have lost. Ash runs to Riolu and picks it up. Are you okay? He asks. It nods. Ash thanks Grimsley for the intense battle. Professor Juniper comes over and tells Ash she has seen something like this before. Once she gets back to November Town, she will compare the new data to the old one to see what she can come up with. Just then, the wall to the left of the battlefield collapses. They all rush over, and Juniper declares that this is amazing. Behind the rubble, previously undiscovered ruins. Inside, there are pictures of Clink and their evolutions painted all over the walls. Bianca responds, do you know what this means? Clink, it's far older than we thought. Professor Juniper says, we have to go and report this discovery. Luckily, Mr. Alton City is not far. Grimsley offers to stay behind to make sure no one messes with the new ruins, as Ash, Roxy, Juniper, and Bianca make their way to Mr. Alton City. Today, we pick up with Ash, Roxy, Bianca, and Professor Juniper at the Mr. Alton City Pokemon Center. Ash tells Roxy that he's going to contact Trevon and make sure that Palpitoad made it there safely and to check up on Levani. Ash makes the call, and Palpitoad and Levani are great. Levani has made a full recovery. Ash tells Trevon that he was relieved. Trevon then asks Ash for a favor. He says that Levani has a really helpful nature and has been a really big help around the ranch. Trevon was wondering if Ash wouldn't mind leaving it there for a while if he doesn't really need it, as it's a great resource. Ash gives it some thought, and since Trevon is taking care of all of his extra Pokemon free of charge, as long as it's okay with Levani, it's okay with him. After a tearful goodbye with Levani, Ash hangs up the phone. Roxy asks Ash if he is okay. He replies, yes. It's just hard. Levani was my first Pokemon. Roxy says yeah, but it's not like it's gone forever. Levani can still be called upon anytime you need it. Ash smiles, and Professor Juniper walks over to him. Ash asks if she reported the ruins. She responds, yes, but there's a problem. Roxy asks, what is it? Professor Juniper responds that I have to return to November Town immediately in order to take care of an emergency. Professor Juniper tells Bianca she will have to remain in Mr. Alton City and lead the excavation team once they arrive. Bianca nods and replies, got it. Professor Juniper then says, now the matter on hand, how to get back to November Town. Bianca then replies, what about Skyla, Professor Juniper? She's a pilot. Juniper says, true, but she usually only flies cargo, not passengers. Ash asks, who's Skyla? Roxy replies, Ash. She's the gym leader of the Mr. Alton gym. Ash says, perfect. Then I can get my 6th badge. Professor Juniper says, yeah, that's true, but a gym battle means that she would have to wait. But even waiting a day would still be quicker than having to head back to Driftville City and then catching a boat back to November Town. Professor Juniper then says, before we get ahead of ourselves, let's talk to Skyla. Ash, Roxy, and Professor Juniper head to the gym, while Bianca stays behind to secure a room for her for the foreseeable future. Once at the gym, the group walks in and the battle is already in progress. It's Skyla battling a trainer that Ash already knows. It's Benga. There is a fierce air battle going on between a Rufflet and a Pokemon that Ash has never seen before. Ash pulls out his Pokedex, and it's revealed to be a Volcarona. The battle looks intense, but as things are heating up, time is called by the judge. Ash is confused. Juniper says, oh, I've heard of this. It's an air battle. The goal is not to knock out your opponent, but to see who has the better mastery of their flying type Pokemon. The battle was called in favor of Skyla. Benga looks over at Ash and says, oh, you're here. I didn't think you were still trying to collect all the gym badges. Thought you would have given up. Ash snaps at Benga. I have no reason to. Me and Riolu won't give up. Benga then approaches Roxy and comments on how she's still traveling with this loser. This angers Ash even more, and he snaps at Benga. Hey, don't ignore me. Benga then replies, why? You're not that important. I can't even remember your name. Ash is now furious. He yells his name, Ash Ketchum, and I demand that we have a battle. Benga starts to laugh. How many badges do you have? He asks. Ash smugly pulls out his badge case and says 5. Benga laughs even harder. He then pulls out his badge case and says, when you get on my level, then maybe I'll grace you with a battle. Ash looks at the case, and there it is, in plain view, 8 badges. Benga closes the case and walks off. Glad to see that the champion is no longer keeping such weak company. Ash just stares in stunned silence as Benga exits the gym. Ash can't believe it. Benga already has 8 badges, and he hasn't even cleared 6. Then from behind him, he hears, so, are you the next one to lose to me? Ash turns, and there stands Skyla. Ash snaps out of his confusion. What did you say to me? He says. Skyla repeats it. Are you the next one to lose to me? This infuriates Ash once again. First, Benga's smug attitude, and now this girl and her overconfidence. Ash announces who he is, and that he is the next challenger for her and a gym badge. Skylar replies, "Oh well, you're gonna have to wait. I have an air battle scheduled for today, but come back tomorrow. You can lose then." Skylar then walks away. Ash is now fuming. First Banga's attitude, then this girl. He says out loud, "I've battled 5 gym leaders, and I've never met one as arrogant as you." But Skylar just blows him off and keeps walking. Ash goes to chase after her, but is stopped by someone who says, "I'm terribly sorry about that." The group turns. There is an old man standing there. He introduces himself as Skylar's grandfather. He tells them that Skylar's recently took over the gym, and due to her youth and being undefeated, Skylar has developed a disrespectful tone to her. Ash comments, "Yeah, you can say that again." Skylar's grandfather then states he tried talking to her, but her vision is clouded, and she won't listen to reason. Ash tells him, "I'll put her in her place tomorrow." Skylar's grandpa said, "I would like someone to be able to do that, to beat Skylar, but unfortunately, many have tried, but all have failed. Skylar has a win streak of 99 gym battles." Ash says, "Well, I won't be 100. Skylar's grandfather tells Ash he wishes him luck. Professor Juniper then tells Skylar's grandfather that she needs to speak with her, so he leads her off to where Skylar is. Ash and Roxy then head back to the Pokemon Center. Later, Ash is planning his strategy for the battle with Skylar when Professor Juniper walks in. Bianca asks Professor Juniper how it went. Professor Juniper says Skylar agreed to take her back to November Town after her battle with Ash, but when she leaves, she will be shutting down the gym for a month, as she will be gone for that long. Roxy turns to Ash and says, "The pressure is on." Ash replies, "I know." Ash is frustrated as Banga is so far ahead of him. He knows he has to win here as he continues to strategize. The next morning, Ash gets up early just to watch the sunrise. Riolu is there with him. After a while, Professor Juniper joins him. She asks what is on his mind. Ash tells her that recently it seems like everything he knew was wrong. Iris being champion, Hugh understanding his goals, Banga and where Ash is. Compared to him, Ash just feels lost more than anything. Juniper tells Ash that ideals and truths often clash with each other. Ash asks what she means. Juniper says that Ash's ideal is not the truth, but that doesn't mean that it's a bad thing. Iris being the champion, but not telling him, has a truth to it, but it's her ideals that form that truth. Ash shouldn't let that hold him back. Ash then says he's worried about his battle with Skylar. Juniper says that's understandable. The truth is, Skylar is undefeated, and her ideal is that it won't change. Ash, be the truth to challenge her ideals. Ash looks at Riolu, a sense of calm coming over him. Later, as they head out, Professor Juniper tells them while she waits, she's going to check out the Celestial Tower. Come find her there when it's over. She wishes Ash luck, and they part ways. Ash and Roxy arrive at the gym. Once inside, Skylar tells Ash, "Glad you could make it. I'm ready to sweep my 100th straight victory." But Ash doesn't respond in frustration. He just declares that he's there to earn his 6th badge. Skylar's grandfather sees Ash's demeanor and thinks that Ash could be the one to end Skylar's streak. Skylar is a little thrown off as well, as this is not the same reaction she got the day before. But no matter. The battle starts, and Skylar sends in her Swoobat. Ash pulls out his Pokedex, and after learning that this is a flying psychic type, he chooses to send in Krokorok. Skylar gives Ash the first move. Ash calls for a crunch. As Krokorok charges in, Swoobat flies up. This persists for some time. Crunch, dodge. Crunch, dodge. Ash is now getting visibly flustered, and Skylar can see it. She thinks to herself, finally. Ash starts to make mistakes, getting out of sync with Krokorok, and Skylar takes advantage of it. She orders an acrobatics, and since Krokorok was physically exhausted, the acrobatics takes it out. Ash is now very flustered, and goes to make his next move when Roxy yells, "Ash, keep calm. If you do this out of frustration, Skylar will take advantage. Remember what we talked about." Something then clicks within Ash. He yells to Skylar, "I see your game." Skylar, puzzled, says, "What?" Ash says, "I'm on to you. You do your best to fluster your opponents in battle to take advantage of it, to earn the victory." Skylar gets quiet. Ash responds, "As I thought. You want to get to me. Let's see how this battle goes with an opponent that's not willing to play your game." Skylar responds, "I don't know what you're talking about," but seems a little shaken. Then tells Ash to choose his next Pokemon, or he will be disqualified. This confirms Ash's suspicions. Riolu wants to go in. Ash turns to him. "I'm sorry, buddy, but I have to play this smart this time. I'm gonna need you to sit this one out." Riolu nods, and Ash sends in Electric. Skylar smugly replies, "Electric type? How predictable." But she doesn't realize that Swoobat is also starting to slow down due to its fatigue from the battle with Krokorok. Ash calls for a Charge Beam. Skylar orders a dodge, but Swoobat can't get out of the way fast enough, and the Charge Beam comes in at lightning speed, knocking out Swoobat, evening up the score. Ash shouts, "Yeah," and tells Electric that it was awesome. Electric is pleased and starts to celebrate by hugging Ash and shocking him in the process. Skylar is now visibly flustered. How can Ash celebrate? He's only won one battle, but acts like he's already won the match. Skylar, out of frustration, tells Ash that the battle isn't over, so choose his next Pokemon or be disqualified. Ash just smirks. Who's frustrated now? I'll keep in Electric. Skylar ignores him and sends in Unpheasant. Skylar takes the first move and calls for a quick attack, which connects, but Ash was ready for this and responds with a Thunder Wave that makes a contact, paralyzing Unpheasant. Skylar, in a panic, pulls out her Pokeball in a motion suggesting that she's going to recall in Pheasant. Then Skylar Grandfathers calls out to her. Remember, this is a gym battle. If you recall in Pheasant, then you will lose this round. She is the gym leader, not the challenger. Skylar stops and puts the Pokeball back and continues the battle. Ash calls for attack, and Skylar responds with an air slash. It connects, causing a flinch, which Skylar then follows up with the Razor Wind. This hit causes massive damage, and both Pokemon are on their last legs. Ash calls for a spark, and Skylar counters with a quick attack. The two Pokemon collide in midair, falling to the ground, knocking each other out. They both recall their Pokemon. Ash is still calm. He knows he's pushed Skylar to the point she hasn't been before. Skylar is unsure how she got to this point. She always wins with at least 2 of her 3 Pokemon. Now, she's down to her last one. Her confidence has turned to concern. Ash can see this on her face. Skylar chooses her strongest Pokemon, and simultaneously, Ash thinks that he needs to beat Skylar on her own turf and knows how to do that. They both send in their Pokemon. Swanna. Ash is surprised, but not flustered. He knows this was the right choice. Skylar, on the other hand, has a false sense of security. She thinks that because she is the flying type expert, that this match she has already won. The battle starts. Ash calls for a wing attack. Skylar calls for an Aqua Ring. The wing attack connects, but the damage is minimum due to the Aqua Ring. Ash is familiar with Aqua Ring from his battle with Clay, so he knows he has to end this. Ash then calls for a Water Pulse, and Skylar counters with an Aerial Ace. The Water Pulse misses and the Aerial Ace connects. Swanna falls to the ground. Skylar tells Ash, "See, you can't win here. This is my house." But Swanna stands back up and takes back to the sky. Skylar doesn't like this. Ash responds, "Just because you claim to be an expert doesn't mean that there aren't better trainers than you." This shakes Skylar. Ash sees it and takes advantage with a wing attack on her Swanna that connects full force, knocking it in the ground. Skylar fails to give another order, so Ash takes advantage of it and orders an Air Slash. It connects, causing a flinch. Then Ash orders another Water Pulse that also connects. Skylar is just staring in bewilderment. She just can't believe that Ash has pushed her this far. Ash yells at her, "Skylar, is this it? Are you just gonna give me the badge?" Skylar snaps back to reality and sees that her Swanna is about to be knocked out. She calls out to it, and it gets up out of the line of fire and flies back into the sky. But it is physically hurt from Ash's assault. But Ash's Swanna is also out of breath from firing so many attacks. Both Pokemon are out of breath, but Skylar remembers Aqua Ring as it takes effect. But in response, Ash calls for a roost. His Swanna is now significantly more recovered than Skylar's, and she knows it. She calls for an Air Slash, hoping to cause a flinch. It connects, but unfortunately, Swanna pushes through with a wing attack, connecting, knocking it back into the ground. Skylar's Swanna is struggling to stand back up. Ash can see this. He doesn't want to attack anymore, but he has to end the battle. Skylar orders Swanna to get back up as it struggles to do so. Ash calls for a Water Pulse, but is interrupted by Skylar's grandfather. "Skylar, as a gym leader and trainer, it's your responsibility to see when a battle is over and to declare when it is over, whether it's your opponent's Pokemon or your Pokemon." Skylar looks at Swanna. Then it hits her. Swanna is hurt, and it's due to her negligence. Swanna stands back up, but then falls down again. Skylar is shocked. Then her grandfather yells at her, "Skylar!" She looks at her grandfather. He is staring daggers at her. Skylar then puts her hand up in the air. "I forfeit," she proclaims. Ash stops his attack. Skylar runs out and grabs Swanna, apologizing for letting it down. Her grandfather just looks at her, happy that someone finally got through to her. Skylar approaches Ash and thanks him for a great battle, and then presents him with the Jet Badge. Ash accepts it and tells Skylar he would be happy to battle her again sometime. Skylar agrees, and they part ways. The next day, Professor Juniper and Skylar bid farewell to Ash, Bianca, and Roxy. Then they head off. After a while, Ash tells Bianca he wishes her the best as he, Roxy, and Riolu head off towards Twist Mountain and the path of his next gym battle. On approach to the mountain, someone calls out, "Ash! Roxy!" The two turn, and there at the top of a hill stands Iris. A frozen finale. Today, we pick up with Roxy and Ash as they stare onward with Iris in their sights. Ash can't believe it. Iris yells, "Where have you been?" Iris just laughs. She says, "So, you missed me that much?" Roxy says, "More like worried. We haven't heard from you in weeks. When we tried to follow up with you at the Castelia Pokemon Center, you weren't there." Iris says, "Yeah, sorry about that. I kinda got a little held up." Ash just yells at Iris, "That doesn't mean you couldn't at least let us know what you were doing." Iris says, alright, I'm sorry. So it took me a little while longer than I thought it would. But I'm here now know. Ash says, yeah, a lot of good that does. The overall time since the trio split ways was about a month, and in that time frame, Ash has grown a lot, but so has Iris. Iris runs over to her friends to actually greet them in person, and the first thing that catches her eye that's different is Roxy and Zora. Iris compliments Roxy, saying, oh, so you must have caught some new Pokemon while I was away. Roxy says, this little guy? Well, I actually got him from the Team Plasma Reparations Center in Driftville City. Iris, out of puzzlement, questions, the Team Plasma Reparations Center? Ash says, yeah, it's a place that the former members of Team Plasma built in order to try and reunite the Pokemon that they had stole with their trainers. Iris says, wow, I rushed through Driftville City so fast that I didn't even notice that it was there. I guess I should have stopped to say hi to Clay and check up on an old friend at the Pokemon Center. With the tension still high, Roxy asks, so, did you accomplish what you wanted to do? Iris says, you mean the rotation battles? Ash says, yeah, that was the reason you wanted to leave after all, with a snarky tone. Iris then pulls out her Pokeball. I don't know, Ash. Would you like to find out? Riolu reacts with excitement. It wants a chance to battle Iris, as he hasn't seen her in a while. This catches Ash's attention. He's not going to say no to a battle, and besides, he wants to show Iris just how strong he's become. Iris tells Ash that this will be a rotation battle, so he's going to have to pick 3 Pokemon. Ash says, oh, don't worry, I got 3 Pokemon for you. Obviously, Ash is going to go with Riolu, because it's itching to battle with Iris, and he has 2 more surprises for her. He thinks to himself, she has no idea what's coming, but Iris may have a couple of surprises of her own. Iris asks Ash if he remembers the rules of a rotation battle. Ash says, yeah, I remember. We pick 3 Pokemon, and we get to randomly send them in to dodge and attack, so we have to be very strategic in what we're doing. If I recall, you couldn't quite adapt to that last time. Iris tells Ash, don't worry, I've grown a lot since then. Remember, I was trained by the person who made these battles, and not only did I learn how to battle from him, but I eventually surpassed him. Ash tells Iris, don't worry, you're not the only one that's grown, so what do you say we get down to this battle? Iris says, I thought you would never ask, and they both take their positions. Iris sends in Axew, Emolga, and Servine, the same 3 that she did the last rotation battle with. Ash thinks to himself, those 3 didn't really have a lot of coordination last time, so he's got it in the bag. And he's going to throw Iris completely off. He tells Riolu to take point position, and then he sends in 2 of his newest captures, Electric and Krokoro. This does kind of throw Iris off a bit. She compliments Ash on being able to overall broaden his team. She hadn't given it much thought on any Pokemon that he may have actually caught at this time. Ash says, oh, don't worry, you have no idea what we can do. Ash is a little overconfident. It's kind of like he's trying to punish Iris for seeking to become stronger on her own. Iris can tell that something's off, but she gives Ash the first move. Ash gladly takes it, and he orders Riolu to fire an Aura Sphere. Iris knew this was coming, so she orders Servine to use a Grass Mixer in order to counter the Aura Sphere. This knocks the attack back, but it just swerves off and doesn't really hit anything else. She tells Ash that he's going to have to do better than that. A rotation battle isn't just a one-on-one battle. You're going to have to be a little bit more strategic if you want to win this. Ash says, don't worry, I've grown in your absence. It's not like I needed your help to win my last 2 badges anyway. This kind of hits Iris. She wasn't expecting Ash to say something like that, but she puts her feelings to the side and she orders a counterattack from Emolga to use a Volt Switch. Ash orders Riolu and Electric to trade positions, and Electric to charge in with a Spark. The 2 Pokemon collide, canceling each other out, but Emolga immediately retreats and is swapped in with Axew, which hits Electric with a Dragon Rage, taking serious damage at point blank range. Iris tells Ash, see, I told you, you're gonna have to be a little bit more flexible with your battling style if you want to beat me. Ash says, oh, don't worry, I got flexible, and he orders Krokorok to take point with Dig and Electric to retreat. Krokorok does, and Krokorok rushes in, and it is able to get into Axew with the Dig. Ash wanted to capitalize on this, and then orders a Stone Edge, which rushes into Axew. Iris then orders Axew to counter with the Dragon Rage, which connects with the Stone Edges. Then she immediately orders Servine back in, which hits with the Leaf Blade on Krokorok, causing a critical hit. Krokorok takes a lot of damage and is nearly knocked out. It's barely able to stand up. Iris tells Ash, that was a little bit better, but you're gonna have to try harder if you want to be able to take this battle. Ash says, don't worry, we can do this, still thinking with a single one-on-one battle mindset. He orders Krokorok to fall back and Riolu to jump back in with the Force Bomb, but Iris was ready for this, and she counters by sending in an Emolga. Emolga hits it with a Nuzzle, paralyzing Riolu, causing it to slow down. Then Riolu is hit with a U-turn, which causes Emolga to fall back, and she swaps back in with Axew, which Riolu can no longer dodge, and Axew fires a Dragon Rage, knocking it down. Ash doesn't get it. He's using some of his best moves and his Pokemon's best abilities, but he just can't seem to get in sync. All 3 of them are off. Iris tells Ash, it's not just your Pokemon, Ash. It's you that's off. You're not using your Pokemon to their fullest potential. That is what a rotation battle is about. Ash is frustrated with Iris, not just because of the battle, but because she decided to leave when she did, and it took her this long to return, so he's not really listening to what she's saying. And unfortunately, the battle goes on like this. Eventually, Iris picking off each one of Ash's Pokemon until it's just Riolu left, and it's in paralysis. Riolu does get a hit in with the Aura Sphere, knocking out Emolga, the biggest threat to it, but it still has to deal with Axew and Servine. Ash and Riolu are having trouble dodging the combination of the 2, with Iris still having having the ability to rotate out to dodge and counter the attacks. But the battle is going on longer and it's getting more intense. This is where Riolu's new power starts to emerge. As it surges harder with aura, it seems to be able to push through the paralysis, catching Iris off guard, and it hits Ashley with the force palm, knocking it out. Iris is impressed. It seems that Riolu's skill has grown a lot more than she thought it was. Ash tells her they've had a lot more exposure to this form as of recently. He even got the chance to battle with Grimsley of the Elite Four, and that battle took Riolu and him to the edge. Iris says, "Oh, you got a chance to battle Grimsley, eh? Well then, let me give you the same kind of challenge." And she orders Servine to rush in with another Leaf Blade. Ash orders Riolu to counter it with a Force Palm, which connects. Riolu is still struggling to maintain its aura. The battle has been drawn out and it has taken most of the damage, to where Servine is still pretty fresh and has taken little to no damage. It quickly becomes apparent that Servine has the overall endurance left in it to finish out this battle, and it does, taking Riolu down when it pushes the Leaf Blade through the Force Palm, connecting with a critical hit, knocking Riolu out. Ash rushes to Riolu's side. He's extremely upset that he lost, and he lost to Iris. Iris recalls Servine and goes over to see if Rielu's okay. She asks Ash if he needs a hand. Ash just looks at her and says no, he's got this. Fortunately for the group, it's about to be sunset, so they decide to make camp to where they can tend to the wounds of all their Pokemon, and they can actually start to rest and catch up. Once everybody's settled in, Roxy asks Iris how she'd been, what has been going on, so Iris starts to elaborate. She headed back to Castelia City to give Brody a piece of her mind, but once she actually started to talk with him, she realized that rotation battles were a fun and interesting way to actually battle Pokemon. So, after many attempts and trial and error, she was finally able to get the rotation battle down. And not only that, but that annoying girl Georgia that she had ran into before, she was there too. Once she realized what I was doing, she wasn't going to be left behind. So, she spent the same amount of time training with me until it came down to both of us. Brody wanted to see what both of us have learned, so me and Georgia had our own rotation battle. And in the end, it ended in a draw, when her Beartic and Servine both knocked each other out. Georgia wasn't happy with it, but I was satisfied with the result. Rotation battles are an interesting way to battle Pokemon, and it's something that I decided that I wanted to actually try and hone the craft of. Brody was super excited with me wanting to learn his battle style. And then Ash chimes in. Because you're the champion, Iris gets quiet. She wasn't expecting Ash to say that. Ash then rebuttals. So when were you planning on telling me? Iris says, oh, so you found out, huh? Ash says, yeah, when we ran into Rude, one of the sages of Team Plasma back in Driftvale City. He was actually looking for you, wondering when you were going to make your presence known so we could update you on the doings of Neo Team Plasma. But when we arrived, you weren't with us. And then before I had my gym battle with Clay, he confirmed that you were the current champion. But all I want to know is why? Why wouldn't you tell me something like that, Iris? Iris gets quiet. This just makes Ash more angry. He doesn't understand why she would keep a secret like that. There was absolutely no reason to. Ash begins to berate Iris, telling her if she was a real friend, then she would have trusted him. She would have been okay with telling him. Iris then says, I'm sorry, okay? This makes Ash quiet and captures Roxy's attention. She goes, you have to understand, Ash. Growing up, I didn't have a lot of friends, and after losing my parents, I spent a lot of time with just Pokemon. If it wasn't for my grandfather and the elder of my village and the kindness they showed me, I may be a completely different person than I am today. And after dealing with Team Plasma the last time and becoming a sudden focal point of the region, I didn't really know what was real anymore. All of a sudden, I went from having very little to no people even knowing who I was or caring about me to having everybody wanting to know who I was and pretending to care. It's really hard to separate who's your real friends and who's not. Iris says, with you guys, it felt genuine and I didn't want to mess that up. So I hid who I was because I didn't want it to influence our friendship. Roxy turns to Iris and says, yeah, I can understand why you would say that. This just makes Ash quieter. He hangs his head and he turns and he walks away. Iris calls out to him, but Roxy says, no, just let him go. He needs some time to himself. After discovering that you were champion and then the time that you spent away kind of took a toll on him. It wasn't that he was mad at you, he just wanted to understand, but all the information you just gave him was a lot for him to take in. So just give him some time. He'll come back. Iris just stares at Ash as he walks away. About an hour after Ash leaves, he's joined by Riolu. Ash is just sitting on the edge of a drop-off, looking at the stars. Riolu joins him, trying to make sure that Ash is okay. Ash confides in Riolu. He can't believe that Iris would hold something like all of her sadness that she was holding in and she wouldn't share it with her friends. He still doesn't understand why. All he ever did was share everything with her. Any experiences that he had ever had. He doesn't understand why she couldn't trust him the same way that he trusted her. He feels like he was betrayed and he doesn't know if he would actually be able to trust her again. For her to think that he was so shallow, that something like her being the champion would influence their friendship, that mindset is just ludicrous to him. Ash thinks to himself. Then he hears a voice behind him. Hey, Ash turns and it's Iris. Iris. Iris says, do you mind if I join you? Ash tells her, sure, do whatever you want. I mean, it's not like I can stop you from doing anything anyway. Iris sits next to Ash. She says, listen, I know there's a lot of things that I was keeping from you guys, and for that, I'm truly sorry. I know that you guys are my friends. It's something that I should have said a lot sooner. But when you have your walls up for so long, it's kind of hard to let them down. Ash then looks over to her. He can see by the look on Iris's face that this is a genuine statement that she's making. Ash then says, listen, I know that you had a lot going on, but I just don't understand why you would want to keep that stuff from us. I get the whole not being able to tell who really is a friend and who isn't, but we traveled together long enough to where I thought you would at least be able to tell the truth to me. Iris then says, listen, for the final time, I'm sorry. Ash says, I don't want you to say you're sorry. Iris says, well then what do you want me to say? Ash says, I want you to promise that you'll never keep stuff from me again. This hits Iris. What do you mean? She says. Ash says, listen, we're friends. Friends don't keep things from each other. So if you're going through something, please tell us. How do you expect me to help you? All the things that you've done for me, all the time that you've helped me, helping me overcome the barrier that I had with Riolu and some of my other Pokemon, how could you think that I wouldn't do something like that for you? So promise you won't keep any secrets from me. Iris says, if it'll prevent you from being mad at me any further, then fine. I promise. I won't keep any more secrets from you. Iris puts out her hand to shake on it. Ash looks at her and he gives her a smile and he shakes her hand. With that, the two return to the campsite where Roxy and Zora are fast asleep and they settle in for the night. The next day, the trio set out for Twist Mountain. This mountain is a maze inside. Over the years, construction workers have been digging, mining resources from it. But not only that, within the last year or so, there have been a lot of discoveries of ancient ruins inside and a lot of ancient cave paintings. And in these ruins are depictions of an ancient war that was fought in the Unova region. And because of the sensitivity of all the archaeological sites, Ash, Iris, and Roxy are forced to take a special route through Twist Mountain to get them to Icera City and the site of Ash's next gym battle. This route is actually a little bit quicker than the normal route through Twist Mountain. It was dug in response to all these recent discoveries, and because of it, they arrive in Icera City rather quickly. And Ash's first instinct is head to the gym, because he wants to battle the gym leader. Iris says, you know Ash, you've already met this gym leader. Ash says, really? When? Thinking long and hard, and then he snaps, wait, was it back at Pokestar Studios? Iris says, yeah, Bryson, this is his gym, so there's a good chance that he may not be here, because he may be off filming a movie. Ash sighs, I hope he's here. I actually really wanted a chance to battle him, and he told me the only way I can earn a gym badge is if I battle him at the gym. So they all decide to head to the gym to see if Bryson is actually available. They're in luck. Once they arrive, Bryson is actually outside of the gym. He is talking with somebody and bidding them farewell. And then in a motion that would suggest that he's actually locking the gym, Ash calls out to Bryson. Bryson turns to be greeted by Ash, Roxy, and Iris. Hey, Iris, Ash, long time no see. And Roxy, you've joined them as well? It's been a while. Ash is super pumped. He asks Bryson if he can have a gym battle. Bryson laughs and says, I'm sorry, Ash, but that's not something I can do. Ash says, what do you mean? Bryson replies, well, my duties as a movie star have become way too demanding lately, and I made the choice to shut down the gym. Ash and Iris are shocked about this. What do you mean you're shutting down the gym? Bryson says, I just can't do it anymore. I have to move to Burbank City to be closer to the studio. The amount of movies that we're putting out this year is way too demanding on my schedule, and I can't continue to fly back between here and there. It just doesn't work anymore. Ash gets really down. This was the last thing he needed after everything that had happened between him and Iris. He had finally got his spirits back up, and now he's told that the gym battle he came for is no longer in existence. Iris then pulls Bryson aside. Bryson, could you please have one more for old time's sake? Please, she says. If not for him, then please do it for me. I kind of feel bad because of some things that have happened recently, and I'd like to try and make it up to him. Bryson tells Iris, I'm on a really tight schedule. I have to leave Icera City within the next hour. I can't just open up the gym and go inside and choose to have a battle. Iris looks at Bryson. She can see that his bags are already packed. She says, okay, how about this? How about if we can make it a quick battle? What is a stipulation that you'd be comfortable with? Bryson sighs. He said, you're not going to let this go, are you? Iris looks at him with a smile on her face. She says, please, do this one last thing for me. Bryson sighs. Okay, I do have one gym badge left that I was just going to keep as a memento as my time as a gym leader. But if Ash can beat me here, it'll be his. Bryson and Iris turn to Ash and Roxy. Ash, you're in luck, Bryson says. Ash turns and immediately perks up. Bryson then says, after some talking with Iris, she's convinced me. You will be my last battle as a gym leader. But here's the stipulation. You have 30 minutes to beat me in a battle. If you can't end it, then you won't get the chance to earn my badge. The last badge in existence for this gym. Ash gets super excited. Really? Really? Thank you, Bryson. He says, don't thank me. Thank your friend Iris. She's the one who convinced me. Ash looks at Iris. Iris. He can tell that this was a genuine effort for her to try and make up with him. He gives her a smile. Ash turns to Bryson. Okay, how many Pokemon will we be using? Bryson says, this will be a 2-on-2. But Ash, I'm not just going to roll over for you. I'm going to make this the hardest battle that I have ever fought. Ash can feel it burning inside. This is something he knows that this is going to be a good battle. Ash says, okay, let's go inside. Bryson says, nope, the gym is closed permanently. We will do this battle right here, right now. Ash says, here, is it okay for us to do it outside? Bryson says, as the gym leader, I have the right to demand where the battle is at any time. Ash says, so you're telling me that I could have battled you back in Burbank City and you could have given me a badge? Bryson says, yeah, technically, but I wanted you to earn your way to me. After all, I am one of the strongest gym leaders in the Unova region. Ash says, alright then, you got a deal. We will battle here. Bryson with a smile on his face, alright Ash, are you ready? As they take their positions. Bryson sends in his first Pokemon, Cryogonal. Ash, after using his Pokedex to learn that Cryogonal is an ice type, chooses to go with Riolu. Riolu jumps in and Bryson gives Ash the first move. Ash orders Riolu to use an Aura Sphere, and Bryson counters it with a Rapid Spin, knocking the Aura Sphere away. Bryson tells Ash, not a bad move, but you're not going to be able to get through my defenses with something as simple as that. Ash thinks to himself, great, another person that can deflect the Aura Sphere. And he thinks back to his battle with Iris. Wait, she knew that was coming because she was battling me. And then Ash thinks, and Bryson, being an ice type gym leader, would know that a fighting type may have that ability, so he may have a defense for that. Ash thinks, alright then, Riolu, use quick attack. So Riolu rushes in, and Bryson, in order to counter, orders a Reflect, which powers up Cryogonal's defense as Riolu connects with it, minimizing the damage. Once again, Ash, you're going to have to do better. You're not going to be able to break my defense with such weak attacks. Ash is thinking, this isn't going to work. I can't use pure offense against this Cryogonal. Ash then does something that catches both Bryson and Iris off guard. He tells Riolu to come back. Iris compliments to Roxy. Did he just really order Riolu to return? Roxy says, you don't know the amount of growth that he's gone through. It's like your absence put a motivation under him. He wanted to get better once he found out that you were the champion, so it wouldn't look like you were his crutch the entire time. Iris then focuses heavily on the battle. This has her interest more now than ever. Ash then says, alright Bryson, if I can't beat you with pure force, then I'm gonna have to get a little bit tactile, winking at Iris, and he pulls out a Pokeball and he sends in Lampent. As Lampent emerges from its ball, Iris gets a feeling. She says, it can't be. I recognize that Lampent. Roxy says, yeah, that Lampent was actually a gift that Ash had gotten from the Nurse Joy in the Pokemon Center in Driftville City. Iris just stares in awe. She's glad that that Lampent found its new home. Ash then orders Lampent to use a Flame Burst. Lampent does, and as the attack rushes in, Cryogonal counters with the Frostbite, canceling it out. Ash thinks, wow, its attacks are cold enough to freeze fire. He's got to start getting some damage on, or else he's not going to be able to win this. Ash then orders Lampent to use Hex, which does manage to hit some damage. Then Bryson counters with an Aurora Beam, but Ash is ready for this. He orders Lampent just to take and to push through, get in close to Cryogonal. This move catches Bryson off guard. Why is he ordering Lampent to take damage? So he orders Cryogonal to push even harder with an Aurora Beam, trying to freeze Lampent in the process. But Lampent is able to get in close, and Ash orders a Will-O-Wisp that envelops Cryogonal. Bryson says, I see, that was your game the whole time, to cause a burn on my Pokemon. Good idea, Ash, but who did it cost more to do that, me or you? Ash knows that his move was a high-risk one, but he's not about to be taken down by this Cryogonal. Lampent is enjoying this. It's having the time of its life. After all, it loves to play. And Ash uses this to its advantage as Bryson orders attack after attack from Cryogonal, but Ash orders Lampent to use dodge as it fades in and out of the attacks, allowing the burn to actually take effect and weaken Cryogonal. In the end, Cryogonal starts to move slower because of it, and Lampent is able to get in with the Flame Burst, knocking it out. Bryson is impressed as he recalls Cryogonal. He didn't think that strategy would work against Cryogonal, and he compliments Ash on it, but he tells Ash that he better prepare for this as he sends in his next Pokemon, Beartic. Iris remembers Beartic from their battle. She knows just how powerful it is, and Ash is locked in his two Pokemon already between Lampent and Riolu. This is going to be one tough one for Ash, but Ash is confident. He thinks, well, I have a fire type on my side, so it doesn't really matter. All I gotta do is the same strategy as before, and that overconfidence ends up costing him when he orders Lampent to get in with another Will-O-Wisp, and Bryson orders Beartic to counter with the Brine. Due to the damage that Lampent had compiled with his battle with Cryogonal, the Brine hits for double damage, knocking it out. Ash recalls Lampent, thanks it for a battle well fought. He thinks to himself, yeah, I may have gotten a little cocky there, but there's no time for that. He looks down at Riolu and asks if it's ready. Riolu nods as it jumps back in. It wants a chance to face this Beartic, as it looks like a powerful opponent. Bryson tells Ash that he's on the clock. They've been battling now for 15 minutes, and if he can't win this in another 15, then they're gonna lose. Then Bryson will call the match, and Ash won't get his chance to get his badge. Ash says, don't worry Bryson, we're gonna be walking away with that badge, as he orders Riolu to use a quick attack to rush in, and it does hit Beartic, but Beartic barely feels it, retaliating with a slash that catches Riolu, knocking it into the ground. Riolu is struggling to get back up. That move hit with a critical. Ash thinks to himself, wow, there's a lot of power, as Riolu Riolu is looking on at the Beartic, but the little Pokemon is not going to back down. It uses its aura ability to feel out the surrounding area, and it can feel that Ash's heart is beating intensely, but Riolu's heart is beating just as intense. This causes Riolu to start to surge with aura, just like it did in the battle with Grimsley. Ash notices this, but this is different. This battle has barely gotten started, and Riolu was able to access his aura ability. Ash is lost in his own thought when Iris calls out to him, and then he realizes that Beartic is on the move again, as Bryson had ordered another slash attack. Ash then orders Riolu to counter with the Force Palm, and the Force Palm catches the slash, and the two cancel each other out. You can see that Beartic is starting to struggle against Riolu with its aura power-up. Bryson finds this quite curious. He didn't think that this Riolu would have the power to match his Beartic, so he wants to see exactly how far he can push it. He then orders Beartic to use an Icicle Crash, and Ash orders Riolu to use Quick Attack to dodge it, and the Quick Attacks are successful in dodging around the Icicle Crash, and then he gets in close to Beartic, and Ash orders a Force Palm that connects with Beartic at point blank range, knocking it back. The force of the Force Palm manages to hit Beartic into a paralysis. Ash can see this, and he thinks, okay, we got a lucky break. Now we can't waste it. He orders Riolu to rush in and to use an Aura Sphere. Bryson yells out to Beartic to counter with a slash attack, and the slash hits the Aura Sphere, and it manages to push through, catching Riolu in the process, pushing it back even more. That slash again hit for critical damage, and Riolu is breathing heavily because of it. Ash knows that Riolu isn't going to have a lot of time left. It's about to hit the limit of its endurance. Ash thinks to himself, I can try a counter here, but unfortunately, I don't think it'll be enough. We have to get in with a direct attack, and we have to hit the same spot we did before with Force Palm. The only problem is that seems to be impossible. Beartic is well trained, and it seems to be guarding that spot to prevent further damage to it, but Ash has to create an opening. Ash thinks to himself, okay, I think I got an idea. It's risky, but if we can pull it off, we might just win this. He then orders Riolu to rush in with a quick attack, straight towards Beartic, seemingly throwing any thought of defense or evasion to the wind. Bryson thinks that Ash is up to something, but this chance is too good for him to pass up. He is right in range for an Icicle Crash, so he orders one. Ash orders Riolu to use quick attack to outspeed them. Riolu is barely outpacing their Icicle Crashes as they crash right on top of it as he's heading in towards Beartic. Once Riolu gets in close, Ash then orders an Aura Sphere. Beartic then counters with another slash attack. Ash then orders Riolu to use the Aura Sphere to push the slash up out of the way and to use its other hand to hit with Force Palm in the same spot as before. And with Riolu's aura sensing ability, it's able to see the spot that it hit before, and it connects with its own critic, knocking out Beartic and earning Ash his 7th gym badge, the Icicle badge. As Beartic falls, Riolu falls as well, but it's still able to stand. Ash can't believe it. Beartic and Bryson had pushed them to their limits, and Riolu seems to be in more control of its aura ability than before. Bryson recalls his Beartic, and he approaches Ash and presents him with the Icicle badge. Bryson says, Ash, I'm glad that my final battle as a gym leader could have been against you. Here is the last Icicle badge in existence, and he hands it over. He then says, I hope you guys stop by Burbank City sometime. I would love a chance to have a warm-up battle against you, Ash. And then Bryson turns to Iris. Hey champ, you better watch out for this one, because he can easily take your title if you're not careful. With that, Bryson parts ways with the trio. Ash excited that he's earned his 7th badge, and not only that, but he was able to earn it from a gym leader as powerful as Bryson. Later that night at the Pokemon Center, after their Pokemon are healed up, Iris tells Ash about her connection with Lampent and how she had to calm it down a couple of years before, after its owner had passed away. Ash tells Iris that when they were in the Pokemon Center, Lampent kept reaching out to Riolu. It was the oddest thing. I had to use Riolu to battle it, but in the end, Lampent only wanted to play, and after we spent some time with it, Nurse Joy gave us his Pokeball. Clay said that it had belonged to a friend of his, and Iris tells Ash, yeah, that's true. Unfortunately, the friend had passed away, leaving Lampent by itself. It must have gotten really lonely in the Pokemon Center. I'm glad that it found a new trainer in you, Ash, because I don't think anybody else could have taken better care of it. With that, the trio have to decide on their next stop, as there's only one more badge that Ash has to earn before he gets a chance to compete in the Pokemon League. Iris then tells Ash, well, there's a gym in Absolute City where my grandfather is. He is the gym leader, and he is very powerful. But before we go, there's a place that I want to visit, that I want to catch up on, just north of Viceroy City. Chapter 1. The War. Thousands of years ago, a being of great and terrible power existed. The original dragon, a being said to scorch the earth with fire and surge the skies with lightning. This dragon's power was so revered that anyone in its presence would flee in fear to preserve their own life. This cycle continued for many generations, endlessly, until around 3,000 years ago. One man stood in defiance of this dragon, the man showed no fear, no hesitation in his resolve, his truth, or his ideals. This one act of defiance was strange to this dragon. No one had ever stood against it. It called into question all of the virtues that the dragon had come to know of humanity. On that day, this one human earned the dragon's respect and a lifelong companion. Because of this experience, the dragon halted its rampage across the world. With the wrath of the dragon now quelled by the man, humanity, and Pokemon then set out to build a society. But with humanity, in time, selfish desires came to the surface, and again, within a few years, all of the small tribes that had settled across the land were at war with one another over resources and beliefs, all except one. The man had tamed the original dragon and had become the leader of one of these tribes. He possessed the lone ability to protect his people with the power of his companion. But no matter how many times he was successful in the defense of his people, there was always more danger. This continued until it became clear to the man that if he wanted peace, then he would have to prepare for war. With the support of his people and his companion, the man set out to end the conflict once and for all. It took a few years, but the man and the absolute power on his side were able to unify all of the people across the land and brought the first real peace to the region. Due to his sacrifice and the control over the legendary dragon, the man was named as the first king of this new kingdom, a kingdom that would become known as Unova, meaning peaceful union. This time of peace ushered in a time of prosperity never before seen in Unova. But the man by now had aged 10 years and had begun to change. He had seen the horrors of war, poverty, famine, and death, and he worried for the future of Unova and the legacy that he had built. These fears haunted the man, but he eventually found some peace when he took a wife, as he no longer had to bear his burdens alone. In time, the wife of the king sired 2 heirs to the throne, twin brothers, who the king saw continued salvation to his kingdom and his legacy. Little did he know, his sons would destroy everything he built, right down to the foundation. Chapter 2: A Kingdom Divided. 10 years pass. The young princes have been groomed by the king to reflect his beliefs, but one believes more in truth, while the other follows the path of ideals. But the king is blind to this fault due to his fear for his kingdom and his legacy, and in time it will only get worse. Another space of time passes, and now the young princes are men, and the king has now become a frail old man. The day comes when the king finally takes his last breath, and in his final moments, the king leaves his kingdom to both of his sons, with the stipulation of preserving his legacy. The king also urges his lifelong companion to support his sons in every decision they make. With that, the king parts from this world, saddened by the loss of the one who unified the warring tribes. The kingdom came together in a ceremony to honor the king like none had before, and to remember him, a great tower was erected in his honor, where he could rest in peace for all time. Once the time of mourning had passed, the 2 new kings set forth to honor their father's request and preserve his legacy. Unfortunately, the time of peace the king and the legendary dragon had worked so hard to create and maintain would not last. For you see, with 2 kings comes 2 opposing views on the world. One king to follow truths, and the other one to embrace ideals. And with it, a divide formed in the kingdom, and to much unrest during this time, the twin kings lost their mother as well, which was the only conscience the 2 had shared. After the passing of their mother, the kings could no longer see eye to eye, even though they were brothers, and ultimately chose to split the kingdom into 2 kingdoms, one of ideals and another of truths. All of this caused a conflict in the original dragon, as it could not properly honor the request of its former master and friend. But these actions brought a peace to the land, albeit a temporary one. Because the 2 kings have inherited the greatest weakness of their father, his paranoia, they have a lack of trust in their own blood, both thinking the other would seek power like their father did before them. Each king started planning a secret invasion of the other kingdom, with the main strategy of their plan being the original dragon, who had at this time retreated to its home in the giant chasm, an area outside of the rule of both kings. Chapter 3: Beginning of the End. After years of planning and carrying out small attacks on each other's kingdom, the kings decided to enact their plans for invasion and conquest. But for both of them to be successful, they needed the power of the legendary dragon. So in secret, both kings set out to convince the dragon to join their cause, like their father did before them. After many days of travel, the kings arrived in the chasm at the same time. They are met with the dragon, who greets them, but can sense hostility in the 2 brothers. When the 2 brothers plead their case to the dragon, it thrashes about in a violent rage, attacking everything in sight. It cannot handle the opposing ideals and truths, and honor its promise to serve the two kings, as was requested of him. Then, an explosion of light envelops the two kings. Once the light fades, two very distinct and different cries come from within the dust. Then, with a gust of wind, where the one dragon once stood, now stood two in direct opposition of one another. The two kings, in shocked silence, could only guess that the original dragon, unable to fill its roles with two opposing virtues, split itself into two new beings. Zekrom of ideals, one king calls. Reshiram of truths calls the other. The two dragons take to the side of their king, and a mighty clash proceeds, not knowing that in the shadows, a third dragon watches, weak from the separation of its other two parts. In the end, the two kings could not gain any ground on this battlefield, as their dragons were evenly matched, so they retreat back to their respective kingdoms to plan their next attack. Over the course of many years, many battles are fought, with each king ordering countless men to their deaths, all in the name of their beliefs. In the end, after all the battles and destruction, everything their father built lay in ruins. At this point, the two brothers only blamed each other for the destruction of their father's kingdom. In a final attempt to win the war, the two brothers led what remaining forces they had to a final confrontation. The two dragons clashed with all their power, eradicating everything in sight. In the end, only the two kings were left, as their two dragons had reverted to a stone form of some sort, because all of their power had been exerted. In the end, both brothers, ashamed of what they had done, decided to separate. The oldest brother, who believed in truths, left the Unova region for a land far across the sea, while the youngest brother retreated to the one place in Unova still left standing, his childhood home, the castle his father had built, to live out the rest of his days in exile. Today, we pick up with Iris, Roxy, and Ash. They are north of Icera City, exploring a place that Iris knows far too well. Ash asks Iris if she has ever been here before. Iris replies, yes, this is where N resurrected Reshiram, the Dragon of Truths, 2 years prior. Iris explains that the Dragon Spiral Tower had been sealed since ancient times. It was rumored to be the tomb of one of Unova's ancient kings, so out of respect, no one had ever tried to enter, but it turns out it actually housed Reshiram, who hadn't been seen for 3,000 years. Roxy says, I remembered watching that match on TV, and you were able to beat N and win the Victory Road tournament. Iris says, yeah. Actually, that's where I first met Axew. Ash asks, what do you mean? Iris says, she had Axew's egg for many months, well over a year at least, but it didn't hatch. Then, in the battle with N, in order to save me, Axew absorbed the energy of Reshiram and hatched. As a result, Reshiram reverted to its white stone form. After, N then disappeared with the stone. No one has seen him since that day. Ash says, that sounds dangerous. Iris says, we thought that Team Plasma was done that day, but they were working in the shadows this whole time, capturing the other legendary Pokemon of Unova. Roxy then says, hey Iris, isn't there another dragon besides Reshiram? Iris says, oh, you mean Zekrom, the Dragon of Truths? Ash says, what's that? Iris says that an ancient legend passed down in her village tells the tale of Reshiram and its counterpart, Zekrom. Iris says that there are many legends about the two, even a legend claiming that the two dragons were once one. Ash says, well, where is Zekrom? Iris says, well, no one knows. It never awakened like Reshiram did, so it could be anywhere. Roxy says, hey, look at this. You see, in the years since the tower had been opened, it had become somewhat of a tourist attraction, and one of the displays claims that there's a castle about a day's walk from here. It was built around the same time that the tower was. This excites Ash and Riolu. They both want to see it. This too intrigues Iris, as she didn't even know that it existed. So, the group decides to head to the castle. Meanwhile, after they're lost at the hands of Ash and Riolu in their mountain base, pressure is on for Culverus to deliver on some results. Getsus, the true leader of Team Plasma, is growing wary of Culverus, and has ordered the Shadow Triad to keep a close watch on him, fully aware that Culverus let Ash go. Zinzolin questions Getsus' decisions, as they have gained no new ground in their plan, and all they keep finding is dead ends. They are expending resources, time, and money, all things that they are in short supply of. Getsus does agree with Zinzolin, but they still need Culverus, as he has not yet found the last piece of their puzzle, the Black Dragon, Zekrom. Without it, they will never truly be able to fulfill their goals and rule over Unova, as Getsus' ancestors did so many years ago. Back at the tower with Ash and the group, Riolu senses something and takes off into the tower. Ash gives chase, eventually coming to a wall with a hole in it. It was a previously undiscovered room in the tower, veiled in darkness to everyone except Riolu. Without warning, it fires an aura sphere into the darkness, but it is deflected back at it from the shadows. Ash tells Riolu to be on guard. Then, from the darkness, a Pokemon strikes. It's an Acelgor, which can only mean one thing. Ash yells, "Come out, Andriel." The Shadow Triad emerges from the darkness. Ash proclaims, "It doesn't matter what you do, but you won't get Riolu." Andriel says, "Foolish boy, although I would love to put you in your place, you're not my orders. Luckily, I've already finished what I've came here for." Then, in a flash, Andriel and Acelgor are gone. Riolu can no longer sense them. Roxy and Iris then join Ash and Riolu. Ash explains what is going on and how Andriel was here, but he's gone now. Then, a voice from outside the room is heard. "What have you done?" it proclaims. The group walks out, and there stands a man who seems to be enraged. Iris recognizes this man. It's Professor Juniper, father of Professor Juniper. He recognizes Iris, and his demeanor automatically changes. Iris explains what happened and how it was Team Plasma. Professor Juniper is concerned. Team Plasma back at the tower after all this time, and they found this room. The professor eventually starts to examine the room. He tells Iris he will be in touch once he has an answer. With that, the trio choose to head to the castle to get a look at Unova's ancient past. Over with Andriel. He has arrived back at the Team Plasma base, in the middle of Getsis berating Culrus for not delivering on the results he promised. Culrus turns to Andriel. "Did you acquire what I asked for?" Andriel says, "Here," and hands Culrus a flash drive. Getsis demands to know the meaning of this interruption. Culrus says, "It's simple. These are the results you ordered and I promised." Culrus then heads to his computer and uploads the contents of the flash drive. Culrus then asks Andriel if he has the other item he requested. Andriel asks, "You doubt me?" as he pulls out an item fresh from the tomb below the tower. Getsis says, "You dare desecrate the tomb of one of my ancestors?" Culrus just says, "Please, it's not like we haven't done something like this before. Now it upsets you?" Then, the computer goes off. Culrus smiles. The code has been cracked. "What?" Getsis proclaims. Culrus responds, "I have the location of the legendary Black Stone, the Castle of Vale." "What?" "We already searched that castle years ago," Getsis says. "Yes, but we didn't have the seal of the king," as Culrus holds up the ring of Unova's long-deceased king. About a week later, Ash, Iris, and Roxy end up at their destination, the Grand Castle of the Vale. It took a little longer than it should have because Ash and Riolu had to stop and battle everything in sight, but they are glad to finally be at their destination. And the site at the base of the castle is a vast, lush maze. Roxy says, "Hey, look at the sign." It's a sign that says, "The Liberty Garden, in honor of the king's last friend." Roxy asks, "I wonder what that means." Then they hear a voice. "The garden was in honor of the king's last known companion." Iris turns and asks who the lady is. The girl says, "Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Carlita. I'm one of the keepers of the castle." Ash rushes over to her. "What do you mean, king's last known companion?" Carlita says, "The ancient king who once ruled this castle, after a tragedy in Unova's ancient past, it's said that the king lived in exile here, in the castle, until his death." Iris says, "That's so sad. To die alone, that's the last thing anyone would want." Carlita says, "True, but it's said that during his final days, the king was not alone. An unknown individual was said to be a companion to the king." Roxy says, "Who was it?" Carlita says, "Well, no one really knows. It's said that it was a Pokemon no one has ever really seen. Others say it was just a rumor to give the story a happy ending." "Well, that's still sad either way," Iris states. Iris then apologizes and introduces herself and the group, and she explains that they are here to see the castle's wonders. Carlita says the group has come at a good time. The tourist time of the year is practically over, so the castle is empty. They can explore it to their heart's desire. But Carlita warns, the castle has many passages and corridors. It's easy to get turned around and to get lost, so be careful. Ash and Riolu get excited. "So you mean we can go anywhere we want?" Carlita says yes, but be careful. But it's too late. Ash and Riolu are already gone. Roxy says, "Don't worry, they'll come back when they get hungry." Roxy sets out to explore the Liberty Garden, while Iris is interested in the lore of the castle, having grown up in the village of the dragons. Meanwhile, from the window, at the highest point in the castle, someone watches excitedly. Ash and Riolu have disappeared deep into the castle, but they're not worried. Ash loves what he sees. Walls lined with armor and ancient relics. Ash imagines himself as a knight in ancient Unova, and as he is lost in his daydream, Riolu starts to explore. With Riolu being blind, it can still sense its surroundings. It's more sensitive to things around it, and after searching around, it begins to pick up on the presence of another. It's not a hostile presence, it's a sad presence. Riolu tries to get Ash's attention, firing an aura sphere at him to knock him back to reality. Riolu tries to convey the other presence to Ash, but with little success, until something on a table nowhere near the two falls and breaks on the floor. Ash starts to panic. Great, Carlita's gonna think we broke it. Riolu finally gets Ash's attention, and he realizes what Riolu was trying to say. Ash tells Riolu to lead the way, and the duo give chase. Over with Iris and Carlita, the two are in deep conversation about the lore of the castle. Iris asks how any of this about the castle is actually known to be true. Carlita says, well, we do know that the king had a brother who after the war left Unova for a place beyond the sea. Then, several years later, one of the children of that brother returned to Unova to check on the king. But what the prince found was a scene that was most discouraging. The king was deceased and had been for what seemed years. The prince then sought to return Unova to its former glory and declared himself as the new king of Unova. He spent the rest of his life rebuilding what the father and his uncle had destroyed, aiming to return Unova to the glory of his grandfather, even defending it from a war from beyond the sea. Iris asks what happened to the king that was found here in the castle. Carlita says no one knows. It's said that when the prince left the castle to survey the surrounding land, when he returned, the king was gone and his body was never found. Iris is stunned. Carlita then says it also could be a legend, as the prince was a man of great honor, wanting to protect his family's legacy. It's possible that he buried the king in secret to protect him from any future grave robbers. I mean, look at what happened to the Dragon Spiral Tower. Iris says, what do you mean? Carlita says that tower was the tomb of the first king of Unova. Team Plasma broke into the tower to get the legendary Pokemon Reshiram. Iris says, that place is a tomb? Now I feel really bad. Carlita says, why? Iris says, I was the one who stopped Team Plasma. If I would have put them down sooner, then the tower would still be sealed. Carlita tells Iris not to be so hard on herself. She didn't know Team Plasma would do that. Carlita then asks if they will be staying the night, as it's getting pretty late. Iris shrugs. You do that? Carlita says not normally, but since the tourists are all gone and it's hours to the next town, it's better if you just stay the night. Iris takes Carlita up on the offer and asks what's next. Carlita says, now we make food. Over in the Liberty Garden, Roxy is exploring with Zora. The two are enjoying themselves, just walking around. After some time, they come across something stone that is covered in foliage. Roxy starts to pull away from the overgrown plants to reveal what looks like a door, but it seems to be sealed from within. When someone calls out to her, what are you doing here? Roxy looks, and there stands a man who looks very upset. Roxy apologizes and introduces herself. The man asks again, what are you doing here? Roxy nervously says she was given permission to look through the garden. The man asks, oh, by who? Roxy says, Carlita, the groundskeeper. The man says, of course, sternly. My name is Damon, her older brother, and the head groundskeeper. I must ask you to please leave that door alone. Roxy says, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was off limits. Damon then asks Roxy to return to the castle as it's getting dark. Roxy complies, walking over from the door, but not before noticing a symbol on the door. Back in the castle, Ash and Riolu are chasing something that can't be seen. Ash thinks to himself, this is odd. It's almost like we're being played with, as things are being knocked off the tables and walls, forcing Riolu and Ash to save them from breaking. Ash is getting tired of this, and asks Riolu if it can get a lock on it. Riolu nods, and Ash orders an aura sphere that appears to hit something, but then the craziness stops. Riolu looks around, trying to sense the presence that it felt before, but it's gone. Then, Ash hears Iris calling, saying the food is ready. This catches Ash's attention, and he and Riolu run off to find Iris, leaving the presence Riolu felt to contemplate what just happened. When Ash arrives to the dining area, he is met with Carlita arguing with a man who Roxy says is Carlita's brother. He is against them being here, but Carlita says that she has already invited them to stay the night. After much back and forth, Damon eventually concedes to them, saying just one night, mostly just to shut Carlita up. The group then eats an extensive meal Carlita and Iris had cooked, which Riolu and Ash gladly take part in. During the meal, Carlita asks how everyone's tour was. Ash, being the only one alone at that time, tells everyone what happened and how one of the ancient relics broke. Carlita and Damon look at each other with concern. Then Carlita just says, don't worry, everything that is on display is a replica of the original, so the original doesn't get damaged. This gives Ash a sense of relief. Then he explains that Riolu was able to send something that couldn't be seen, but when Riolu fired an aura sphere at it, it hit something in midair. Then whatever it was vanished. Damon and Carlita give each other another look, but just respond, that's strange, as the group finishes their meal. Later, after more exploring, the group gets a chance to choose a room for them to spend the night in. This excites Ash, and he tells Riolu to go find a good one. Then he and Riolu take off, eventually finding a room that Riolu can feel a familiar presence in. Ryulu makes a choice for this room in particular, which Damon gives a concerning glance, but says nothing, as Ash is excited as the room is very elegant. Fit for a king, you could say. Carlita tells Ash that this room belonged to the ancient king of Unova. It is said that this room was his favorite room in all the castle. This room is the room that he was founded when he passed from this life. Some say that at night you can feel the presence of the king, if he thinks you are worthy. Ash turns to Ryulu. What do you think, buddy? Should this be our room? Ryulu turns and nods, so the two decide to settle in. Roxy and Iris also find a room, and everyone decides to call it a night. A few hours later, Roxy awakens, and Zora has again decided to go explore the castle. Roxy decides to go and look for it. After a while of searching, she eventually finds the mischievous fox and scolds it for not staying in the room. Then, she overhears Damon and Carlita arguing, and the subject is Ash and Ryulu. This captures Roxy's attention, so she listens in. Damon asks Carlita how she could invite them to stay the night. They already risk too much by playing the part of caretakers to protect the sanctuary of this place. Carlita tells him that she doesn't think it's going to be a problem. Damon angrily says, and then there's that Ryulu. It can sense it. If it can find a passage, our secret's out, and the mission that our family has sworn to uphold for the last 3,000 years will end, and the war will begin again. Carlita apologizes. I'm sorry. I didn't think about it. This is my fault. Damon says no. It's the fault of Team Plasma. If they wouldn't have discovered Reshiram in the Dragon Spire Tower, then we wouldn't have had to try so hard to cover up this secret. But they must go at first light to avoid any further risk. Carlita agrees, and they walk towards the partially open door that Roxy just happens to be on the other side of. Luckily, as the two emerge from the door, Zora uses its power of illusion to hide the two from the sight of the siblings. Once the two are out of sight, Zora lets down the illusion, and Roxy is concerned about what she heard. Over in Iris's room, she can't sleep, as the guilt of not being able to stop Team Plasma from wrecking the Dragon Spire Tower weighs heavy on her mind, now more than ever. Iris has a beautiful view of a star-filled sky and the Liberty Garden. She looks out the window with Axew, trying to console its trainer, as it can sense her discord. Then, as Iris is lost in thought, she notices movement down in the garden. Iris thinks, this is strange. Everyone should be asleep. Iris tells Axew to follow her, as she decides to head and check it out. Over with Ash, he is passed out, as usual, not a worry in the world. But Ryulu, on the other hand, it can't sleep. It can't shake the feeling that it had when it first entered the room, like they are not alone. But nothing has made its presence known, so Ryulu has just been on edge, keeping watch. A little bit more time passes, and Ryulu finally can sense something different than the one that he felt when they entered the room. Ryulu wakes Ash, who is having trouble focusing on what Ryulu is trying to warn it about. Then, from the window, an energy ball is fired in their direction, which Ryulu uses a force bomb to deflect. Suddenly, when Ash starts to focus, he hears a voice. What an unexpected pleasure. There stand all three of the Shadow Triad. Ash yells, you can't take Ryulu. Necrosis responds, well, luckily for you, that's not our orders. We're here to secure the castle. But they didn't say anything about not having a little fun while we were here. Ash doesn't like this. He and Ryulu are outnumbered, and his other Pokemon are in their balls that Ash left on the desk that just so happens to be behind the Shadow Triad. What follows is an all-out battle. Ryulu versus Excelgor, Excavalier, and Bisharp. Alone, Ash and Ryulu can take on any one of these guys, as they have in the past, but all three together, Ryulu can't keep up. It ends up taking multiple attacks from all three of the Pokemon. Ash then thinks of a crazy plan, but it's all he has. He orders Ryulu to draw all three of the Pokemon in at once. The three Shadow Triad members fall for this and order their Pokemon to all attack at once. In retaliation, Ash orders a counter, which knocks back the three Pokemon. Ryulu is successful in causing massive damage, but at a cost. The battle took a toll on Ryulu. It is now down and not moving. Ash rushes to its side to block Ryulu from any more damage. As the Pokemon charge up their final attacks at the order of the Shadow Triad, a bright flash envelops the room, and when the light clears, Ash and Ryulu are gone, much to the frustration of Necrosis and his cohorts. Back with Roxy, she is on her way back to her room, being careful to avoid Carlita and Damon as they headed the same way. While walking back, Zora suddenly gets really defensive, growling with its hair standing up. Roxy notices a figure in the dark moving around. When it comes into the light of the moon, Roxy knows this person, a member of Neo, Team Plasma. Roxy can hear them stating that they have infiltrated the castle. She tries to hide in the shadows, tucking up real tight against the walls, when suddenly, when she is about to be spotted, a wall behind her opens up, and she falls through, with the wall quickly closing before she is noticed. Out in the Liberty Garden, Iris and Axew are searching for the movement that they saw, but they are desperately lost, as at night, the maze is almost impossible to navigate. After fumbling around for a while, Iris notices movement off in the distance. She calls to them, "Hey you!" The figure takes off running, and Iris gives chase. Iris notices something. She's gaining on the figure. Once she's close enough, she orders Axew to use a Dragon Rage, which connects, knocking the person off its feet, giving Iris time to catch up. When she gets to the person, her eyes widen, and you hear a tremble in her voice as she says, N Back with Ash, as he opens his eyes, the attacking Pokemon are gone. As a matter of fact, he and Riolu are not even in the same room anymore. This room is an odd one, Ash thinks as he looks around. Then he notices Riolu and rushes to it. Riolu is in bad shape. It's not responsive as Ash calls, and Ash is worried. Ash picks up Riolu and leaves to find help. But this room only has one way in and one way out, a hallway that has no lights and seems to go on forever into darkness. Ash is very uneasy about it, but looks at Riolu and throws caution into the wind as he enters into the darkness. Ash takes his first steps in the darkness and he hears something that sends shivers down his spine. While from the room, another presence watches as Ash disappears into the darkness. Now with Roxy, she starts to scream as she falls back, but is caught with a hand placed over her mouth. She looks back, and it's Damon and Carlita. Roxy, in a panic, tells Damon and Carlita that they're in danger. Team Plasma, shh, Damon says. We know. Roxy quietly saying, what do you mean? Carlita says that they are aware the Team Plasma is here, but they need to get moving. Roxy looks around. They seem to be in a passage of some sort. Roxy asks where they are as they start to walk down this corridor. Damon says, they are in the Relic Corridor, a secret passage hidden within their castle. Roxy asks if these have always been there. Carlita says yes. Roxy asks, well, why doesn't anybody else know about this? Carlita tells Roxy that only people of the Veil know about them and can access them. Roxy says, the people of the Veil? Who's that? Damon interrupts. Enough. You have already said too much, Carlita. We need to focus on securing all of the entrance points, so no one else can enter. Roxy and Carlita get quiet as the trio continue to walk, eventually coming to a room that for being in an extremely old castle is adorned with high-tech computers and video surveillance equipment. On the monitors, they can see all of the castles crawling with Neo Team Plasma grunts. Then, on a monitor, Roxy notices that the Shadow Triad is in a room that looks familiar. That's Ash's room, she says. Damon takes to the monitor and checks all the cameras in the area, but there's no sign of Ash or his Riolu. Damon tells her that there's no sign of the two, but it appears that they got away somehow, as the Shadow Triad seem to be searching for him. Roxy says, this is bad. They are always after Ash's Riolu. Damon says, really? With a tone of relief. Roxy says, yes. As long as I've known Ash, his Riolu has been one of the highest priorities of Team Plasma. But then over the audio, they can hear Necrosis speak. We can't worry about the boy right now. We have our orders. We must find the passage. A look of concern falls over Carlita and Damon. Carlita states, no, they are here for the treasure. Roxy thinks, treasure? Damon tells Carlita, don't worry. If we don't know where it is, then they will have no chance at finding it. Roxy then says, hey, I don't want to interrupt, but we need to find Ash and Riolu. They are in danger. Damon replies, don't worry, your friend is safe. It seems the two have made it into a part of the castle even we cannot see. Unfortunately, we have no access to it either. This concerns Roxy, as she thinks, what are these two hiding? Outside in the Liberty Garden, Iris is shocked as she looks on at En. The silence goes on for what seems like an eternity. En finally breaks the silence. It's been a while, Iris. You've grown since the last time we've met. This gets Iris out of her shocked state. En, what are you doing here? Are you still working with Team Plasma? Why was your declaration to disband Team Plasma a lie? Iris is just berating En with questions when he lunges at her and pulls her into the bushes. This startles Iris and she starts to flail as En whispers, be quiet, as they look out and they see Team Plasma grunts are prowling the Liberty Garden. Iris says, I knew it. You are with them. En replies, no, I have not gone back on my word. This stops Iris in mid-rant and continues, I did disband Team Plasma and I remain true to my word. The one behind this is my father, Getsis, and his new leader of Team Plasma, Culrus. Iris thinks, I know that name, then says, we met a scientist once by that name in the desert resort, and says, yes, he is after the legendary Pokemon in Unova in order to fulfill the plans of my father. Iris, concerned, says, what do you mean? And asks, as a member of the Village of the Dragons, have you been made aware of the wars of ancient Unova? Iris questions, wars? And says, yes, wars. Iris states, she knows about the legend of the ancient war between the legendary dragons of Ideals and Truth, but I didn't know about a second war. And says, yes, there was a second war, and it was said to be ended by a weapon of ultimate power. My father has spent his life searching for any truths in these legends, and that is how he found out Reshiram was sealed in the Dragon Spiral Tower. Unfortunately, opening the tower was a mistake. Iris says, well, yeah, we know that now. After all, it is a tomb. And says, this is true, but not the reason why opening it was a mistake. Iris says, well, why was it a mistake? And says, while the tower only contained the Dragon of Truth, it did contain information on the location of the Dragon of Ideals, and other information of Unova's ancient past. That is why I'm here. When I found out that my father had learned the location of the Dragon of Ideals, I knew I had to get it before him. En then pulls out an ancient relic and states, they have this, the seal of the king, and if they find the doorway, this will grant them access to where the Dragon of Ideals sleeps. We can't let them get that dragon, or the war will start all over. Iris stares deeply at the seal of the king, thinking, I've seen that somewhere before. Then, Act 2 pops out Iris's hair to break the tension and greets the little dragon. Hi, it's good to see you. I can feel the life force of Reshiram in you. Iris looks at En. Really, she says? En says yes. Once you've bonded with the legendary dragon, you can feel when they are near. En then turns to Act 2 and says thank you. If you wouldn't have appeared when you did, then I wouldn't have been set on the right path. Then they hear footsteps. Neoteam Plasma is close. En says they have to move. Back with Ash and Riolu, Ash is getting worried. He's been walking in the dark for a while now and has not seen any way out. Not only that, but the cries he's been hearing from deep within are now getting closer. Ash looks down at Riolu in the dim light. It's still unresponsive. Ash's inner panic is starting to grow, but then, off in the distance, he sees a faint light of a flame. Ash calls to it, hey, can you help us? But the flame fades away, so Ash gives chase. Then, he can see the flame again as it fades into the darkness. Ash follows it urgently, as it's the only sign of hope that he's seen down here. After a while, Ash finally ends up in a room that seems to be flowing with energy. At the center of it sits a pedestal with what looks like a person on it. Ash calls to the individual, hey, can you help me? As he walks closer, we were attacked, and my Riolu is in pretty bad shape. It needs medical attention, or it may not make it. But as Ash gets closer, the person comes into focus, and Ash's hope turns to fear. What he sees is the remains of an individual, but they are not new. They have been here for a long time. Ash says, great. This is a tomb of some kind, and there's no way out. He then looks at Riolu. I'm sorry, buddy, he says, with tears welling up in his eyes. I won't be able to save you. We'll be stuck down here forever. Just then, Ash feels something push him from behind, knocking Riolu out of his hands. Ash tries to catch it, but Riolu falls on the floor on one of the veins of energy, and it is suddenly enveloped in light. When the light fades, Riolu wakes up. Ash is amazed. It seems the energy completely healed Riolu. Ash is deeply relieved, and he hugs Riolu, but then turns to the matter on hand. How did they get out of here? And who helped them get here? Ash is puzzled, but Riolu senses something. In response, it fires an aura sphere that is stopped in midair. Back with Roxy, things turn aggressive. She begins to yell at Damon and Carlita. Alright, you two, you need to come clean right now. Damon tells her she needs to be quiet, or Team Plasma will find them. Roxy loudly states, you two know more than you're letting on, so if you want to keep me quiet, then you need to spill it. Everything you know. Damon is hesitant, but Carlita tells Damon that Roxy is right. This time is different. The castle is swarming with Neo Team Plasma, and they alone will not be able to protect it. Roxy and her friends can help. They really don't have a choice. Damon reluctantly breaks and says okay, but in order to know why Team Plasma is here, you have to go back 3,000 years. Damon asks Roxy if she knows of the ancient war and the clash of ideals and truth. Roxy replies, yeah, the two brothers that fought and in the end resulted in no one winning. Damon says, yes, that's part of it, but what most people don't know is that one of those brothers left Unova for a land across the sea, but the other one stayed here in Unova and sealed away the two dragons, so the world would never again face the terror that it had before. Reshiram, the Dragon of Truth, was sealed in the Dragon Spiral Tower. Roxy says, yeah, everyone knows that after what happened 2 years ago. Damon says yes, but what is not known is that the Dragon of Ideals, Zekrom, was sealed in this castle. Roxy asks, who are you two? Carlita says, we are some of the few remaining descendants of those two brothers. Roxy says, what? Damon says it's true. While the brother that exiled himself to the castle never had any offspring of his own, the brother that left for beyond the sea had two sons of his own. After many of the years, one of the sons returned to Unova to check on his uncle, but what he found was described as a sight of sadness. The king had died alone. It appeared that he spent his days here in the castle, creating elaborate passages to confuse anyone who would seek Zekrom, over time turning the castle into a giant vault. The son who returned to Unova then took up the mantle of king and chose to stay in Unova. Roxy says, so you're the descendants of the new king that came to Unova? Carlita says yes. The new king was the one who rebuilt Unova, even fighting a war from beyond the sea without the help of the legendary dragons. Roxy says, okay, this is an unbelievable story. Damon says, I know. Roxy then says, okay, but how did the king who lived here in the castle by himself do all that you claimed by himself? Damon asks what she means. Roxy says, well, you said the king lived in exile and he transformed this castle by himself. I have a hard time believing that. Carlita says true. There is one story that suggests that the exiled king actually wasn't alone in his final years. Damon then pulls out a book that it looks very old. He says, this is the king's journal. Damon then opens it up to the final page, the last entry from the exiled king, and he reads the final words of the exiled king. My days are nearing their end. I have but only one wish of those who find this last will and testament. Leave the castle as is. Do not change anything, for it has become home to my only true companion in my final years. Please maintain the Garden of Liberty, as it is the key to ideals and the favorite place of my dearest friend, Victini. That is where it ends, Damon says. Roxy asks, who's Victini? Carlita says, For the longest time, no one knew, but there are legends of a Pokemon in Unova that represented victory. Although we've never seen it ourselves, our family claims that Victini was this Pokemon, and in the King's life of exile, Victini was his only friend. Those things your friend Ash said he saw may have been Victini. It often causes mischief in the castle, but is never seen. Roxy asks, "Are you sure it's Victini?" Damon says, "What do you mean?" Roxy states, even if the story of Victini is true, once the king passed, why would it stay? It could have left at any time. Carlita says, "True, but our family has come to believe that Victini is trapped here by some unseen force. That is why it can't leave." Roxy says that's a sad story. If it is true, then we are in trouble. Roxy then says, "How do we get to where Zekrom is? We need to get there before Team Plasma." Damon says, "That's the thing we don't know." Roxy says, "What?" Damon says that the exiled king spent his life hiding it. No one in our family has ever been able to find it. Roxy says, "This is a problem." Then an alarm goes off. Team Plasma has gained access to the passage. Roxy says they need to move now. Back in the Liberty Garden, Iris and Anne are on the move. Iris asks Anne why he's looking in the Liberty Garden. Wouldn't it be better to look in the castle? Anne says no. You see, the reason why my father knew that Reshiram was sealed in the Dragon Spiral Tower is because we're the descendants of the family that sealed the dragons. Iris says, "Really?" Anne says yes. And when we entered the tower 2 years ago, I wanted to visit my ancestor, the king that unified Unova, in hopes of gaining his blessing for the path that I was about to walk. But in his tomb, there was a carving on the wall that caught my attention. But I couldn't understand it until I learned that my father was looking here for Zekrom. Iris says, "Well, what is it?" And says, "It read, the path to ideals begins with liberty." Iris says, "So you think the path starts here in the Liberty Garden?" And says, "Yes, it's somewhere here. We just need to find it." Iris says, "I think I know. Roxy said that there's a door near the northern point of the maze. That might be it." And says, "It has to be." So they make their way to the mysterious door, carefully avoiding Team Plasma members along the way. Once they reach the door, Iris asks, "How do they get in?" And says, "There's one saying that was passed down in his family for generations. With the king's approval, you may enter." N then pulls out a relic with the seal of the king on it. It begins to react to the door. Then, suddenly, nothing happens. Both Iris and N are stumped. Iris goes to beat on the door out of frustration. Then, she falls through. N wonders what's going on. Then Iris pops back through. "I don't know how, but the door is no longer solid," she says. She then tells N to come. This has to be the way. N then walks through as the door re-solidifies behind him. Inside, there's a stairway that seems to descend forever, but lining the walls are depictions of an era gone by. Iris and N stop to view them. N says that Unova's forgotten history is written on these walls, a depiction of a great battle. And then something catches N's eye as he walks deeper. A picture of Reshiram and Zekrom on the wall, but between the two of them is a third dragon, one N has never seen before. N mentions that this dragon looks incomplete, like it is a husk. Below is a phrase carved into the wall, "The frozen virtue," it reads. Iris says, "That's strange. I've never heard of a third dragon." N says, "Me neither," as the two continue down into the stairway. Over with Ash and Riolu, they look on as the Aurasphere is bouncing around in the air. Then, it is tossed back to Riolu. Riolu catches it and is puzzled by what is going on. It can feel a presence next to it, and Riolu throws the Aurasphere at it again. This time, it connects, and what it hits becomes visible, falling to the ground. Ash rushes to the Pokemon to see if it is okay. The Pokemon then lets out a cry of excitement. Riolu takes a defensive stance, ready to attack, but the Pokemon sees this as a sign of play, and it happily engages with Riolu. This confuses Riolu, as it doesn't sense a threat, but it doesn't know what to make of it. Ash tells Riolu to stand down. This Pokemon doesn't seem to want to harm them, it just seems that it wants to play. Ash turns to the Pokemon. It says its cry, Victini. Ash says, "Victini? Well, you seem full of energy." Riolu is apprehensive, but comes over to Ash. Victini approaches Riolu and playfully engages it once more. Riolu starts to trust its feelings and lets down its guard. Riolu and Victini seem to hit it off really well. Victini seems to be especially playful. Ash is curious and asks Victini if it was the presence that Riolu felt earlier in the castle. Victini nods. Ash wonders to himself, how did Victini get down here? How did we get down here? And where exactly is here? Then Ash hears it, a menacing cry from within the catacombs from whence they came. Ash thinks, that's not good. Whatever it is sounds close, and it sounds angry. Ash thinks that it's the Shadow Triad, and they've found their way down here. Ash then turns to Victini. "Hey Victini, do you know a way out of here?" Victini stops playing with Riolu. Its expression turns from one of happiness to one of sadness, but Ash doesn't understand why. Ash then tells Victini he would love to stay here and play, but the castle is under attack, and if they don't do something, then some really bad people will find this place and destroy it. Victini's expression turns from one of sadness to one of concern. It nods and motions to Ash and Riolu to follow it. They proceed out of the tomb and into another part of the catacombs, eventually coming to a dead end. Ash tells Victini that this is not what he meant. They need to get out of here. Victini then places its hand on the wall and it starts to react. Victini then phases through the wall. Amazed, Ash and Riolu follow. They end up in a winding staircase, and you can hear talking coming from the bottom. Riolu senses someone it knows and someone it doesn't. Ash says, "That's Iris." Concerned, the two run off in the direction of the voices with Victini in tow. As Ash and Riolu get closer to the bottom of the stairs, the voices get louder, and one of them has frustration in it. Ash and Riolu rush to the bottom of the stairs, ready for a battle. There stands Iris, and a man that Ash doesn't know. Ash asks Iris if she is okay, as Riolu readies a Norosphere to attack the man. Iris, not expecting to see Ash down here, tells him to calm down. There's no enemies here. Ash then looks at En. He looks familiar. Who is he? Iris introduces En and tells Ash that he's here to help stop Team Plasma. Ash, now embarrassed, changes his mood right away. Ash tries to introduce himself to En, but En isn't hearing him. His full attention is on Riolu. The presence of this Pokemon feels familiar to him. Iris then calls to En, snapping him out of his trance. En apologizes for his rudeness and acknowledges Ash. Then, Ash calls to Victini. Iris asks, "What's that?" Victini appears to the group, still playing with Riolu. Ash says, "A Pokemon that me and Riolu met." Then, Ash tells Iris that they were attacked by the Shadow Triad in his room. Iris cuts Ash off. "We know. That's why we're down here." Ash says, "What do you mean?" En tells Ash that Team Plasma has come to this play in search of the legendary Pokemon Zekrom. Zekrom? Ash questions. En says yes. After their failure 2 years ago to take control of Unova using the other half, Reshiram, Ash says, "Wait, you're the one who resurrected Reshiram." Looking at En. En hangs his head in shame. "Yes, I was misguided by my father. While I wanted freedom for everyone and their Pokemon, he wanted to subjugate everyone and their Pokemon. He was blinded by his ambitions and didn't care who he used in the process, even his own son." Ash then asks the hard question. "Well, why are you here? Where is Reshiram?" En replies, "I'm here to stop my father, and as far as Reshiram, I've hidden it in a place in hopes that no one will ever find it." Ash looks at En, then Riolu, who is playing with Victini, and asks, "What do you think, buddy?" Riolu feels out the emotions of En. It nods in approval, which is good enough for Ash. Ash then asks, "So, what's the move?" En says, "We need to find Zekrom. It should be here." As En looks around the room, Ash says, "Well, I hate to break it to you, but there's no Pokemon in here." En says, "True, but Zekrom won't look like a Pokemon. It would look like a round, black stone." Back with Roxy, Damon, and Carlita, the three are on the move through the hidden passages of the castle, trying to avoid Team Plasma. Roxy asks where they're heading. Damon says there's one place left that not even they can get to. After some close calls and a lot of running, the three of them end at a wall at the end of a hallway. Roxy says, "Great, now we're trapped. What are we supposed to do now?" Damon tells her to be quiet. He holds a rock with a strange symbol to the wall. They can hear Team Plasma grunts closing in on them. Carlita tells Damon to hurry, and just as she says that, the rock starts to glow. Damon says quick, and Carlita pushes Roxy through the wall, and Damon jumps through as well, just as the Team Plasma grunts turn the corner, barely missing them. Roxy asks, "Where are they?" Damon tells her that they are in the king's tomb below the castle. Roxy says, "So the king is buried here?" Carlita says, "Supposedly, but no one has ever actually found him. This is just a labyrinth that just goes on and on. You can become lost in it." Roxy says, "Well, maybe we'll find the king's tomb." Damon says, "Highly unlikely. Our family has guarded this place for generations, and no one has ever found it. This was just a place built to confuse anyone down here, with no hope for escape." Roxy says, "Great. So how are we supposed to get out of here?" Damon says, "With this." He holds up the king's journal, and in the back is a map that his family has spent decades drawing out while they were exploring. There are 4 other exits, one in the garden, 2 at the base of the cliffs of the castle, and 1 in the main dining hall. The ones we need to get to are the ones at the base of the cliffs, as they are the furthest from the castle and offer the best chance for escape. Roxy says, "Well, then we better get moving." "So which way?" Carlita points, so they head off, hearing a sound echo in the labyrinth. Back with Ash and everyone, they are searching the room for the black stone, and as they search the surrounding room, En looks over the walls. There is more to the story of the war in ancient Unova. En says that he never knew the war was as brutal as it is depicted here. For En, this just solidifies the fact that he can't let his father get his hands on Zekrom. Ash then calls to everyone. Riolu has stopped, and it is focusing on one of the stairways that lead into the room. It can sense someone coming. Riolu takes a defensive stance as Victini makes itself invisible. For a while, Riolu's mood changes from defensive to excitement. Riolu rushes to the doorway, and from the darkness emerges Roxy, Damon, and Carlita. Ash is relieved to see his friend. Damon and Carlita are surprised to see anyone down here. Damon immediately demands to know how they got down here. Only the descendants of the king have access to this place. Iris says she came within through the Liberty Garden. Carlita asks how. That's impossible. In order to get to the doorway, you need, and cuts her off, the seal of the king as he pulls out his seal and shows it to him. Damon becomes enraged, demanding to know where he got that from, and explains that it has been passed down in his family since the time of the last Unovan War, as he, like them, is a descendant from that same family. Damon and Carlita are in stunned silence, but Damon snaps back, claiming that he refuses to believe this claim, and tells him he doesn't matter if he believes him. What matters is what happens now, and says he knows that Zekrom is here in the tomb. They need to show him where, so that way he can stop Team Plasma. Carlita says, I'm sorry, we can't. Not because we don't want to, but because we don't know where it is. And says, what do you mean? I know that you're supposed to be the guardians of the Black Stone, and you're telling me you don't know where it is? How are you supposed to be guarding it? Damon says, we know what we guard, and where it is supposed to be, but we don't know the location of where it is held. And says, explain what you mean. Damon tells them, Zekrom is sealed in the chamber of the king, but no matter how many times they've searched, our family has never found it. Iris says, well, if we can't find it, then it will be safe, because Team Plasma won't be able to find it either. And says, no, the one person that would be able to find it would be my father. He would level this castle to get what he wants. Just then, Ash says, hey, I think I know. Everyone turns in shock. What? Damon says. Ash says, well, not me, but I know someone who does. Damon demands to know who. Ash says, Victini. Victini? Damon replies, impossible. I've lived here my whole life, and I've never seen anything like that. Victini is just a legend. Carlita says, yeah, but a lot of weird things do happen around the castle. Damon, you have to admit that. Just because we've never seen it doesn't mean it's not there. Just then, Victini appears, stunning Damon and Carlita into silence. There it is, right before their eyes, after all this time. Damon says, well, okay, let's say this is Victini. How do we know that it knows where the king is laid to rest? Ash says, I think it does because it took me there to escape the Shadow Triad. Back up top with the Shadow Triad, they have finally seized the passages of the castle, including the security room. Andrio's combing through the cameras, looking for any signs other than Team Plasma, but there's nothing, and he is getting frustrated with the lack of progression on their part. Necrosa says, why did you think it would be so easy? You and I both know they are in a part of the castle no eyes can see. Then Culrus and Getsus enter the room. Precisely, Getsus says, but that's why I'm here. Eclipse then says, well, what do you know that we don't? Culrus then pulls out the relic, the seal of the king. Culrus states that this is the key to a door that is unseen. Andrio then says, well then how do we find a door that can't be seen? Culrus says, with this, and he pulls out a device. Culrus says, this device emits a pulse to map out passageways in the surrounding areas. The best thing is that it will map out passageways unseen by the eye. Culrus then gives the device to each of the Shadow Triad and orders them to fan out around the castle and report when they have found a doorway. Meanwhile, Culrus flips over his handheld to a screen and a noise that he's been tracking. What are you? He says. After some time, Eclipse radios, I found something. He has found the door that Roxy and the others used to escape. Culrus and the other members of the Shadow Triad arrive to the door. Culrus presents the seal of the king, and it starts to glow. But when it stops, nothing happens. Eclipse criticizes Culrus, but then Necrosis pushes them through the door. Culrus smiles and orders them to bring back the black orb, and not to return until they have it. Then they disappear beyond the wall. Back with Ash and the group, they are arguing with each other. Ash insists that Victini can take them there. Then they hear a loud cry from deep within the corridors. Roxy says, I don't know what that is, but it sounds dangerous. Iris agrees. No matter what they do, they need to do it fast. Damon finally breaks down and says, okay, Victini, can you take us to the room of the king? But Victini refuses to take them. It doesn't trust Damon out of the way he's been acting. Then, from the shadows of the corridor, the group is attacked as an energy wave fills the room. Riolu returns fire and hits something. A loud roar is let out, and from the shadows steps a Pokemon. Iris says, that's a Darudagon, but its colors are off. Carlita wonders how it got down here, as there isn't supposed to be anything down here. Ash says, I don't know, but I think we're gonna have to battle it. Riolu, Axew, and Zorora all stand ready as their trainers give them commands to attack. The Darudagon just pushes them all back. It's like it doesn't even feel the moves. Ash notices this and doesn't like it. He orders a quick attack. Zorora and Axew follow in suit, but they are all caught in a Dragon Pulse, pushing them all back with a great damage. The trio can barely move, but Riolu manages to stand back up, and it's glowing with aura once again. Riolu refuses to give up, and Ash won't either. The two are in perfect sync, and just like in their last few battles, Riolu's power and speed increase enough to match the dragon, but not enough to beat it. Then, as Riolu is on its last leg, Victini nears it and starts to glow. It then motions in what looks like a transfer of power to Riolu. Victini then stares down Darudagon intensely. Ash orders Riolu for one final attack. Riolu rushes in with more power and speed than Ash has seen up until this point. Darudagon retaliates with a massive Dragon Pulse, but Riolu pushes through it with an Aura Sphere, and it lands in a flash of energy. Once Ash can see what happened, Riolu is down, and so is Darudagon. It still appears to be moving. Ash rushes to Riolu and grabs it, but it's not moving. Ash knows this is bad. Victini then comes to Riolu, concerned about it and its well-being. It then mentions to Ash to follow it. Ash knows to where, and he takes off with the others in tow, asking where they're headed, leaving Darudagon behind. But it is not happy, and it gets to its feet and gives chase. All the while, the Shadow Triad have been watching from the darkness. As Ash and others move down the corridor that Victini headed to, Damon and Carlita are asking why they're going this way. When they get to a wall with an odd marking on it, Victini's paw print, and says, "I can feel it." Iris asks what? It's here. The energy of Zekrom. Victini puts its paw to the door and it begins to glow, giving the group the ability to pass through into the king's chamber. Once inside, they see it, the energy veins flowing through the room, and at the center, the remains of the king. Carlita and Damon stare in awe as Ash lays Riolu on one of the energy veins, allowing it to recover. Once Riolu wakes up, Ash is relieved, as well as Victini. Victini and Riolu start to play again, as everyone searches the room for what they desire, the black orb. Damon remarks, "I can't believe that the seal of the king was literal. Victini was the seal of the king. All of the stories were true. Victini, I'm sorry." Victini looks at him as Riolu and it play. Roxy then asks if anyone noticed the strange glow between Victini and Riolu earlier. Then Riolu's power grew exponentially. Carlita says that's the power of Victini. It's known as the victory Pokemon. Ash says, "Really?" Carlita says yes. Legend tells that anyone who Victini befriends will always know victory, and says, "I would think so. It's been trapped here in this castle for nearly 3,000 years. Everyone says, "What?" and says yes. According to this wall, Victini has been sealed inside of the castle and it can't exceed the bounds of the Liberty Garden. Carlita says that explains the last passage in the journal. Victini is the guardian of this room, no, of the castle, and then goes on to say that only in the eyes of the king can one find the truth in ideals. Iris thinks only in the eyes of the king. She then looks to where the king is looking. There, she points, a wall with a marking on it, but one stands out and says the seal of the king. He then asks Victini if it would place its paw on the wall. Victini looks at Ash and Riolu, and they both nod in approval. So Victini does, and the wall glows. Then it moves, and behind it, resting in a hold, sits the black stone of Zekrom, and pulls it out and says he can feel the presence of Zekrom. "This is the real deal," he says. Then Ash hears it. As a sense of relief overcomes everyone and they let their guards down, busting through the wall comes Darudagon. It is weak, but it is angry. It attacks Riolu. Ash orders counter right off the bat to try and put it down for good this time. Riolu is successful in this tactic, and it sends Darudagon back into a wall right by in, causing him to drop the black orb. As it rolls, it is picked up by a familiar person, Necrosis, and the other members of the Shadow Triad, and yells no, but before anything can be done, they are gone. En looks on in shock, as does everyone else. Ash says, "We can't wait around. We have to go after them." They all agree, and they start to make their way out. When Darudagon stands back up, it just won't stay down, and it's specifically attacking Riolu. Ash tells everyone to go on ahead. They're gonna have to stop this thing before they can proceed. Roxy says, "Well, how are you gonna do that?" He responds, "Simple. I'm gonna catch it. Now go," Ash says. So the others take off in pursuit of the Shadow Triad, as Ash and Riolu prepare to battle. Back with the Shadow Triad, they've made their way outside to the camp that Culver's set up. They hand over the orb to him, and he says, "Finally." Necrosis says, "Well, now what? Who will bond with a dragon to awaken it?" Culver says, "You fool. We tried that once, and it failed. So this time, I'm going to control it by artificial means." Andriel says, "How?" Culver says, "This machine has the ability to control Pokemon and bring out their immense power with energy waves that it produces. It will take time to revive it." "How long?" Eclipse says. Culver says, "A few moments." "Why?" "Because we got company," Andriel says, as Iris, En, Damon, Carlita, and Roxy make their way to the camp. The Shadow Triad then send out their Pokemon. Roxy and Iris tell Axew and Zoror to be ready for battle. Necrosis tells Iris and Roxy that this is cute, but they won't be getting in the way. Necrosis, Eclipse, and Andriel all order attacks, while the grunts keep Damon and Carlita busy, but En is able to sneak through and get to Culver's. Upon confronting him, Culver's just laughs at him. "Look who's here, the failed king. Have you come to reclaim your birthright?" And says, "No, I've come to stop my father from enslaving people and Pokemon, and to stop you from causing them harm." Culver's laughs. "Harm? You think I'm harming them? My dear, confused friend, I intend to help them by bringing out their true power." Just then, Culver's machines beep, and Zekrom has started to react, glowing intensely. Culver's is overcome with joy and laughs, and questioning, "How? You didn't bond with it. Zekrom didn't recognize you as its hero." Culver's says, "We have no use use for such trivial notions. With the technology I've developed, I can control Zekrom and bring out its full power. And now, no one will stop us. As Zekrom grows in size, awakening for the first time in 3,000 years. As the Shadow Triad, Roxy, and Iris battle, Zekrom captures the attention of everyone around, stopping them in their tracks. N attempts to reach out to Zekrom, but it doesn't notice him. Colorus says, "It's useless. Thanks to my technology, Zekrom will only obey me." Colorus then orders Zekrom to attack our heroes, as the Shadow Triad dodge, telling Colorus to not be so reckless. Colorus just laughs. "We're only getting started," as Zekrom fires lightning, striking everyone around, including the Shadow Triad. Colorus is hypnotized. This is what he wanted to see, how much power he can bring out of Zekrom. With that, he turns his machine to maximum, but the result is not what Colorus expected. Zekrom attacks everyone and everything, including Colorus, knocking him from his machine. Iris and Roxy try to fight back, but it's useless. All of their Pokemon are easily knocked out. Even the Shadow Triad and their Pokemon only provide a brief moment of relief, as they too are taken out by Zekrom. Both Iris and N try to take a stance against Zekrom, pleading with it to stop, attempting to reach its spirit to quell its rage, but it's useless. The two are fired upon by Zekrom. The lightning is too quick to dodge, and the two think that this is the end. As they watch their doom rush towards them, it is intercepted by an aura sphere. Iris looks back, and there stands Ash and Riolu. Iris calls to them as Ash and Riolu rush over. "Did you stop Druddigon?" Iris asks. Ash holds up a Pokeball. "Yep, but it's in bad shape. It refused to go down without a fight. Eventually, a point-blank aura sphere knocked it out." Ash then asks what's going on. Iris and N break everything down, and how Zekrom is attacking everyone. Not even the Shadow Triad can stop it. Colorus then approaches the group with talks of teaming up to stop Zekrom. N is immediately opposed to this idea. Colorus says, "Well, you could summon Reshiram to stop Zekrom. Then there would be no need to team up." N grits his teeth. "That's not an option," he says. Colorus says, "Well, I don't think we have any other choice." Iris, Roxy, and the Shadow Triad are opposed to this as well, refusing to work together. Ash then steps forward. "What do I have to do?" Iris says, "What?" Ash, "This is Team Plasma we're talking about. Why would you help them?" Ash says, "I'm not helping them. I'm trying to save everyone who's in danger. If that means that I have to help Team Plasma, then I don't think I have a choice." The Shadow Triad then say, "You're on your own," and they vanish. Colorus says, "Forget them. We need to focus on Zekrom. We need to shut down my machine. If we can cut the connection between it and Zekrom, then it will revert to its stone form." Ash says, "Okay, we'll do it. Right, Riolu?" Riolu nods, and they get to work. Riolu, Victini, and Ash will draw the attention of Zekrom, while Iris, Roxy, and N guide Colorus through the lightning strikes to his machine. They split up. Riolu fires an aura sphere at Zekrom, but it barely flinches. Ash calls to Zekrom, which surprisingly it responds, and N notices. Ash tells Zekrom that he will be his opponent, so be ready. For an unknown reason, Zekrom responds to this and attacks Riolu and Victini, and the battle ensues. At first, Riolu and Victini are able to dodge and stay ahead of Zekrom, attacking, causing minimal damage. Zekrom is getting frustrated, not being able to hit the two, so in response, it charges a massive amount of electricity, and then it happens. A fusion bolt that envelops everything, catching Riolu and Victini. Ash calls to them as he loses sight of the two. Once he can see, he notices Riolu and Victini are laying there. It appears Victini protected Riolu, taking most of the attack. Ash rushes to them. Riolu stands up and looks to Victini. It can sense it's hurt bad. Ash tries to awake Victini with no response. Then, a light captures Ash's attention. He looks over, and Riolu is glowing an aura, more intensely than it has ever before. This captures the attention of everyone, especially N and Colress, but for different reasons. Ash picks up Victini and tells Riolu, "It's up to you, Riolu. You're the only one who can stop Zekrom. I'm behind you, buddy." Ash then orders a quick attack, which strikes with enough power to force the dragon back, catching it off guard. Then, Riolu fires an aura sphere, and when it hits, you can hear Zekrom roar in pain. Ash tells Riolu to keep pushing. They can do it. Ash and Riolu have never been more in sync than in this moment, and as their ideals align, it causes Zekrom to pulsate in pain. This prompts the dragon to charge another attack, and it bursts with aura as a fusion bolt envelops everything. Ash is in the direct line of fire, and Riolu rushes to intercept the attack. Ash calls to Riolu as they are enveloped in a light once more. Once Ash can see again, there stands Riolu holding back the attack. The little Pokemon is struggling, barely able to stand. Ash calls to Riolu, "I have complete faith in you, buddy. I know you have the strength to overcome this." Then, just as Riolu starts to buckle, Ash calls to it once more, and the aura around it surges, stronger than ever, pushing back the attack and enveloping Riolu and Victini in a light once more. Everyone just watches in complete disbelief, unsure of what just happened and the fate of the three. As the light begins to fade, they can see Ash and Victini, but where Riolu stands is still surging with aura. The aura slowly fades, and there stands a Pokemon. Colors just responds. I never would have thought that this could happen. Ash just looks on in awe. Riolu, he says. It turns and nods at Ash. Ash says, this is amazing. But before anyone can gather themselves, Zekrom attacks again. Ash tells Riolu to counter with an Aura Sphere. Riolu fires one that hits Zekrom with enough force, knocking it down. Riolu then goes on the attack. This opening allows Colress to get to his machine. He tries to shut it down, but it won't respond. The machine has been overloaded and is emitting energy waves on maximum. Colress says, oh no. Iris says, what is it? Colress says, his machine won't respond to him. There's no way to shut it down. So what do we do? Iris asks. Colress says, it means that unless Riolu can find the power to beat Zekrom, then it will rampage until it runs out of energy. Iris says, then we need to get to Ash. Over at the battle, Riolu seems to be evenly matched with Zekrom. It matches it blow for blow, but it is unable to close out the battle. While this is happening, Ash looks on, and Iris manages to get to him. She tells Ash that the only way to stop Zekrom is to knock it out. Ash, unsure on how they would do this, looks on at Riolu. Damon then tells Ash, the answer is Victini. Ash says, what do you mean? Damon says, do you remember earlier when Riolu fought Rutagon? Victini gave its power to Riolu, allowing it to defeat it. Maybe Victini can do it again. Ash says, one problem. It took a lot of damage, and it's unresponsive. Damon says, I may have something for that, and he pulls out an item. Ash asks what it is. Damon says it is something that was brought here from another region by one of his ancestors long ago. It is known as the Sacred Ash. It has the power to revive Pokemon. Ash puts down Victini and takes the Sacred Ash from Damon. He sprinkles it all over Victini. It takes a moment, but Victini eventually wakes up, surprised and confused. Ash asks Victini if it's okay. Victini nods and then looks around. It sees Riolu and it battling Zekrom. Ash tells Victini that Riolu needs its help. Can you help it like it did before? Victini stares at Ash, then nods and takes off toward Riolu. Over at the battle, Riolu is starting to tire, and Victini can see it. It begins to glow with aura like before. Then it puts its paw on Riolu, transferring all of its energy to it. Riolu begins to surge with aura once more. Ash orders Riolu to use Aura Sphere. Riolu charges the brightest Aura Sphere it ever has. Zekrom, in response, charges another fusion bolt. The two Pokemon stare each other down, firing their final attacks. The two attacks move rapidly towards each other as they connect. It becomes clear that the fusion bolt is outmatched by the Aura Sphere as it cuts through it, connecting with Zekrom. The Aura Sphere envelops Zekrom with energy and aura, exploding on contact. Zekrom roars in pain. And when the dust settles, Zekrom is gone. And says, the orb. Look for it. They all fan out, but they can't find it. Then, Iris notices something. Colress has vanished as well, and says, this isn't good. That means Team Plasma now has the black orb. The sun, now up on the horizon, Ash looks to Riolu, who has returned to its normal form. Ash thinks to himself, what was that transformation? Is it safe? But Riolu appears to be fine, as it plays with Victini. After everyone cleans up and catches up on some much needed rest, they all decide to part ways. Ash looks around, and he sees that everything around the castle has been decimated. One of the ancient monuments around the castle has been shattered. What seems to be a pillar was destroyed in the battle, but this has an interesting effect. That pillar was actually part of a barrier that was keeping Victini locked in the castle, and no one knew, as for the first time in 3,000 years, Victini is actually able to fly free away from the castle, as it takes off exploring the woods around the castle, then coming back to greet everyone. Ash is just relieved. He's glad that Victini is safe, and so is Riolu. With that, there's not really much anybody else can do, so they all head back to the castle to clean up and catch up on some much needed rest. After about a week or so, they've all decided to head their own ways. Victini as well, as it has decided that it wants to go explore the Pokemon world. After all, it has been trapped in a castle for 3,000 years. End decides to join Ash, Roxy, and Iris, heading on their way to Absolute City, as he wants to talk with Drayden, the gym leader, about something. Damon and Carlita have decided that since Zekrom is no longer being held in the castle, they want to go on a vacation and do something for themselves. They all part ways, and while Ash and his group are walking, En asks Ash a question. Hey Ash, did you get that Riolu from a damaged egg? Ash just looks at En in shock. Meanwhile, back on the plasma freight, Getsis is belittling Colress for his newest failure. I left you in charge once we got inside the castle, thinking you can handle it, and you come back empty-handed? Colress calmly replies, but I didn't fail, as he pulls out the black orb. As a matter of fact, I'm ready for stage 2 of our plan. A surging wake. Today, we are joined by Ash, Roxy, En, and Iris, who have arrived in Absolute City. Ash hopes that he can finally earn his 8th and final badge to enter the Unova League. Iris can't wait to see her adoptive grandfather. Meanwhile, Roxy is looking to gather more information on the Castle of the Veil, as Absolute City was founded shortly after the castle was built. En, on the other hand, seeks to talk with DIDNT. He wants to find out anything that DIDNT knows about this mysterious third dragon. Fortunately for our heroes, the place they all seek intersects at the Absolute Gym. But when they arrive, what they find is something odd. The gym is closed, not one person inside, but Iris happens to know a back entrance to the gym, so she manages to get inside to let the group in as well. Ash asks if this is okay. Iris comments that there won't be any problem. Her grandfather DIDNT often closes the gym for a few days when he travels to the village of the dragons, her hometown, so if they just wait here, then he should be back anytime. Reluctantly, the group goes along with this for now. Roxy asks Iris if there's any place in the gym where they keep any books or anything like that. Iris tells her that there's a room full of old books at the back of the gym. DIDNT won't mind. I used to look at them all as a kid. Iris then leaves Roxy down a long hallway, leaving En and Ash to awkwardly converse until they return. Ash asks En if he ever battled DIDNT, and if so, what was it like? Yes, I have, En responds. And he has the title of strongest gym leader in Unova for a reason. The only way I was able to beat him last time was due to the power of Reshiram on my side. If it wasn't for the strength of it, DIDNT would have beaten me no contest. Ash then asks the one question he's had on his mind since En joined them back at the castle. If En battled all the gyms and competed in the Pokemon League, then how come he doesn't have any of the Pokemon with him? En frowns slightly. Ash, when I tried to force people to release their Pokemon, it was something I was going to enforce whether they wanted to or not. When Iris helped me see the error of my ways, I realized one thing. I had forced my friends to do something they didn't want to do. All of the Pokemon I used during my journey were mistreated by humans. Then I came along and used their trust in me to force them to help my misguided goals. Their own rage toward other humans blinded them as I was blinded by the lies of my father. So, to atone for my sins, I set them all free with the request that they would live in the world as I was going to try and do. The world isn't always black or white, or wrong or right. Sometimes it's different shades of gray. This lesson I only learned when Iris put herself on the line to stop my foolish endeavors. Ash hangs his head. I didn't know it was that serious. Iris never really talked about the battle you two had. I saw the championship match on TV between Iris and Adler, but I was also a few years younger, so I didn't know what had happened before that. And then says Ash, you never did answer my question. How did you get Riolu? This was because Ash didn't really trust it. He didn't want to give out any information that Team Plasma might be able to use. After all, they have been after Riolu since it hatched, but Ash feels a little bit more at ease with En after their conversation, and Riolu doesn't seem to have any problem with it. So, he starts to tell the story, but before he can even say a word, a blood-curdling scream rings throughout the gym. It's coming from the direction that Iris and Roxy went, so Ash and En rush to them, thinking something is terribly wrong. Fortunately, Iris and Roxy are unharmed, but the reason for the scream was because the room they were looking for seems to have been destroyed. The many bookshelves that line the room have been toppled over. There are signs of a struggle, like DIDNT was attacked, but there's no sign of the gym leader. Iris is in a panic. Roxy, being the only level-headed one, calls the city police. The gym is immediately closed for the rest of the night as it is scavenged for clues to the whereabouts of the gym leader. After spending the night at the station, with En being held as the prime suspect, being questioned for hours on end, Iris is able to convince Officer Jenny that En is innocent, as he was with the group when they arrived, and her statement was backed up by local security cameras in the area. So they turn to the gym's internal security system for answers, but they find that it has been sabotaged. They can't get any information over the last week. After a day or so, the group is able to finally re-enter the gym. They manage to clean up the area that was wrecked. This does take some time. While picking up the mess in the gym library, Iris comes across a book that DIDNT used to read to her when she was a little girl, before she had moved to the village of the dragons. The book is titled Unova, A Forgotten History. Iris shows the book to everyone, telling them that it was her favorite activity that her and DIDNT used to do together. She was very young when he would read it to her for bedtime, and she didn't really understand it, but she enjoyed it because of the pictures inside, as she opens up to a page that is very familiar to her and someone else in the room, En. It is the picture that was on the wall of the spiral staircase in the Castle of the Veil, the picture of the 3 dragons. and questions, how could this be? The castle was nearly 3,000 years old, and this book, it's maybe a couple hundred years old at most. Iris then says that's not all that's concerning, flipping the pages to read the actual stories. It tells that 1,000 years ago, a dragon of great and terrible power ravaged the land that is now known as Absolute City. The dragon was known for its mastery of ice. Of ice? Ash questions. Roxy says, that doesn't sound like Zekrom or Reshram, and replies, cause it's not. They were sealed at the time, and then tells Iris to continue. She says, this dragon seemed to have a rage that would not subside. It attacked anything that moved with ice that would not melt, trapping anything inside of it for the rest of eternity. After many years of fear, one person decided to stand up to this dragon. The person was said to be a direct descendant of the king that unified Unova in ancient times. With the help of their dragon partner, the brave hero was able to push back the frozen demon to the giant chasm, sealing the beast after it was drained of its power. Drained of its power? End questions. Iris, doesn't that sound familiar? Both of them looking at Axew. Iris continues the story, saying that the hero was then the one who went on to found the Village of the Dragons. Isn't the Village of the Dragons located really close to the place that's mentioned, this giant chasm? Roxy asks. I think it is, Iris remarks. Whatever happened here and Drayden's disappearance has to have something to do with all of this, and retorts. Iris then says, well, then there's only one thing we can do. The place we need to seek answers is home, in the village. Ash gets a little uptight. He really wanted a gym battle, but Iris slaps him in the back of the head, reminding him that there's no one here to battle. But if Ash is insisted on a gym battle, there is a brand new gym in Humalau City. Iris states, I've never battled it. In fact, the last time I was there, the gym wasn't even open. But that was a few years ago. I'm sure it's open by now. This gets Ash and Rielu's attention. A gym leader that not even Iris has had a chance to battle? Sign them up. The group does their best to clean up the gym before they leave, with Iris paying special attention to the library, making sure that everything is where it's supposed to be. But it's odd. There seems to be an item missing. A statue of a Pokemon. Something that Drayden used to call the Dragon of Secrets. It was odd, as Drayden said it was modeled after a Pokemon, but it wasn't any Pokemon Iris had ever seen. She thought it shared some characteristics with Reshiram, and now that she thought about it, Zekrom as well. But still, it's very odd. But she can't worry about that now. She has to get home. Iris closes the gym indefinitely, with a sign telling any challengers there's no time frame when it will reopen. With that, the group heads out to the Village of the Dragons. During the time that our heroes are on the road, Ash figures that since they are going to the Village of the Dragons, he should get to know his newest Pokemon, that just so happens to be a dragon type, Darudagon. After all, he hadn't really let it out of this ball since it was captured, with everything that had been going on. Ash also feels a little bit behind in his training, so he and Roxy try some one-on-one battles. It is at this time En begins to bring up the topic of how Ash met Riolu, but Ash tells En that he doesn't have time for that now. He needs to train for his next gym battle, so Ash and Riolu face off against Roxy and Zorora. The battle goes on, but it is clear that Riolu has the advantage. Riolu is able to easily knock out the mischievous fox. Ash taunts Roxy, asking if that's all she's got. Frustrated, as she knows that this was just something to help Ash train, she sends in Whirlipede. It's here that Riolu and Ash begin to have a little trouble, but Ash is still able to keep ahead of Roxy. While this is going on, Iris and En have time to talk as they watch the battle before them. Iris tells En that he shouldn't push the issue with Ash and Riolu. Ash hasn't fully started to trust him yet, so he's unwilling to open up about it. En tells Iris that she still has a very special way with people, the same kind heart that was able to reach En, the one that can only see the truth behind a person's ideals. Iris tells En that he has the same gift. He just has to embrace his connection with people more. Then he will see what she sees. It's kind of you to believe in me like that, En says, but I still have a lot of personal things that I have to work on if I'm going to get to the place you speak of. En then asks if Iris knows the story of how Ash and Riolu met. She confirms she does, but it's not her place to tell the story. Don't worry. In time, Ash will come around. Don't force it. This is when the two clue back into the battle. Roxy was able to get the upper hand and best Riolu, hitting it hard enough with the rollout to send it flying back into a tree, knocking it out. Ash rushes to its side asking if it's okay. Riolu is a bit dazed, but it will be fine. But you know what won't? Ash's pride. He isn't happy with losing like that, thinking it was a cheap shot. With no hesitation, he pulls out the ball of his newest Pokemon, as he sends in Darudagon. As it emerges from the ball, Ash thinks to himself, with my powerful new dragon type, there's no way she can win. Ash's thoughts are interrupted though when Darudagon charges directly at him. There was no command, no warning, but then Ash clues in on what Darudagon is after. Riolu. Ash tries to recall Darudagon, but it fails, as the dragon grabs a boulder to block its return, while continuing its charge. Ash panics, frozen, unsure what to do. Thinking quick, En rushes rushes in to grab Ash and Riolu out of the way, but he's only quick enough to knock Ash out of the path of the rampaging monster as it grabs Riolu, continuing its charge into the forest, leaving everyone in shocked awe at what just happened. But this didn't last long, as Ash realizes Druddigon just took off with Riolu, and it wasn't in the best shape. He immediately gives chase, calling to Riolu and Druddigon. Not wanting Ash to face this alone, N follows him in hopes of offering any assistance that he can. Iris and Roxy watch as the two disappear off into the distance. After a little bit of time, N finally catches up with Ash. What the two see before them is a scene of total destruction. Trees lie in pieces around them. Druddigon is after Riolu. It intends to cause harm to Riolu, Ash says. N asks how he would know that. Ash tells N that he may not be super sensitive like Iris is, but he knows anger when he sees it. Druddigon won't stop until it's able to best Riolu. Back at the Castle of the Veil when I caught it, Riolu was exerting more aura than it ever had before. It was perfectly countering Druddigon, causing great damage with each of its moves. I could tell that Druddigon was unhappy with its strength being so easily stopped, but it would not stop the battle. Every time Riolu would deal a final blow, Druddigon would stand back up. It got to the point that if it would have continued, then it would have been permanently hurt, and I didn't want that, so I caught it instead. I see, and says, Dragon-type Pokemon are notorious for their pride and their power. You and Riolu shattered that pride. Yes, Ash says. I think that's why it wanted me and Riolu separated. It wants to test its power against Riolu without me near. The two continue their search, but night is on the horizon. They have continued to follow the path of destruction until they can't see anything around them, and suggests that they make camp. They will continue to search at first light, while the two eat what little food they have, and comments that Ash doesn't seem all that worried that Riolu is missing. Ash tells them, that's because I've learned to trust it. I know that it can take care of itself. With all the things that we've been through over the last year, I know that no matter what happens, we will eventually find each other again, especially after we met. This catches Zen's attention, as Ash begins to tell the story. Back with Roxy and Iris, the two are talking about what happened today. Iris knows that Ash and N will be okay, but Roxy is concerned. Druddigon wasn't supposed to be in the catacombs under the castle, according to Damon, but it was there. Iris does remark that it was odd, and that Druddigon seems far more aggressive than normal. You know, it was strange. When we first encountered Druddigon, I got a feeling that it was very familiar, something that I hadn't felt in a while, in about a year. Then, Iris thinks back to the day that Riolu hatched as she looks into the sky. Deep in the forest, we catch up with Riolu. It has found a moment of reprieve from its battle with the hostile dragon, as it has made its way into a hollow of a tree. Riolu can sense Druddigon, but it seems to be moving in the opposite direction. For now, Riolu focuses on getting some rest, trying to sleep while it still has a chance. Over with Ash and N, Ash ends the story with his first encounter with Andrio and how Riolu surged with aura for the first time. He then comments that the scientist Colors has a weird obsession with Riolu, and tells Ash that he thinks he knows why, causing Ash to look at him with a puzzled look, and continues, you said that the egg was damaged when you found it in the forest the morning you got it from that girl Bianca, but she didn't know where it came from, correct? Well, I'm the reason that it was in the forest. What do you mean? Ash says. The night before Bianca found that egg, I was in the Team Plasma lab in the Verbank complex. I found out that they were holding Thunderous captive there, so I broke in to free it. I was successful in freeing Thunderous, though when I was making my escape, I was suddenly stopped by the presence I felt. Something was reaching out to me. I almost ignored it, as Thunderous was destroying the complex, seeking revenge for being captured, but something just wouldn't let me leave, so I followed the aura I felt, eventually coming to a part of the lab that looked like it was a testing facility. When I opened a door, there it was. An egg was hooked up to all sorts of measuring equipment. Someone was very interested in this egg, as it seemed to have extensive data monitoring its development, but the base was crumbling before me. I had little time to act, so I grabbed the egg and fled, but I was unable to get away unnoticed. The Shadow Triad was after me with orders from Colors. In the stress of the escape, I became separated from the egg, unaware of its location. Unfortunately, I had no time to look for it, as it was either I find it and be caught, or flee so I could protect the location of Reshiram. It seems that everything seemed to have worked out though, as Riolu found its true partner. That's really heavy, Ash says. I always wondered how Bianca found the egg, but that still doesn't explain why Colorus is so interested in Riolu, and tells Ash that the reason could be one of many. But whatever it is, you can bet that it's at the center of their plans. My father once only wanted Unova, but now I fear his ambitions have grown to reflect other regions. I know that he has sent sleeper agents to Kalos, Hoenn, and Galar. For what? I don't know, but it can't be good. Ash does agree with that, but Riolu is his Pokemon and his friend. He won't let them have it. The two settle in for the night, as it is getting late and they want to make an early start. At the crack of dawn, the duo is following the path of destruction in search of Ash's 2 Pokemon. We're getting close and says, "I can feel the rage of Druddigon." Then an explosion echoes through the forest, capturing the attention of all 4 of our heroes. Everyone converges on the site of the explosion. They are all met with a battle-worn Riolu and Druddigon. It seems the 2 haven't let up. Ash tries to interfere, readying Druddigon's ball to recall it. When he is stopped by N, "Wait," he says, "you have to let this play out. Druddigon will continue this behavior in the future if you don't." Ash grits his teeth, but Iris seconds N's comment. "Ash, listen to N. No one can feel the hearts of Pokemon better." Though he doesn't like it, Ash halts his advance, putting away the ball. The group watches as the battle intensifies. Riolu is on the defensive, but it doesn't appear to be out of control of the battle. Druddigon is just attacking wildly. As Ash is watching, he can see it. Riolu is glowing with aura again. But that's not all. Every move, dodge, or defense it uses against Druddigon, they're all ones that he and Riolu have developed in their time together. The training they've been through, the experiences they have shared, this is their bond. And looks at Ash. His demeanor has changed. His spirit has settled. He is calm. This change in emotion resonates with Riolu. Its power and its speed is increasing slightly at first, but as Druddigon's pressure increases in battle, Riolu's power increases. It is now directly matching the dragon, blow for blow. Whatever advantage Druddigon had seems to have faded away. Ash feels something calling to him. Meanwhile, off in another part of Unova, Colorus stands in front of the black orb that contains Zekrom. It isn't a machine being analyzed when all of Colorus' instruments start to go haywire, and the orb begins to surge with electricity. Colorus, piqued by the events unfolding in front of him, steps back to watch. Why have you become active, he thinks. Zekrom begins to grow in size. Then, Getsis enters the lab, screaming, "You fool! Shut it down!" Colorus reluctantly pushes a button on the console. The box that the black orb is in is flooded with what appears to be ice, freezing the orb and subsiding the reaction that was occurring. "Colrus, your reckless research for knowledge puts everyone on this ship at risk. I did tell you we didn't know what would happen with this type of power." Colrus responds, "It only seemed right that I let it play out. You are not here to experiment. You are here to find a way to control this power and make Kirim whole again." Getsis commands, "But I can't do that without its other piece," Colrus remarks. "Don't worry, I have a pretty good idea where my son stashed the orb. Reshiram will be ours within the week," as the 2 look out over a dragon in an ice containment field. Over with the battle with Riolu and Druddigon, the battle has not slowed one bit. For whatever reason, Druddigon doesn't seem to be tiring. The strength of this dragon is something Iris has rarely seen. Druddigon are well known for their hostility, but truth be told, they are on the weaker side of dragons that are native to Unova. But this one, it far exceeds anything she had ever seen in the species. Iris starts to question if this Pokemon is something that Ash can handle. She then looks at him. Ash seems different somehow. She's never seen this before. For once, his soul is calm. Normally, when Ash is in an intense battle, he has a clouded aura around him, like he's unsure about his abilities, even though he always seems to be in control. But here, he has no self-doubt. She can feel it in Riolu as well. This clear state of mind has connected the 2 in a way that they have never been connected before. Then, it happens. A bright light envelops the battle area. Once again, Riolu emerges with a surging aura transformed. But rather than shudder at this revelation, Druddigon seems to be pleased, like this is what it wanted. Unfortunately for the dragon though, it's not good news. The change to Riolu has amplified its strength, allowing it to actually cause damage, with its increased speed and power. Druddigon does seem to have the endurance to hold off any major damage, but you can tell it still feels the pain. The battle has begun to reach its climax. It seems clear that Riolu has the edge to finally end it. Then, Riolu drops. The transformation is wearing off, and Riolu appears in pain. At the same time this happens, Iris felt a change in Ash's mental state. He became somewhat overconfident. Did it affect Riolu, Iris wonders? But she can't worry about that now. Druddigon is on the move toward Riolu. Iris tells Axew to intercept it in an attempt to hold the dragon back, but its sole focus is on Riolu, brushing Axew aside to continue its charge. But Ash rushes in, blocking the path of Druddigon. He tells the dragon that if it wants to get to Riolu, then it will have to deal with him first. As it swipes at Ash with a dragon call, Druddigon is hit from behind with an attack. As the Titanic Goliath turns, there stands Axew. It's not happy that Druddigon just blew it off. and it's glowing with a strange red ore that Iris has never seen before. Reshiram, and blurts out, "I can feel its presence again." Iris looks on as Axew is now engaged in a battle with Gerudogon. Axew is showing a side that it's never shown before. It's never this aggressive, Iris thinks, but Axew is just getting started. The aura surges around it as Gerudogon is met with repeated dragon rages, but it retaliates with its own dragon pulse. Axew gets caught in one of them as Iris calls to it. Axew won't be denied though. It starts to push back the attack, gaining more and more ground. Gerudogon musters up what strength it has left to reinforce the first dragon pulse with another one. Beginning to feel overwhelmed, Axew lets out a loud battle cry. Then it begins to glow, pushing back the energy beam. When the light subsides, where Axew stood now stands something new, a fracture. Fracture, Iris says, without a command, Fracture goes on attack, hitting Gerudogon with a new attack. Dual chop. The double strike has enough force to finally knock Gerudogon out, to everyone's relief. Ash, recall it, Roxy says. Ash grabs the ball and recalls Gerudogon, just in time as it was starting to regain consciousness again. Ash then checks on Riolu. Surprisingly, it doesn't seem hurt. It was able to stand and walk just fine, like it hadn't even battled. Ash finds this odd. How? Why? And that transformation happened again? But these thoughts are overshadowed by the celebration Iris is having with her new fracture. Even Riolu has joined in, and is curious to ask why the power of Reshiram chose to emerge now. Is this a sign that something maniacal is on the horizon? Come to think of it, for a brief second, Aang could feel Zekrom as well. None of this sits well with him, but he needs more information. The group then takes the next day to rest up before they head out. Iris approaches Ash with a concern on her part. She tells him that it doesn't seem like he'll be able to control Gerudogon. She thinks that it would be best if Ash let her take the responsibility of this highly aggressive and dangerous Pokemon. Iris thought this type of conversation would anger Ash, but it's the exact opposite. He just smiles. Iris, I know it may seem impossible now, but don't worry. I will get through to Gerudogon. I can't give up on it. What kind of trainer would I be if I did? To this statement, Iris just smiles. Ash has grown up a lot, and it's beginning to show as the group head toward Humalao City. Luckily, the rest of the group's journey is uninterrupted. They make it to Humalao City in a couple of days. From the hill atop Unova's newest city, they can see everything. It's kind of like this is more of a tourist attraction than anything. Ash asks Iris if she's sure there's a gym here. She says she is, telling Ash he shouldn't question the champion. If anyone would know where the gyms are in Unova, then it would be her. Okay, where is it then? Iris nervous because she finally remembers that she had never seen the actual gym itself, as the last time she was here, it was barely under construction, just points without looking. Roxy asks if she's sure that's correct, as they can see sweat pour down Iris's face. Yep, she says, trying to act confident, but when she looks, she realizes her mistake. She was pointing out to a boat docked in the bay. Ash asks if she's sure about this. Iris, not wanting to give up the charade, nods, claiming that the gym leader is a water-type specialist, so a boat only makes sense, doesn't it? Iris pauses, hoping they will buy her lie. Yeah, I guess it does, as Ash leads everyone down the road to the Pokemon Center. Once there, Iris is now panicking even more. Should she just tell the truth or continue with this facade? After all, she doesn't actually remember a gym on the registry of the league for this town, but been a year or so since she last looked at it. After Ash gets all of his Pokemon checked out, he makes a call to Travon at Floxy Ranch. He wants to request that he swap out Levani and Palpito temporarily for the battle. Iris, clueless, asks why he's doing this. Didn't you say the gym was a water-type gym, Ash asks. Oh, yeah, I did, didn't I? The truth is, Iris doesn't know what kind of gym it is, and if there's even one here in the town-sized city. Are you okay, Iris? Ann asks. Yeah, I'm fine, she replies. Ash just shrugs as he turns towards the door, but he bumps into a young-looking man with no shirt on. Oh, I'm sorry, little dude, he says. The man helps Ash up. Are you okay? Ash replies, yeah, I'm fine. I'm sorry that I bumped into you. The young man claims that it's not Ash's fault. He introduces himself as Marlin, a new local to Humalao City. New? Roxy asks. Yes, I just moved here within the last few months. So, what brings you guys to Humalao City, Marlin asks. Ash steps forward. I'm here for my final gym badge of the Unova League. Oh, the final one, Marlin replies. Well, how about I escort you to the gym? I know a shortcut that would be way quicker. Then, Marlin's attention gets divided as it shifts to the girl next to Ash. Excuse me, are you Iris, the champion in Unova? Iris, not expecting to get recognized, confirms that she is who Marlin thinks she is. Great, he says. I've been waiting for you. I thought you would never get here. Iris puzzled. Well, I'm here, laughing nervously. Marlin says, great. Can you come do my certification now? Iris says, I'm sorry, but Ash is here for his gym battle. This certification you speak of will have to wait. How about after Ash's gym battle? Sure, I guess, Iris replies. Cool, how about we get going? I want to get this underway. Iris asks Roxy and Nen if they are coming, but they decline, stating that they will stay behind awaiting their return. Iris is now really nervous as the three walk out of the Pokemon Center. After a while, Ash starts to ask Marlin if he knows where he's going, as the path that they are walking on leads away from the boat that Iris said was the gym. Marlin says, yeah, don't worry, we're almost there, but they are in the middle of the woods on a hillside, as far from the harbor as they can be, when Marlin declares, here we are. What lays before them is a battlefield on the edge of a cliff shoreline. Marlin, I need to head to the gym, not your personal battlefield. Stumped, Marlin replies, this is the gym. What do you mean? Ash asks. The gym is on the boat in the harbor. Why would I have my gym on a boat? Marlin asks. Your gym? Iris replies. Then it clicks. Wait, you're the gym leader? Iris says. Yeah, Marlin replies. Who else would I be? Iris realizes her entire charade is crumbling down. Ash and Riolu just look on, trying to understand what's going on. You're not here to certify me, are you? Marlin says. No, Iris responds. I don't even know what you're talking about. Marlin tells her that he was told by a league official that is certified at the gym the only thing that still needed to be done is the champion's approval. Iris thinks back. Then she remembers. Before she left to start a new journey, she was supposed to meet with a new gym leader to certify their gym. It wasn't an official certification, more of a spiritual one to show good faith from the regional champion. Iris palms her face. I'm so sorry, she says. I completely forgot. So the boat isn't the gym? Ash asks. No, I lied about that, Ash, thinking how dense he could be sometimes. So am I gonna get a gym battle? Marlin tells Ash, no problem, little dude. You will battle me, Marlin, the gym leader of Hamalau City. Marlin looks to Iris. I hope you pay close attention, as I intend to win this battle with only one Pokemon. Ash yells, hey, you're battling me, not her. Marlin apologizes, telling Ash that this will be a 4-on-4 battle, and he won't be holding back. So, Ash better bring his best. Now, you're speaking my language, Ash states, as the two trainers take their positions on the battlefield. Marlin starts by sending in his Basculin. So, he is a water-type trainer, Ash thinks. At least Iris got that right. Ash uses his Pokedex to get info on his Pokemon. He knows they are usually aggressive, but this one seems oddly calm. Ash doesn't want to risk it, so he goes with Levani right off the bat, thinking the type advantage will make this battle an easy win. Marlin gives Ash the first move. Ash willingly takes the bait, ordering Levani to rush in with the Leaf Blade. Marlin, however, is unimpressed, simply ordering Basculin to dive beneath the water, dodging the attack. Ash, you have to be aware of the battlefield. Marlin will always have the advantage here, due to it being on the ocean. Iris yells to him. I know, he says, but how does he force Basculin out of the water? Unfortunately, Ash doesn't have time to react when Basculin rushes in out of the water, connecting with the double edge. Then, quickly diving back in. You okay, Ash? Marlin asks. You seem distracted. I'm fine. But then, another double edge, hitting Levani once more. Ash, you need to make a move. I don't have to order Basculin. It just attacks on its own. The only thing I control is when it stops. Stops? Ash says. Yep, that's how it prefers to battle. So, I don't fight the flow. I go with it. Yeah, but Double Edge is a move that has a high cost with its recoil damage, Ash states. You would normally think that, but Basculin's ability Rockhead prevents recoil damage, as Basculin lands another Double Edge. Ash, your talking is going to cost you. Pay attention to the battle, Marlin warns. Looking at the water, Ash notices something. Then he orders Levani to fire an X-Scissor towards left, which manages to catch Basculin as it came up for what would have been a final attack. Good work, Ash. But can you do it again? Ash knows Marlin is pandering him, but he pushes it out, focusing on the water. Again, Levani behind you. Use X-Scissor, catching Basculin. Okay, I think we have your attack pattern, Ash thinks. He uses this knowledge to counter Basculin for the next few bouts, but Levani is getting tired. It needs to land a decisive blow. On the next attack, Ash orders Levani to let Basculin surface. Marlin, knowing that something is up, changes his demeanor slightly. As the double edge gets closer to Levani, Ash orders it to block it with one of its leaf blades. This catches Basculin in midair. They are even. Ash then orders Levani to use its free blade to strike a blow on Basculin. As the attack gets closer to connecting, Ash thinks he's got it. Basculin, use Aqua Jet, Marlin calls. The fish surges with water, overpowering the double leaf blade, allowing the double edge to hit, knocking out Levani. But how? Ash was sure he had this. Phew, That was close, Marlin says. Ash recalls the Vanny, thanking it for the tough battle, and apologizing for not being a better partner. Marlin hears this, but keeps his comments to himself for now. Ash thinks to himself, this battle is far tougher than I thought it was going to be. Marlin's Pokemon are so well trained that he only has to step in when they're about to lose. I have my work cut out for me. Are you going to send in your next choice, Ash? Don't worry, Marlin. I have one right here. Palpitoad, I choose you. Oh, so water versus water. I can dig it, Ash. Ash doesn't waste any time ordering Palpitoad in the water. Ash doesn't want to give any chances to Basculin, ordering Palpitoad to trap it with its tongue. Marlin sees Ash's plan and gives the order for an Aqua Jet to escape, but Ash isn't letting it get away, ordering a supersonic, catching Basculin, stopping it in its tracks. Ash then orders Palpitoad to fling Basculin in the air and to follow up with its new move, Sludge Wave. It connects with Basculin as it falls back into the water. Once the muscle-bound fish resurfaces, it is clear that it can no longer battle, giving Ash his first win. So much for using just one Pokemon, eh, Marlin? Yeah, I was a little bold in assumptions, but you have to understand, you're the first trainer to get past my Basculin since the gym was opened. What does that mean? You've never given out a badge, Iris yells. That's correct. Honestly, I was thinking about closing the gym, as I really couldn't find any challenge. But Ash, you seem to be the trainer that may be able to earn my badge. The question is, do you have the resolve to do so? Ash looks at Riolu and Palpitoad. Marlin, we're gonna get that badge. I hope you do, Marlin replies, as he sends in his next Pokemon, Jellicent. This Pokemon seems odd to Ash. It's hiding something. So he uses his Pokedex to find out what. It's a ghost type. Great. Something he has no experience with. Ash asks Palpitoad if it still wants to battle. Having taken no damage, it nods, ready for more. Ash then orders a Mud Shot, but it is easily dealt with when the Spectral Pokemon uses Ominous Wind, sending the attack right back at Palpitoad. Great. We can't even battle from a distance, Ash thinks. Well, I guess we'll have to get in close. Palpitoad takes to the water in an attempt to do so, but Jellicent doesn't move, allowing it to get closer. Ash orders a Sludge Wave, but Marlin counters with a dodge, then orders it to use Toxic. Oh no, Ash thinks. Harkening back to his battle with Roxy, he knows where this ends. He has to end this now. Ash needs to slow Jellicent down. Luckily, Palpitoad has just the move, as he orders a Hydro Pump. This does manage to connect, coming in faster than Palpitoad's other attacks, but the toxic damage is stacking up, and Palpitoad's strength is starting to waver. Marlin then orders a Hex that connects with Palpitoad writhing in pain. What? Why? That move didn't seem that strong. Normally no, but it gains strength when there's a status move in play, Marlin replies. Great, Ash thinks. How do I deal with this? Ash then makes the call to return Palpitoad for now. Marlin looks on, again keeping his thoughts to himself. Ash, without hesitation, sends in his third Pokemon, Electric. Oh, hoping to use type advantage again, are we? Marlin questions. Iris looks on. There you go, Ash, she thinks. Ash wastes no time in ordering a Spark from Electric. The Thunderworm rushes in, but again, no reaction from Marlin or his Pokemon. The Spark connects, causing great damage, but not enough to end Jellicent. Ash thinks, okay, well, if he's not going to make another move, then I will, calling for another Spark. But nothing happens. Marlin laughs. That's Jellicent's ability, Curse Body. When you connect with the physical move, it becomes disabled. Funny, Ash. I thought that since you were such a good friend with a champion, you would be better at this. Ash ignores this comment. He knows that Marlin is just trying to get to him. Iris just looks on. That's it, Ash. You're on the right track. Ash, wanting to end this, orders a Crunch from Electric. Marlin, knowing that if this would connect, Jellicent will lose, orders it to dive under the waves, thinking it will be safe. But Ash isn't one to shy away from risk, ordering Electric in after it, catching Marlin off guard. But Marlin is able to quickly counter with an Ominous Wind, creating a whirlpool, catching both Pokemon in it. As the surge intensifies, the Pokemon get closer and closer. Ash knows if Electric gets it within range, it could catch a Toxic or get hit with the Curse Body again. Ash decides to take the risk, ordering Electric to use the flow of the Whirlpool to increase its speed. Marlin uses this to his advantage, calling for a Toxic once more. Jellicent feeds the Toxic into the flow of the Whirlpool, connecting with Electric. Ash knew this was a risk, but he uses the area that he's covered to increase the potency of his next attack, Discharge. The Whirlpool flushes with electricity, catching Jellicent. As the two attacks subside, Electric surfaces back to Ash's side. You can already see the side effects of the Toxic forming, but it takes a moment for Jellicent to come up. The suspense is killing both Ash and Marlin, but eventually it comes up, knocked out from the amplified attack, giving Ash his second win. Marlin recalls Jellicent. He looks on, pondering his next move, watching Ash celebrate his win with his Pokemon. Though Marlin is down a Pokemon, two of Ash's are poisoned, with one of them close to being knocked out. Marlin is still confident he can win this battle, so Marlin sends in his third Pokemon, Simi Simipour. Ash looks on, using his Pokédex once again to get what information he can, realizing it's a pure water type. Ash wants to stick with electric, asking if it can still battle. Electric nods, not feeling the whole effects of the poison as of yet. It jumps back into battle, facing its new opponent. Marlin starts this battle differently than the last two, focusing on keeping Simipour at a distance and out of the water, using attacks like Scold and Icy Wind to attack from a distance. Prioritizing the ice move, this is odd to Ash. The ice move appears to be the weaker of the two. Icy Wind keeps landing, barely causing damage. Ash orders a Crunch to make a power push for damage, but it misses. So Ash tries another, but again, it misses. What's going on, Ash thinks. Electric shouldn't have trouble keeping up with it. Confused, Marlin asks. I thought you would have caught on by now. The move, Icy Wind. While it's not a super powerful move, it does have a fun little side effect that you should know about. When it makes contact, the chances of the speed of the target could be lowered. Now it hits Ash. He didn't see it. He's focused so much on ending the battle quickly, he didn't realize Electric was getting slower, allowing the poison to amplify. Upon looking at his Pokemon, Ash can tell that Marlin has been ahead of him the whole battle. Electric is breathing heavily. It only has a few moves left in it. Ash chooses to go all or nothing, calling for a full-on discharge, enveloping the area, in hopes of catching Simipour. Once the attack subsides, Electric has fainted, succumbing to the poison, but Simipour is still standing. That's not all though, as Marlin smiles. I thought this might happen, as Simipour starts to glow. What the? Ash remarks. That's Torrent, Marlin cries. Once Simipour's health falls below a certain point, water-type attacks become more powerful. Ash knows he needs to use Palpitoad here. He can't risk using his last fresh Pokemon to have it knocked out by a souped-up water type, so he sends it back in. Though it's had some time to rest, the poison is still in play, so Ash needs to move fast. Marlin orders another Icy Wind, but now that Ash knows about it, he won't let it connect, ordering a Mud Shot, canceling out the attack. Marlin knows the way to end this very quickly is to get up close and personal, so he does, ordering a Brick Break, which Simipour is able to get in close, but Ash wanted this, telling Palpitoad to catch the monkey with its tongue. Marlin smiles. This is what he wanted. Now he hit Palpitoad with a torrent-powered Scald. As the attack connects, Marlin figures he's got this battle, but Palpitoad doesn't seem to be wavering at all. Confused? Ash asks, mocking Marlin's comment from earlier. Well, let me fill you in. That's Palpitoad's ability, Water Absorb. Marlin is impressed. Ash just outthought him. Now Palpitoad has more health and a firm hold on Simipour. Ash orders Palpitoad to end this battle with a Sludge Wave. It connects as Palpitoad slams Simipour into the flotation panel, knocking it out. Marlin recalls his Pokemon, telling Ash that he never thought he would get this far. His final Pokemon isn't one he doesn't use that often in battle, so Ash needs to make it a battle worth its time, as he declares, Caracosta, I choose you. What emerges is a Pokemon that Iris is all too familiar with. She yells, Ash, you need to be careful. Those Pokemon are deceptively strong. Ash utters, okay, I got it, as he pulls out his Pokedex, learning that the turtle is a water rock type. Ash doesn't want to rush into things, but Palpitoad is still on the clock. The health it got back is helpful, but it's only a temporary fix to the poison problem. Ash figures Mudshot could be the answer, being strong against rock types, so he calls for it, but Caracosta just takes it. I told you, Ash, you need to make this battle a good one. An attack as weak as that won't interest Caracosta. Knowing he has to make another move soon, Ash calls for another Mudshot, thinking that there's no way it could stand up to a super effective move twice, but yet again, not a scratch. What? Why? Ash questions. Marlin laughs. I told you, Ash, but what I didn't tell you is why. Caracosta's ability, Solid Rock. It reduces the damage of super effective moves, so it's like Caracosta isn't even taking damage. Ash, knowing that he's out of options, orders Palpitoad to use his tongue to grab the Titan Turtle, but Caracosta suddenly moves at the command of Marlin, jumping into the water. The change of strategy from the two caught Ash and Palpitoad off guard, giving Caracosta time to get in close, landing a Crunch to end Palpitoad. The speed it moved. Ash didn't think something that size could move like that. I told you, Ash, you need to bring your best. Caracosta is a cut above my other Pokemon. You won't be able to win a battle like that. Ash recalled Palpitoad, thanking it for the massive effort it made. Iris watches on. Ash, you can do this, she thinks to herself. Ash looks on to the mountain of a challenge before him. He thinks back at the last 7 gym battles he's had. He didn't come all this way to fail now. He looks at Riolu. You ready, buddy? It nods, jumping in and taking the position of Ash's final Pokemon in the battle. Riolu, eh? Marlin thinks. What's your plan, Ash? The two trainers just smile as they call out their next attack. Riolu, Force Palm, Caracosta, Rock Smash. As they connect, Ash orders Riolu to add a quick attack to the Force Palm. This gives it the power needed to match Caracosta. Impressed, Marlin orders a Smackdown that nearly connects with Riolu, but its enhanced Aura Sense makes it just barely able to dodge without without Ash giving it a command. That small interaction speaks volumes to Marlin. He can see that the experience that Riolu and Ash have had are unequal with his and his Carracosta. Ash and Riolu feeling the same way. Their beliefs are so in sync that Iris can feel it where she stands. She thinks to herself, is it going to happen again? The two launch their next attack. Carracosta, Smackdown, Riolu, Aura Sphere. Again, the attacks cancel each other out. But Ash loses sight of Carracosta in the scuffle as it emerges from underneath the water to Riolu's left, attempting a crunch. Ash just smiles. You didn't think that that would work again, did you? As the crunch is met with a Aura Sphere to the face, followed by a Force Palm that suddenly connects, sending the colossal turtle back into the water. Unfortunately, it re-emerges as quickly as it was knocked in, but Ash can tell it felt that last attack. Marlin commends Ash. He can't remember how long it's been since someone was able to knock back his Carracosta like that. Ash tells Marlin he wanted a battle that was interesting, so he and Riolu will deliver. Marlin will take no more chances. It's time to use his trump card, as he orders Carracosta to use Shell Smash. The Mon begins to glow and swell in size. What's going on? Ash says. Oh, that? It's just Shell Smash. At the cost of some defense, I can maximize Carracosta's attack and speed, Marlin replies. Ash, a little overconfident, doesn't take this too seriously at first, but he quickly realizes that he misjudged the situation when Riolu struggles to keep up with the Terror Turtle. Riolu is getting caught in multiple crunches and rock smashes, taking one hit after another. In the confusion, it starts to panic, losing trust in itself and its senses, but it can hear the voice of its trainer. Riolu, calm down, focus. We can still win this. I believe in you. These words bring Riolu back to its serene mind, and as its focus sharpens, it begins to glow with aura. This phenomenon alerts Marlin. He doesn't know what it is, but he does know that it's dangerous for Carracosta. He orders it to end the battle with the crunch, but as it attempts to land the final blow, light envelops the two, as Riolu's aura surges to heights only Ash and Iris have seen. Once the light fades, there stands Riolu. It is taking that special form again, but it's barely holding back Carracosta with an aura sphere. This is it. The first one to falter will lose the ground that they have and succumb to the other's attack. The struggle, however, appears to be in Carracosta's favor, as it puts its full weight of its body into the move, slowly inching forward toward Riolu. However, Ash won't let this be the end. He orders Riolu to drop the Aura Sphere, letting Carracosta through, but the moment the crunch hit, Ash orders his trump card, as he calls for Riolu to use Counter. It surges with aura, collecting all of the energy from Carracosta's attack, sending it right back at the water type, doubling the force. Carracosta is sent hurtling back over the water until it hits the shoreline, leaving a crater in its wake. Carracosta is down for good. Marlin and Ash look on in disbelief, both unable to process what just happened. But Ash looks to Riolu. It's down as well. It fainted from the strain of the battle. Ash drops to his knees. He lost. After all of that effort he and his Pokemon put in, they couldn't win. Marlin walks over to Ash. Stand up. There's no reason you should be down. You were the first ever trainer to take me this far in battle. Since I took over this gym, I have not had one true challenge. But you and your Pokemon, you managed to not only get past my first Pokemon, but my whole team, matching us in power and strategy. Here, Ash, take this, the Wave Badge. You and your partners have earned this. Ash looks at Marlin, then to Iris. She nods in approval. Ash stands, accepting the badge, but he tells Marlin he will earn this badge by going on to win the Unova League. I look forward to watching that, Ash. Iris joins the two, telling Ash that that was the best match he's ever fought. Then she tells Marlin, I think you are exactly the type of gym leader we need. You have my blessing to be a Unova gym leader. We need more like you, Marlin. After watching that battle, I think you may even be the strongest gym leader in the region. I don't know about that, Marlin says as the two laugh. Ash walks to Riolu. Look, buddy, you did it. No, we did it. We finally have all 8 badges. And now we can enter the Unova League. The two celebrate this milestone, ready for the next challenge that awaits them. Meanwhile, back on the Team Plasma freight, Colress is monitoring a signal coming from the forest below them. While on the ground, the gym leader of Absolute City, Drayden, does everything he can to evade Team Plasma, looking on from the forest, pondering his next move. Today, we find ourselves in Striaton City as a gym battle is in its final conclusion, but this battle isn't one that we would expect to see. The challenger is none other than the grandson of the former champion of Unova, Benga. His opponent is one we are all too familiar with, Silent, the former traveling companion of Unova's current champion, Iris. You know I was expecting more of a challenge than this, Benga snickers as one of his prized Pokemon, Volcarona, beats its mighty wings as Silent's Crustle falls in battle. Well, I must say, your flavor is exquisite, definitely not unlike your grandfather, but with the spice of the younger generation, Silent replies. But don't worry, we're not done yet, as the gym leader sends in his prized ace Simisage. The foliage monkey takes the field in a sleek entrance that even impresses Benga. Well, you have style, but that won't be enough against a trainer of my pedigree. We'll see, as Silent orders an acrobatics, catching Benga by surprise. Wow, that's quick. Well, I guess I'll just have to try now. Volcarona, use Quiver Dance. The fire moth begins dancing majestically, but it's not enough to avoid the high power flying type attack, causing great damage to itself. Benga just smirks, calling for another Quiver Dance. Silent responds by calling for Simisage to use its strongest move, a Solar Beam, but the move is slow to charge, and Benga is now in the position he wants to be in, ordering one final move, Bug Buzz. The flaming bug lets out an ear-piercing cry while flapping its wings violently. The force of the flaps carries the cry throughout the gym, finding its target in Simisage. Out of desperation, it fires the Solar Beam in an attempt to counter, but it was premature and is sent flying into the gym wall, ending the battle. Well, that battle was an enriched flavor for sure, Silent says, as he presents Benga with the trio badge. So, is this your final badge? Silent asks. What? This? No. It's my 10th. I just wanted to challenge this gym's leaders to see if there was any challenge here. Oh well, I guess I should expect nothing less from the grandson of Elder. So were we the challenge that you sought? Silent asks, as his brothers join him. Hardly, Benga says. You three are probably the weakest of any gym leaders I've fought. Even when facing all three of you, none of you could win. Ooh. That's a spicy answer, Chili replies. No need to be that cold, Crest follows. Wait, brothers. Though harsh, his words do have truth in them. I fear we have lost our edge in battle, our vigor that used to make us a real threat as a trio. Thank you, Benga, for your honesty. Whatever, as he takes his badge, leaving the gym for his next avenger. The trio of leaders begin to argue about how they could improve themselves as leaders of the Striaton gym. Silent then comments, I think we are thinking too small. If we want to be better leaders, then we have to start by being better trainers. What are you suggesting, Crest questions? Well, when I went out on my journey with Iris, I was able to grow myself in ways that I never could by staying at the gym. So you're suggesting we head out on our own journey? Chili comments. Yes, Silent retorts. But what of the gym? Crest asks in concern. Well, I think we should close it. After all, there are now 10 gyms in the region. They really don't need us to operate for the league anymore. I think it would do us some good with some time off. Cress and Chili think long and hard about Silent's proposal. At first, they are unsure, but with more convincing from Silent, they slowly start to accept it, agreeing to close the gym indefinitely until the day the three can return as better trainers. Over at the Pokemon Center, Benga is getting his Pokemon checked out when he happens to see an advertisement come on the TV talking about the Pokemon League Championship that just so happens to be less than a month away. The young trainer thinks back about his journey over the last year as the gym battles he competed in flash in his mind. Not one could beat me, he mutters to himself. There's no one stronger than me. I will win this tournament, and I will take the title of champion from that pretender, that false champion we have now. His thought is then interrupted by Nurse Joy telling him that his Pokemon are ready. They're all really well raised, she tells Benga. Did you use them in the battle at the gym today? Yeah, I faced each later in a 2-on-2 battle. None of them could even take out one of my Pokemon. The Striaton gym is a joke. Put off by this comment, Nurse Joy just laughs nervously, not knowing what else to do. She then tells Benga to have a great day as she hurries off to help someone less abrasive. Benga turns to leave the center. He aims to head east to the port at the sea. He wants to catch a boat back to Flossie Town, where he can do some serious training with the strongest trainer he knows, his grandfather. When I left on my journey, I couldn't even beat one of his Pokemon, Benga thinks to himself, but I know I will level them all in a full 6-on-6 before I enter the Pokemon League to take what is rightfully mine. Benga leaves, setting out from Striaton City even though the sun is already setting. If he travels through the night, he will make the morning transport. If not, then he will have to wait till the following day to get home. Benga eventually comes to a thick forest that covers the route of his destination. He has no choice. If he wants to get to where he's going, he has to get through. He decides to make his way in as the sun sets off in the distance. After a few hours, Benga decides to stop for a break as he's making really great time, but it's really dark. So he lets out his Volcarona to light up the area he's in. The brush is thick. Going forward, it may be tough to get through. While eating, as Volcarona lights the area, Benga contemplates his options. His best is another one of his Pokemon, sending out his Stoutland. With its claws and Volcarona's light, they proceed through the forest at a slow but steady pace. But it isn't long before Stoutland stops, taking a defensive stance before its trainer. Benga looks around, not seeing anything. Then, Stoutland and Volcarona fire towards an unlit part of the area that they are in. But the attacks are quickly deflected, with two Pokemon rushing in with an attack that knock out both of Benga's Pokemon in one shot. What the? He pulls out his dex towards these Pokemon that are known as Excelgor and Liepard. Then a voice can be heard. This is not the one we are looking for. Benga peers into the shadows as the two Pokemon recede back to an outline that can be seen inside the shadows. Hey, who do you think you are? If you wanted to battle, all you had to do was ask. You don't just attack people at random. The figure turns, ignoring Benga. Moving on to the next target, he says. Don't ignore me, Benga yells as the shadow person walks away. Hey, hey, hey! Benga screams louder each time. The shadow figure turns. Just walk away before you regret your decision. Benga, satisfied that he now is being acknowledged, pulls out another Pokeball. The only one who will regret this is you, as Benga readies the ball. The figure begins to order an attack, as over the comms he hears, "We found him!" The figure ignores Benga again, telling his Pokemon to follow. Benga, now at an anger point, gives chase, with the intention of making this shadow figure pay for his actions. But he eventually loses sight of him in the darkness. Benga is now infuriated, stomping the ground. But as his temper tantrum fades out, he can hear something in the distance, the sounds of a battle going on. Thinking this could be the person that he was after, Benga takes off in that direction, eventually coming to a cliffside. At the bottom, Benga watches as someone familiar to him, the leader of the Appaloosa gym, DIDNT, and his Haxorus is fighting off a group of Pokemon, attempting to capture him. Benga recognizes two of the Pokemon in the group, the same ones that attacked him. Wanting to get his revenge, Benga readies his Pokeball, jumping in the middle of the confrontation, surprising everyone involved. "I know you," DIDNT says. "Benga, right? You need to get out of here. This is a very dangerous situation that—" "Listen up, Gramps," Benga cuts off DIDNT. "I'm not leaving until I pay back the person who attacked me. Don't be dumb, boy. This is no place for you." But Benga cuts off DIDNT again. "Don't you remember, old man? I beat you in a gym battle. I'm sure I can handle anything they can dish out." Then a voice rings over the crowd of Pokemon. "So, you couldn't stay away, could you?" Then a tall, opposing figure walks to the front of the crowd with a Liepard and Excelgor beside him. You're the one who attacked me. Well, I'm here to return the favor, as Benga sends in his strongest Pokemon. What emerges from the ball is the same Pokemon that Benga beat DIDNT with, his first Pokemon, Samurott. The mighty water type hisses, establishing its strength and readiness to take on all challengers. "You'll pay for what you did to my Pokemon," Benga declares. The tall figure tells the young one to leave this place. These events do not concern him. Benga asks if the leather-strapped Neanderthal has a hearing problem. He's not going anywhere until he finishes this. With a sigh, "Fine. You want a battle? Then you'll get one. I, Andriel of the Shadow Triad, accept your challenge. But know this, young one. Once we start, all decorum is off." "Whatever," Benga says as he orders a Razor Shell from Samurott. But Andriel counters with both of his Pokemon retaliating. "That's not fair," Benga exclaims. "Fair? What did you think this was? A Pokemon battle? Boy, you may not have figured it out, but what you stepped into is a war. You had your chance to leave, and I did tell you that all bets were off." As Benga's Samurott is taken out with an energy ball from Excelgor, Benga, stunned into silence, stares at his Pokemon as it's continuously attacked by Andriel's Pokemon. But the attacks are halted by the interference of DIDNT's Haxorus. "Benga, recall your Pokemon and leave here." This snaps the boy out of shock, and he tries to do so as DIDNT defends him the best he can. But this distraction is what was needed, as Haxorus can't defend Samurott and Benga, plus itself with the amount of opponents here. Andriel takes advantage of this, using both of his Pokemon to overpower the dragon, capturing it, DIDNT, and Benga. "Target secure," Andriel says over his comms as a giant ship appears overhead. "Good work," a voice echoes over the loudspeaker. "Bring them all aboard. I wish to have a discussion with DIDNT." Topside, Benga and DIDNT are greeted by a man in a black and white cloak. "I've seen you before," Benga thinks to himself. "Getsus," DIDNT says sternly. "Now, cousin, why so angry? I just want to talk." "Cousin?" Benga questions. "You're no family of mine," DIDNT says angrily. "Well, either way, it won't change the status quo now. I'm going to ask you this once," Getsus says. "Where's the statue?" DIDNT laughs. "Now why would you think I would just tell you?" "I didn't," Getsus says. "That's why I captured you by force. But it seems you don't have it with you. I won't be coy with you, DIDNT. Where is the statue? And why exactly do you want it, Getsus? It's useless to anyone. Normally, that would be true unless you have these." Getsus then presents two ancient-looking devices, the DNA splicers. "But how? Where? They were lost for millennia." These were actually simple to find, as my family has always been in possession of one, passed down through the generations until it reached me. And as far as the other one, well, let's just say the keepers of it met with an unfortunate fate when I laid claim to my birthright. I believe you know their only child, the one who caused my only son to betray me. Iris? Wait, so you? But DIDNT is cut off. That's in the past. All I wish now is to unify our region under its rightful ruler, me. Now where's the statue? DIDNT, looking on in pure shock, is unresponsive. Well, I guess he's of no use. No matter. Lock him and the boy up until he's ready to be of some. Then, Getsus walks out, as DIDNT and Benga are carried off to the ship's brig. Once the two are locked away, hey old man, what's going on? What is all this nonsense about a statue? DIDNT looks at the boy. I suppose it won't hurt to tell you, as everyone will soon know. DIDNT then asks Benga if he remembers when Reshiram was awakened 3 years ago. Oh, I remember. That's when Grandpa was robbed of his title as a champion by that hack of a trainer Iris. In a deep, burly voice, I'd watch how you talk about my granddaughter. Benga gulps. Sorry, I just don't think she earned her status as champion after the way she got it. Well, regardless of that very uneducated opinion, do you know of what I ask? Yes, I do, Benga replies. Good, then this will be simple to explain. Many people believe that Reshiram and its counterpart Zekrom were once the same Pokemon, but over time they split into the two dragons everybody knows today. Yes, but what you don't know is that some believe that there is a third dragon, making them a trio, not a duo. I've never heard of a third dragon, Benga says. It must be a legend. I assure you it is not, boy. I, DIDNT, leader of the Absolute Gym, can attest to that, as I am the last of the guardians of an ancient secret of Unova. So how does a statue fit in this story, Benga asks? That statue is no mere statue. It is a vessel meant to unify the three dragons back into the true dragon, a creature lost to time, a creature with power unknown by the modern world, a creature that if unleashed upon the world without the proper partner, the results would be grim for anyone who opposed it. Those devices that Getsus has are the key to unlock the power of that statue. Well then, where is the statue, Benga asks? Looking out the porthole of the ship, it's far from here, in a place where it would be guarded by the most qualified person alive. Now we cut over to our heroes as they arrive in the hometown of Iris, the village of the dragons. Iris's eyes light up as she sets sights on her home for the first time in almost a year. She's excited. The first stop is the house of the village elder. Ash is excited. Iris, this is your hometown? It somehow seems familiar to Ash. So Iris, is this where your Pokemon have been? And asks, oh yeah, after my last title defense, I left my Pokemon here in the village and took Axio out on a new journey with me. The goal was to experience the parts of Unova that I hadn't seen before during my last gym challenge. Wow, Iris, this place really lives up to its name, Roxy says as she looks around, seeing nothing but dragon Pokemon. Oh, we're here. Home sweet home. Iris says that they come to the house of the elder. She enters. Elder, I'm home. It's me, Iris, as her voice carries throughout the house. But there's no response. Wondering where she could be, Iris starts to look around, with the rest of the group unsure of what they should do, as there are a lot of items in the house that seem very old and could be irreplaceable. Guys, no need to be nervous. Make yourself at home. I'm sure the elder is around here somewhere. Ash turns to Riolu. Hey buddy, can you sense anything? Riolu looks around. It's drawn to a strange package that is sealed, sitting by the chair of the elder. Riolu is entranced by it, like it's calling to it. But as the Aura Coyote begins to approach the package, a screech can be heard from Iris as she has made her way outside behind the house. The group rushes thinking something is wrong, but it's the opposite. Iris is crowded by all the Pokemon that she left behind a year ago, and there with them stand the village elder. Iris greets her adopted grandmother. Elder, how are you? I'm fine, Iris. It's good to see you, child. It's good to see you too. Then, Iris notices something. Elder, where's Excadrill? The elder hangs her head. Well, you see, after you left, its attitude completely changed. Changed? How? Iris asks. Well, it became distant, keeping to itself, only engaging with others, be it Pokemon or people, when absolutely necessary. It spends most of its time out in the forest, but no one knows where exactly. I have an idea. Iris then tells everyone to hang tight. She's going to look for Excadrill, disappearing into the distance. The elder then turns to the group. So, you're the one that they call N, aren't you? Yes. And thinking he's going to be given the third degree again, but it's the exact opposite. Iris used to talk very highly about you. I'm glad to finally meet you. Oh, well thank you, N says, with a sigh of relief, but don't bring any trouble into my village, or you will regret it, the elder says, with an evil look in her eye. Yes, ma'am, N clenching tightly. That means that you two must be the ones known as Roxy and Ash. Iris called once telling me all about you two. Yes, we are, Ash says, and this is my buddy, Riolu. Ah, the blind one. Thank you for being such great great friends to Iris. She may never say it, but she values you two among her most precious relationships. Then the elder eyes up Ash. My boy, you have a dragon Pokemon, don't you? Shocked. How did you know? When you live the life I have, things become second nature to you. Now boy, let me see this dragon of yours. Ash gulps, hesitant to even grab Druddigon's ball. So, you're scared, are you? It's not that. It's just that every time I let Druddigon out of its ball, it wants to battle anything in sight. Anything strong. It doesn't matter what it is. When that happens, the only way to calm the situation is to battle Druddigon and knock it out, or it will continue to rampage. I see, you have yourself quite the handful, don't you? Yeah, I do, Ash says. Well, no matter. Let me see this dragon of yours. Ash tries to talk the elder out of it one more time, but she won't take no for an answer, eventually snatching the ball from Ash's hand, releasing the fearsome beast for herself. Druddigon emerges from the ball with a mighty roar, establishing its power right off the bat. See, I told you, Ash yells, as Druddigon locks eyes with Iris's Dragonite and Zoelius. The two dragons have no interest in Druddigon, just going on about their day, and this just won't do, as they must know Druddigon's power. It prepares to fire a Dragon Pulse at them in an attempt to incite a fight, but is quickly shut down by the Elder when she thumps it on the snout, telling it there will be none of that here. Druddigon blows her off, preparing in another attack, only to be met with the Elder once more. This time, it's the look in her eyes. Druddigon doesn't know what it is, but it wants no part of it, powering down to wander off and lay down in the afternoon sun. Wait, what just happened? How did you do that, Ash asks? My boy, I told you, I've seen many things in my day. This dragon is just like any other, trying to prove its power. It's still young, so it feels it has more to prove. That's why it won't listen to you. Dragon Pokemon are notorious for the difficulty in raising them, and if you capture one before it hits maturity, you will have your work cut out. Only strong will can get through to them. The problem isn't Druddigon, it's you. It hasn't recognized you as a worthy human to call a trainer, because you haven't done anything worth its respect. And until that happens, it will continue to disobey you. Ash looks on as Druddigon lays there, thinking about what the Elder just said. Over with Iris, she comes to the part of the forest she knows all too well. The area where she used to play as a kid. The place where she first met Excadrill back when it was just a little Drillbur. Iris looks on, reminiscing about the time she used to play. This brings a smile to her face. But then, she feels something heading toward her. Iris looks around, only to be met with a drill run coming straight at her. The young champion dodges. Hey! What was that for, Excadrill? She mutters as the Iron Mole readies another attack. Wait, you're serious? You want to battle? Okay then. Iris sends in Fracture to meet the drill run head on with a dual chop, canceling each other out. Iris smiles. You're as strong as ever, old friend. This triggers Excadrill again, as it readies its third drill run. It's at this point Iris starts to clue in. Excadrill is attacking with the intent to cause harm. But why, Iris wonders. Thinking it doesn't recognize her, Iris tries to explain who she is, and that this Pokemon is Axew, the little dragon it once knew. But this has the opposite effect Iris was hoping for. Excadrill pulls out all the stops, attacking with all of its might. This move is met with another dual chop from Fracture, but it is overpowered by Excadrill, getting knocked out in the process. Excadrill then relents its attack, looking at Iris with what looks like anger in its eyes. Iris tries to talk to her oldest friend, but it just ignores her and walks away, almost to say, don't come back. Iris recalls Fracture rushing back to the Elder's house for treatment. Back at the house, Iris and the Elder are alone, as the Elder treats Fracture's injuries. You've done a fine job with Fracture, the Elder says. Well, then how come I don't feel like I have? Iris replies. Where is this coming from? This dragon is healthy and very strong, and the way you told me it responds to you as a trainer proves that I was right in you being its trainer. But Elder, I'm supposed to be this chosen leader, the next in line for your role, and it seems my choice to leave behind all of my Pokemon was a mistake. The look Excadrill gave me today was one of pure hate. While the choice of your departure was not a popular one with some of your Pokemon, that doesn't mean it was a wrong one. But Elder, listen Iris, the truth of the matter is you can only grow so much in certain environments. Without actually knowing that, you chose to change your situation, and in the process, you grew as a trainer. As a result, you now have another experience from your choices. Remember, it's not always black or white. Sometimes there is no right or wrong answer. You made a choice because you thought it was best. Excadrill may not understand that now, but give it time. It will come around. But how do you know this? Iris questions. A lifetime full of experiences, my child. The same thing you are learning now will aid you one day when you leave the village. Oh, by the way, a package arrived for you last week. It's next to my chair in the main room. For me? Iris looks in puzzlement. Leaving Fracture to rest, both Iris and the Elder head out to get the package. Everyone in the house is asleep except for these two, so Iris begins to open the package. As she opens the box, something of familiarity begins to emerge from the package. What? How did this get here? here. What is it, Iris? The elder questions. Elder, I haven't actually been truthful of why we are here. Oh, what do you mean? Well, we went to the gym in Absolute City to challenge for the last gym badge of Ash. But when we got there, Drayden was nowhere to be found, and the gym was destroyed. That's awful, the elder says. I know. And when I cleaned up the room in the back, this was missing from the room. How odd, the elder says. So why would it be sent here? Have you ever seen this statue before, elder? Only once, many years ago, the elder says, when I visited the gym when Drayden first opened it. He said that statue was the key to Unova's past and future. Really? Now that's weird. He used to tell me the same thing before I moved to the village. That is odd indeed. Why would he send it here, they question. Probably because he knew that it would be safer with no one other than you, Iris. The two look up to see N standing in the shadows of the hallway. What do you know about this? Iris asks. Well, it may be something and it may be nothing. But first, I have a question for the elder. What do you know about a third legendary dragon, the counterpart to Zekrom and Reshrem? The elder sighs, hanging her head in the process. I had hoped this day would never come, but I suppose the secret of our clan would eventually be passed down to you someday, my child. Our village existence is owed to one truth. Many centuries ago, there was once a being that ravaged the land with its rage. People and Pokemon all lived in fear. Over time, this creature became known as the original dragon, as its true name had been lost to history. Yes, we learned this when we were at the Castle of the Veil, and says, well, what you may not know is that this creature is not of this world. It is said to have fell from the sky when the world was angry, in the time before time, when the world was less populated compared to today. So Zekrom and Reshrem are not of this world, Iris questions? No one truly knows for sure, but we do know that when the original dragon split from those two, there was a third left behind, weak from the separation. So how come no one knew about this before, Iris questions? Well, the elder says, the war between the sons of the king got in the way. When everything was said and done, the region of Unova was left in ruins. It was time to rebuild, and the people forgot about the dragons of truth and ideals. But many years later, when the Clash of Ages was but a distant memory, the third dragon had gathered enough strength to leave its sanctuary in search of its other parts. So why has no one ever heard of this dragon if it seeks to be whole and asks? That's the secret of our village. When the dragon first emerged from the place that we called the Giant Chasm, no one knew what to do. It raged in fury, seeking to be whole, until one stranger and their lone partner, another dragon Pokemon, chose to stand in defiance of this dragon. The two battled for what seemed to be days. Unfortunately, the lone stranger and his partner were unsuccessful, costing him the life of his partner during the final battle. The only hope our people had was lost, for so we thought. Then, something miraculous happened. You see, the final battle was held in the den of the great beast, and the terrain there is odd. The ground seems to be irradiated with a strange energy, an energy of healing or creating something new. It revived the partner of the stranger with new strength and abilities. A new battle took place, but this time, the results were much different. The lone stranger and his dragon were victorious, sending the beast back to its lair to slumber. Well, this is all good and everything, but how do we know that there is any truth to this? And says, what I haven't told you is that stranger ended up becoming the first elder and established this village to stand watch, waiting for the beast to reawaken. This cycle has continued every generation down to the modern day. So what you're saying is you've done battled with this hollow dragon, Iris questions? Yes, and we pushed it back to its lair. It's been almost 80 years since that battle. When my partner passed, I knew a new elder would be chosen. Then, one day, an egg appeared in the village, the same as it had done for generations before, and I knew the time was coming once more for another battle. Iris, it's no coincidence that Axew became your partner. The responsibility and tasks ahead of you are not ones asked of, but are demanded. You are not much younger than I was when this happened to me, but I know you possess the strength needed to fulfill your role. A look of shock comes across Iris's face. How do you know I can do this? She questions. It's simple, Iris. You won't have to do it alone, like the ones who came before you. You have amazing friends who will see you through any hardship. Iris and N look at each other, with N giving a nod to Iris. He then turns. Elder, I know you said the name of the original dragon was lost, but does this hollowed one have a designation? It does, she says. We call it Kirum, due to its icy, hollowed existence. Iris, wanting to be alone, walks off, processing what she had just heard. Elder, one more question, and says, what about the statue? What's its purpose? That I don't know. It was created before my time, but by someone not of our clan. There are many secrets hidden within it, but that's not for me to say what it is or isn't. With that, the night fades on, with N looking intensely at the strange object. The next morning, Ash and Riolu are the first up. What the Elder said about Druddigon not seeing him worthy as a trainer has put him on the course of solving this puzzle. Ash doesn't know what he will have to do, but he does know he will get through to the dragon type, no matter what. He makes his way outside, where he is met with Iris' other Pokemon. Man, you all look really strong, Ash says. He then asks if they, the champions team, wouldn't mind helping out him and his Pokemon, as they aim to challenge Iris for the title. All are on board except for two, Dragonite and of course Excadrill. Dragonite doesn't see this as worth its time, while Excadrill is still off doing its own thing. But Ash sends out all of his Pokemon with him. Krokorok and Zweilous seem to hit it off right away, wanting to test their power against each other, as they both share the dark typing. Archeops and Swanna take to the skies, testing each other's speed. Darmanitan seems to be offering pointers to Lampent on how it can make stronger fire type attacks, while Caracosta and Ferrothorn have taken a shine to Electric with its battle style, while Druddigon just sleeps on the sidelines, not interested in training, as it sees no one here that can test its strength. But Riolu isn't satisfied with these Pokemon. It wants a challenge. At first, it approaches Dragonite, but it too will have nothing to do with it, just motioning for it to get lost. Then Ash has an idea. What about this Excadrill Iris was talking about? It was her first Pokemon. It must be strong. Let's go see if we can find it, buddy. Riolu, on board with this, follows Ash in the direction that Iris went in the previous day, seeking the metal mole. After what seemed to be like an hour of searching, the two seem lost. Hey Riolu, can you sense anything? Ash says. It focuses on its surrounding, looking for any signs of ore near them, but nothing. They are officially lost. And now it's lunchtime, as Ash is getting hungry. Both he and Riolu made the mistake of not eating before their day started, and now are regretting this amateur mistake. Ash and Riolu then start to argue over whose fault it is that they got lost, when the two's scuffle is interrupted by a heavenly smell. Someone is nearby, and they have food. The two friends stop bickering and run in the direction of the hill, with each racing to get the first bite of the delicious cuisine. They both burst from the bushes like a pack of wild animals that are on the attack, as they startle a person that seems to have set up camp for lunch. All Ash can scream is food! The green-haired fellow is at first taken back by this odd duo, but Ash then apologizes, explaining who he and Riolu are, and that they got lost looking for a strong Pokemon to battle. Their new host tells them that it's alright. He can understand how that goes, as he's been lost for about a day or so himself. I'm Silent, by the way. Nice to meet you. He then invites Ash and Riolu to join him and his Pokemon for lunch, as he has more than enough to go around. You don't have to tell Ash and Riolu this, as the two pull up a chair to devour this 5-star meal. Once everything is gone, and Silent is left wondering where Ash and Riolu put it all, they clean up the mess that was made. Ash then asks Silent what he's doing out here in the first place. Well, I was on my way to see an old friend. She happens to live in the Village of the Dragons. But then, I got lost out here. Well, Ash says, you're in luck. We happen to be staying in the village. Really? Silent questions? But I thought you two were lost. Yeah, but Riolu can find it. How? Silent says. Well, Riolu is blind, so its aura ability are off the charts. It can sense people from far away. Can't you, buddy? It nods. Silent looks as Riolu focuses on the aura of Roxy, Iris, and N. Within seconds, it takes off running with Ash in tow. Come on, you better keep up, unless you want to stay lost. Silent takes off after the two as they run deep into the woods. Over on the plasma freight, as it flies over Unova, the door to Drayden and Benga's cell opens to the sight of the Shadow Triad. Your presence is requested by Lord Getsis, they tell Drayden. It doesn't matter what he has to say. My resolve has not shifted. Tell him I will die before I help him. Master Getsis said you would say something like that, but not to worry, just to show you this. Necrosis holds up a screen that shows a bird's eye view of the Village of the Dragons. We will be arriving soon, and our orders are to take no prisoners. The look of fear falls upon Drayden's face. Alright, I'll come with you. However, Benga isn't quiet during this interaction, demanding to know where his Pokemon are. When he doesn't get his answer, as Drayden is being escorted out of the cell, he makes his move, kicking and biting his way past the Shadow Triad, with a little assistance from Drayden, hoping that maybe Benga will be able to get away and warn someone, as he is led in the direction of Getsis, while Eclipse gives chase to Benga. But his trust in Benga was misplaced, as the young one only seeks to get his Pokemon back. Through some clever dodging and being able to fit into smaller places, as he is still a kid, Benga is able to evade Eclipse, ending up in a laboratory of some sort. Benga looks around. This room is far more high-tech than anything he's ever seen. He notices in the middle of the room is a glass case with a black orb levitating. Benga is curious about this orb, looking over the instruments that appear to be monitoring it. Just as Benga starts to click through the info, he hears the door being accessed. Running to hide, Benga barely finds cover as Colorist makes his way in. Find the boy. We can't have any loose ends, Colorist says as the door closes. Wondering who this man is, Benga watches on as he looks over the orb, asking when it will awaken again. The man then turns to a panel, putting down a set of Pokeballs, the ones that belong to Drayden and Benga. There they are. I need to get those if I want to get out of here. Then, the man types in a sequence of keys on the computer that opens up another door at the other end of the lab. Benga watches as the man disappears into the room. Benga tries to see what's in the room, only catching a glimpse of some sort of red mechanical device that is hooked up to some sort of equipment as the door closes. Benga then grabs the balls on the counter. But which ones are his? They are mixed up with DIDNT's, so he sends one out. But this was a mistake, as it's DIDNT's Druidagon. Once it emerges, not seeing its trainer, it's unhappy, looking to attack Benga, but he's able to recall it. Unfortunately, the commotion draws the attention of Colorus as he opens the door back up. What? How did you get in here? Oh, don't worry about that. I won't be here much longer. Colorus, looking to contain this threat, sends in his cling clang. Benga then throws another ball, hoping it's one of his. Luckily, Samurott emerges back out from the ball, visibly winded, but still ready to battle. Yes, Samurott, use Razor Shell, he calls. Colorus orders Cling Clang to defend, but not to attack. What? Why? Oh, you're trying to protect this lab and its experiments, are you? Samurott, use Hydro Pump. No, don't! But it's too late. The water sprays through the room, seeping into the computers. Sparks start to fly. Then, from the room that Colorus was in, a sound is heard as the eyes on the machine that was hooked up begin to light up. Back with Ash and Silent. Hey Silent, you giving up? We're almost there. Don't worry, Ash. I'm right behind you. Man, this kid is nothing but energy, Silent thinks to himself. His flavor is a unique one for sure. But as Silent finishes his thought, the forest finally breaks away to a sight that brings Silent relief, as he was starting to lose sight of Ash and Riolu. So, you've been here before, Silent? Yeah, it's been a few years, but nothing's changed. What about your friend? Do you think they're still here? Actually, I don't know. I called ahead a week ago, but I couldn't get a hold of anyone, so I was thinking of heading to the Elder's house to see if she knew where my friend was. Well, that's a lucky coincidence, because that's actually where we're heading, and I can tell you the Elder is there. Well then, I guess I'll join you if you don't mind, Silent says. That's no problem, as I think everyone should be up by now. The three begin walking the path to the Elder's house. I can't wait to introduce you to all my Pokemon. They would love the food you make, Silent. Oh, and my friends too. They are both really strong trainers. Everything I've learned has been from them. Well, it sounds like they have your best interest in mind, Ash. Yeah, to be honest, I couldn't ask for anyone better to travel with. That's how my friend Silent says. She's a really kind person, always looking out for the best of everyone. Well, I hope I can meet her, Ash says, as the two arrive at the Elder's house. Ash and Silent head around back where he left all of his Pokemon. They see the Elder with Roxy. Hey Elder! Roxy, Ash calls. There you are. Ash, where have you been? We've been worried sick. Roxy yells at him. How could you leave all of your Pokemon and just take off like that? I'm sorry. That was kinda dumb of me. Kinda? Roxy says. But I had good reason. Me and Riolu went off looking for Excadrill to battle with it, as we heard that it was really strong. That's still no excuse, Ash. But I did meet someone new, pointing to Silent. Is that Silent? Hello, Elder. It's been a while. You're looking good. Always such a polite young man. I assume you're here to see. Then they hear it. Silent? The group turns to Iris and N standing in the doorway of the house. Iris rushes to Silent, greeting her old friend. Silent, how have you been? What brings you to the village? Ash and Rielu's jaws drop on the ground. Wait, Iris is your friend? How did I not pick up on that? But this moment of confusion turns to one of tension. N, what are you doing here? Silent questions as he readies a Pokeball. Silent, wait. N isn't here to cause trouble. He's actually on our side. What? It's true, Ash says. He even helped us try to stop Team Plasma recently. N then approaches Silent. I'm sorry, he says. I was misguided the last time we met. Silent relaxes a bit to hear what N has to say. I left to find myself. The self that wasn't influenced by my father. I found for the first time what I would call happiness. But then I learned that Team Plasma had resurfaced, and I knew I couldn't stay away. So I started doing what I can to learn their plans and slow down any advancements that they had made. Unfortunately, most of my endeavors had been unsuccessful. I see, Silent says. Well, I'm still not totally convinced. But if Iris trusts you, then I guess that's good enough for me. And he puts away his Pokeball. So Iris, just how do you know? Silent, Roxy asks. Oh right, Silent is one of the gym leaders of Striaton City, and he's the one I traveled with when I did my gym challenge. A gym leader, eh? Well, how about a battle? As the group looks to Ash and Riolu. Ash, Silent just got here. Why not let him rest a bit? No, it's fine, Iris. I've actually been wanting to battle him since I met him. There's something about his flavor that is very captivating to me. I want to see what other spices he has to work with. I don't know about all that, Ash says. Me and Riolu just want a battle. Ash, that's Silent's way of saying he accepts your challenge. Oh, well why didn't you just say so, Ash retorts. Okay, Silent, How many Pokemon do you want to use? How about one, the gym leader says. Let's use our starter Pokemon against each other. Starter? Ash questions. Okay, that would be my Riolu. I figured as much. The bond you two share is very strong. It's something that everyone else can see. Well, I hope you are ready, Ash, because here comes my starter, as the two trainers ready for their battle. Simisage, go! The grass monkey emerges from its ball. Oh, Pansage evolved, did it? Yeah, a while ago, and it's never been stronger. I can't wait to show you what it can do. Ash pulls out his Pokedex to learn whatever he can about this Pokemon he's never seen. Alright Ash, I'll give you the first move, Silent says. Well, if you insist, Riolu, use Quick Attack. Riolu uses its aura abilities to target Simisage for its attack, but Silent won't allow them to get that close so easily, calling for a Seed Bomb to blanket the battlefield. This throws Riolu's perception off, confusing it as the loud booms rain down around it. Riolu stops dead in its tracks, trying to focus at the command of its trainer. Unfortunately, before it can get the location of its target, Simisage emerges from the ground with a dig, catching Riolu in the attack. This hit was an extreme one, sending Riolu upward. Silent looks to capitalize on the confusion and orders Simisage to use another Seed Bomb. The attack charges toward Riolu, but Ash won't let it end that easily. Riolu, use Force Palm on the seed. Using its ability to see the aura of them, Riolu goes after the ones that will explode Force, forcing Simisage on the defensive as it evades the explosions headed for it, eventually using Dig to dodge the remainder of the counter attack, but not before catching a few in the process. Clever, Ash. Real clever, Silent comments. Thanks, we're just getting started. So are we, as Simisage emerges from the ground once more, but this time it has a Seed Bomb charged, ready to deliver it to Riolu point blank. Ash and Riolu are ready for this, as they use the dust as cover to charge not one, but two Aura Spheres. Riolu uses the first one to push the Seed Bomb back out of its way, allowing it to connect with the second one on Simisage. This attack was unguarded, evening up the damage between the two mons. Wow, Ash, this battle really has had some turns I didn't expect. You and Riolu have really mastered its abilities to compensate for its lack of eyesight. Thanks, Silent. I gotta say, your Simisage has great endurance being able to push us this far, but this battle is about to be over. Oh, I couldn't agree more, Silent retorts. Simisage, use Dig. The grass monkey burrows deep in to evade the attack from Riolu, but Ash stays calm. Riolu, focus and charge an Aura Sphere. It does, patiently waiting for the right time. Then, finally, it can sense the movement and strikes with an Aura Sphere, but what it hits is a seed from a Seed Bomb, setting up an explosion as Simisage surfaces once more. Use Acrobatics, Silent calls. Simisage charges towards Riolu at great speed, more than Ash can see and barely slow enough for Riolu to follow. Then, it strikes. Ash can hear Riolu yelp in pain. Riolu, you're not down yet. Use Counter. Suddenly, mid-attack, Riolu begins to glow with aura as it focuses at one point. Through the fluster of Simisage's attacks, Riolu fires its counter, knocking it away into a nearby tree, both fainting in the process. The match is a draw, Roxy calls. Both Silent and Ash head to their respective partners, giving them encouragement on how well they did in the battle. Then, they compliment their opponents as well. That fight was awesome, Ash says. You're really strong for a gym leader. You know, Ash, you have a chance to do well in the Unova League. If your bond with your other Pokemon is as strong as the one you have with Riolu, Iris and the Elite Four might be in trouble. You really think so, Ash questions? Hey, Silent, don't give him false hopes, Iris says. Ash, you know the Elite Four are really tough. After all, you battled Grimsley, remember? Oh yeah, he pushed me and Riolu to the edge. We almost had him, but he was far tougher than I ever thought a trainer could be. Remember, Ash, you've come a long way since then, Roxy says. You have all 8 badges and your Pokemon have improved immensely since that battle. Just don't let it go to your head. Ash laughs. Yeah, you're right, but with all of you guys behind me, I'm sure I will do fine. They all laugh as they head inside to tend to their Pokemon. Later that night, Iris and Silent are alone in the main room of the house. Simisage and Fracture are catching up as they haven't seen each other since before they evolved. Silent, why did you evolve Pansage? The last time I saw you, it wasn't an option. True, but after returning to the Striaton gym, me and Pansage took on many opponents. But we had more losses than wins. So we decided to train at the Dream Yard outside of the town to polish our timing with our attacks. Then, one day, we happened upon a part of the Dream Yard that hadn't been searched before. So me and Pansage went in to check it out, but we were ambushed by some Team Plasma members looking for something. And during the battle, one of them dropped a Leaf Stone. When Pansage tried to catch it, before I knew it, it was too late. Pansage had evolved. We were easily able to deal with Team Plasma after that. Then, me and Simisage decided to make the most of it. Though its evolution was accidental, we used it, but a problem quickly became noticeable in the gym. My brothers. The gap in power between us was too great. It got to the point that I was the only leader anyone wanted to battle. So, we decided to close the gym. They set off on their own journeys, and I decided to come see you. Wow, you've been busy. Iris and Silent finished talking about everything that's been going on as we fade to Roxy and N in another room of the house that belongs to the elder. In this small room full of village history, Roxy, why are you suddenly interested in the legends of Unova and asks? You've been seeking as much info as possible since we left the castle. Well, you see, my goal is to be the #1 musician in the world, but I've been struggling to write that #1 hit that would get me noticed outside of Unova. Then, when we were at the castle, it hit me. The best musicians write about their experiences. This last year has been the greatest time of my life. The time I spent with Ash and Iris is something I want to immortalize in my #1 hit, but I feel I need more information about it. So, I've been reading as much as I possibly can to craft my ultimate ballad. Well, that's a lofty goal. I think the artist called Pierce from the Galar region holds the title you're after. So, you have your work cut out for you. Gritting our teeth? Yeah, we've met. And let's just say the encounter was less than stellar due to Team Plasma. I see. Well, I'm sure you'll find your muse as the two continue to study. Outside, Ash and Riolu are enjoying the nighttime weather. Everything is super calm. Hey buddy, with everything that's happened in the last year, I couldn't think of anyone I would rather spend it with, Ash says to Riolu. It looks to his trainer. I couldn't have asked for a better partner, and we've been through a lot, but I think it made us stronger for it. Let's promise each other now we will win the Unova League and challenge Iris for her title. The two bump fists to show support for this goal. Then Riolu senses something, a presence off in the forest. It rushes off with Ash in tow. Hey Riolu, wait up, but it's not stopping. The Mon can sense a strong opponent. The two drive deeper into the forest when Riolu stops. Before them stands a Pokemon that Ash has only seen at one place, the Driftvale Gym. This must be Iris's Excadrill, he thinks to himself. The Iron Mole looks at these two intruders into its territory. At first, it sees them as no threat and begins to walk away. Hey, aren't you Iris's Pokemon? Ash yells to it. This stops it dead in its tracks, capturing its full attention. Excadrill turns with a look on its face suggesting that it was just insulted by what Ash said. Without warning, it attacks with a drill run, aiming for not Riolu, but Ash. This catches the young trainer off guard, but Riolu intercepts with a Force Palm, sending Excadrill careening away from Ash. Man, what's its problem, Ash wonders, but they have no time to think. Excadrill's back up, readying itself for another attack. Well, Riolu, it looks like we got the battle we wanted. Use Quick Attack. Riolu rushes in as Excadrill readies a Metal Claw, but it's intercepted with another Force Palm. The two are even, surprising Excadrill, but not its opponent. Ash then orders Riolu to use an Aura Sphere, forcing Excadrill to jump, avoiding a critical hit. Darn, we almost had it. Hey Excadrill, you're pretty good. It's no wonder you're Iris' strongest Pokemon. This statement infuriates Excadrill, so it rushes in with another drill one, this time connecting with Riolu, sending it back. Wow, that was faster than the last one, Ash thinks. Riolu, be careful. Excadrill packs a lot of power. It looks at its trainer, suggesting it already knows, as it took the drill run. But Riolu's not ready to give up as it readies for its next encounter. Ash smiles. I knew you were good, buddy. Use Force Palm. Riolu rushes in. Excadrill tries to counter it with a Metal Claw, but it seems Riolu is moving faster than the first encounter, and it hits Excadrill, causing a paralysis in the process. Riolu jumps back. I know it felt that one, Ash says as they look on. Excadrill won't go down easy. It readies its next attack when an explosion can be heard off in the distance, stopping the battle in its tracks. Wondering what that was, Riolu climbs to the top of a nearby tree to sense the situation. It scans the nearby area for any aura, but nothing. Hey Riolu, can you make out anything from up there? Just as it begins to descend the tree, as it can't sense anything, another explosion can be heard, this time much closer. Ash looks up to see a very familiar sight. The Plasma Freight. Riolu, we have to go. That's Team Plasma. If they're here, then they're heading for the Village of the Dragons. Hey Excadrill, thanks for the battle, but Team Plasma is here. We need to go, or they could cause a lot of damage. Then, Riolu and Ash take off back towards the village. Excadrill doesn't know who this human was, but he does know who Team Plasma is. With the paralysis setting in, Excadrill begins making its way to the village as well, knowing full well they may need its help. Back on the Plasma Freight, the thing that Benga thought was a piece of machinery has now come to life. Worst of all, it's not alone. There are 5 total. No, do you know what you've done? That Pokemon isn't ready to be awakened, as Colorist tells Klinkling to use Discharge in an attempt to shut down the armored bugs. But the one who appears to be the later, that is clad in a red armor instead of a gray metal, merely swipes Klinkling aside. No, Colorist says, I am your creator. You listen to me, and I order you back into your containment units now. Benga sees that this does not sit well with these things that Colress calls Pokemon as their eyes light up. They begin charging what looks like hyper beams, firing in all directions throughout the ships. One of the beams makes its way toward Benga, but his Samurott is able to intercept it, protecting its trainer. But it doesn't have the stamina to endure this attack, fainting in the process. Benga recalls his starter, now faced with what looks like certain demise as Colress and his Pokemon are now unconscious on the floor of the lab. But to his surprise, these Pokemon just move on. They see an opening that one of them blasted in the side of the ship, so they make their way out off into the night. It takes a moment, but Benga is able to get over his shock of this situation, that feeling he felt. Those Pokemon, no, those machines were evil. He collects his remaining Pokeballs and leaves the room looking for a way off the ship. Over with Getsis and DIDNT, they were speaking about the intentions of Team Plasma when the ship started to explode. Sir, something's gone wrong in the laboratory of Colress, one of the grunts reports. We are slowly losing altitude and power. No, Getsis says. Do what you have to, but we cannot lose power for any reason. Getsis then orders DIDNT to be taken back to his cell for now, as the ship is forced to make an emergency landing so they can start repairs. As DIDNT leaves the room, Getsis calls to the Shadow Triad to join him at once. On the way to the cell, Benga spots DIDNT being escorted through the halls of the ship. Knowing that now half his team is out of commission, Benga realizes he needs help to escape. He then rolls one of the DIDNT's Pokeballs on the ground, as it draws the attention of the Plasma Grunts. Knowing they need to round him up as well, one of the Grunts sends out his Swoobat to deal with Benga. But as the Mon emerges, they hear a cry from behind him. Both turn to see DIDNT and his Gerudogon standing before them, and DIDNT has been freed. With the call of a superpower, the two Grunts are easily dealt with. You know, I was beginning to think you weren't coming back, DIDNT says as they take off running. Don't confuse it, old man. If my Pokemon weren't as hurt as they are right now, I would have just left you. But I need your help to get out of here. DIDNT gives the boy a stern look as they make their way to the top side of the ship. Once outside, the duo notices that the ship is steadily declining in altitude. We need to get out of here. If we don't move, then we won't escape. The freight lands hard, sliding across the forest, bulldozing the trees as it skids to a stop. That was rough. Quick, we need to go, DIDNT commands. You don't have to tell me twice, old man. As the two jump from the side of the ship into the trees below. On the opposite side, all hands have arrived at the crash site. Ash, Riolu, are you okay? Iris says. Yeah. So, you guys heard it too? Yes, we did, as the group stares on. Then the drop gate hits the ground with a voice that N knows all too well echoes across the ears of everyone in attendance. Welcome to our humble home, Getsis says. Father, return Zekrom. You don't know the power you are tampering with. Oh, N, you more than anyone should know that I can't do that. My will surpasses all. N grits his teeth. Now I've come for only one reason. There is a relic that I've been in search for. So, what does that have to do with us? Iris yells. I'm glad you asked, child. It's my belief that it was sent to you recently. The demeanor on Iris's face changes, catching Getsis' attention. Well, my intuition was right. DIDNT did leave it with you. Wait, what do you know about my grandfather? Oh, well, he is currently a guest of ours. I'll tell you what. If you give me what I want, then I will release him to you. Iris is quick to say yes, but is stopped by N. Don't trust him. If he wants the statue, then it has something to do with Zekrom. It will be ill-advised to give it to him. But Iris, I understand that he's your grandfather, but your responsibility is as champion first and to the people of Unova. If my father gets what he wants, then we will all be in danger. Reluctantly, Iris tells Getsis no. Well, I figured you would say that. So, if you won't give it to me, then I will take it by force. As an army of grunts appears, they are ordered to attack. Now, it's all hands on decks. Ash, Roxy, Iris, and Silent all send in their Pokemon to fend off the invading horde. N uses this cover to sneak aboard the ship in an attempt to find DIDNT and Zekrom. Getsis looks on as he is trying to get an update on the status of the ship and the whereabouts of Colress. The ship is struggling to get the power back on, and no one has seen him. Fine. I guess I'll have to do it myself, as Getsis prepares to join this battle to buy time. Ash is the first one he comes across. Boy, you have been a thorn in my side since the Verbank complex. You and your Riolu. I've wanted payback for quite some time. Ash smirks. You think you have what it takes to best me and my buddy? Sorry, but I think you've started to lose it. You have a false sense of security, boy, and it will cost you, as Getsis sends in his Cofragrius. So, you want a battle? Fine, me and Riolu are ready. Use quick attack, Ash commands, but Getsis just laughs, as the attack does nothing. Wow, you are a worse trainer than I gave you credit for. Wait, what? Why? Confused, Getsis says. Let me simplify it for you. Normal attacks don't work on ghost types, and your fighting type moves won't fare much better. Great, Ash thinks. So how am I supposed to battle? He looks around, hoping to use another one of his Pokemon, but they are all busy battling other grunts. Ash does have Gerudogon on his belt, but if it would battle, it would most likely attack Riolu. Well, he's got no other options. Riolu is his only choice. Ash orders Riolu in with another attack. Force Palm, Aura Sphere. Nothing works. Getsis just laughs once again. I told you, it wouldn't matter. But Ash and Riolu won't give up, continuing an assault with no change. But Getsis is now growing tired of this. He orders a Shadow Ball that connects with Riolu, knocking it down. Riolu, are you okay? It struggles back to its feet. Well, I'll give you this. I can see why you've been so difficult to deal with. The stamina of your Riolu is impressive, but it's over. However, Ash smiles. You think you have us all figured out, don't you? Well then, you'll know what's coming next, as Riolu begins to glow with aura intensely once more. When this happens, Excadrill finally makes its way to the battlefield to see the start of round 2 with Ghetsis. Back on the ship, N is searching as fast as he can, but there's no success. Man, this will take forever. Then he hears, Lord N, you're here. N turns to see a member of Neo Team Plasma staring him down, but N knows this grunt. Alan, he says? Yes, my lord. What are you doing here? Well, I was placed by Master Rude to keep tabs on Neo Team Plasma. N asks, where are they holding Drayden and Zekrom? I don't know about Drayden, my lord. I haven't seen him since the ship began having issues, but Zekrom is held in the lab of Colorus on the second deck. Okay, thank you. N tries to leave, but wait, my lord. There's something you must know. Alan then begins to tell N vital information. Down in the lab of Colorus, he finally regains consciousness. He begins to run diagnostics on the ship. His eyes light up in fear. No, not good. The power is close to failing. If it does, then we will all be in grave danger. Colorus then looks at the containment unit of Zekrom. They need power, and this is the only immediate source that is available. Against his better judgment, Colorus activates the process to awaken Zekrom. The orb begins to swell as electricity begins to surge around it. Colorus begins the process of transferring the power to the rest of the ship. This slows the process of transformation, but if it takes too long to charge the ship, then Zekrom will reawaken, and their other onboard capture will begin to react to its awakening. Back outside, Ash and Riolu have begun their second assault on Ghetsis. The Plasma leader laughs as Ash calls for another Oracer. Boy, it didn't work last time. What makes you think it'll work this time? But to the surprise of the old man, Cofragrius begins to squeal in pain. What? How? Ghetsis says in shock. Oh, that's nothing. Riolu, use Force Palm. As Riolu rushes in, Ghetsis calls for a protect. The Force Palm connects. Riolu struggles, but it slowly makes its way through the defensive move. The harder it pushes, the more the aura surges. Then it happens. A flash of light. Once everyone can see, Cofragrius is down, as the Force Palm has connected harder than the previous one, and what stands before them is Riolu in its transformed state. It captures the attention of everyone in the surrounding area. Excadrill is most intrigued by this. You thought you could take us down, but what you don't know is when we're pushed to the edge, we come back harder and stronger. You're done, Ghetsis, but he doesn't flinch. You think you can best me? Well, let's see about that, as he sends in his trump card, a Hydreigon. The three-headed behemoth roars as it enters the battle. Ash and Riolu are unfazed though, looking on in confidence. This will end in the same way the last one did. Riolu, use Aura Sphere. It fires, but Hydreigon just takes the attack with little to no damage. What? That was a fighting move. Why didn't it do more damage? Ghetsis just laughs. Looks like your trump card is failing you, but Ash won't accept this, ordering another Force Bomb. But the Dragon of Darkness fires a Dark Pulse. The attack envelops Riolu as it cries in pain. Riolu, Ash screams. Once it can be seen, Riolu is down, knocked out, and the transformation gone. What? How? Ash questions, laughing maniacally. I told you, boy. Ghetsis isn't done. He orders another attack aimed now at Ash, who is now by Riolu's side. Hydreigon fires away, but as the attack rushes in, it is then intercepted by two Pokemon, Ash's Krokorok and Iris' Zuelius. The two have stepped in to take the reins of this battle. Ash looks to the two Pokemon as Iris joins his side. Are you okay? Yeah, but we need to stop Ghetsis. Yes, I know. Iris orders a Dragon Pulse from Zuelius, and Ash follows with a Stone Edge from Krokorok. The two attacks are enough to overpower Ghetsis' Mon, forcing it back, but it doesn't like its power being challenged, so it retaliates without an order from its trainer. A combination of Dark Pulse and a Dragon Pulse. The two block the attacks from hitting their trainers, but the problem is because they are playing defense, they can't push back the attack. Iris realizes this and reaffirms her faith in Zuelius. Excadrill hears this, looking on at its trainer. Then Iris places her hand on Zuelius to meld their hearts as one, and the dragon responds to its trainer. Back on the boat, Ennis finishes conversation with Alan when they hear a call from down the corridor. It's Zinzolan, and he's heading up the effort to get the ship back online. My lord, you must go. Thank you for the information, my friend. I will look into it. En then rushes off as Zinzolan turns the corner. You there, have you seen Colrus? Last I saw he was in his laboratory, sir. Come with me, Zinzolan commands as the two head off in that direction. In the lab of Colrus, his efforts to re-energize the ship are making progress, but it is at great risk. He is treading the line of losing control of Zekrom's transformation, and the energy it's exerting is becoming violent. Just a little more, he says, as he commands Kling Kling to assist in the charging of the ship. Just then, Zinzolan enters answers. Colors, what's the meaning of you ignoring the commands of Lord Getsus? Then, Zinzolin notices that Zekrom is active in the damage in the lab. You fool, what have you done? One of my projects escaped, but that's not the problem. Yes, I can see that. Zekrom is active. Actually, I activated it. What? Why? The ship is draining of power, and if we lose it, then we lose everything. So either you help or get out, Colorist says, looking on sternly. What do you need? Zinzolin asks. Back outside, the response to Iris triggers Zoelius' evolution into its final form. Hydragon. Krokorok looks on. The bond it's shown to have with its trainer, and the bond that Riolu has shown with Ash, is something that it wants. But the battle is what captured the attention of everyone, as Iris and her newly evolved dragon begin to push back Getsus and his. This also has a morale boost for the rest of the Pokemon, and they begin to push back the forces of Team Plasma. Then, the engines on the ship fire as they hear over the intercoms. Everyone, return to the ship. You're lucky, Getsus exclaims, but this isn't over, champion. We will finish this at a later time, when the world will watch you fall. Then, they all board the ship as it lifts back into the sky. Iris looks on, pondering what Getsus meant about the world watching. Back on the ship, N is forced to evacuate, jumping from the vessel as it lifts off. As N lands, someone unconscious lay at his feet. It's Drayden. Benga just left him there after they landed, looking to preserve his own skin more than anything. N then awakens the Dragon Master, helping him to his feet and then moving him to where the rest of the group is. Iris is still staring at the Team Plasma freight out of concern. It is then changed to relief when she sees N and her grandfather. She rushes to him, asking if he is okay. Drayden explains everything that happened and asks where the grandson of Alder is and if he's okay. Who? Benga, Ash asks? He was here? Everyone confused. We haven't seen him. Well, it looks like he got away, Drayden says. With nothing left to do, and as they watch the Team Plasma freight sail off into the distance, they all decide to head back to the village of the dragons to rest up after this unfortunate experience. But once they arrive at the Elder's house, it is in complete shambles. It has been ransacked by someone. The Elder is unharmed, but she says they took it. Who took what? Iris questions. 3 men who move in the shadows. They took the statue that Drayden sent. No, he says in a panicked voice. What's the big deal, Roxy says. It was just a statue. You are mistaken, he says. It is a key. A key for what? Ann asks. It is the one thing that can fuse the dragons, Zekrom, Reshiram, and their third part. Kyurem? Ann asks. Yes, Drayden says. Then we have a bigger problem. I ran into a spy on the Plasma freight. Oh, you mean Alan? We met him in Driftvale. He told me that Team Plasma has captured a dragon of ice that they have imprisoned in the bowels of their ship. If that's true, then there's only one thing they need. The white dragon. Reshiram, Drayden says. Yes, N replies. N, where did you hide Reshiram's stone? We need to keep it safe. Iris, I'm afraid I can't reveal that information. You must trust me. It's better off the less people know. Iris looks at N. Though she doesn't think that this is right, she decides to trust her friend. N then makes a statement. I'm afraid that with the recent developments, I'm going to have to leave you, Iris. What? Why? She asks. Well, with my father so close to his goals, there are things that I have set in place to ensure he will fail. It has come time that I invoke these protocols. Well, if you must, then go. But please, if you need help, you know where to find me. No, Ush, Ash says, and smiles as he turns to take his leave. The rest of the group spend the night picking up the Elder's house. During the cleanup, Iris notices that Excadrill has decided to come to the house. Why? What changed? She questions. Well, that's probably my fault, Ash says. What did you do? Iris yells at him. Nothing, Ash says. Well, not nothing. Me and Riolu kind of battled it. Your Excadrill is really strong, Ash says. Yeah, but it wants nothing to do with me. Well, go talk with it. You won't gain any ground unless you try. Iris decides to take Ash's advice. She goes outside and sits next to Excadrill. Hey, you okay? As she offers an herb to help with the paralysis. Excadrill looks at her, then takes the herb, playing it off like it didn't need it. Iris smiles. Look, I know I've been away for a while, and I'm sorry. I know that you were the one Pokemon that I should have talked to about this, but I wasn't thinking about anything but the task at hand. I needed it to find myself, and the only way I felt that was possible was by going on a journey with Axew. Excadrill turns its head to ignore this excuse that Iris offers. I know it wasn't right. The only thing I can say is I'm sorry. I will never do it again. Iris then pulls out Excadrill's Pokeball. You know, it's coming up for the time for our next title defense. I would love to have you there with me, like old times. But Excadrill doesn't budge. Well, if you change your mind, I'll leave this here. Iris sets the ball on the deck and then turns to go back inside. As she turns, a light flashes. She turns and Excadrill is gone, but the ball is moving, coming to a subtle stop. Iris picks up the ball, smiling, saying nothing. Then she heads inside to finish with the cleanup. The next morning, Iris says goodbye to her adopted grandparents. She tells them, don't worry, we will stop Team Plasma. Drayden says he knows that she can handle anything that comes her way. Iris smiles as the group sets off. This time, Silent has decided to join them. And where exactly is their next stop, you wonder? Well, it's Ash's hometown of Aspertia City. Meanwhile, north of the village of the dragons, N has come to the site of the giant chasm. He can see it. Centuries of battle that have been fought here. He can feel the presence. I know it's here, he thinks to himself, as he heads down to the den of the once feared true dragon. Meanwhile, we catch up with Benga, who has made it home to Flockasite Town and his grandfather's house. As Benga enters, he is greeted by Alder. So, did you get the badges to enter the Victory Road tournament? Benga flashes his bad case, showing the 10 badges of Unova. Was there any doubt, he says? No, there wasn't, my boy, Alder bellows with laughter, but Benga has a more serious thought in mind. Those members of Team Plasma, those ones that took out my Pokemon so easily. That can't, no, won't happen again. Hey Gramps, he says to Alder, it's time. I need some serious training to prepare for the league. Alder's demeanor changes to a more stoic look. Okay boy, you want training? Then that's what you'll get. Genesect Unleashed. Today, we pick up with Ash, Roxy, Iris, and Silent as they arrive back in Burbank City. Man, it's been a year since I've been home, Roxy says, as they step off the boat. Yeah, I wonder how your dad's doing, Ash says. But they won't have to wait long, as here comes Pop Roxy barreling down the pier towards the group. Silent and Iris flinch as they hear him screaming Roxy's name. Surprised, she asks what's wrong. Is there a problem with the gym? Out of breath, Pop says no. It's, and then hands her a letter. This was delivered today. Roxy, curious about this, opens up the envelope. It's addressed, Dear Roxy, we are pleased to announce that we have selected you as one of 2 musicians to perform at this year's Pokemon League festivities. Due to your performance at the Nimbasa Gym and the recommendation of the gym leader, Elisa, we are proud to add you to this year's card. Please RSVP your response by this date. Sincerely, the Pokemon League Committee. Roxy screams in excitement. What is it, Roxy? Iris asks. I've been invited to perform at the Pokemon League this year. This is the big break I've been waiting for. Dad, do you know what this means? I do. And Pop Roxy turns to reveal he's gathered her band. And we have some even better news, the old man states. You'll be able to practice at Pokestar Studios until your show. Roxy smiles. Boys, we got some work to do. They all nod. 1 month is all they have to prepare. Well, guys, it looks like I'll see you in a month. I gotta get going at this. Ash, Iris, and Silent tell Roxy goodbye. She's gonna stay in Burbank while they head back to Aspertia City. Roxy and her dad then head to the gym as the group heads to the Pokemon Center to stock up on supplies before they make the 3-day trek to Ash's home city. While at the center, Ash tells Silent and Iris he would like to stop by Flacessi Ranch on his way back to see his Pokemon. Iris doesn't have a problem with this as it's on the way. Silent then chimes in. Hey Iris, I heard that Alder lives by there. Is that true? It is. We should stop by and see him, she says. Good. It's been a while since I've seen him, so it would be nice to catch up. The group then gathers their supplies, preparing to head out. But as they head to the door, the power in the center starts to flicker. What's going on? Everybody questions. Nurse Joy then tells everyone not to panic. It appears that the Burbank complex has developed some issues in the generator that supply the town's power, but things should be back to normal soon. Wanted to make sure everything is okay, Iris wants to go check up on things. Ash and Silent are okay with this, so the group heads off in a rush. But before they even enter the complex, they can see that something's wrong. Smoke bellows from the complex into the sky. The group knows that this has to be something that they can't ignore, knowing that Team Plasma once had dealings in the area. Heading into the complex, all our heroes see is panic. The local police are herding the wild Pokemon away from the epicenter of the problem. Ash, Iris, and Silent begin to ask what the problem is, but are getting incomplete answers from anyone they talk to. They do make out one thing is certain. The cause is an unknown Pokemon at the heart of it. Choosing to split up, Iris heads east, Silent heads west, while Ash and Riolu head south. As the group fans out, the damage they find gets more severe. Something powerful has been through here, Iris thinks. She follows the trail of destruction that leads to the edge of the eastern side of the complex. What she sees is a Pokemon that horrifies her to her core. Over with Silent, he has sent out Simisage, as the path that he's on leads him into the forest on the west side. Trees are leveled as Simisage is moving towards something that it sees off in the distance, when the monkey freezes in fear. Over with Ash, Riolu has locked onto something's aura. Actually, it's 3 things. 3 powerful things. Ash and Riolu sense that this isn't something that they can go in underestimating. This synergy between the two of them puts them both in the same mental state, causing Riolu to begin to glow in a surging aura. Ash thinks this is strange. Riolu has never started a battle with this level of intensity, but the duo won't have to wait long, as they come to the south side of the complex, and the 3 targets that Riolu was sensing come into view. These Pokemon are rampaging, blasting everything in sight with a laser mounted on their back. However, Riolu's presence captures their attention. "Hey, stop!" Ash yells. There are 3 that stand here, one being an off color of the other 2, more red than anything. Ash pulls out his Pokédex, but has no information on these Pokemon. If it is a Pokemon, then a voice echoes in the mind of Riolu and its trainer. "Home! What happened to our home?" What? Who, Ash thinks? But Riolu knows it's the Pokemon before them, specifically the red one. "Home?" Ash asks. "What do you mean, home?" The red Pokemon demands to know what this human did with their home, yelling so loud that the pain Ash experiences from the voice in his head causes him to curl over. Sensing this, Riolu won't wait any longer, firing an Aura Sphere at the leader of this group. It strikes before the red one can respond, but it appears to cause no damage. This does, however, stop Ash's pain. Wow, that was intense. Riolu is preparing another attack, but Ash says wait, trying to communicate with these foreign Pokemon, but it's no use. The red one appears to be unreasonable, and has something that appears to be mind control over the other 2. The 3 Robobugs fire a blast from each of their cannons at Ash. Riolu, wanting to protect its trainer, jumps in the way, blocking the attacks with its Aura Shield. But these Pokemon are strong, and Riolu is unable to hold the attacks off for long, being enveloped in the process. Ash yells to his starter as it drops from the damage. The 3 Pokemon then watch as Ash rushes to the side of his Pokemon, but they pay this no mind, as their leader's eyes glow red, and the 3 of them fly off north, heading out of the complex. Ash tries to wake up Riolu, but it's out cold. Panicking, Ash picks it up and heads back to the entrance, searching for his friends. He eventually finds them, but they look no better. Silent and Iris go on with a recap of their events, which are all similar, except for one thing. The Pokemon Iris battled, at first, didn't want to harm her. It was more scared than anything, but then its eyes glowed red, and it attacked. Fracture and Servine could barely hold it off before it suddenly stopped and flew off. Ash then tells Iris the red one he battled appeared to be their leader, and had some sort of mind control over the other 2. Riolu then finally begins to wake up, to Ash's relief. The group then wonders what their next move will be, when another explosion can be heard off in the distance. Iris and Ash look at each other. There's only one place that could have come from, so they head off, ready for round 2. Over at Pokestar Studios, Roxy and her band are in full swing with her dad looking on. Man, she's really gotten good while she's been away. Almost like her experience is what's fueling her music. She's going to be great. She will definitely make it to levels that I'd never dreamed of. But this moment of pride is interrupted when an explosion rocks the studio, and the area that Roxy and her band were practicing in loses power. "What the?" Roxy yells. "Who killed the tunes?" Then another explosion rocks the area again, this time much closer to the band. "This isn't good," she says, telling her dad to get the band out of the studio. Roxy and Zorora then head off in the direction that she thinks the destruction is coming from. Once outside, Roxy finally sees what's going on. A group of mechanical monstrosities have made their way onto the studio lot, and now are terrorizing everyone. The worst thing is, they seem to have hit the generators for the studio, so all of the power is down. Knowing she can't let this go on, Roxy sends in all of her Pokemon, ordering them to jump into battle. Unfortunately, they are quickly outmatched, with Trubbish and Whirlipede having no effect on these alien invaders. "So, you're steel types, are you? Well, I guess it's up to you too," Roxy says, referring to Zorora and Maractus. They do their best, but in the end, only Zorora is able to hold its own, really only due to its small size and being able to evade most of the attacks. That is, until it is ganged up on by 4 of the armored bugs. Roxy tries to help by getting involved herself, but these creatures have no concern for anything outside of their own species, and attack her as well. Thinking this could be the end of her, Roxy closes her eyes, holding Zorora tightly, but her fear is replaced with relief when she hears some familiar voices giving commands. Ash, Iris, and Silent are here, and not a moment too soon, as Roxy had thought they had moved on from the city by now. Riolu and Fracture rush into the fray, fighting back the bug types from Roxy, giving her the chance to join her friends. They have little time for words, however, as the 5 bug Pokemon are on the attack. Iris tells everyone that they need to split up their opponents. That's the only chance they really have. They all agree, but Ash and Riolu want the red one. They have a score to settle, but there's a small problem. There are 5 bugs and only 4 of them. They need something to take on the 5th one, but never fear. Pop Roxy has appeared. He and his steel types will provide the defense the team needs. Smiling, Roxy finds a strange sense of pride in her dad. He's grown a lot in the last year. Splitting up, the team pushes back to separate these metal bugs. Iris just so happens to end up with the one that she had before. The one that seems scared. She can feel it. Through the rage and hate, this thing is just scared and confused. It's like the anger that she senses isn't its own. Iris tells Fracture they can't hurt it. They need to calm it down. Fracture acknowledges its trainer, glowing red, just like the time it battled Ash's Darudagon. Over with Ash, he and Riolu have taken a much different approach. They are not happy with what happened back at the Verbank complex. They were attacked for no reason, and Riolu was hurt. Though it isn't in the best of shape, its aura is glowing brighter than before. It and Ash want payback. The team is on the attack, putting pressure on the leader, but this Pokemon appears to be different from the others. Its speed and power are far greater. Ash can see this, and unfortunately, Riolu doesn't have enough stamina to keep the all-out assault going. Its aura does provide some protection from the energy-based attacks, but that is quickly being overpowered as well. Ash and Riolu's anger at this foreign invader has aligned, however, sparking Riolu's greatest power, its transformation. With a surge of aura, Riolu hits hard with the Force Palm that seems to finally cause some damage, but it's not enough as the bug shakes off the stiffness, jumping back into battle. At Ash's command, Riolu wastes no time going back on the attack with an Aura Sphere. Unable to dodge it, Riolu's opponent just pushes through the amped up Aura Ball with what looks like an extreme speed. Ash, knowing that this could be their only shot, tells Riolu to ready itself. This is their final chance. As the attack hits, Riolu fires its trump card, Counter. The force of the move impacts with enough power that the metal bug is sent flying into a building nearby. Ash hopes that that's the end of it, as Riolu collapses from its stamina being drained. Rushing to its side, Ash picks up Riolu, wondering if it'll be okay. Luckily, it's just banged up, but after the last encounter, it won't be able to battle again. Then, the rubble from the building starts to shift as the red monster emerges. All out of options, Ash puts Riolu down and sends in his next best choice, Krokorok. The ground croc emerges ready to help its trainer. If there's anyone on Ash's team that could beat this thing besides Riolu, it would be this Pokemon. Ash gives a command for a dig, which hides Krokorok from its enemy, but out of frustration, the metal bug starts to blast the ground with its laser, forcing its opponent out. No one will keep us from our home, Ash hears echo in his mind again. This distracts him long enough for Krokorok to be overwhelmed with what looks like an X-Scissor, ending its reign in this battle. Darn, Ash thinks, this one refuses to go down. What makes this thing so strong? He recalls his Pokemon, thinking maybe the power of fire might have a chance. Ash then sends in Lampet, but the results are the same as Lampet falls, then Electric. Eventually, Ash is down to his final Pokemon. This leaves Ash with just one option, and it's by far the worst of him, but he has no choice. This thing has taken out all of his other Pokemon and is now headed straight for Ash and Riolu. Ash readies the ball and declares, Darudagon, I choose you! Over with Iris, she is having a far easier time than Ash. The metal bug isn't as powerful. Also, there seems to be moments when the control that it has overtaken it breaks and it seems lost, but they are brief and then it's right back on the attack again. Fracture, however, is proving its place as the partner of the chosen one. This thing's endurance is impressive. The battle has been going on for a while now, and Fracture doesn't even look like it's broken a sweat. It also helps that it has the burning aura around it to insulate it from some of the attacks. Iris, thinking that she needs to increase the pressure, decides to send an Excadrill. The Iron Mole emerges, looking around. Iris tells it that Fracture needs help. It looks hesitant at first, but is quickly convinced when it sees the reason why. The two combined a drill run with a Dragon Rage that hits hard, slamming the strange bug into a tree head first. Then, something odd happens. It stops moving, and its eyes go dark, like it's resetting or something. Iris tells her two Mons to hold off. They take a defensive stance as Iris approaches it, much against the cries of her two Pokemon. As Iris gets closer, its eyes begin to light up. It's back online, but Iris doesn't waver from her choice, telling it not to fear her. It's safe. The creature looks around. Are you friend? It asks Iris. Yes. Yes, we are. Now please, can you tell me what's going on and why you and the other Pokemon are attacking everyone? Looking around, the mechanical bug realizes can trust Iris, as the others haven't attacked it. Turning to her, it begins, we are called Genesect. Over with Roxy, her dad, and Silent, they actually haven't been as successful as Iris. The trio are struggling on their own. These things are hard to damage, even for steel types. However, they are doing their best, but they won't be able to keep this up for much longer. Back with Ash, Darudagon's presence is felt throughout the area as it emerges with the mighty roar. At first, it is confused, looking around for the village elder. But once it realizes it's free and clear to do what it wants, it turns to Ash and Riolu, expecting to battle. But it is caught off guard by the sight before it. Riolu is genuinely hurt, and Ash pleads with Darudagon, please, battle with me. This thing has been unstoppable. All of my other Pokemon have tried and failed. You're my last chance, Darudagon. Darudagon stares in a very stoic way for a moment, before firing a Dragon Pulse that explodes on impact. Gerudo, thinking that Ash was overreacting, turns away to challenge Riolu, but the moment its back is turned, it is met with a high-powered laser. This causes Gerudo to writhe in pain. Ash checks on it to see if it's okay, but the dragon ignores him, turning to this bug menace. With a smile, Gerudo goes on the attack, slugging it out with his powerful adversary. After all, there's nothing it likes more than a powerful opponent. But the problem is that it still won't listen to Ash, as he calls for dodges and attacks. The dragon ignores Ash, battling on its own. Surprisingly, this seems to work on the surface, but Ash can see that Gerudo is starting to become outmatched. Without a second set of eyes, Gerudo eventually finds itself taking blow after blow, unable to keep up. Then, a next scissor hits it in the eyes, temporarily blinding it. This opens it up for a flurry of attacks. Ash won't let this continue, and he yells, "Gerudo, block with your left hand!" This works, shocking Gerudo. "See, Gerudo, it would be better if we worked together. If you can't see, then you can't fight. Let me be your eyes." The dragon ponders this for a moment. Can it set aside its pride this one time to work with Ash? But it won't be given the choice, as it can feel the bug on the move again. It tries to fire a counterattack, but is unsuccessful. Then Ash calls for a block on the second one. This one is avoided. Realizing it doesn't have a choice, it begins to follow Ash's commands, much to it and his surprise. This actually works in pushing back the metallic mantis. Ash tells Gerudo it has to wait. He will be its eyes, and he will tell it when it needs to strike. Reluctantly, it calms itself to loosen up. This helps it get ready for the next altercation, which won't be long, as the bug is back on the attack, firing another laser, which is countered with a Dragon Pulse. Then a next scissor, but it's intercepted by a Dragon Claw. Then the bug uses the same move that it did to put Riolu down. Extreme speed. Gerudo's taking too much damage to dodge it, and Ash can't keep up with commands at this speed, so eventually one gets through and lands. This hurts Gerudo bad, causing it to begin to doubt Ash, but its trainer won't let it, yelling to be ready. Another extreme speed is coming, and Gerudo only has one way to hit this thing hard enough to potentially damage it. With the trust wavering, Gerudo readies itself, loosening up as much as it can with the injuries that it has sustained. But no command comes, and Gerudo is getting impatient, but Ash tells it to wait. It can feel the bug getting closer and closer, but Ash is still holding. Then it happened. The extreme speed connects, and Ash sees his opening, calling for a revenge. Gerudo sees what Ash was trying. It swells with energy as it brings both of its claws down on the head of the bug, cratering it in the process. The eyes of the bug behemoth begin to darken as Gerudo stands victorious. It then turns to Ash, but falls over, fainting in the process. Ash lets out a sigh of relief. Finally, this thing is down. Riolu uses its aura ability to scan the Robobug. As Ash begins to get close, he recalls Gerudo, thanking it, and somewhat hopeful for the next time it releases it that the dragon will be able to battle with Ash again. But as Ash lets his guard down even further, Riolu growls to get Ash's attention, trying to warn its trainer. As Ash turns around, the eyes on their opponent relight, and it begins to move, as Ash looks on, not knowing what to do. Over with Iris and Genesect, it's almost done telling the champion about the origins of it and the rest of its species. What Iris knows is that they are looking for their home. When they awoke, they were in a strange place that didn't look like anything they had ever lived in before. That's what brought them here. In the ancient past, this was their home, but the wildlife and plants that made up their home are no longer here. Realizing there is a simple solution to this problem, Iris asks if the Genesect will trust her, not really having a choice. It nods, but as Iris gets closer, the metal bug's eyes begin to glow, and suddenly it takes off in the direction of Ash. No, Iris thinks, as she looks up in the sky to see the others streaking off in the same direction. Over with Ash, he's now in a state of paralyzed fear. Everything he's tried, nothing can stop the onslaught of this Pokemon. With all of its rage aimed toward Ash, the bug charges a cannon for one final time, as the other species touch down to do the same. It has taken control of them, suppressing their free will. Now, all they want is the same thing their leader wants, to end this problem before it, for the pain Ash has caused it. With 5 laser cannons now at full power, and Riolu unable to move due to its injuries, Ash is now in the line of sight of these killing machines, and he has no escape. Firing all at once, the lasers combined into one, finding its way to the target. As the spot that Ash is in erupts with an explosion, Iris and the others arrive, looking on in horror. Ash! No! Iris mumbles to herself. As the dust clears, there's just a hole where Ash stood. His friends are in shock. How could they let this happen? How could they not get here in time? All but one think Ash is lost, and that's Riolu. He can still sense his trainer, but where? However, this search is interrupted when the 5 Genesect go in for another attack. They begin to charge their cannons again. Iris orders her Pokemon in, as she's the only one with any left. But Excadrill and Fracture quickly fall to the combined laser of the Genesect squad. Growing tired of all of these interruptions, the leader then orders its companions to erase everyone like they did that human boy. The lasers, or what Iris has come to know as Technoblasts, begin to fire. They are moving too fast to dodge, striking one after another as Iris watches her friends vanish into a cloud of dust like Ash did. She is the last one. Iris falls to her knees. How could she, as the champion of the region, let this happen? Now effectively given up, Iris has resigned herself to the fate before her. As the lasers close in, it's interrupted by an aura sphere. Looking at Riolu, Iris wonders if it fired the attack, but Riolu is just as puzzled as her. Then, they hear a voice. It's Ash. Iris, that was a close one. Are you okay? Ash, where are you? I'm right here, he says. But she sees nothing. Ash, I can't see you. Then, before her, materializes all of her friends. Iris doesn't know what to make of this. She begins to ask questions, but Ash says there's no time. They need to deal with this first, and they have the help of an old friend, as someone familiar to both Ash and Iris appear. Meloetta, Iris says. That's right, Ash says. It appears to have come back here to recover after the last time we saw it. I guess it really likes Pokestar Studios. The Melody Pokemon takes a stance before the 5 foes. They have hurt its friends and ruined its home. This ends now. Riolu is happy to see its old friend, and in doing so, its aura begins to surge. Ash looks at Riolu. Hey buddy, do you think you can battle one more time? It nods, knowing that Meloetta will need all the help that it can get. Fracture and Excadrill then awaken with the same mindset as the others. They have just enough in the tank for one final battle with these things. What follows next is an all-out brawl as the Genesect are pushed to the limit, with Meloetta and Riolu heading the charge on the red one. It seems that it can't maintain the mind control and battle 2 opponents at the same time, and one by one, the Genesect fall until only the leader remains. Riolu surges with aura one last time. Buddy, can you keep it up, Ash? It nods to Ash, readying its stance, transforming. Meloetta then shocks everyone as it takes on a transformation of its own. The 2 are in sync as they rush in and barrage Genesect with aura spheres. This, combined with the damage from the previous battles it had, is finally enough to end this nightmare as it collapses under its own weight. Ash tells Meloetta and Riolu they need to put a stop to this thing permanently. If they don't, this will happen again. Riolu agrees, channeling all of its aura into one final aura sphere, but Iris and Meloetta stand in its way. Ash, listen to me. They're not bad. They're just looking for a place to call home. How do you know this, Iris? They literally tried to end the life of everyone here, but I talked to one of them. I know. It opened up to me. They are just scared. They are Pokemon that were experimented on, that are just looking for a place in this world. But if we let them go, Iris, that doesn't mean they won't return. True, Iris says, but we can't just end them because we think it's right. That's not for us to decide. Reluctantly, Ash tells Riolu to stand down, so it dissipates the attack it had prepared, falling out of its transformation and unconscious in the process. Watching the humans decide how they should deal with the Genesect and Ash tend to Riolu, Meloetta transforms back into its normal state, capturing the attention of everyone. Its eyes then begin to glow as the red Genesect, who is still out cold, is lifted into the air. Meloetta, what are you doing? Ash says. It just smiles. Ash, it's going to help the Genesect find a home. Iris says. Really? But before anyone can say anything, Meloetta begins to glow, and then a flash, they're gone. Looking on, Ash hopes Meloetta is okay. Every time he sees it, they only have moments. Then it's gone again. This time, Riolu didn't even get a chance to say goodbye. With nothing else to do now that the threat has been dealt with, Ash and his friends head back to the Pokemon Center. After a few days of healing and getting their Pokemon checked out, Ash, Iris, and Silent bid farewell to Roxy and her dad once again, setting off for Philosophy Ranch, while Roxy resumes her practice at Pokestar Studios. Now, we flash over to the other side of Unova as we follow up with N. He's been rummaging through the giant chasm for what seems like an eternity. But what he seeks, he has finally found. I now have what I need to beat my father. The only chance we have of ending this once and for all, he says, as N caresses a strange rock in his hand. And that is where we are going to end today's journey. A moment of clarity. Today, we pick back up with Iris, Ash, and Silent as they come to a very familiar sight, a house north of Philosophy Town that belongs to the former champion of Unova, Alder. They're here to see the old man and catch up with what he's been doing since the last time they saw him, just over a year ago. Upon walking up, they are greeted with the familiar sight, Benga outside training, but this time he's battling with his grandfather. It seems intense. Alder is going one-on-one using his Escavalier against a Pokemon Ash has never seen before, but Iris has. It's the one that Benga caught when they were in the desert resort in the Relic Castle. Ash readies his Pokédex when Iris utters the name of this Pokemon, Volcarona. What, Ash replies? When? Oh, it was at the desert resort when we got lost. I ended up in the Relic Castle and Benga was there. I walked in as he had captured it, but the conversation of the group is interrupted when Escavalier, though at a disadvantage, manages to push through a heat wave to knock out the fire moth. Benga yells no in frustration. This is the 5th match today. Benga, I think we should stop. If you continue, your Pokemon could get hurt. It's too close to the league to lose a valuable member. But Grandpa, no buts. Besides, we have company, as Alder points to the onlookers. Iris, Ash, and Silent. It's been a while. I hope you're all well. We are, Alder. How have you been, Iris asks. Oh, just enjoying retirement, helping Benga with training before the league. How about you, Iris? How's the life of a champion been treating you? Benga scoffs at this statement, triggering Alder to scold the boy for his rudeness. Not wanting anything to do with his group, Benga tells his grandfather he's heading into town to train at the Battle Club. What's his problem, Ash asks. Oh, pay him no mind. It seems he had a run-in with Team Plasma recently, and it wasn't in his favor. Well, it seems he's not the only one, Iris says. Well, why don't you come inside and we can talk all about it, Alder says, pointing at the door. The group follows their host inside as he offers them drinks and a chance to relax. Iris and Ash begin to explain the most recent events with Team Plasma. They even awaken Zekrom and have it in their possession, the young champion says. Well, it seems they have been busy as of late. From what Benga told me, there was a group that attacked him. He couldn't even defend himself. So since he's been home, he's been on a non-stop training session. All he seeks is strength. I noticed that when he was battling my gym, Silent says. He won, but there is something there that could be dangerous. Yes, very troubling, Alder says. Anyway, what brings you lot to my door, the old hermit asks. Well, we wanted to stop by and say hi, Iris says. We're heading back to Aspertia City till the league starts. Yeah, we were gonna do some training ourselves, Ash follows. I see, Alder says. So Ash, are you competing in the league? You know it, the tenacious young boy responds. Well then, how about a battle, Ash? I'm quite interested in how much stronger you've become. With the fire in his eyes that only Iris has come to know, Ash accepts without hesitation. Laughing, well then let's head out to the battlefield, Alder spouts. Outside, Ash and Riolu take their positions on their side of the field. The two have a brief flashback to a year prior. They were here, battling Alder. We weren't much of a team back then, were we, buddy? But that's changed, Ash says. Riolu excitedly nods as its trainer readies for the first battle. Ash, this will be a 3-on-3. We battle until we have no Pokemon left. That's fine with us, Alder. Well then, let's see what you got, kid, as he sends in his first Pokemon, Braviary. So, a flying type. Well then, we'll take to the skies as well. Swanna, I choose you. The two terrors of the sky take flight, but it's clear that Braviary has the greater speed of the two, as it reaches the battle altitude first. Seeing this, Ash knows he's going to need something extra to help Swanna's stamina in the battle. As Alder gives Ash the first move, he calls for a knocker ring. As Swanna glows in a blue aura, Alder is quick to take advantage of this opening with a high-impact move, Rock Slide. The boulders surround the star-spangled bird as it flies towards Swanna, connecting with the super effective damage. Though it has a healing move in place, the Rock Slide sends Swanna into a nosedive from the force of the attack. Ash, yelling for Swanna to pull up, watches as his flyer is stunned, heading for the ground. Even though his eyesight is bad, Alder can see that this is another free opening, ordering Braviary to attack again with the Crush Claw, with Braviary hitting its prey with another high-impact move. Ash, yelling to Swanna, is finally able to get through it, allowing it to pull up just before hitting the ground. However, it's struggling. Things aren't exactly as Ash envisioned. He thought that he would have a better chance since he's grown a lot over the last year, but it quickly becomes obvious that the last time they battled, Alder was holding back. Ash, you okay? I was hoping for more of a challenge, Alder pokes. Yeah, just thinking things through. Well, while you decide, I guess I'll wrap up this battle. Braviary, use Aerial Ace. The Predator bird locks onto its target. There's no chance this misses. Swanna, still struggling to gain altitude, flaps its wings as hard as it can. Ash finally comes up with something. Knowing this is a high roll, Ash tells Swanna to fire an Air Slash upward. Alder tells Braviary to hold the course. They have this one. As it closes in, connecting with the attack, Ash tells Swanna to pull up, forcing the Aerial Ace to land on its underside. The motion that Braviary came in with was an upward one, and this is where Ash's plan comes in, as Swanna was blocking the line of sight for the Air Slash, allowing Braviary to fly directly into the spiraling sphere of air. It's surrounded on all sides, being cut from every direction, stunning the Predator. This gives Ash the opening he was looking for, so Swanna can hit back with its strongest move, Acrobatics. Swanna uses what speed it has left to hit from all angles, striking for massive damage. Braviary begins to fall from the sky, now stunned from the onslaught its opponent produced. Alder is impressed, telling Ash so, not really focused on the battle at this point. Ash unsure how about to take this loses his focus, but Iris tells Ash not to break this train of thought. You need to finish this. Realizing she was right, Ash orders a bubble beam. Swanna fires its attack. Swanna fires the attack, trying to make up for the seconds they lost in Ash's lapse of focus, but it's to no avail, as Braviary is gone in a flash at the order of its trainer to land another aerial ace. With the attack connecting, it becomes apparent that even with the Aqua Ring, Swanna is far outclassed. It won't last much longer. Wanting to cause as much damage as possible, Ash decides to try something that is questionable at best. He tells Swanna to wait. Alder, knowing Ash is up to something, tells his bird to end this with a rock slide. As it rushes in, Ash calls for another acrobatics. Swanna does the best it can to push through the rocks, connecting from as many angles as possible, but in the end, the water bird is pushed to the ground, unable to battle. Silent calls the battle in Alder's favor, while Ash recalls his bird, thanking for the hard-fought battle. Well, Ash, that was intense. You've definitely grown over the last year. Thanks, Alder, but I was hoping that our growth would have been much more than what was displayed in our first battle. Well, Ash, you still have 2 Pokemon, so you still have a chance. True, Ash says, as he sends in his next choice, Krokorok. The Sandcroc enters the battlefield, ready for its challenge. Well, Ash, this is exciting. I'm curious why you would have chosen a Pokemon with a disadvantage. Don't worry, Alder, that doesn't matter to us. Right, Krokorok? It spouts sand from its nostrils, indicating its alignment with its trainer. Well, Ash, let's see what it can do. Braviary, use Crush Claw. Ash counters this with a dig, canceling out the attack. Well, I see what you mean, kid. Then, let's try this. Aerial Ace. Braviary rushes in, connecting with Krokorok. But Ash was waiting for this, ordering his Mon to use Crunch on the bird, preventing it from escape. Alder orders Braviary to break free by any means necessary, but it can't, being locked in the jaw of its opponent. This allows Ash a moment of relief as he can now move at his pace. Alder, however, orders a move that could be a problem. Superpower. The bird begins to charge the attack. Ash, knowing this is urgent and wanting to end this, orders Krokorok to take Braviary into the ground with Dig. As they descend into the ground, Alder tells his Mon to fire the attack, in hopes of connecting before they are completely under. But the two are completely submerged, as the ground quakes from the hole that was created. After moments of no action, some rustling can be heard. Krokorok appears from the hole, spitting out its opponent, as Braviary is unable to battle. Alder recalls his bird. Well, Ash, it appears that crazy move prevented Superpower from causing any damage. It was a gamble, but I had faith in my Pokemon, the young trainer says. Well, let's see if it can stand up to my next powerhouse. Conkeldurr, you're up! Asking his Mon if it can continue, Krokorok nods. Well, Ash, your Pokemon's got guts, Alder says. Silent then declares the start of the next battle, as Alder, this time, begins with the Poison Jab. Ash, knowing that this move won't cause a lot of damage, tells Krokorok to use Crunch in an attempt to stop it, but Ash underestimates the power difference between the two Pokemon, as Krokorok is flung around while locked onto Conkeldurr's fist, but it won't let go, chomping down even harder. This causes the fighting type to shudder in pain, eventually using its free hand to pull off the Croc, throwing it as far away as possible. But Ash uses this new airborne advantage to power up one of Krokorok's newest moves, calling for an Aerial Ace that crashes into its target, stronger than usual, forcing it to the ground. Retreating to its side of the field, Krokorok readies for its next altercation. Using its concrete pillars, Conkeldurr pushes itself up to continue the battle. Well, Ash, smart thinking. I wouldn't expect something like that out of that interaction, but we won't allow that to happen again, as Alder orders a Stone Edge. Krokorok uses a dig at Ash's order. It dives down to avoid the attack, but this is what Alder was looking for, as his true plan comes out, as he orders an Earthquake that rocks the battlefield. You can hear Krokorok cry in pain as it is ravaged by the seismic activity. Then, things go silent. No movement, no sound. Krokorok, Ash calls, but nothing. Thinking the battle is over, Ash walks out to the field. He wants to recall his Pokemon, but it's under the ground, so he's gonna have to start digging for it. But as Ash takes his first step, the ground diver emerges from underneath its opponent, connecting with the dig. This was unguarded, allowing Krokorok to capitalize on the damage it caused earlier with Aerial Ace. This pushes Conkeldurr back. Ash, you've made this very entertaining, but I'm afraid this battle is at its end. Oh, I agree, Alder. Conkeldurr, use Superpower. The Hulkimon swells as it focuses all of its remaining energy into a final attack. Ash, knowing that they can't beat this thing head to head, needs to create an opening. Krokorok then starts to glow as stones begin to surround it. Is this Stone Edge? Ash questions. Well then, let's put this to the test. Krokorok, ready yourself. The Croc takes a battle stance. At the order of their trainers, both Pokemon move to strike, as the stones are filed at Conkeldurr, but the fighting type uses its focus power to cut through them like knives through butter. Unfortunately though, each stone costs a little bit of the move's energy, weakening it slowly, until both Pokemon are on top of each other, and a stone connects with Conkeldurr as it lands a massive punch to the gut of Krokorok. The two stand there, looking at each other, both collapsing from the battle, making it a draw. Man, Ash thinks, as he recalls his Mon. What's wrong, Alder asks, recalling his. I really thought we had that one. We were so close, Ash comments. Laughing, Alder remarks that Ash treats it like that it was the end of the battle. We still have one more to go. Smiling, That's true, Ash says, as he turns to Riolu. What do you say, buddy? Let's end this battle the way we started the first one, against Alder. Together. Without hesitation, Riolu jumps in, awaiting the opponent it and Ash know is coming. So, Ash, you want it like that? Well, I have no objections. Excelgor, you're up! The speed demon bug takes to the field, just as fast as ever. Excelgor, can you feel it? These two, they are far different than the last time we battled. We need to be ready. Taking his position, Excelgor nods in agreement with its trainer. Well, buddy, let's not keep them waiting. Use quick attack. Alder counters with the bug buzz. Excelgor begins to vibrate at such a high speed, the frequency causes Riolu to stop, covering its ears. Alder remembers Riolu's lack of sight, and is banking on its other senses being heightened. Riolu is unable to focus, barely being able to hear its trainer's calls. Alder realizes that though this may be a good defense, he will eventually have to go on the attack. So, telling Excelgor to move in, Alder orders a focus blast. Riolu is finally able to hear its trainer and responds with an aura sphere. The two moves collide, but Riolu is pushed back, as its attack was the weaker of the two. Ash, wanting to finally put some damage on the board, orders Riolu to use another quick attack, but to keep its ears covered. Alder wants to keep his advantage up, ordering Excelgor to use acid spray. Riolu is able to outpace this, allowing it to connect with Ash's next order, a force palm. This hits like a truck, adding the secondary effect of paralysis to the mix. Alder looks on. It's impressive how far this kid has come in the last year. I wonder just how far he has come. Let's find out. Excelgor, bug buzz once more. As the sound penetrates Riolu's ears, it begins to feel Ash's emotions, like its trainer is sensing its pain. But to remain calm, Riolu relaxes, allowing it to focus. Though it's having trouble sensing through the vibrations, eventually Riolu pinpoints Excelgor, firing an aura sphere at the command of its trainer. This does connect, as Excelgor is stricken with paralysis, stopping the bug buzz. Well, Alder, it seems things are far different than they were last time we battled. I'll admit that, Ash, but that doesn't mean the results will be any different, as he orders Excelgor to get in close. Able to push through the paralysis, Excelgor does so, to the surprise of our heroes. Before they can respond, Alder orders an attack to regain some of the health they lost. Giga Drain. A green aura begins to seep from Riolu as Excelgor grabs onto it. Ash's ace begins to struggle. It can't break the grip of Excelgor. It's quickly losing strength. Ash and Riolu are beginning to panic together, unsure of what to do. This is when Iris speaks up again. Ash, Riolu, calm down. If you panic, you lose. These words echo with the two, causing Riolu and Ash's emotions to begin to align. This sparks a surge of aura from Riolu that breaks the hold. Ash smiles. Well, Alder, now you'll see what we can really do, as Riolu fires an aura sphere, taking its transformation in the process. Alder watches as Excelgor is thrown into the ground, as it is caught by the attack. Well, this is unexpected, the old man thinks. Alder, when we are pushed to our limits, a new level of power is unleashed. Riolu, use quick attack. It flashes across the battlefield, connecting at the speed of light. Alder, however, isn't looking at Riolu. He's looking at Ash. I wonder, he thinks to himself. Excelgor, time to shake it off. We have work to do. Use bug buzz. As the vibrations echo throughout the area, Riolu seems to be affected by them, but nowhere near as much as before. But Ash, on the other hand, he's losing focus. Trying to push through the loud sound, Riolu can still move and fires an aura sphere to break the attack. This forces Excelgor to put up some sort of defense to the aura energy. But Alder notices something. The attack isn't as potent as before. Oh, is that it? Well then, I think we have a chance. Bug buzz once more. Excelgor fires the vibrations once again. At the order of its trainer, it holds nothing back. This does stop Riolu in its tracks, and Ash drops to his knees, unable to stand the ear-piercing sound. Now, Alder begins to see what he thought would happen. The transformation starts to fade. Ordering Excelgor to keep it up, Riolu loses the transformation altogether, dropping as well. Ash is now unable to make any commands, and he and Riolu are at the mercy of the two. With one final strike, Alder orders a focus blast that connects, ending the battle right then and there. Ash looks as Riolu tries to stand up. What just happened there, Ash thinks. Looks like I won this battle as well, Alder declares. Ash walks out to Riolu. Buddy, are you okay? It nods, a little upset that they lost. Well, Ash, that was fun. That transformation you have there, it seems to be very powerful, but it has a few weaknesses. Really? What do you mean? Ash questions. Well, I can say that it seems that if the trainer can't focus, then the transformation won't last. That's why I used bug buzz. Yes, the attack was to cause damage to Riolu, but it also broke your concentration as well. When that happened, the power wavered, leaving you two open for Excelgor to finish it. Darn, Ash says. I thought we'd finally been making progress with it, but I guess not. Well, I can say it's quite impressive, but you need to do more training with it if you hope to master it. Iris then tells Ash Alder's right. Every time you've accessed that form of Riolu's, it's just been by dumb luck. You haven't really trained to master it. That's why it runs out sometimes, like in the middle of the battle with Getsis. So you battled Getsis, did you? Alder says. I did, Ash confirms, and we lost because of that transformation. If it wasn't for Iris, then we could have been in real trouble. Well, if you want my advice, then I would focus on training without that power, as it sounds like you've been too reliant on it in recent battles. You think so? Ash questions. Yes, the old man replies. replies, and you should always listen to your elders. Iris, Silent, can you help me train? Ash asks. You bet. After all, I have to get ready for a possible title defense, Iris says, so it will only help me. Silent agrees with this as well, saying that the flavor will be one that only comes around once in a lifetime. Aldo tells the group they can stay the night, so they will be well rested for the last leg of their journey to Aspertia. The next morning, the group says their goodbyes. As they leave, Ash wonders where Benga was. He never came home. Well, he did say that he was going to the battle club. They do have places to stay, Iris says. That's a shame. I wanted to battle him, Ash says, but I guess I'll have to wait for the Pokemon League. As the group arrives in Aspertia to begin the intense training regimen he and the others have planned. 3 months later, we see Ash, Iris, and Silent arriving in Nimbasa City, the site of this year's Pokemon League competition. I hope you're ready, Ash. This will be the toughest challenge you've ever taken on. Looking at Riolu, don't worry, Iris. We are more than ready, as he and Riolu look onto the flame that is lit, marking the start of the festivities. And that, my friends, is where we're going to leave things today. Round 1. Fight! Today, we are greeted by a very special event, one that Ash has waited for over a year, the start of the Pokemon League competition. This is the opening ceremony, where we see everyone we've met over the course of the last year. Ash, Benga, Hugh, even Brody, the rotation battle expert. Ash is looking around. The competition seems stiff, he thinks to himself, but he and his partner, the blind-born Riolu, won't back down. They fought through hardship after hardship to get here. They will be victorious on this final leg of their journey. Unfortunately, Ash can't daydream his thoughts of victory due to the person standing next to him. A girl that we haven't seen in a long while. Georgia, the Dragon Buster. She is mumbling to herself, and Ash can only hear parts of it. But one thing is certain, she seems to have a problem with someone on stage. As Ash looks to see Iris and the president of the Pokemon League make the opening announcements. As Iris speaks, Ash thinks that she sounds way different than she normally does. More presentable, calm, not confident. This is a new side that he's never really seen from her before, but he likes it. Then, the president makes an announcement that everyone has been waiting to hear. The start of the competition. This year, what better way to start things off than an expedition match against the champion herself, Iris. To this, the crowd erupts. We will be picking one trainer at random from this year's competition to have a one-on-one match, so listen for your name to be called. Ash watches as every trainer around him starts to foam at the mouth with his rare opportunity. Ash doesn't see this as a big deal, however, thinking because he gets to battle Iris on a regular basis, so it's something he's already done. Then, the attention of everyone is called to the front when the screen lights up and a picture of every contestant begins to flash at rapid pace. There are two people here that want this battle. Benga, for his obsession with humiliating Iris, and Georgia, because a Dragon Master should use only dragon types, as she puts it. As the randomizer begins to slow, everyone gets silent in anticipation of the choice. Then, the choice is made, and this obsessive girl next to Ash rages in excitement. Georgia has been selected for the exhibition match. Iris looks at the choice and smiles. This rematch is something she wants. After the last time her and Georgia battled, she's looking for a little payback. The crowd on the battlefield begins to disperse in preparation for the exhibition that is in 30 minutes. During this time, Ash has the chance to meet up with Hugh. I didn't think you would be here, Ash comments. I almost wasn't, he remarks. I only had 5 badges up till about 2 months ago, but I was able to get through the data that Team Plasma had stored in Driftvale. Did you find anything of use, Ash inquires. I did. Team Plasma has a plan called Unify. Most of the data was corrupt, but there's one thing that me and Rude were able to make out. It involves a Pokemon called Kyurem. Apparently it was once one with the dragons Zekrom and Reshiram. Well, bad news, Ash says. Team Plasma has Zekrom. What? Hugh yells, catching the attention of all those in the area. How? Ash then tells Hugh everything about what's been happening since the last time they met. Hugh isn't happy. It seems like they're getting closer to their goal, he says. Ash agrees, but there's not really anything they can do about it until they reappear. Then Ash asks Hugh if he found the info that he was looking for. Hugh confirms he did, but there's a problem. The one who has his Purloin is a member of the Shadow Triad. Well, that's bad news, a voice slinks from across the way. Turning, Ash's eyes widen with a sense of fear as Riolu takes a defensive stance, suggesting it's gonna go on the attack. Chorus, what are you doing here? Oh, me? I'm actually a participant in this event. Participant? What? How could you get in? Well, I did just like you, Ash. I won 8 badges, as Colorus flashes his badge case. So, it looks like we're gonna be rivals. As Colorus continues to engage with Ash and Riolu, Hugh spots an Officer Jenny. He runs over to retrieve her, dragging her back, explaining that this man is part of Team Plasma. Looking Colorus up and down, Officer Jenny begins to question him. Ash and Hugh feel a brief sense of relief wash over them as the two talk in private. Then, Officer Jenny walks away, leaving both boys' jaws on the floor. Colorus walks back to his 2 juniors. Good try, but I'm not here for Team Plasma. I'm here for me. Wait, what? Ash questions? Then why are you here? Riolu is on edge, sliding a foot forward, inching closer to attack. This is stopped by the next words Culver says. It's because of you two, referring to Ash and Riolu. You know, when Riolu was in its egg, I never dreamed it would progress in this way. Now, you are a pure curiosity to me, and I must know more. Culverus then turns to walk away. Hey, wait, what do you mean about its egg? What do you know, Culverus? The lab-coated man stops, only to say, if we meet in battle here, and you beat me, I will answer any question you have. But only then, before walking off, leaving Ash and Hugh to stare in bewilderment. You're getting too close, Culverus hears in his earpiece. Well, now the attention of everyone who matters is on me, he says. Now you 3 can proceed through the rounds like we planned. Now Necrosis, do as Master Getsus orders you to do. I am here of my own free will. The communication then cuts on Culver's side. Damn this guy, he risks everything for his own selfish goals, Andriel says. Why does Master Getsus put up with him? Because he has held up his end of the bargain until now. Eclipse chips in over the line. We must do as we're told. Master Getsus says he will be arriving with the final piece of the puzzle of his master plan. We just need to buy time. Well, just make sure you don't lose, Necrosis says. Now end all communications until the master arrives, as the comms die. Now we shift to the exhibition battle. Iris and Georgia have banter back and forth about their past encounter. Georgia hopes Iris has an actual dragon type that she can fight this time. Iris confidently smiles. While this is going on, in the background, you can see Ash and Hugh running to the battlefield. They need to get to Iris, but it's blocked by a bunch of officers from the local Nimbasa PD. Ash and Hugh then plead their case, but the officers just ignore the two. So Ash takes the only action he can, yelling at the top of his lungs. Unfortunately, this is in vain, because before the battle starts, the debut of an old friend, Roxy, goes live. Her music is incredible, but it couldn't have come at a worse time. It drowns out the pleas of Ash and Hugh as the crowd screams in excitement. Meanwhile, a certain Galarian rocker watches on from the private viewing boxes above. Roxy's performance isn't long, but it amps up the crowd to 11. With the Pokemon League being held in Nimbasa City this year, even the gym leader, Elisa, was able to join in. She is glad she did, as the recommendation for Roxy to play here was one that she was proud of. The music fades out as the crowd chants, "Encore, encore." The announcer then busts the mic, asking everyone to quiet down as they introduce the combatants for the exhibition match. In the left corner, the current reigning and undefeated champion of Unova, Iris. And on the right, Georgia, one of the challengers of the Victory Road tournament and self-proclaimed Dragon Buster. You two will be allowed 1 Pokemon each. Now, let's start this battle. Iris is a little overconfident. The last time her and Georgia battled, she didn't have the Pokemon that she needed to battle, but now she has some of her championship team, and she knows just who to go with. But Georgia doesn't give her the chance to make the first move, eagerly sending out her Beartic. However, this doesn't affect Iris, as taunts can be heard from Georgia. With a breath of confidence, she declares, "Excadrill, I choose you." The Iron Mole takes to the field, but something is strange. Excadrill is wrapped in its drill form. Iris calls to it, but nothing. The judge then calls for the start of the round, but still nothing. Georgia at this point now begins a string of insults about Iris's inability to control her Pokemon. Iris, a little flustered, begins to plead with Excadrill, yet still, the mole won't move. Knowing she's got a free win, Georgia sends her Arctic Bear in for the attack. It hits with Brick Break, Icicle Cratch, anything that it can, just striking its opponent without relent. Iris, now panicking, wonder what's going on, why it won't respond. Things are dire. If this keeps up, Iris and Excadrill will lose. Over with Ash and Hugh, things aren't much better. Ash has stopped his panic to watch what's happening out of curiosity. However, Hugh is still trying to get someone to listen to him when a voice silently whispers, "Don't worry, we're on it." Hugh then looks around, but he can't tell where it came from or what that meant. Is there someone already aware of Culverus? Back with Iris, things are on a rapid decline. Excadrill won't respond, and she's at the point of forfeiting to end this humiliation. As Georgia taunts Iris from her end of the field, Iris is ready to signal the end, but Excadrill, without warning, emerges from its defensive state. With no command from its trainer, it attacks with Metal Claw after Metal Claw, which is unguarded, bombarding the Beartic. Georgia is unable to respond in time, as before she knows it, Excadrill drill runs Beartic into the stadium wall, ending the battle. The ref calls this in Iris's favor, as she looks on while Excadrill returns to its defensive state. Georgia, infuriated, yells that Iris just got lucky, but she still doesn't have enough dragons to be a Dragon Master. Then she walks off. Iris recalls Excadrill in full confusion about what just transpired. The rest of the day goes off with little to no problems. Ash tries to talk up to Iris about Culver's, but with the problems of Excadrill and her responsibilities as champion, he is unable to talk with his friend. Hugh tells Ash about the strange warning he got, but Ash writes that off. Hugh was just hearing things. The tournament is now in full swing. Hugh, Benga, Culver's, and Ash, as well as the hidden Shadow Triad, must all win on 4 different battlefields in order to earn the right to battle in the main stadium in the top 16. Fortunately, day 1 is very successful. Benga and Statland dominate their battle. Hugh and Embor roast their competition, while Culver's and the Triad make their way through with revealing little about their strategies. Then it comes to Ash. He is on the water field. Now, while he was able to swap his Pokemon and change Croagunk for Palpitoad, he kind of forgot about Levani due to the confusion of the day. This is where we meet Ash's first opponent as they enter the battlefield, a young trainer named Mikkel. He seems a little on edge, telling Ash he's nothing and his Pokemon won't lose here. Normally, Ash would be bothered by this comment, but the events of this morning has divided his attention. Mikkel and Ash square off as the ref signals the start of their 3-on-3 match. They are on the water field, but Mikkel chooses to lead with a Watchog. You know, Ash, you're somewhat of the talk of the trainers in the preliminaries. This does catch Ash's attention. Asking Mikkel what he means. Well, the rumor is that you're the apprentice of the champion, so you're the odds-on favorite to win. This is news to Ash. He wonders about it, but is unfazed. He doesn't have time for trivial things like that right now, but Mikkel refuses to let it go. Ash just wants to start the battle, so he sends in Palpitoad. This was actually on pure instinct, with Ash's attention still somewhat divided. Palpitoad is raring to go, finally being able to battle after so long of being at the ranch. Mikkel refuses to wait on Ash, ordering his Watchog to use a Super Fang. Ash does respond, but it's slow, and Palpitoad ends up taking the attack. This manages to snap Ash out of his funk temporarily, as he realizes he can't ignore this battle. The past year has led to this. Without hesitation, he orders Palpitoad to use Bubble Beam. Palpitoad fires at point blank at Watchog, one-shotting the Ronit, to the shock of both Ash and Mikkel. To compound the shock factor, something unexpected happens. Due to the battle, Palpitoad begins to glow with an evolutionary light. Ash watches as his Toad evolves. From the light, Seismitoad emerges with the battle-ready cry. While this event is unforeseen, Mikkel is unfazed, sending in his second Pokemon, something that should make this battle a sure win. Levani, go! Though Mikkel thinks this is an advantage, it's actually not, due to Ash being extremely familiar with this Pokemon. But there's something else that happens. Ash's Pokedex activates. Seismitoad learned a new move upon evolution. Hidden Power, Ash questions. What's that? Well, Ash doesn't have to wait to find out, as he chooses to keep in his new Mon. Mikkel takes advantage of this to full effect, ordering a Leaf Blade. Ash, wanting to test out this new move, calls for it. Seismitoad begins to glow with a red-like energy. Then, fire erupts from its epicenter. Levani is too close at this point to dodge and is enveloped in the flames. Once the flames subside, Levani is declared unfit to battle. Mikkel is now finally on edge, while Ash is kind of in awe. Did we just win with one move? Again? Mikkel wants to take control of this, so he sends in his final Pokemon, Swoobat, hoping that taken to the air will give him the edge needed. At this point, Ash sees no reason to change out Seismitoad, so the battle starts. But now the movement abilities of Ash's hulking Toad come into play when he orders it to jump up. The advantage that Mikkel thought he had quickly comes crashing down when he realizes the height that Seismitoad can reach. He tries to block it with a Heart Stamp, but Ash orders a Mud Shot to cancel out the attack, followed with grabbing the bat. Now unable to move, Mikkel is at the mercy of Ash and his Pokemon. With one final command, Ash ends this battle with the Hydro Pump, closing out the first round of the tournament. Ash can't believe it. The evolution, the clean sweep, what was this luck? But his good move and celebration is quickly rained on when Mikkel tells Ash he got lucky. If that evolution didn't happen, then he would have lost. Ash shrugs this off, but then a sobering reminder of the looming threat of Team Plasma sinks down on Ash when he looks up to see Culver's looking down at him. The two have a stare down before Culver's rocks off, but he doesn't get far when he's confronted with Benga. So, if you're here, that means your lackeys are here too, he snarks. Culver's just brushes this off, attempting to walk away, but Benga hits a soft spot when he starts talking about the experiments that got away and how he's glad that he was able to ruin his plans. Culver's stops, turns, and says one thing to Benga. My boy, you're about as intimidating as a Lillipup. The only real threat here to me or Team Plasma is the one who just won the last match, and maybe the champion. You should run home to Grandpa before you get too far in over your head. Then he just walks away. This enrages Benga, not only because he was just told he's not a threat, but compared to Ash in the same sentence as well. Benga then looks out at the field as Ash walks off, both with a renewed sense of purpose. The next few days go by very smoothly. Benga, Ash, and Hugh all win their way past the second round, with Culver's and his cohorts doing the same. But by day 3, the competition is heating up. Hugh barely manages to win his round, being paired against Brody, the rotation battle expert, while Ash wins his round with a surprise come-from-behind victory with Electric. Its discharge played an important role in the final move, being able to hit a well-hidden Gothitelle who was using double team. Then it comes Benga. He's gotten matched up with the one opponent that he's been seeking since his loss back in that forest a few months ago. Benga can immediately sense that this person standing before him is the same one he's been wanting payback for, the one he's been training for. Without hesitation, Benga calls him out. "Hey you, you're one of the Shadow Triad, aren't you?" The man stands silent at first, leaving Benga to become agitated, calling this trainer out once more. With one phrase, he mutters, "So what if I am?" And that, my friends, is where we're going to leave today's story. All roads lead here. Today, we find ourselves in the finale of Benga's battle with Andriel. Things are not looking too good for our young rival. Though both trainers are on their final Pokemon, Statland has been battling for far longer than Andriel's Bisharp. Benga knows things are dire, but he needs to make a power play. Luckily, there's one move that can end this battle for him in his favor. Statland, use Retaliate. The magnificent mustache musters down the field with every ounce of energy it has left. Andriel, smiling with an evil grin, tells Bisharp to use Night Slash. Eyes glowing, it locks on to a strike point. With the speed of an assassin and the precision of a chess master, Bisharp fades across the battlefield, only to reappear opposite of Statland as Benga watches his final hope of the Pokemon League and his revenge fall in defeat. The crowd erupts as the match is called and Andriel is declared the victor. In the stands, both Hugh and Ash watch, stunned at what they're seeing. Benga, the odds-on favorite of the tournament, lost in his third battle. Benga can't believe it. He was so sure he would win. He envisioned the victory of this tournament his whole life, but now it will never happen. The young trainer recalls his Pokemon running from the stadium and the Pokemon League. He lost, and there's no reason for him to stay. Ash and Hugh wonder who this guy is. If he was able to beat Benga, then he might be a really amazing trainer, not knowing that both of them have had dealings with this trainer in the past as they watch him walk off the battlefield. This brings an end to the day's battles, with Ash and Hugh making their way to the Pokemon Center to find out their next pairings. Later, the two are eating with Riolu when Iris and Silent join them. This is the first time they've had a chance to talk to her about the things they've experienced, telling her that Colress is here in the tournament. She says that she is aware. Surprised, they ask her how she knows. Iris goes on to state that she saw his first match. After that, she confronted him, demanding that he explain why he was here in the tournament. What did he say, Hugh asks. Well, he stated the only reason for his presence was to test the bonds of the trainers here. He represents himself, not Team Plasma. Strange, Ash says. He said the same thing to us. The conversation is then interrupted by an irritation that Iris can't seem to scratch. Georgia. But for once, she's not here for Iris, only making a brief remark about her not being a Dragon Master. She's actually here for Hugh. They are round 3 opponents. She just wanted to formally introduce herself before she won their battle tomorrow. Hugh, unfazed, says he knows who she is, and if Georgia thinks that he'll just roll over in their battle, then she's got another thing coming. Well, how rude, she says. I was just trying to be nice, and you throw my jester back in my face? Well then. At that point, she walks off. Well, she's an intriguing flavor, Silence says. More like an acquired taste, Iris replies. But, back to the battle for tomorrow's. Turns out, Ash has the trainer that beat Benga today. Well, Ash, are you ready to battle someone that could beat one of your rivals? No worries, Iris. I know that me and Riolu won't lose to anyone before we battle Hugh. The two childhood friends look at each other as the night trickles on into the next day and the finale of the battle with Georgia and Hugh. Baratic and Enbor stare each other down, with the two trainers doing the same. Unfortunately, the bluster Georgia had shown the night before has been replaced by intimidation. Hugh as a battler is a whole different person. He's on a mission to find Purloin, and since he knows that Team Plasma is in the tournament, he refuses to make any mistakes, ending this battle in Georgia's hopes with an arm thrust from Embor. Georgia can't believe it. Now, she won't get a chance to rematch Iris. She actually throws a fit, saying that the ref made a bad call. There's no way she lost that match. She gets so spastic that security has to escort her off the battlefield, as Hugh looks on, thinking that Georgia may have a bit of a chemical imbalance. He then looks to the crowd at Ash. They nod at each other, as he is up next. Meanwhile, in the Champions Box, as Iris eagerly awaits the battle for Ash, she and Silent have an unexpected visitor. Someone they haven't seen in over 3 years. Looker, the Interpol agent, greets his former comrades. They exchange pleasantries, but are quick about it. Iris says she knows why he's here. Team Plasma. Looker nods. We have reason to believe they have infiltrated the tournament brackets. Iris says she knows. One of their lead scientists, Colress, is here. Looker, puzzled, asks who he is. Iris goes on to explain Colress and the dealings they've had with him over the last year. Well, this is interesting, Looker says. A new suspect means new complications. Silent then asks if Looker knows how many trainers in the brackets are members of Team Plasma. We don't have an exact count, Looker states, but we know he is one of them as Looker points to the battlefield. Who, Ash? No, he's been traveling with me for the last year. He's battled Team Plasma just as much as I have. Not him, his opponent. Iron and Silent look on to the match as the trainer that beat Benga walks onto the battlefield. We have to warn Ash, Iris says, running for the door, but Looker stops her. No, we can't. Why, she asks. Because we can't let them know that we are onto them. If we do, then they could end their plans and try again at a later date. Well, do you know who Ash is battling? Iris questions. We believe his codename is Andrio. That's not good. That's the one member of the Shadow Triad that has it out for Ash. The one who would actually go out of their way to hurt him and his Pokemon. Well, for his sake, I hope your friend is a skilled trainer, because it's the only thing that can save him now. Back on the battlefield, Ash tries to make small talk with his opponent. You're pretty good to have beaten Benga, Ash says, but his opponent says nothing, just thinking to himself, this is the chance he's been waiting for to take his revenge. Thinking this is odd, Ash turns to Riolu, but it's acting odd as well. Riolu's gaze is fixed on this person, like they've met before, but Ash can't worry about that now. They have a battle to win. If Ash wins here, then he will only have one match to get into the top 8. Focus is the name of the game. Ash is determined to win. The match is called, this will be a 3-on-3. The battle will be over when one side's Pokemon are unable to battle. Begin, the ref announces. Ash saw the Pokemon this guy used against Benga. The one that he's most concerned about is Bisharp, but being on the grass field, Ash chooses to lead with his own grass type. Leavanny, I choose you. Leavanny takes to the battlefield, ready for the match ahead. The other trainer just smiles. This is too perfect, he says. All of the Pokemon you have opposed me with in the past will be made examples of. Bisharp, go! The Steel Knight takes his place on the field. Ash figured this was coming, so he tells Leavanny to be on guard. Raising its blades, Leavanny signals it's ready for the start of the battle. Ash calls for the sword stance, but Andrio wastes no time, calling for a move to end this now. Aerial Ace. Moving down the field, Ash quickly finds Bisharp in the personal space of Leavanny. Before he could respond, it lands an attack, nearly ending his first battle. Leavanny, are you okay? Ash calls. It slowly stands back up, but it's not good. While it wasn't a one-shot, the Aerial Ace sure was close. Knowing this won't be good if they do nothing, Ash orders a next scissor. Firing the bug attack, Andrio quickly counters it with his own move, Iron Head. While this does cause damage, it's minimal. The typing between the two puts the match purely in the silent opponent's favor. Fortunately, Leavanny manages to avoid the Iron Head and a knockout. It is at this point, Leavanny starts glowing with a strange aura. At first, Ash thinks that this is like a Riolu, but after consulting his Pokédex, he finds out that Leavanny's ability, Swarm, has activated. This makes Leavanny's bug moves more powerful, but the problem is, the only reason it would activate is because Leavanny is close to fainting. Ash then orders a barrage of X-Scissors. Bisharp quickly counters them with a flurry of Night Slashes. The two Pokemon demonstrate the mastery of blade moves, with Leavanny doing what it can to avoid any major hits and land some of its own. This keeps up for a few moments, until the strain of the swarm becomes too much and it starts to become overwhelmed. This allows Bisharp to land the battle-ending blow. The ref makes the move to call the fight, but something is wrong. Bisharp continues on its assault of Leavanny. Even after it's down and fainted, the attacks are relentless, holding nothing back. Ash begins to yell and scream for the trainer to stop, but nothing. The attacks continue until the ref tells the trainer to call it off or he will be disqualified. With a savage look at the ref, the baneful trainer calls for a stop. The crowd looks on in stunned silence. What did they just watch? That wasn't a battle, that was an execution. Up in the champions box, Iris looks on. Ash, please be okay, she thinks to herself, as they look on, awaiting for the start of the next exchange. Back on the field, Ash recalls it and then calls for Hugh to take it to Nurse Joy. Doing as he asks, Hugh comes to Ash's side of the field, collecting the hurt Pokemon, with no objections from any of the officials. Ash then asks what's this guy's problem? Why would you take a battle that far? He had clearly won, yet you still ordered more attacks. A silent stadium looks on in anticipation for an answer, but what they get isn't words, just a maniacal laughter that grows louder and louder. The ref at this point has had enough. He raises his flag to disqualify the participant for unsportsmanlike conduct, but doing so triggers the first words they've heard from this man. You spent the last year humiliating me and my cohorts, handing us one loss after another. What? I don't even know you, Ash claims, thinking to himself that this guy has lost it. But Riolu starts to growl viciously, aiming its rage at the opponent. Well, that's no matter. This will end either way. Ash then looks deep into the eyes of this very familiar trainer. Andrio, he murmurs. That's correct, and all of the defeats you've handed me will be avenged here. The Shadow Triad has no business losing to a child such as you. The ref then declares Andriel's disqualification, telling Andriel to leave before security escorts him out. Andriel just laughs. You think you have that authority over me? Then looking to Ash, are you going to let them send me away like that? Your only chance to get payback for what I did to your Pokemon? Ash knows this is a trap, but he and Riolu could care less. He tells the judge to let Andriel stay. They want to win this clean, but the judge refuses to budge. Andriel is a real threat, and he won't reinstate the match. This causes Ash to shift his gaze. He's not looking at Andriel, or even the ref. He's looking into the crowd. No, above the crowd, into the champion's box. Iris looking back. She knows what Ash wants, but there's only one person who can overturn a ref's decision. Without saying a word, Iris bolts from the box, heading to the commentators section. There is the president of the Pokemon League, Mr. Goodshow. She tells him to reverse the decision. But Iris, that man is a known member of Team Plasma. We ban anyone associated with them from competing in the league after what they did last time. I know, but this is what the old man says. This isn't for me. This is for my friend, the one battling him. They have been at odds for the last year, and Ash won't want a hollow victory like this. Please, Mr. President, give Ash this battle. Back on the field, everyone watches in silence, waiting for something to happen. Then, over the speaker, a voice. Hello everyone, this is Mr. Goodshow, the president of the Pokemon League. It is at the request of the champion that this match continues. So, I will allow it, with the reminder that one more outburst from this Andriel will result in an instant disqualification. Ash looks up, mouthing the words thank you, then takes his position. Andriel, you want a battle? Then you got it. Surging with aura, Riolu isn't even commanded as it jumps in, taking the spot of Ash's second Pokemon for this battle. Over with Hugh, he has gotten to Nurse Joy. Is this the Pokemon that just had the battle, she inquires? Yes, he replies. Please, help it. Good thing you got it here as fast as you did. We will take it from here. Hugh sighs with relief, only to be met with the revelation by the coverage of whose Ash opponent really is. Knowing he needs to be there, Hugh bolts out of the Pokemon Center, much to the confusion of Nurse Joy. Back on the battlefield, the match starts, much to the ref's objections. Ash wastes no time, calling for a Force Palm. Andriel just laughs, calling for a Protect, blocking the super effective move. See, there's nothing you can do, Andriel says. I've been preparing for this match since the last time we met. I'm going to do to your Riolu what I did to that useless bug you call a Pokemon. This comment triggers something both in Ash and Riolu. They resonate with aura flowing from Riolu. But Andriel wanted this, ordering an Iron Head. However, Bisharp doesn't get a chance, as Riolu's speed is in with a Force Palm into its guts. Bisharp looks into the eyes of Riolu. Something in it causes it to double back, retreating from the Auramon. Andriel orders it back in. However, Bisharp refuses. It has fear in its movements. The ref finally calls the battle, disqualifying Bisharp and Andriel for its refusal to take the field. From the shadows, Necrosis and Eclipse watch this match. Andriel's a fool, Eclipse remarks. He's openly blowing our cover. That's true, but he's blinded by his own selfish ambitions, Necrosis retorts. He's always been a hot-headed fool. Oh well, we will let Master Getz's deal with him when he arrives. I wonder if he even notices the last attack from that boy's Riolu. It had an intent to kill behind it, Eclipse says. It doesn't matter. We have our orders, so we must prepare. With that, the two Triad members vanish. Back in the battle, Andriel's furious. How dare this ref call the battle? His Bisharp is still able to move, but the ref isn't having it. One more outburst, and Andriel will be disqualified. Realizing that the only way for him to get his revenge is for him to play by the rules, briefly, Andriel accepts this. For now, returning his Pokemon, Andriel snickers a little to himself. Well, this gives me a chance for some real revenge. Excelgor, go! As the ninja bug emerges, Ash grits his teeth. This was the first real battle Riolu and him had. Andriel must want to end it the way that he had started. No matter. Me and Riolu will give them exactly what he wants. Riolu doesn't even flinch, as Ash and Andriel give their first commands. Energy Ball and Aura Sphere. The two moves collide, obscuring the visions of both trainers in the crowd. This, however, does not stop the battle. Both trainers giving commands. Flashes of light can be seen from within the dust and smoke, until a gust of wind pushes it all away to reveal both locked in a dead struggle. But it's here that Andriel reveals his trump card. Excelgor, Bug Buzz. Supersonic vibrations ripple through the air, connecting with Riolu. This targets its overdeveloped hearing, causing it to lose focus. This gave Excelgor the advantage to land an energy ball on Riolu, blasting it back to Ash's feet. Andriel chuckles. See, you are nothing to us. We will end you and your Riolu. But Andriel's cut off mid-rant when Riolu stands back up, dusting itself off. Yeah, that was a serious hit, but nothing we haven't experienced before. Ash smiles. Riolu, that's the same strategy Alder used against us. Let's show Andriel how we learn to deal with it. Unsatisfied with Ash's response, and his lack of fear, Andrio orders another bug buzz. Ash tells Riolu to ready an aura sphere. Charging it, Riolu then waits, focusing on the sound of the buzzing, almost like it can feel the frequency of the moves. Then, without command, it smashes the aura sphere with a force palm that splits the spheres into smaller balls that seemingly shoot off in random directions. Suddenly, the sound stops without warning. What? Andrio yells. How could this be? Did you think that you were the first one to use that attack on us? Sound is a weakness that's been exploited against us before. After all the times you've battled us, you seriously think that we wouldn't realize that eventually? Now anger blinding Andrio, he orders Excelgor to fire multiple energy balls. But this all ends in failure, with Riolu hitting each one with the force palm. This, however, allows Excelgor to land a sludge bomb due to Riolu being distracted by the multiple aura-based moves. This hits for significant damage, but not enough to knock Riolu out. Andrio is now blinded by rage and frustration. What does it take to end this kid? Ash asks Riolu if it's alright. His starter nods, but it's pushing the limits. The moves that have landed are high damage that have affected it. Ash seems to be less aware of this than Riolu, caught up in the moment of proving that he's better. But the battle must go on, as Ash calls for a quick attack. Speeding down the field, Riolu charges Excelgor, but Andrio wanted this, ordering his mon to take the attack, then to grab Riolu. This puts Ash in an awkward position, as Andrio orders a sludge bomb. It begins pelting Riolu repeatedly. Ash has to do something. Thinking quick, he orders Riolu to fire 2 aura spheres into the ground, pushing it out of Excelgor's grasp. This puts Riolu high up into the air. Ash, realizing this is their chance, orders a force palm. Riolu puts the speed of its fall into this attack. Andrio wastes no time, ordering an energy ball. Riolu collides with the ball, pushing through it and connecting with Excelgor, forcing it into the ground, leaving a crater in its wake. Looking on in stunned silence, Andrio can't believe this. Why does this kid always have the answer? Every counter, every battle, Ash manages to best him. Why? With his back to the wall, Andrio is now realizing his vengeance is slipping away, one battle after another. No, it won't end like this. I will get what is owed to me. I will not fall here. Over with Ash, he realizes things are in his favor, but Riolu has sustained some damage. He asks if it can continue. Riolu nods. Out of all of his Pokemon, it's the one that has the most history with this member of the Shadow Triad. If anyone should end this, then it should be Riolu. Ash and Riolu both agree, choosing for it to lead the battle of the finale against Andrio. It doesn't matter what he has. Nothing can beat us. The ref then calls for Andrio to produce his final Pokemon, but all they get is silence. Once again, the ref asks, only to be ignored. This is where Ash and Riolu step in, almost goading Andrio. Hey, I thought you wanted to teach us a lesson, to show us who we're really messing with. You're sad, Andrio. All of that talk, but no substance. This is a surprising side of Ash, even catching Riolu off guard, but it doesn't come out of nowhere. For over a year, Ash has had to deal with the Shadow Triad, hunting him, Riolu, causing nothing but trouble. This is his frustration coming to the surface. This is what catches Andrio's attention. There may be a chance, he smirks to himself, once again laughing. Andrio pulls out his last ball. Oh, don't worry, we have the substance needed to take the win. Manda Buzz, go! The Bone Vulture takes to the air with a menacing squawk that pierces the ears of Ash and Riolu. What is that thing? Pulling out his Pokédex, Ash realizes that this may be trouble, but Riolu refuses to come back, wanting this battle. Reluctantly, Ash goes with his starter as the start of the match is called. Andrio wastes no time, ordering his Pokemon on the attack. Riolu is able to dodge, using his nimble frame to its advantage, but this will only get the duo so far, and Ash knows it. However, this is where Andrio's decided to throw a curveball, ordering a Bone Rush. Suddenly, a barrage of bones spin like a boomerang in multiple directions. This is where Riolu is starting to have trouble. Its aura reading abilities are top-notch, but bones, they don't have any aura. This is where Ash tells it to listen for the sounds of the bones cutting through the air, which does help, but there is one other obstacle, the incessant screeching of Manda Buzz. It dulls Riolu's hearing, making it hard to focus or listen for Ash's calls, eventually falling victim to one of the bones, dropping it. The damage on Riolu is starting to stack up. Ash knows Riolu needs to come back, but is too caught up in trying to defend itself to even notice Ash calling for it. They still have one chance, Riolu's transformation. If they can activate that, then they will have the power needed to end this quickly. Ash knows Alder told him to focus on battling without it, but Riolu is in trouble. All Andrio keeps doing is using Bone Rushes and the screech of Manda Buzz. Ash has done this before, but only once, when he and Riolu were training after they went home. He silences his thoughts, trying to reach it mentally. Though it's faint, Ash begins to feel Riolu. Riolu, listen to the sound of my voice. Calm down. I am here with you. Slow your breathing. Tempo your thoughts. We can do this. Suddenly, a burst of energy emits from Riolu as an aura sphere hits Manda Buzz, finally shutting it up. From the epicenter stands Riolu. It's battle-worn, but still able to fight. This is what Andrew was afraid of. Thinking quick, he orders an air slash in an attempt to end this. But Riolu's speed is too much for the stocky bird, as it appears above it with a double aura sphere, much like the battle with Selgor, driving it into the ground with all of the force that it can muster, leaving a dust cloud in its wake. Once everything settles, both Pokemon are down, but this gives Ash the win, as he never had to use his last Pokemon. Andrew erupts in a tantrum of threats that forces security to get involved, but as he is surrounded on the battlefield, his true appearance becomes known, as he declares, "You're all on borrowed time. Once my master arrives, this facade you call a life will be turned upside down." Then, in a flash of smoke, he vanishes, leaving both Ash and Iris looking on in concern. That night at the Pokemon Center, Ash and Hugh have met back up. Hugh can't believe that Ash got matched up with a member of the Shadow Triad. "Honestly, I'm surprised that didn't happen sooner," Ash responds. Curious, Hugh asks what he meant. Ash goes on to explain that everything that they've been through over the last year. Then, about the Castle of the Veil. That's where Riolu took his first transformation, and where they awakened Zekrom. Well, there's one thing we know. Andrew didn't have Purloin, but that leaves 2 members of the Shadow Triad that are here in the tournament. "Don't forget Colorus," Ash says. "He's the one that I want to battle most." "Well, Ash, I'm sure by the end of this tournament, we will both get what we seek." "Oh, by the way, Hugh, thank you for taking Vanity for me. Nurse Joy said that it's going to make a full recovery, but it's going to take a little while." "No problem, Ash. That's what friends are for." Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Nimbasa City, a ship lurks high in the night sky, far from the sight of anyone below. "Andrew, how could you lose?" a voice rings out. What we see is Necrosis disciplining Andrew, a first for the trio. Eclipse just watches on as the two fight, not with Pokemon, but with each other. "Wait, Necrosis, you don't understand," Andrew says, only to be met with the right cross to his jaw, knocking him to the floor. "We are too close for your foolish personal vendettas. You exposed us to the whole tournament, blowing the cover of both me and Eclipse. But there are no buts. Once Master Ghetsis returns, you will be dealt with accordingly." A voice interrupts this tirade. "Now, my Triad, you mustn't fight amongst yourselves. The goals ahead of us are much bigger than any of us individually." As the Triad turns, their master stands holding the last piece of their plan. Back at the Pokemon Center, Ash and Hugh are discussing their next match. When the announcements come through, the pairings have been posted. Ash and Hugh rush to the main counter, where the first pairing catches both of our combatants. Ash is paired against Colress. Ash looks around to see Colress eyeing both him and Riolu down from the corner of the room. Then he turns, exiting the Pokemon Center, thinking to himself, "This is my chance to see what you can do, to see if you can go beyond." Meanwhile, Hugh looks around, finding his pairing as the very last match of round 5. Looking at the picture, Hugh can't help to feel uneasy about his next match. But the two are interrupted by Iris and Silent. "So, you two have your pairings?" "Yeah," Ash says, with a serious tone. "Culverus, he's my barrier to the top 8. Ash, you need to be careful. We don't know what Culverus's motivations are." Ash nods, looking at Riolu. "We won't lose. Only he has the answers for what we seek, and we will only know them if we win," Ash thinks to himself. While this is happening, Hugh and Silent are talking about his battle. They both have the same opinion. His opponent seems off, but there's nothing they can do now. Just prepare for the match. Outside of the center, Roxy sits for the first time alone since the start of the tournament. It's just her and Zorora as she tunes her guitar. But they are not just loafing around. Maractus, Whirlipede, and Trubbish can be seen working on a routine of some sort, as Roxy gives them instructions. Next to her, she picks up a magazine. On the front of it, it reads Contests of Hoenn. "No, Trubbish, like this," she commands. They seem to be trying to imitate some moves that are displayed in the magazine. Roxy is trying to sync her Pokemon to the music she strums on the guitar. But this is interrupted by an old acquaintance, Pierce, the Galarian rocker. "Hey, interesting form you have there." This catches Roxy and her Pokemon off guard, freezing them in their tracks. "Oh yeah? We're just, so, you have interest in contests, do you?" Pierce interrupts. Yeah, I thought it would be a great way to liven up my shows." Roxy replies, "Well, it's not a bad idea. Your Pokemon have great tempo to your music. With some practice, you could create a whole new style of music." Roxy is stunned by this for a moment, only to remember the time that Pierce had her thrown out of his show because he thought she was sneaking around backstage. She begins yelling at him, but is quickly stopped when he apologizes. "That show was my first in the Unova region, and I had a lot of people that weren't supposed to be there sneaking backstage." "Well, that still doesn't excuse what you did," Roxy says. "True, you're right. I even saw the footage on the cameras from backstage before I had left. I saw that what you said was true. I know that you were just trying to do the right thing. I know I can't make up for what was lost, but maybe this will at least express my feelings of regret of how I handled the situation." Pierce then hands Roxy an egg. This comes from the Galarian region. "I think the Pokemon inside would suit your style of music." Roxy takes the egg. Thanks." Pierce simply smiles as the night fades on. The next morning, Ash and Riolu are up early before the sunrise. They couldn't sleep. The answers they seek, they could have them all, but Colress must fall in battle before that happens. "Buddy, today we must be one." Riolu looks over Ash. His aura, it's calm. Strange for being so close to a major battle. That's how it knows it and Ash are on the same page. The two then look into the sky as the sun rises over the mountains. It's now high noon. Ash and Ryu stand opposite of their opponent of the day, Colress. Remember what you said. If we win, then you spill everything. I'm aware of what my promise was, but again, only if you win. Now show me what you've got. Ash smiles. Lampet, I choose you. The ghastly lantern takes to the field with a burst of fire and spectral flames. This is its first battle in a while, so it's excited. Lampet, let's do this. It bobs around, awaiting for its opponent. Colress looks on smiling. Well, I thought he would at least give me a challenge. Rotom, you're up. A strange electrical box hits the field with a mechanical thump. Ash has never seen this Pokemon before. Using his Pokédex, the boy learns that this Pokemon is from a region called Sinnoh. It has many forms, and it is a ghost type. Well, Ash likes his odds. Lampet being a ghost means that this battle isn't going to be one-sided, but little does he know, he's overlooked a very critical piece of information from the dex. The match starts with Ash calling for a Calm Mind. Lampent focuses itself, raising its special stats. Colress sees this as a free opportunity, calling for a move Ash has never heard of, Substitute. Suddenly, Rotom fades away, leaving behind a solid-looking imitation of itself. This doesn't worry Ash, calling for a Hex. The move lands, however, to both the surprise of Ash and Lampet, it does nothing. Then Colress commands for something that will make Ash very uneasy. Hydro Pump. Suddenly a burst of water plows into Lampet, forcing it into the stadium wall. What? Hydro Pump? I thought this was a ghost type. Ash, you misread. Rotom has many forms, and with those forms come many typing. This form is its wash form, meaning that it is half water and half electric. Luckily for Ash, the Calm Mind saved Lampet from being a one-shot, but it's now struggling to levitate, barely peeling itself off of the wall. Realizing this, Ash recalls his ghost type for the time being. Well, as I said, I wanted your best. If that was it, then I must say you're in trouble. Knowing he needs to do something about this substitute, and he needs to stave off the electrical and water attacks that this Pokemon has, Ash chooses to send in something with a little bit more power than Lampet. Electric, I choose you. Sparking and snaking its way onto the field, Colress is intrigued by this choice. So, fire won't work, then electricity? Ash says nothing but calling for his first move. Crunch! Electric chomps down on its target, only to find it can't break the wall that Colress has set up. This is then accompanied by a command from Colress. Will-O-Wisp. Suddenly, a burst of flames envelop Electric, causing a burn. No, Ash yells, but it's too late. Electric is in pain, trying to shake off the flames. Well, Ash, it looks like you're being too impulsive. Not what I was expecting. It is at this point, Riolu looks to its trainer, almost wanting to say, send me in, but it's stopped. Ash's aura. It's just as calm as it was in the morning. This in turn calms Riolu, putting its full trust in Ash's decisions. Ash smiles. Colress, it won't be that easy. Knowing that the attack of Electric has been cut, Ash chooses to use some special offensive power. Electric, use Discharge. A flood of electricity surges through the battlefield, breaking the false Pokemon Colress set up. Surprise, Colress orders another substitute, but Rotom seems to be stuck. Paralysis? You're telling me that that strong attack was enough to not only break the substitute, but to cause a paralysis, Colress thinks? This gives Ash the opening needed. Electric, use Giga Drain. Suddenly, the eel lashes onto Rotom as it begins to suck the life from it. The only thing Colress can do to break this is to recall his Pokemon. Well, Ash, I didn't think that you could break my wall like that. Well done, but it did come at a cost to you. He's not wrong, Ash thinks. Electric has a burn, and Lampet has taken a lot of damage, but we can still do this. Colress then readies his next choice. Ash, let's see if you can deal with this. Behem, go! A strange alien-like Pokemon takes to the field. Wow, I've never seen a Pokemon like that before. Pulling out his Pokédex, Ash learns that this Pokemon is a Psychic type, making sure to thoroughly check for any other surprises that he may have missed. It seems like there's no threat, but Ash knows that looks can be deceiving. The match starts with Colress copying the opening of Ash's first Pokemon. Behem, use Calm Mind. A strange glow can be seen as it focuses. Ash wastes no time going on the counter using Crunch. Electric snakes down the field, locking onto Behem. Unfortunately, even with the burn, Ash's Mon is still faster, chomping down on its target. This is a lot of damage, but not enough to end the battle due to the burn sapping the attack of Electric. Behem breaks the attack as Colress calls for an energy ball. This isn't going in Ash's favor. The attack hit harder than Electric could take. The burn is also a factor. Knowing that he can't keep this up, Ash recalls his Serpent, sending back in his spooky lamp. As Lampet emerges from the ball, the flame at its center is flickering. Its time in this battle is not long. Ash knows this, aiming to end it here. Colress wastes no time, however, calling for a Psychic. Ash counters with the Flame Burst. This manages to push through the attack, slapping Behem. This causes a great deal of damage, and the added effect of a burn. Well, it seems he returned the favor. Oh well, I can stay in this battle as long as I need, Colress thinks. Recover, he calls. Suddenly, a healing aura washes over the levitating Enigma. This gives Colress a false sense of security, and Ash sees this looking to capitalize. Lampet, use Hex. Without warning, a ghostly aura douses Behem, but there's something more. The burn. It amplifies the Hex, one-shotting Behem. The crowd erupts with the first actual win of this battle. That was close, Ash thinks. Lampet is in a bad way, barely levitating. Ash recalls it. Colorous then chooses to send back in his Rotom to start the next battle. Ash chooses to send in his Electric once more, hoping to make this a second win. The mash starts, and Ash calls for a Coil. He's hoping to use this stat boost to help in the loss of attack from the burn. Colorous wastes no time, however, calling for another Hydro Pump. The burst of water strikes with a deafening thud. Unfortunately for Ash, Coil doesn't help with defense. Knowing he needs to get some health back, Ash orders another Giga Drain. However, Colorous was waiting for this, ordering a substitute. Electric latches onto the wrong target, and with another Hydro Pump, Colorous ends this battle as Electric is drowned in a monsoon of water. Now things are looking even. Ash thought for sure he had that one. Riolu looks at his trainer, but still, Ash's aura is calm. Things are strange. Riolu wants to jump in, but for once, it's holding it back at the request of its trainer. Ash doesn't want Riolu to battle unless it's absolutely needed, just in case this is a trap. So Ash sends back in Lampet. The Spectral Siren hits the field, and it's struggling to stay afloat. Ash can see this as the ref calls for the start of the battle, but Ash tells Colorous to stop. He walks out to Lampet. Rubbing it on its head, Ash thinks it, recalling and forfeiting the battle. Ash looks at Riolu, nodding and surging with aura. Colorous, I won't let you hurt my Pokemon like Andrew did yesterday. The battle is down to Ash and it. Finally, Colorous thinks. Now we can see what you can really do. Jumping in, Riolu takes its battle position. Colorous chooses to leave in Rotom as the battle starts with the bang. Aura Sphere against Hydro Pump. The two moves appear to be even, canceling each other out. Ash and Riolu are unconcerned, speeding down with the quick attack. Riolu cracks Rotom with the speed and focus that surprises even Ash. Rotom feels it as the force of the attack causes it to flinch. Colorous orders a discharge, but Riolu gives no time for Rotom to respond. With a command from Ash, a Force Palm is brought down on Rotom, ending the battle. Colorous is stunned. Impressive. They've grown in the short amount of time since our last altercation. Let's see how much they've grown. Ash, seemingly unfazed by Colorous' silence, asks why he's so hesitant. This is the battle he wanted. Oh, nothing, the scientist replies. Just making an observation, but nothing you need to worry about. Let's finish this battle. Cling clang, go! Colorous' oldest Pokemon grinds its way onto the field, revealing a monstrosity of metal. Ash has never seen this Pokemon before, but isn't worried about it. Colorous tells Ash that this will be his final chance. Win here, and all the answers they seek will be theirs. This has the added effect Colorous was looking for. A sudden surge of aura emanates from Riolu, accompanied by a wind and a pressure that Colorous can feel. Once his vision has returned, there at the center of this maelstrom, Riolu has awakened its transformation. Interesting. Out of all the times it has awakened, it has never been this quickly. Well, let's test this, shall we? Colorous prepares for the ref to call the start of the match, but before the ref can even utter the words, Riolu appears before Klinklang. With no words or signals from Ash, Riolu sends it into the wall with the Force Palm. Pure shock lay across everyone's face. Turning to Ash, Colorous notices something. His eyes, they glow like Riolu's. Then, the reality of the situation sets in. The Force Palm one-shotted Colorous' last Pokemon, but the ref had not given the signal at the start of the battle. This puts things in an awkward position. Because the ref didn't officially start the battle, Ash and Riolu attacked without permission, which could be grounds for a disqualification. Riolu's transformation breaks. It's at this point that Ash snaps back to himself, not really knowing what's going on. The ref is preparing to disqualify Ash, much to his and Riolu's surprise. Ash looks to the ref, who's yelling at him about starting the battle without permission being given. Colorous can see this, but he's more concerned with the look of genuine confusion on Ash's face. Does he really not know what just happened? Colorous questions. It is at this point that the ref makes the announcement that Ash is going to be disqualified, only to be stopped by Colorous, declaring that he forfeited the battle. This throws everything out of whack. The ref and officials are now both confused, unsure on how to proceed, but Colorous wastes no time walking out the field. Realizing this, Ash gives chase. Colorous, wait, you said you would answer my questions. Colorous stops, as does Ash and Riolu. You're right, I did say that, but you have given me a new variable to consider. I will keep my promise. Tomorrow, just you, Riolu, and me, at sunrise, here in the stadium. I will answer all of your questions. Colorous then walks off, leaving Ash to ponder their next conversation. Back on the field, the ref is still unsure on how to proceed. This causes Iris, who has been silent the whole time, to approach the president, Mr. Goodshow. Sir, we need a proper winner. I know he's a friend, but I think Ash should be given the win. The president looks for a moment, weighing the options. Ultimately, it comes down to what was best for the crowd. They loved the battle, seemingly unaware of what happened. The president then makes the call to the ref, telling him to announce Ash as the winner. Iris thanks the president, but before she can finish her gratitude, the president states that she may want to follow up with Ash. One more outburst like that, and he will be disqualified for unsportsmanlike conduct. Iris nods in understanding, running off to confront Ash about what happened. Iris catches Ash in the corridor leading from the battlefield. Ash! Ash! Wait, Iris calls. Turning, Ash has a confused look on his face, as does Riolu. Ash, what were you thinking? Why would you attack outside of a battle like that? What are you talking about, Iris? We didn't do anything. Ash, Riolu attacked a Pokemon before the start of a battle. That is something that could get you disqualified from the tournament. Disqualified? What do you mean? The ref said I won. Ash, you only won because Mr. Goodshow allowed you to continue. Why would you order Riolu to attack? Ash thinks, but I didn't, he says. Come to think of it, I don't even remember the battle. Do you, buddy? Ash says, says to Riolu, shaking its head no. Ash then says the only thing that he remembers is Colorus choosing his final Pokemon, then the ref telling him that he won. Wait, so you don't remember anything? No, we don't. Do you remember Riolu transformation? No, our hero responds. Iris contemplates the events that have unfolded. She then tells Ash to follow her. They're going to review the battle to see if anything strange happened. She then grabs Ash's hand, pulling him to follow with Riolu in tow. Now, we pick up with the 2 members of the Shadow Triad that are still in the competition. I knew Colorus would mess this up. He's on the verge of ruining our plans, much like that man-child N did last time. Eclipse says, don't worry, that's why we are here. We are only part of the plan. The fact that we're not foolish enough to blow our cover means we can still move in the shadows undetected. Necrosis follows. Well, it would be easier to do this if all 3 of us were here. Then, over the headset, I can hear you both, Andriel says. We weren't hiding it. You failed your assignment because you let your emotions get involved. Now, you will have to deal with the consequences. He says, well, I may have something to make up for that emotional outburst. I doubt that, Eclipse says, but a recording of what Colorus said to Ash about their meetup in the morning plays over the headsets. He may end up battling one of you 2 tomorrow. So, get to the point, Necrosis. Let's face it, he is the biggest threat in our way. So if it just so happened he didn't make it to the battle tomorrow, then our plans would go off without a hitch. Well, Andrew, you may be onto something, Necrosis says. Set it up. Me and Eclipse have our battles to go win. Radio silence until then. With the grumble, Andrew breaks contact. The rest of the tournament goes off without a problem. Necrosis wins his battle easily, securing himself a spot in the top 8. Then, we come to the final battle of the day. Hugh is the star of this battle, and he's doing very well. He has 2 Pokemon left to his opponent's 1. Unbeknownst to him, the person standing across from him is one of the people he's been hunting for the last year, Eclipse. The battle is in Hugh's favor, however, as we see Hugh's Electros close the match with a flamethrower that drops the Excavalier, moving Hugh on to the top 8 with Ash. While Eclipse isn't happy about this, he has better control over his emotions than Andriel, keeping his cover intact. Well, it looks like you couldn't have done a better job either, Andriel teases him from the comms. Shut it. Necrosis interjects. I said radio silence until further notice. Eclipse, help Andriel prepare for the operation in the morning. Understood, he says, as we fade into the night. Later on at the Pokemon Center, Ash and Riolu are going over the tapes from his match. By this point, they have watched them 4 times, seeing nothing. They are on the final angle of the battle. It is here that Iris makes a critical discovery. Ash, look there. Your eyes. Ash squints at the screen. It takes a moment, but eventually he sees what Iris is talking about. They are glowing like Riolu's. And it's at this time when Ash claims he can't remember anything. What does this mean, Iris wonders. Ash says the same thing, but out loud. Unfortunately, he's never done that before. Iris tells Ash this could be dangerous. I don't think it's actually that serious. Iris then screams at Ash. Do you not get it? The transformation that Riolu goes through. It's something we've never seen before. How do we know it's safe? Up until now, we've only glimpsed its power. But this time, it overtook both of you. Next time, it may be far worse. What if you hurt someone? Ash and Riolu's demeanor changes. Ash thinks she's right. But luckily, there's one place they can get the answers. Not wanting Iris to worry anymore, Ash doesn't mention the meeting with Colress. He tells her he's going to turn it in. It's been a long day, and he has his first 6-on-6 battle tomorrow. So he needs to be well rested. Yeah, I guess, Iris says, as she watches Ash and Riolu walk to his room. The night is spent with both unable to sleep. They toss and turn, but for different reasons. Iris is because of the growing concern for her friend, while Ash is just because of the excitement of finally getting the answers. Then, the time comes. Just before dawn, we can see Ash and Riolu sneak away from the center. This takes a few minutes, but Ash and Riolu find themselves in the middle of the stadium. Unfortunately, they are alone. Darn, Ash thinks. He lied to us. But Riolu can sense something approaching. I knew you would come. Looking, Ash sees colors, veiled in shadows. Okay, you said I will get the answers I seek, so spill it, Colress. What do you know about my Riolu? Well, I have a question to ask first. What do you know about clone Pokemon? Meanwhile, some uninvited guests watch from the shadows, waiting for their chance to strike. And that, my friends, is where we're going to leave our story for now. End of the beginning. We find ourselves deep in the central forest of Unova. Someone running, dodging, evading people in pursuit of him. This is N. He's heading to a place only he should know of. A place on the border of dreams and reality. Unfortunately, the unexpected guest he has, Neoteam Plasma, is a cause for great concern. Not because of the Pokemon that are here who are never exposed to humans, but because what is hidden here. Powers that man should not have. Secrets that were never meant to be revealed. This was the perfect hiding place. But how? And thinks to himself as he runs frantically to his destination. Hot on his tail, we see many Neoteam plasma grunts, gaining ground to their target. Fortunately for N, the deeper he moves in the forest of mist, the less present he sees of Neoteam plasma, until N finds himself in a familiar area. Flashing back to the days after the fall of Team Plasma and his exile to live in the world of the humans, N found himself in this place. In front of him, an ancient stone with runes etched on the face of it. This language isn't one that he is familiar with, even though his childhood was spent with many hours studying the forgotten history of Unova. However, as he struggles to translate the text, it seems to shift to a language he is familiar with. For a brief moment, N thinks his eyes are playing tricks on him, as he can see the words Dream World clear as day. N can't explain it, but this place seems calm, familiar, at peace. Whatever it is, N decides to explore. After what seems to be days, N finds himself on the shores of a mighty lake. In the center is a small island that seems to be calling to the lost soul. Knowing that's where he needs to be, he searches for a way to cross, eventually coming across a boat that allows him to do so. What Ed finds is something unexpected, a small rundown house, appearing abandoned for many years. Something built by man in a place like this is highly irregular, he feels, but it doesn't seem to be a place of malice, more like a place of echoed memories, a past forgotten to time. Ed feels this place is one he can rest in, so he does. Transitioning from this memory, N finds himself in that same place, the one he had come to call home for over the 3 years that he was missing. However, things seem off. A dark aura has infected this place, like a virus. This isn't good, N thinks, as he panics while crossing the massive lake. Every stroke seems to be draining, but he has to hurry. The one thing Team Plasma wants more than anything is on that island. Once getting to shore, N doesn't even dock the boat, merely spilling out on the banks, rushing for his home. However, he finds the place rather calm, but it's not an easy one. Rushing inside, nothing seems disturbed. However, a guest that is very unwelcome awaits the young crusader. Father, N mutters. Hello, son. I'm glad to see you are well. Tell me, did you find it hard to get here? I sure did. After all, this is only the second time I've ever been. Second time? What do you mean by that? The would-be king asks. Oh, dear me, I thought you would have figured it out by now, but I guess it can't be helped. My dear boy, this is where I found you so many years ago. Explain, what do you mean found? Well, I don't know how else to put it. I found you, one day, many years ago, while scouting for places listed in my family's book of Unova's past. This place has always been shrouded in mystery, so much so that not even my heritage knows what lies beyond its borders. But as I looked and searched, I became separated from the rest of my team, only to find myself lost in the vast expanse of this dream world. I searched for what seemed like an eternity for a way out, but nothing. Then, when I was about to give up hope, I stumbled upon a lake with an island. Off in the distance, I could hear a faint sound. I wasn't sure what it was, but I knew it needed my help. Wading through the water, I eventually found myself on the island, only for the sound that I heard to grow louder. I wandered inland in hopes of finding someone, only to come across a small house with a single room. But what I found was a sight no one hopes to find. People no longer living, a mother and father slain as their child lay crying on the floor of the house, left to starve. That child was you, N. From what I found, it had been several weeks since you were alone, but it seemed like the Pokemon in this magical place had provided for you, till the day someone would come. This to me didn't make sense. Why would Pokemon do this only to leave the child alive? Knowing I couldn't just leave you, I gave your parents the last rites they deserved, burying their remains at the base of the tree behind the house. Then, when gathering what I thought I would need, pieces of the travesty that had happened began to emerge. People were the cause of this unnecessary demise, not wild Pokemon. And you, such an innocent child, left for death. Fortunately, that did not happen. But it did take your speech. Though it seemed this experience had scared you, the bond you shared with the Pokemon here was an amazing one. It was this day I resolved two things. One, I would raise you as my own, as your father, passing on any knowledge of my people to you. And two, the only way to prevent something like this from happening again is for humans to have their choices taken away. Force was the only way to prevent something like this from happening again. Luckily for us, all we needed was the power of the legendary dragons, and I had a way to find them. When we left, it was like the dreamscape wanted us to leave, as the way out became very easy to find, within hours of us setting out. To this day, I'm convinced that it was fate that brought us together, so you could help me liberate Unova and the world from the virus that is humanity. and is having a hard time hearing this truth. A truth that is on the verge of shattering his reality. Everything he has learned since his time in the world outside of Team Plasma is coming undone. Getsis just smirks. It took me years to find this place again, but I was finally able to track it down when you opened the doorway here. I knew that you had brought the white stone here. It was only a matter of time until I could collect it, as Getsis holds the stone in his hand. Now, my son, I'm going to offer you this one last time. Take your place at my side as the king of the world. N is unresponsive, grappling with his inner turmoil as these long-suppressed memories come rushing back. Flashes of the night it happened replays in his mind like a cruel joke. Well, if you won't take my offer, then I will say this. Stay out of my way, unless you want this place to meet the fate of your parents. And with that, Getsis takes his leave, with no resistance from N, only an empty husk of his adoptive son. It's a shame, Getsis says. You had such potential. Now we flash to the present day, where we find ourselves in the presence of Ash and Colorus, as the sun has started to caress the top of the stadium. Spill it, old man. What do you know? Ash yells, with Ryalu ready to attack. Easy, easy. I said I would tell you everything, but I have a question for you. What do you know about clone Pokemon? Puzzled, Ash claims he's never heard of that term before. I figured as much. Well, I, Colorus, seek to study the bonds of human and Pokemon. This has brought me to many corners of our world. In these places, I've seen people demonstrate these bonds in many different ways, through friendship, moves, and transformation. But another truth of this world became known on my travels. This world is a very dangerous place. Many myths and legends of great disasters and calamities happening across history. In every region, there seems to be some sort of super Pokemon that could end life on this planet as we know it. But for all the bad, there's good. Stories of heroes long forgotten that saved us from the brink of destruction. Okay, we get it, Colorus. The world is a scary place. Tell me what that has to do with my Ryalu. Easy. I'm getting to it. I just needed you to understand something first. Fine, but pick it up. We don't have all day. It's here that Colorus' tones shift to one of desperation. Ash, remember when you fought Zekrom? Yeah, I do. No thanks to you and Team Plasma. Do you remember the aura that surrounded it? Thinking back, Ash remembers that intense aura. It was scary to say the least. Well, Zekrom isn't the only Pokemon that has the devastating aura about it. Every disaster across recorded history, there is a Pokemon like Zekrom at the center. You still haven't gotten to the part to where this involves my Ryalu. With a sigh, Colress tells Ash that his travels brought him to a place known as the Kalos region. What's that? Ash questions. Kalos is a place like Unova, a region with a history and violence that spans thousands of years. They also have a Pokemon that has been at the center of many destructive conflicts in the past, but there's one thing that Kalos has most other regions don't. This finally gets Ash's attention fully on the conversation. What does this Kalos region have? He questions. It's a process called Mega Evolution, the ability for a Pokemon that is fully evolved to evolve again, unleashing a dormant but destructive power. It was this Mega Evolution that brought me to Kalos, as it can only be achieved when a Pokemon shares a strong bond with its trainer. Okay, but that still doesn't explain anything or what it has to do with my Ryalu, but on the contrary, it does. You see, 3,000 years ago, it was said the first Pokemon to Mega Evolve in the Kalos region was a Pokemon known as Lucario. Why have I heard that name before? Ash wonders. Pulling out his Pokédex, it's here that Ash remembers back to when he met Ryalu. The Pokédex had shown him a picture of a Pokemon that he didn't really pay much attention to. Yes, that's it. I was so fascinated with the lore of this Lucario that I looked into as deeply as I could. What I found is there was a major conflict in the Kalos region, and at the center was a legendary Pokemon bursting with a destructive aura, known as Yveltal. The region would have been lost if not for a lone warrior and his Lucario that stood up to this engine of destruction. Lucario used its ability to see and feel aura to battle the great beast. In the end, it was able to win, but at the cost of its own life. To pay homage to the fallen hero that saved the region, Kalos' ancient people built a massive tomb for the great warrior. Unfortunately, it was lost to time, or so I thought. In the Kalos region, there is a place known as the Tower of Mastery. This is a ceremonial place where the teachings of Mega Evolution are held. However, it has a much deeper secret. Beneath the tower, a tomb of a sleeping hero, one honored by all of Kalos, the final resting place of that Lucario. I knew this place existed, and after months of looking, I finally found the hidden entrance to the tomb. Inside was a burial fit for a king. However, it was highly booby-trapped, but eventually I was able to make it to the main chamber. There, I found what I sought, the remains of the once great hero. But that wasn't the only thing I found. Reaching into his pocket, Colorus pulls out a stone. This stone starts to pulsate in the presence of Riolu. This is the Megastone that was used by Lucario in the past. At this point, Ash is disgusted. You robbed a grave, Colress? You're sick. How could you do that? Colress tries to tell the rest of his story, but it's here that the three visitors that have been watching ambush not only Ash and Riolu, but Colress as well. Riolu and Ash tried to put up a fight, while Colress orders the Shadow Triad to stop, but Necrosis speaks, demanding the silence of Colress. He has been relieved of his leadership in Team Plasma, and Master Ghetsis has ordered the capture of both him and the boy. Ash and Riolu go on the attack, but there is little they can do. The Triad took the time to plan this ambush. The two are quickly subdued, with Colress as well. Ash orders Riolu to break free as it surges with aura at the sight of Ash being captured. But a strange powder begins to fall over the prisoners as an Among Us is revealed, using a sleep powder to end what little rebellion they could mount. The last thing Ash hears as he fades is Necrosis saying, "Master Ghetsis, we got them." Hours later, Ash awakens in a place he has never seen before. Yelling, Ash tries to get the attention of anyone that could help him, but from the other side of the wall, a familiar voice. Colress tells the boy it's no use. Ash immediately lays blame for this on the Team Plasma leader, only for Colress to correct him. "That's ex-leader. They have locked me in here as well." "Really? For what?" Ash asks. "Well, it seems they want to eliminate any resistance as they execute their final plans." Then, Ash realizes that Riolu isn't here. In a panic, he tries for his Pokeballs, but those are gone too. Colress tells Ash that he needs to calm himself. He won't be of any help to anyone worked up like that. Angered, Ash asks Colress how he could possibly know what he's feeling. "Because I was young once like you, so calm down and think." With a sigh, Ash sits down on the floor of his cell. It's here that he inquires about the rest of the story from Colress in order to distract himself from the matters at hand. "Oh, I thought you didn't want to hear it." "Well, if you tell it, then maybe it'll figure out a way for us to get out of here." "If you insist," Colress says. "Where was I? Oh yes, the tomb. When I opened the box that contained the Megastone and the remains of the hero, there was an inscription inside." "What did it say?" "It read, 'The world will meet destruction again one day. Only the one who can see the true aura will be able to save it.'" "Is that it?" Ash asks. "Yes," Colress responds. "It was at this moment that I knew I had to do something. For a long time, a mentor of mine, off in a place called the CANT region, Mr. Fuji, had long talked about the possibilities of cloning Pokemon, using their DNA to create a new life form. Until that moment, I had thought he was crazy, but once I realized that the destruction was coming again, I knew I had to do something. So, I took a sample of the hero's DNA and the Megastone. I then left the Kalos region in search of the funds needed to carry out my plan. My travels brought me to Unova, where I was put in contact with Ghetsis, who was fresh off his shattered plans and betrayal of his son. We struck a deal. If I could find a way to control the legendary Pokemon of Unova, then he would fund my research. Knowing this was my only chance, I accepted. So, I began my experiments, which resulted in many failures, until one managed to get past its embryo stages. This is where Ash chimes in. "Colress, you still haven't gotten to the part to how Riolu is involved." Chuckling a little bit, "Ash, I thought that would have been obvious by now. You're Riolu. It's a clone of that hero that stopped the rampaging Aura Pokemon, Yveltal." "Wait, you're saying Riolu's a clone? A copy?" "Oh, it's much more than that, Ash. Riolu has grown in ways I never thought it would. That transformation you two have, I'm sure it's a form of Mega Evolution that you two have unlocked, which shouldn't be possible without a Megastone. But somehow, you two did it. I never thought my creation would go that far, but it found a trainer that it has bonded with, someone that will treat it like an equal, no matter its origins." Ash then has a question. "Colress, how do you know that this great destruction will happen again?" "Well, that's the thing. After all of my travels and research, I was able to put together a timeline. These Aura Beasts, as I have come to call them, awaken once every 3,200 years or so. It happens in waves. Unfortunately, the first wave is happening as we speak with Zekrom and Reshiram. That was the first cycle. But now, an even more terrifying truth has come to reality. The third dragon, Kyurem, has been awakened as well." "Wait, there's a third dragon?" Ash questions. "Yes, as a matter of fact, it's on this ship, and Ghetsis aims to make it whole again, using its power to subjugate Unova under his rule. But he won't stop there. Ghetsis wants the world. Unova is only the first part of his plan, and you helped him achieve it," Ash yells. How could you? But Colorus tells Ash that it was never his intention to do anything like that. All of his research was meant to find ways to control the aura beasts. All of the tech that I've developed was meant to keep them dormant or control them to prevent the destruction. Alas, it seems the one thing that I have actually been able to do right was bring Riolu into this world. Yeah, but we are stuck in here. Now it won't matter, as we can't stop Getsus from his plans. Ash yells in anger, slamming his fists on the ground. He begins to cry in frustration, unsure if Riolu or any of his Pokemon are okay. Over in the lab of Getsus, the Shadow Triad and their master are in full conversation. Pulling the black stone out from the containment field, Getsus orders Necrosis to put Riolu inside. If this machine could keep Zekrom dormant, then it should do the same for it. At this point, it and the boy are the only ones that could wreck our plans. Master, Necrosis says, it is time. I must go, to keep up appearances in the tournament. If I don't, then I fear that Hound Looker will catch on to our trail. Very well, beat your opponent, then return post-haste. There is work to be done. Oh, it won't be long. My opponent won't be showing up, as he is currently our guest. Oh, that's a lucky break. I guess things will be fast. Now go and hurry. Yes, Master. And with that, Necrosis fades away, leaving Andriel and Eclipse to serve their master. However, the conversations they have are held among the grunts of their team. This may have been a mistake, as one of them silently slips away from the main deck. Now we move over to the stadium in Nimbasa City, the site of the Victory Road tournament. It is here we find Iris and Roxy frantically searching for their friend Ash and Riolu. Unfortunately, no one has seen them since this morning. Even Hugh, Ash's childhood friend, has added into the search, only to turn up no results. This is bad. Something isn't right, Iris tells the other two. Sure, Ash is a bit of a kid, but there's no way he or Riolu would miss a major battle. The two were so excited to be in the top 4 of this tournament. Realizing just how dire the situation is, Iris decides to pull her weight as champion. Heading to the champion's box, she speaks with Mr. Goodshow and Looker. Pleading her case, Iris urges the president to postpone the match until Ash can be found. She feels something may have happened to him. While Mr. Goodshow feels for Iris, there hasn't been any reason why they should do that. This is a high-level event, and it's not uncommon for trainers to get cold feet and run away. I'm sorry, Iris, but if he's not here on time, then Ash will be given a loss. Frustrated, Iris kicks the desk in front of her, then turns. You know, you are aware that Team Plasma has infiltrated the tournament, right? Ash even battled one. Yet you say there's no way something could have happened. I'm telling you that you're wrong. This is tied to whatever Team Plasma has planned. Aside from me, Ash is the only person they would want to eliminate. But you can't see that, so I guess I'll have to find him myself. Iris then runs off, back to Roxy and Hugh. That speech didn't fall on deaf ears, with Mr. Goodshow telling Looker to open an inquiry. Use anything at your disposal. You know I don't work for you, right? Looker says, walking off to follow the orders given. Arriving back with their friends, Iris informs them that they are on their own, so they need to fan out. Roxy tells Zorora to get up high. Look for any place that may have signs of Ash or Riolu. If it finds anything, then come to get her. Iris then sends out a Moga, and Hugh sends out his Unpheasant. The two trainers tell them to take to the skies, searching a grid pattern, moving away from the stadium. If they find anything, come get them. With the objectives clear, the team fan out, in hopes of finding their missing friend. Unfortunately, the team will not find Ash. His place of imprisonment is the plasma freight that has positioned itself far above the city with the sun to its back. This keeps them in plain sight, but out of sight. Unfortunately, the altitude they keep is far higher than your standard bird Pokemon could even consider flying. So, it's the perfect place to hide from everyone. We find ourselves following up with Colorus and Ash. He screams and kicks the walls demanding to see his Pokemon. A combination of frustration and tears fill the boy's cries. It isn't long before Ash is in the fetal position on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Riolu, I'm sorry, he thinks to himself. Colorus tries to console the boy, but it's to no avail. Ash won't listen, concerned only for his Pokemon. This continues until he eventually tires out, falling asleep. It's here Ash finds himself in a dream. Echoes can be heard. Not sure of what's going on, he looks around in this void of time and space, but not one that Ash has not felt before. It's faint, but he can feel Riolu. Ash begins running in the expanse of the void, not by sight, but by instinct. Riolu is calling him. The two have a bond that not even Colress could explain, something that transcends the laws of understanding. Riolu's close. Ash can feel it, like his starter is right beside him. Then, through the void of nothing, he can hear a faint sound. It's slowly getting louder, and louder, and louder, until Ash shoots up, awake from a low whisper. Hey Ash, you're Ash, right? Who's there? No time to explain. Just know that my name is Gordon, and I'm a friend. Hurry, you need to move before they know I'm gone. Then, the door slightly opens to his cell. Ash peers at the door, only to find no one there. Stepping out, Ash is met with colorous, which slightly startles the boy. What? Why are you out? It seems Gordon has freed us both, but why you? Do you really want the answers to such a trivial question, or do you want to find Riolu? Colress asks. How do I know I can trust you? Listen, at this point, I'm sure Getsus has terminated my contract with Team Plasma, or he wouldn't have locked me into a cell. So, do you want my help or not? Out of options, Ash reluctantly accepts the scientist's help. Where would they keep Riolu? My guess is my lab. It's the only place with a containment unit to suppress the aura-based Pokemon. It's here that Colress has a moment of clarity. If it's there, then... Colress, what is it? Ash asks. We have no time. We need to move now. Everyone on the ship is in danger. The two make their way to Colress' lab, avoiding any Team Plasma grunts along the way. Down below the deck, Getsus treks to the deepest parts of the ship. His goals are mere moments away. Everything that he has done has led to this point. Reaching a giant door, clad in a thick coat of ice, Getsus chips away at it until he hits a keypad. Punching in a code that only he knows, the sounds of gears grinding begin to take place as the doors struggle to break their ice shackles. While this is happening, Andriel and Eclipse watch on with smiles on their face. The time has finally come. Back on the upper decks, Ash and Colress have finally reached his lab. Unfortunately, the doors won't open. They've been locked, and his code will not override it. This couldn't have come at a worse time. There are grunts on every hall patrolling. Colress begins to hack the control panel, attempting to gain access, but time is short. Shadows appear at the corner as Ash urges Colress to hurry. Things look grim. They are going to get caught. Then, just as the grunts begin to turn, the ship begins to rock violently, knocking the guards off balance. To Ash, this is a good sign, telling Colress to hurry. But for the blonde-haired man, this is something much more dangerous than being caught. With panic setting in, Colress is able to get the door open just as the rocking subsides. With the doors closing behind him and the guards unaware, Colress immediately heads for his computer. But this isn't the main concern for Ash. He sees Riolu in the containment unit, so he begins pushing any button he can to open it. This, unfortunately, has an unwanted side effect. An alarm is set off throughout the ship, triggering Colress to yell at the boy. No! What have you done? You couldn't wait until I freed Riolu? Now, we will have every grunt here within minutes. It's not my fault. If you would have just helped me, then I wouldn't have to be the one to set off the alarm, he says angrily as he's being yelled at. Colress snaps back. You being impatient has cost us precious time. If I don't stop Getsus from opening the chamber, then a power that not even Zekrom or Reshiram can beat will be unleashed, and Unova is done for. Well, what can I do? Ash asks. Colress looks at the boy. Then he hits a button on the console. This frees Ash's starter. He then tells Ash to go. He needs to get off the ship and warn everyone. The horror that is coming will ravage the land. But what about my Pokemon? He questions. They are most likely on the bridge of the ship, in the main room of Getsus. Get there and you will find them. With Riolu still out, Ash has no choice but to carry it. After showing Ash how to get there, Colress urges the young trainer to hurry. Time is a luxury they don't have. Taking off, Ash leaves Colress with a thanks for helping him get Riolu. As the doors shut, Colress aims to keep Getsus out of that room. Down below, Getsus begins to anger at the doors not opening. Though the ice is thick, it would not stop the doors. No, there's something else. Turning, Getsus tells the two Triad members to find Colress. He's gotten free somehow. They then fan out, aiming to please their master. Back with Ash, he is trying his best to steady while carrying Riolu. Fortunately, all of the jostling around awakens the starter. Riolu, you're awake. Are you okay? Sensing its surroundings, Riolu is a bit confused. The last thing it remembers is the Triad. Then it becomes defensive, only for Ash to laugh briefly in the moment. Always ready to battle, that's my buddy. But don't worry, we don't have to right now. But Ash quickly finds out that this is not the case, as the grunts find him and Riolu. Luckily, it takes little to dispatch them, and the two keep moving. Unfortunately, this seems to be a pattern, with more and more of these grunts emerging to challenge the two. It's to the point that Riolu is taking on 5+ grunts at once. While they are not powerful, the sheer numbers are the problem. With only Riolu, things are becoming difficult. However, fortune smiles on the duo as they have reached their destination. Opening the door with the code that Colress gave him, Ash finds himself on the bridge, which is completely empty. But he needs to get to the room on the other side. Ash notices Riolu is a little bit tired, but they have to keep moving. They are able to make it to the room where on the desk sits many Pokeballs. Ash runs over only for panic to wash across his face. Which one is it? He yells, but Riolu has little problem finding them, sensing the aura of each Pokemon inside. This is great. Now we have all of our friends back. Ash and his partner then turn to leave, but are stopped dead in their tracks by their oldest rivals, Andriel and his Excelgor. This isn't good. Riolu's worn out, and now Andriel wants to battle. The lowest of the Triad tells Ash he's waited far too long for this, sending in another of his Pokemon, a Scolipede. Riolu steps forward, ready to battle, but Ash stops it, electing to use another of his Pokemon instead. Boulder, Swanna, I choose you. The two Pokemon emerge ready to defend their trainer. This battle is an intense one, with no rules or help from others. Andrew is a ruthless opponent, doing whatever he can to take Ash out. Landing hit after hit on his Pokemon, Ash is unsure of what to do, but Riolu steps forward, glowing an aura to lend a hand. With this new help, the trio does away with Andrew, as he runs out of anything to battle with. Though they were victorious, it came at a cost. 3 of Ash's Pokemon have taken serious damage. Recalling Swanna and Boldore, Ash then takes off with Riolu in tow. The next stop is the escape pods that are on the 4th level of the ship. However, this is not a journey that will be an easy one, with Ash having to battle more grunts and resorting to using Levani and Krokorok. Though the two win their battles, Ash's team is starting to show signs of fatigue. They can't keep this up much longer. Luckily though, they won't have to, as they reach the level with the escape pods. Boarding, Ash can't help but to wonder if Colorus and the danger he spoke of as he is sent flying away from the ship. Back in the lab, Colorus has locked Getsus out, and is now turning his sights to something else. It's time to sink this ship for good. The mountains just outside of Nimbasa are the closest place. The containment unit should hold that monstrosity in prison during the crash. Colorus then sets the computer on a crash course, then locks the system from anyone gaining access, only for Eclipse to join the scientist, telling him Master Getsus would like to have a word. Smiling, Colorus then hits a button on the console that activates a barrier separating the two. Tell him I'll be right here whenever he wants to stop by. Now, we follow up with Ash. He has made it safely out of the plasma freight and landed on the edge of the complex, where the Pokemon League is being held. Realizing he needs to get to Iris and Riolu to a Pokemon Center, Ash runs carrying Riolu on his back. But this is not a short sprint. Luckily, there seem to be a low number of people, almost like everybody has been called away. But Ash can't worry about that now. The stadium is up ahead. A sense of relief washes over Ash as he makes it inside of the establishment. Ash sees a clear path for the Pokemon Center and makes a beeline for the door. However, in the rush, Ash is stopped by one of the tournament officials who questions where he's been. Ash tries to answer, but is cut off as he is shoved in the direction of the elevator. The official radios in, "I found the boy, and they are on their way now. But hey, I have to tell you about Team Plasma," Ash says. "Don't worry, kid, we know. Everything is fine. But we have to go. Everyone is waiting for you." Slightly relieved, but more confused, Ash goes along with this, as it seems everyone is aware of what's happening due to the broken chatter that he's hearing over the officials' comms. But it isn't long till Ash realizes that there has been a huge misunderstanding. This guy has brought him to the battlefield. Ash is then shoved into the elevator that leads him up to the battle area as he tries to communicate what's going on. But the doors close before he can get a word out. Once at the top, Ash begins to piece together what's going on. This battle is the one in the top 4. The crowd is cheering as they finally get to have the match that they've been waiting for, while Iris, Hugh, Mr. Goodshow, and Looker all breathe a sigh of relief. But Iris will have to give Ash a good scolding about disappearing for training like that without telling anyone, but that can wait until later. For now, she's glad her friend is safe. But there's one person that is surprised to see Ash, his opponent, who we know as Necrosis. He was expecting for this to be an easy win, but if Ash is here, that means things back on base may not be going so well. Necrosis has to do everything he can not to break character. His orders are clear. He's to win his way through the tournament and get to the finals. But he watches Ash, realizing that he is in a panic, which means the boy wasn't expecting to battle. It's in this, Necrosis sees his path to victory. Leaving Riolu at the side of the battlefield, Ash signals over the ref. The conversation that follows is one of Ash telling the ref he can't battle. He's not ready for a 6-on-6 Pokemon match. The ref tells him that they have delayed long enough due to his absence. If he refuses to battle, then Ash will have to take the forfeit. What? But that's not fair. No, what's not fair is you making everyone wait on you. The match was scheduled to start 45 minutes ago. The only reason you weren't disqualified is because Mr. Goodshow insisted that you would be here. Now, take your position or forfeit. Those are your two options. Necrosis can overhear the conversation, so he pokes and prods, asking questions like, "What's taking so long?" or "Are we going to start?" It's here that Ash realizes he's in a tough spot. He has no choice but to turn to the ref. Ash begins to tell him that they will concede the match. However, before he can get the words out, an Aura Sphere is fired to get his attention. Riolu is up, and it knows what Ash is thinking, but that is not an option, nor should it be an option for Ash. But Riolu, you're hurt. The team is hurt. You all need medical attention. But the starter stands its ground. They have been worse off before. The way Riolu sees it, the only way to go down is fighting. Ash knows that this is the wrong choice, but he did promise Riolu he would trust it, as it trusts Ash. Okay, if we do this, then we can't be reckless. Riolu nods as Ash turns to the ref. We're in. Finally, the ref thinks, we can start. I still have a whole nother match after this one. Giving the signal, the ref tells the two combatants to take their places. This match is about to start. Ash, already at his, mulls over his choices left. There's only really one Pokemon that he hasn't used, and he will refrain from using that choice for as long as possible. Meanwhile, Necrosis is a little annoyed. How did this boy get out? What is going on back at the base? Why do I have to face him? I'm beginning to see why Andrew despises the boy so. No matter, if he has to battle, then Necrosis will honor their request by completely ending this boy. The ref starts the count, as Hugh and Iris look on, cheering for their friend, as they hear the boy called, Boldor, I choose you. Starting off with a golem of his own, Necrosis chooses to lead with Golurk. The ghostly titan hits, towering over Ash and this pitiful boulder. Boulder, it's time to put that defense to use. Let's show them what we're made of. Use rock polish. Gleaming in a shine, Boulder softens the edges to reduce its resistance. Not really caring about a stat boost at this time, Crosus commands the most devastating move in his Mon's arsenal. Heavy Slam. With Boulder still not done with its polishing, Golurk has a free opening to throw all of its weight in its direction. Ash sees what's going to happen and yells to Boulder. Hearing the call, Boulder digs in as it's buried under the girth of its opponent. Golurk begins to shuffle off the pile of pebbles that used to be Ash's Pokemon. Necrosis smiles, looking down at the boy, but the reaction he gets isn't one he expects. As a matter of fact, what he hears isn't the sound of anguish, it's a command. Boldor, use Flash Cannon. Now fighting not to fall back, Golurk uses its hands to block what it can of the energy beam. Unfortunately, it's not in the favor of the golem, taking the brunt of the attack. With the light dying down, Necrosis realizes his mistake. Sturdy is the ability of this thing. Well, no matter. The next attack will end this. Necrosis calls for his move, but Ash is confident with the successful defense of the last exchange. Now, he aims to use his speed to evade. That is until the move's called. Shadow Punch. Though Boulder has a great endurance, it can't stand this, and it's quickly dealt with, ending Ash's first Pokemon. It was a long shot, Ash thinks, but thanks Boldor, as he recalls it. Knowing he needs to gain any advantage that he can, Ash goes with Water. Swanna, I choose you. As the flyer takes to the sky, Ash aims to use immunity and type advantage here. Over with the International Man of Mystery, Looker is met with one of his officers. They have provided him with a report. There seems to be some kind of disturbance on the edge of the city. Locals are reporting a ship fell from the sky, near the mountains right outside the city. His eyes widen. A ship, gather your men. We leave now. Back with Ash, he watches as his second Pokemon has fallen. This Golurk took out Swanna, but it did take a lot of damage enduring the bubble beams. Recalling the bird, Ash is beginning to see a way to win. Golurk is looking tired. Levani, I choose you. The Mother Mantis takes the field with its blades ready to dice. Necrosis knows that Golurk is pushing it, but this is just a formality, so whatever damage it can cause will go a long way. Starting, Golurk leads with its hidden ace as its fist ignites in flames. A fire punch is now coming the way of Levani, but unlike Boldor, Ash's bug has natural speed. Levani uses it as it gracefully dodges, running up Golurk's arm to land a leaf blade. This is enough to end the battle, finally giving Ash a win on the board. Yes! Our hero cheers. Confident things are moving in their favor. Necrosis recalls his tank. It's done what it was needed for. So speed is Ash's game. Now it's Necrosis as he sends in his next Pokemon, Lilligant. The grass type hits the field with Ash complimenting his opponent on the elegance of the Southern Belle. Not wanting to blow his cover, Necrosis lies through his teeth, telling Ash, thank you. He's very proud of it. This is where the match starts. Though Levani is battle-worn, it quickly becomes obvious that Lilligant is outmatched. Necrosis is fighting his urge to break character, distracting him partially, allowing Ash to take the lead when Lilligant takes the next Scizor. This knocks Necrosis back into character as he watches his Mon fall needlessly. Now off his tilt, Necrosis gathers himself. It seems a little aggression is what's needed here. Eat more. Go! The Bug Eater hits the field, ready to turn Levani into its next meal. Ash knows that Levani can't win. It's at its limits of what it can do. Just the fact that it can still stand after the win it took is amazing. So he recalls it for something much more in his favor. Krokorok, I choose you. The Desert Croc readies itself for battle, clearly less worn out than its teammates. What follows is a battle of digs as both Pokemon tunnel underneath the terrain. Though Ash should have the advantage here, things are proving more difficult than expected. Taking the hits it needs to, Krokorok is able to gain the upper hand, expelling the poor excuse for a tunneler from its territory, but not before getting caught in a fire spin. Luckily, Krokorok has a resistance to this, allowing it to follow up with a Stone Edge that one-shots Heatmor, eyeing things in Ash's favor. It's great, he tells the sand reptile. Ash is starting to think that he can actually do this. However, this is where he's going to find his hardest challenge, as a person standing before him will not let Ash gain any momentum. Recalling the fire type, Necrosis has a surefire way to regain control and keep it. Galvantula! Go! Suddenly, the field sparks as a spider-like bug enters the fray. Ash can immediately tell that this is an electric type, so he thinks this is a no-brainer to keep in his ground type. This will be nothing but net. This false sense of security gives Ash the idea to forego any type of setup, calling for a Dragon Claw from the Croc, but it's quickly shut down when Galvantula springs a trap that had been laying in wait. Electro Whip. Ash just laughs, knowing full well that electric types won't work. That is, until Necrosis tells the boy that's not what the main goal was, pointing to the battlefield. Krokorok is very much stuck, unable to move, even trying a Stone Edge to break its confinements. The Desert Croc and Ash can do nothing but become the next meal for the bug when it begins to use Leech Life, sucking all of the health from the Mon and ending the battle. Realizing his options are running low, Ash sends back in Levani in hopes that the grass typing will provide some coverage. The problem is, Levani is so low on health and endurance, it is quickly dealt with. Recalling it, Ash is now out of options. It's Riolu or Gerudogon. Riolu is the Pokemon that has battled the most, while Gerudogon still won't listen. But Riolu steps forward, calming the boy's nerves. Glowing in its usual aura when its endurance has been reached, the leader of Ash's team takes its place, ready for a clean sweep. This pleases Necrosis, as he doesn't think that they have ever had the chance to truly battle, so this will be a treat to beat the Pokemon that Andriel had so much trouble with. Leaving to leave in his spider, the match starts with Necrosis using an Electro Web to slow down Riolu's increased speed. But Ash compensates for this by ordering a quick attack, outpacing everything that Galvantula can do, as it is smacked with the Force Palm at the command of Ash. This finally gives the group a lucky break, as paralysis sets in. The electric spider is now stunned. This allows Riolu to wrap up this battle very quickly with its ace move, Aura Sphere, bringing the match back down to even Pokemon remaining. Both Ash and Riolu are sinking their feelings once more. Before Necrosis can even make his next choice, a burst of aura engulfs Riolu, taking on the form that has become the talk of the tournament. However, the leader of the Shadow Triad isn't worried. He's wanted this one-on-one for quite some time. With no hesitation on his end, Necrosis sends in his most powerful Pokemon, Bisharp. Ash knows from past battles with the Shadow Triad, this type of Pokemon could be trouble. So he tells Riolu to be on guard. Things could get messy. Taking its favorite defensive position, Riolu readies itself. Necrosis wastes no time ordering Bisharp on the attack. The first move is simple but powerful, Hone Claws. The metal marvel sharpens its arms and focuses by striking the surrounding rocks, shattering many of them in the process. What looks like a free opening to Ash looks to be a trap in this instance. He's trying to bait us, but Ash knows Riolu is on the tired side. They won't be able to keep a prolonged battle going, so big damage is what they need. Ash orders a barrage of Borospheres to blanket the battlefield. With its enhanced speed, Riolu streaks across the terrain in a blur, firing as many as possible. However, this is quickly dealt with, as each is cut down by a Night Slash. Though the type advantage lies solely with Ash, it's clear that Bisharp has been trained to deal with fighting types. This is made abundantly clear when Riolu missteps slightly, showing the signs of its fatigue, only to be met with an aerial ace that craters it. Not good, Ash thinks, as he yells to his starter. Riolu is able to stand back up, with the only reason being that the aura provided some cushion for the impact. Unhappy that that strike did not finish things, Necrosis orders another Hone Claws, to make sure the next one is a sure knockout. Ash realizes they have to do something if they wish to stand a chance, so he orders a quick attack. The speed boost this provides Riolu the ability to combo with the Force Palm that manages to hit its foe, but it's not enough, as when Riolu aims to land the attack, its senses is blurred, as at the last moment preventing it from landing a potentially battle-ending blow. Ash calls to it, allowing the canine to shake off its haziness just in time, allowing it to avoid an Iron Head from Bisharp. But the attack was very close, too close for our hero. However, Riolu chooses to press on, believing it can do this. Realizing he needs to keep Riolu at a distance, Ash tells it to charge the biggest Aura Sphere that it can. They will end this in one assault. Doing so, Riolu gathers a ball of aura in his palms, far brighter and larger than any before it. This is their chance. Nothing will take this win from them. Ash orders Riolu to fire, but Necrosis has other plans, calling for another aerial ace, but telling Bisharp to put a spin on its dive. Doing so allows the dark chess piece to match the flow of the Aura Sphere and the ball pushing through it and landing a clean hit on Riolu, dropping it for the final time. No, Ash mutters. Riolu, are you okay? Ash walks out to his starter, lying unconscious. Picking it up, Ash tells Riolu that it did its best, but after all the hard battling it's done today, there's no reason to be upset that they couldn't win. Turning, Ash walks back to his side of the field, contemplating his next move. He really only has one, and if he's being honest with himself, it's not a great one. He knows he should end the battle here, but all they worked for the last year would be for nothing if he just gave up. Pulling out the last bell on his belt, "You're my final hope, Gerudo. I choose you." Emerging from its ball, the battle-hardened dragon looks around, wondering why it's being called upon. Up in the champions box, Iris is pulling out her hair. What has Ash been doing? This battle is not him. All of his Pokemon look like they've been run down, like he's been overtraining them all day, or taking them through intense battles. This is not him. And now all he has is Gerudo. Things are not looking so good. While this is happening, Hugh is watching the battle very closely, not because he's suspicious, but because whoever wins could be his opponent in the finals. Back with Ash, he's telling Gerudo that this is a real battle. They don't have any time for its stubbornness, but as it looks at the boy, Gerudo notices Riolu is down. Turning its gaze to the Bisharp across the field, the shiny dragon puts everything together. At this point, the talking from Ash becomes a low murmur in the background, as Gerudo has one thing on its mind. If that thing could beat Riolu, then it's definitely something Gerudo would like to test its strength again. The battle is called to start, with neither powerhouse wasting any time. They begin to trade blows. Ash is trying to command Gerudo, calling for moves that he thinks will help, but the dragon refuses to listen, caught up in the heat of the battle. The two trade night slashes, Gerudo being dead even with Bisharp, much to the surprise of Necrosis and the annoyance of Ash. He just wants this Pokemon to listen for once, but no, it just attacks and attacks, ignoring the orders it's given by its trainer. Things come to a head literally when Necrosis calls for an Iron Head, but Gerudo has something special for this thing. Swelling with a devastating power, the dragon focuses all of its strength into one arm, using its claw to absorb the attack while grabbing its target. Now firmly in the clutches of the enemy, Bisharp can't move or escape even at the behest of its trainer. Nothing can be done as this life-size chess piece is driven into the arena floor with all of the force Gerudo can mutter, ending this battle, allowing the dragon in its mind to one-up Riolu by beating the opponent that it couldn't. Necrosis is shocked. How could this boy, no, this dragon who doesn't even listen to its trainer, test his ace? This is impossible. Things aren't looking too good for the Triad later. He's got one Pokemon left, and that Gerudo will be a problem. Necrosis has no choice. His orders are clear. He must win. He recalls Bisharp watching Ash celebrate his victory, almost as a taunt, but no matter. He must complete his mission. With the final choice now in hand, a call can be heard. Liepard, go! The mischievous cat takes to the field, somewhat triggering Hugh in the audience, as he remembers the reason that he's made it this far, to find Purloin. Crosus knows that he has to be careful. One wrong move and things will be over. The battle is ordered to start, so wanting to take priority, Necrosis calls for a sucker punch, trying to deal any damage as fast as he can. But the move fails to land, as Ash and the entire stadium watch something unbelievable happen. Gerudo has begun a nap, just lying down in the middle of the battle area, snoozing away. Ash sees this, and what was once a confident look on his face turns to a look of panic as he pleads with his dragon to continue the battle. But nothing. Gerudo is snoring away, having done what it wanted to, which is one-up Riolu. With Gerudo unwilling to battle and Ash out of usable Pokemon, the ref has no choice but to call it. Necrosis is declared the winner as the crowd grows silent. Ash drops to his knees. This day, nothing has gone right for him. And now this. Reluctantly, he recalls Gerudo. Then he tries to congratulate his opponent on a battle well fought. But Necrosis simply turns, not wanting to spend any more time here than he has to. Meanwhile, above, Iris looks on, as she can't help but feeling a bit of sadness over watching the loss of her friend. She has watched him grow over the last 12 months, and though he can be a bit of a pain, he is a real friend. The sentiment is felt by Roxy on stage and Hugh in the stands. The moment is kind of a depressing one. All they can do is watch as Ash walks off the field with Riolu firmly in his grasp. Back at the downed plasma freight, Andrew and Eclipse do what they can to reach Master Getsus. The crash was pretty bad, and the ship is now more than a heap of metal at this point. However, they are eventually able to make it to the containment room to find Getsus unconscious, having been hit in the head by a stray cargo box when they landed. Meanwhile, outside of Nimbasa City, about a day's walk, a familiar green-haired man makes his way frantically, hoping that he's not too late. Later that night at the Pokemon Center, after Ash has checked in his Pokemon, he is approached by Iris. She tries to engage with him, but is stonewalled at every turn. That is, until she mentions the events of today. She tells Ash that if he hadn't been training during the morning, then he wouldn't have lost track of time and would have had time to change out of Gerudo for something else. This whole statement sets Ash off. "You think I would lose track of time on an important day like this?" he yells. This shuts Iris up real fast, as Ash rambles on about the events of what happened. Spilling everything, a ton of frustration takes over the boy. He would have won if the Shadow Triad hadn't interfered. This is where Iris finally interrupts, asking how Ash got away. With a deep sigh, Ash says, "Colorus. He helped me. He caused a distraction and told me how to escape. Now, I don't know what happened to him. He's not a bad guy. Just has his priorities a little backwards, Ash says. It's at this point that Roxy, Hugh, and Silent join the duo mid-conversation. As always, Team Plasma is a sore spot for Hugh. Even that Culver's guy, he's bad news. While the conversation is going on, Necrosis is listening from a spot that he picked out. He was concerned. The kid shouldn't have been there in the first place. Now, with the freight unresponsive and Ash free, things are not looking good for Team Plasma's return. He must re-establish contact at once. Meanwhile, back at the site of the crash, Getsus has finally awoke. He's not happy, to say the least. His first response is, where are the orbs and the DNA splicers? But Eclipse puts their master's fears to rest, handing over the ancient items. Where is the traitor Culver's? The leader demands. Andrew begins to fill Getsus in on everything that's happened since they found him. Then, the big question. Has there been any movement from the chamber? The two Triad members tell the master, aside from sounds of falling debris, there have not been any other movements in the chamber. Well, at least Culver's did something right in building his containment devices. But only he can open them. So, what's our next move, Master? Eclipse, I know by now you have found a way into that place he has trapped himself inside. Yes, I have. Good. Bring him to me. It's time we did a little convincing to bring him around to our side. Back over with our heroes, the group is talking about the severity of the situation. Team Plasma has been present ever since the start of the tournament. Now they have resorted to kidnapping participants in order to further their goals. This makes Ash even more furious, while Hugh chimes in with the truth that everyone seems to have overlooked. Tomorrow is the finals, which means that they will have to strike then, or they will miss their chance. Wow, you're right, Roxy says. Then a voice speaks up from behind the group that Iris knows all too well. Look her, she says. So, you think the same thing? Yes, I've been listening on what you guys had to say. What I can say is that the police have lost track of the plasma freight right before the start of your match, Ash. This would lead me to believe that something happened for Team Plasma to be grounded, but where remains to be seen. However, I'm sure that they will make their presence known within the next 24 hours. Well, what can we do, Hugh asks. That is simple. Nothing. We need you guys to go on about your day like nothing has happened. Let the police handle this. But look, Iris says. But nothing, the secret agent says. Last time you helped us, and I am grateful for that. But that was 3 years ago. We've learned a lot, and now the international police are ready to deal with any threat. Iris tries to persuade the agent, but he's not having it. This is a police matter. Besides, the tournament isn't over, and if I'm correct, your young friend still has a match tomorrow, right? Yeah, I guess you're right, Iris says reluctantly. Well then, it's settled. You will leave everything to us. Then Ash hears a call from the PA system telling him that his Pokemon are finally ready to be picked up. This gets Ash engaged on another topic as he hasn't seen Riolu or his other Pokemon in a few hours. So he runs from the group. The group then disperses as they have a lot of things that have to be done in preparation for the final day of the tournament. Iris has champion duties to attend to. Hugh has a team to prepare, while Roxy and Silent have been hitting it off as the two former gym leaders have been working on Roxy's routine for the finals tomorrow. This just leaves Ash. He meets his starter at the counter. It's a little banged up, but Nurse Joyce says it'll be fine. Ash is glad to hear it. He then looks at Riolu. It has a disappointed look on his face. Ash knows the reason why, so he tries to comfort it by saying that he knows things didn't go their way. All they have worked for over the last year, just for them to lose in the semifinals. He's just as mad as Riolu is. Looking at his trainer, it can sense that this statement is true, but Ash follows up with another thing that he was thinking about. If their team wasn't so exhausted from dealing with Team Plasma, then he knew that they would have won for sure. Look what they did. They almost won the whole thing. But don't worry, buddy. There will be another chance to win. Not now, but soon. I can feel it. Riolu smiles with a nod. They will get it next time. But in the back of the Aura Coyote's mind, what Colorist told them today keeps replaying. It's a clone. What does that mean for it as a living being? However, this is something it has nothing but time to think about, as they don't really have to battle anytime soon. With that, Ash and Riolu head to their room for the night, to rest up for the long day ahead. Meanwhile, a distant cry can be heard that causes Iris's Pokeball with Fracture in it to slightly shake, as if it's signaling something is going to happen. Later that night, Riolu and Ash are fast asleep, but this isn't a tranquil sleep. Both are having a very real dream. You could almost call it a nightmare. Although both are separate entities, the experience they share is the same. In this dreamscape, a terrifying monster of lightning, fire, and ice is attacking Unova. At its command is that man they battled back in the Village of the Dragons. Looking around, the duo all find their friends have been frozen in pillars of ice that freeze anything that come in contact with it. It's an eternal prison. Riolu and Ash ready themselves, as there's no one else to defend from this onslaught. But as they prepare to unleash their ultimate weapon, a dark pulse of energy, then a bright light surge their way. It's too fast, and our heroes can't deflect the power from these attacks. The chaotic energy engulfs the two in what looks like their final moments, only for both to wake up from their awful experience. Looking at each other, both know what they just felt was no dream. It was a warning. Ash then smells something and bolts from his room as his bed is smoldering from the energy that he and Riolu manifested while they were in that dream. The next morning, Ash and Riolu are eating when they are joined by Hugh. "You look terrible, Ash." "Yeah, I really didn't sleep much last night. Riolu and I had a really terrifying dream." "Well, that sucks. Maybe it was just stressed from the day. One last stop before letting you guys move on." "I hope so," Ash says, "but that's not what we should be talking about." "Hugh, you're in the finals. Are you ready?" Looking at the floor, Hugh sighs. "Not really," he says. "After thinking a lot last night, I feel like it should be you out there, not me." "No, don't do that," Ash yells. "If you think like that, then you will lose before you even began." "But Ash, you are the one who is the more impressive trainer, and you got cheated." While Riolu watches, he sees what his trainer is best at doing, lifting up the people around him. "Look, Hugh, you didn't work any less harder than anyone else here. You won your badges and beat each opponent that came your way to get where you are. This is what you've earned, whether you think so or not." "Thanks, Ash. I needed to hear that." Then, the two continue to eat, talking about the match that is scheduled in 2 hours' time. Meanwhile, Necrosis is trying to establish contact with the others throughout the night, with little effect. He's effectively on his own. This has caused him to waver slightly in his convictions, debating whether or not he should continue on with his facade and go through with the battle he has scheduled. But his loyalty is to Getsis, and he has his orders. So, he continues in his attempts for what little time they have left. That is, until he notices something. Familiar faces have been slowly popping up throughout the area. Staff members he may have worked for in a different profession. Smiling, Necrosis knows what this means, as he prepares for the final stages of the plan. Over with Iris, she is following up with Looker in an attempt to persuade him on letting her help. After all, she is the champion, though she's been looking for well over an hour now, but nothing. She knows that he is always working and may be indisposed, but no one has seen him, not since yesterday as a matter of fact. This causes concern with the young champion. Looker has never been absent this long. With the finals only 1 hour away, Iris begins her precautions as she picks up the phone and dials a number. Now, we are 30 minutes before the competition with Roxy and Silent. They are fine-tuning the equipment with their band. Silent and Roxy are talking about the day. This is Roxy's biggest performance ever. She can't wait to take the stage. Every day has been better than the last as she looks at the egg Pierce gave her. Then, Roxy flashes back to a conversation that she had with Pierce the night before. He invited her to go to the Gala region for a region-wide tour with him. She wouldn't be the opening act, but the headline of the tour with the Galarian gym leader. But he didn't want her answered then. She could wait until after the finals. But her daydream is then interrupted by Silent yelling at somebody who is in the area. "Hey, this is personnel only." But the shadowy figure says nothing. So Silent figures that maybe this person is lost, so he better go have a chat with him. Waving to Roxy not to worry, he'll be right back. Silent runs off, with her now in a rush to get ready the details of their final performance. Now we find ourselves at the site of the main event. Ash and Riolu look down from the crowd as Hugh stands across from his final opponent of the tournament, while everyone around them cheers for this momentous occasion. Ash and Riolu still have a strong feeling in the pit of their stomach, the same one they felt after they had that dream, but this isn't about them. Hugh needs their support, so Ash tells Riolu that they need to cheer on their friend, oblivious to the cloud that is beginning to form over his starter. The match starts and Hugh goes in big, sending in his Electros, while Necrosis, seemingly have calmed from earlier, chooses to start off with his Golurk. The match starts with a big move, Shadow Punch and Giga Drain, while the finals get underway. In the shadows, things have started to move. Roxy is the first person to notice that something is up, as while she is in between songs, she realizes that Silent hasn't come back yet, but she's the only one that seems to think that's strange. Roxy tells her band that she's going to go find Silent, much to their protest, as they will have to perform at the halftime mark. Telling them not to worry, she will be back before then, Roxy tells Zoro to let's go, so the two take off with urgency in every step. Up in the champions box, Iris has felt the ominous presence. Unsure on why, her only hope is that her contacts are able to get here within the hour, if for anything, her own peace of mind. So, to take her mind off things, Iris indulges in the battle below, as Hugh manages to secure the first win with Electros, landing a devastating crunch to knock out Golurk. There is one thing she has to admit. Hugh could be the next one to challenge her, and he has grown into quite the trainer over the last year. He's even better than Ash, though she would never tell her friend that. Down on the battlefield, things are firmly in Hugh's favor. His Electros has claimed its second victory over Lilligant, though this win did take a lot out of it. Hugh is feeling pretty confident. This guy is a pushover. If Ash's team wasn't so worn out the way they were, then it would have been us two in the finals. This brings the boy into a false sense of security, as his opponent has been just biding his time until the true main event. But he must put on some sort of show, and he has the perfect way to do it, especially if it's this boy. Looking to stir up trouble, Necrosis sends in his Lipard. The deceitful feline takes the field, slightly triggering Hugh. Every time he sees one, it reminds him of his mission to bring back the one that his grandfather had gave him. But a battle is still a battle, and that won't stop him. So he orders his Thunderstake to claim the third victory. But things go much different, as Lipard takes advantage of Electros' fatigue, ending the battle with a very sneaky fake out. But this wasn't just any fake out, as the strike happens with an eye shot of Hugh, allowing him to finally get a good look at it. The right paw, there's a slight patch of missing hair. Suddenly, Hugh flashes back to the day he got purloined. There was an incident where they were playing, but they were attacked by a flock of Rowlet. Purloin did its best to defend the two. However, it didn't get away unscathed, as the talons of the rufflet are very sharp and caught its paw during the scuffle. Though they got away, Purloin was left with a scar that the fur would not grow in. It wasn't long after that Purloin was taken by a man. It's here that all the tumblers fall into place, and Hugh puts it all together. "You!" he screams. "You're the one who took Purloin. That Lipard is the one that my grandfather gave me and my sister." Necrosis firmly denies this, saying he's the only trainer that this Lipard has ever had. But Hugh knows the truth. He demands that this thief give back the Pokemon he stole. Necrosis knows he has the boy right where he wants him, so he eggs the boy on. "If this is your Pokemon, then come on, take it from me, battle me for it. If you can win, then I'll give it to you." Blinded by his egger, Hugh sends in his next Pokemon, Simipour, to start the battle, declaring he will win it back. But there is a slight problem. Necrosis won't choose another Pokemon. Lipard is the one who must battle. This causes Hugh to throw a fit, demanding that Necrosis choose another Pokemon. He won't battle with this Pokemon, but Necrosis refuses under the guise that Lipard has not been declared unfit to battle, so he thinks he'll leave it in. Hugh pleads with the ref, but it falls on deaf ears. "Start the battle or you will be disqualified," he tells the boy. Hugh has no other options, but no idea on how to get out of this. Reluctantly, he chooses to battle, but it comes at great cost, as his Simipour and Tranquil quickly fall to this Lipard, as Hugh doesn't want to hurt it. This triggers the halftime break when Roxy is supposed to perform. With her friends watching everything that just happened, Ash and Iris make their way down to the sidelines in an attempt to talk to Hugh. Meanwhile, Roxy hasn't returned for the scheduled performance. Her band is getting nervous as the pressure to go back on stage mounts from the manager. They don't know what to do. They can't go on without their vocalist, but this concern is the least of their worries, as over the speaker system a very familiar voice rings out asking for the attention of the audience. Getsis. "Hello everyone. Today is a glorious day. I, Getsis, your benevolent savior, am here to claim what is mine." A look of confusion befalls the crowd, while Ash and Iris stop dead in their tracks. Where is that coming from, Iris wonders. But she doesn't have to wait long, as a dark cloud covers the stadium, as a very damaged but very airborne plasma freight hovers above. Then, appearing on the screen around the stadium, a very familiar face captures the attentions of everyone. The clad cloaked man goes on to tell everyone that they will be the first to witness the dawning of a new age in the Unova region. 3 years ago, he tried to save Unova, but his kindness was rejected, and he was betrayed by the one he held most dear to himself. So now, the birthright I was denied will no longer be an option. I've realized the only way to save this place is by force. This will be your only chance. Bow or be forced to bow. The audience just looks on in pure confusion. Who is this guy? But there are a few that know, mainly the first to identify the real threat. Officer Jenny and her police force. She demands that Getsis surrender so he can be taken into custody. However, this only prompts a laugh from the deranged man. "So, you wish to challenge my power? Fine, then let me show you." Suddenly, the cannons of the plasma freight take aim at Jenny and her officers. It is at this point the crowd finally begins to panic as a cannonball of ice is fired into the stadium. There is no time to react, as Jenny, the police force, and many innocent bystanders are encased in a tomb of ice that freezes everything in the immediate vicinity. Then, a platform lowers from the freight, revealing the tyrant in his full delusion. As the crowd panics trying to escape the stadium in self-preservation, Ash and Iris fight through it, trying to reach the stadium floor. Unfortunately, Hugh is alone as he comes face to face with the plasma leader. At his side is his opponent from the tournament, who has now made a costume change, revealing him as a member of the Shadow Triad. Now it all makes sense to Hugh. Rude, the former sage of Team Plasma, had told Hugh that if anyone would have Purloin, then it would be a member of Getsis' inner circle. Realizing his self-appointed mission is now at its culmination, Hugh's sole focus is on necrosis. But Getsus is quick to break this attention as he tells the boy his petty squabbles have no room in his future, so he needs to abandon his ambitions and follow the order of Getsus. Now angered, Hugh tells the old man that he's crazy. Getsus has no power here. However, this statement is met with more laughter. No power? My boy, let me show you just how wrong you are. Pushing a button on a staff, a door opens from the bottom of the freight. From it drops a giant metal box coated in ice that hits the ground with a deafening thud. But before Hugh could even react, the door of the box slowly begins to open as ice breaks and falls to the ground. Up in the stands, Ash and Ryu stop, having an intense feeling wash over them, the same one from the dream. They both become overwhelmed as the crowd around them pays no attention to the child and his Pokemon doubling over in pain. Over with Iris, she feels something similar to Ash, but not exactly the same sensation. This is the feeling she hadn't felt for a very long time. It's the same one she felt on the day Reshiram was resurrected 3 years ago. Then Fraxure burst from its Pokeball with no command from Iris. So you felt it too? We need to get down there. Back with Hugh, a sudden shift in tone has left him speechless as a monstrosity steps out of the shadows of its prison. A being that seems broken, pieces of it clearly missing, but its aura is overwhelming. What is that thing? Hugh says with a hint of fear in his voice. Let me introduce you to the power that you claim I don't have. The legendary Pokemon Kyurem. It's here that Getsus explains the origins of this dragon. It was once very different from it is now, but when its masters couldn't decide on a way of life, it fractured into 3 beings. The 2 dragons, Zekrom and Reshiram, who all of Unova knows. Then this 3rd, incomplete dragon, forgotten by the rest of the world. But I intend to right that wrong. You don't think so, Getsus, Iris yells as she and Fraxure join Hugh on the stadium floor. Well, if it isn't the champion who ended my plans last time, I can tell you things will be much different this time around. I highly doubt that. Now, I'm only going to say this once. Leave, or you will be captured. My dear girl, you really don't know who holds all the cards now, do you? Well then, let me show you. With their master signal, the last 2 members of the Shadow Triad appear, but not alone. Roxy, Silent, Looker, Thunderous. They are all in binds, looking like they have been roughed up a bit. What? Ow. I told you, this time you won't win. Stand down and I will allow you to serve me in my new world. While Hugh is frozen out of fear, Iris isn't. She's walked this path before and won't allow anyone to take the life that she's built for herself. This sentiment is shared by Fraxure as it roars and begins to glow with an evolutionary light, transforming into its much more powerful 3rd stage, Luxurious. This is what we needed, Iris says with a smile. You see, Getsus, no one shares the visions of a demented old man, so our choice is to fight. So be it then. Champion, you will fall by my hands, with the whole region watching. This will cement me as the one true king above all. Kyurem, attack! With a mighty roar, the ice dragon bursts with the chill that could freeze the sun, with Iris and her partner in its direct path. Back with Ash, he and Riolu are now alone, as the audience has cleared out by now, and for some reason, the pain is subsiding. Opening his eyes, they are met with a familiar face. Someone he's battled before. Ash, are you okay? Grimsley? What are you doing here? Where's Riolu? To Ash's relief, his partner is fine, seemingly recovered faster than its trainer. Yeah, I'm okay, Ash says. What happened? Well, it seems your pain stopped the moment that monster down there launched its first attack. Monster? Ash rushes only to see a legendary dragon of ice. That's it, Riolu. That's the thing from our dream, or at least one of them. Grimsley, are you here to help? Yes, Ash, me and the other Elite Four members were called by Iris this morning to come just in case something like this happens. It seems that I got here just in the nick of time. Well, where are the other members? Ash asks. Don't worry, they're helping the other people escape so we can handle things here. Well, there's going to be more work to do. Grimsley, I think I know what we have to do, but I'm going to need your help. Okay, Ash, just tell me. My friends, I need you to free them. If I'm right about how this is going to go down, then the battle ahead will be one that can cause great harm to anyone close to it. Say no more, Ash. I and the other elites are on it. Back on the field, with a little bit of luck, Haxorus was able to carry Iris away from harm, only inches from where the attack had landed. Well, it seems you're worth the title you hold. A normal trainer wouldn't have been able to handle that. But Getsus orders another attack from his beast. This time, the target isn't Iris. It's Hugh. The boy has been a pain long enough. So let's end him, Kyurem. Glaciate. Again, another blast of ice envelops the area, but this one seems to be far more intense, freezing the ground. Luckily for the stiffened boy, he has a guardian angel as an Aurifear hits Hugh, knocking him out of the path of sure death and shocking him back to reality. Looking up, Getsus sees another thorn that's been in his side, Ash and his failed experiment. This comment angers both him and Riolu. The only failure here is you, old man, and we're going to prove it, right, Riolu? It nods with a growl. You think a Pokemon that was born in a lab could stand up to the power of my mighty engine of destruction? Please, if a real Pokemon can't, what makes you think an imitation can? This comment gets to Riolu, but Ash is quick to shut this down. Imitation? It doesn't matter how Riolu was created. What matters is the life that it lives. It's just as much a Pokemon as anything else. And most of all, it's my friend. And no trivial origin will change that. Right, buddy? Ash's words ring true. Ghetsis holds no power over it, as long as Ash is by its side. That's cute, he says. Well, you two can be together forever. It's time, Kyurem. You will be whole again. Revealing the light and dark orbs, Ghetsis pushes a button on his staffs. That activates them. Suddenly, they begin levitating in the direction of Kyurem. It's here both Ash and Iris can hear a faint cry. Reshiram, Zekrom, they both mutter, as the orbs come in contact with the ice behemoth. In a brilliant flash of fire, ice, and lightning, a whirlwind of energy encircles the once incomplete dragon, only for Ash and Iris to no longer hear the cries of the other two legendaries. What stands before the duo is a legendary beast that the people of Unova haven't seen for nearly 5,000 years. At last, Ghetsis says, they that have no name, the once and now future power of the one true king, the true dragon. Ash, Hugh calls. What is that thing? I don't know, he says, but it's bad news and we have to stop it. Ash, that person I was battling, he has Purloin. Really? How do you know? It's Paw, the scar it has. It's the same one that Purloin had before it was taken. Plus the bastard basically admitted it to me. So I'm going after him. Be careful, Hugh. They are all very sneaky. Watch your back. No doubt, Ash. Embor, let's go, he yells as Hugh runs off. Turning to the threat at hand, Ash yells to Iris if she's ready. Oh yeah, I am, Ash. As they both send out their Pokemon. We will need everyone's help, as Ash yells, including Gerudogon. The envious dragon looks around, not very pleased with all this ice, but Riolu hits it in the head with a Norosphere. The two stare at each other, but for once, Gerudogon concedes, seemingly understanding the severity of the situation. And not a moment too soon, as another very real problem makes itself known. An endless count of Team Plasma Guns surround the pair, all with Pokemon ready to battle to make the promised dream of Ghetsis come to life. Things are looking bad. Ash and Iris tell everyone to fan out. Take everyone down that they can. While this little resistance is annoying to say the least, in order to quell it as quickly as possible, Ghetsis gives the Shadow Triad the orders to leave the prisoners and end this by any means necessary. This on the surface seems like a good idea, but things get a little bit more even when some elite forces finally make their way back to the stadium. Headed by Grimsley, the Elite Four and their signature Pokemon make their way through the crowd to Ash's friends. With cover from Chantel and Caitlin, Grimsley and his Crocodile quickly dispatch any interference and free the captured trainers. Now, with their own forces assembled, the counterattack begins as every trainer and Pokemon do their part to push back the overwhelming force that is Neo Team Plasma. Things seem to be going well for our heroes, but this is only a false hope. When Ghetsis, whose amusement at this pitiful resistance runs short, finally gives the command to his great beast that has been sitting silent. Without a movement, the massive dragon glows in fire, ice, and lightning, emitting a shockwave with it at the epicenter. What follows is a wave of cold that descends on the masses. It doesn't matter if they are friend or foe alike. They are caught in the middle. Then, silence. That's better, the madman says with a sinister grin as he looks out over a destroyed stadium that has been blanketed in snow and pillars of ice. Unfortunately, looking at the pillars of ice, a harsh reality has become clear. They have become tombs for those unable to defend themselves from the attack. This is where we see some that were able to dodge the attack start to stir. Ash, Iris, Hugh, and Grimsley, as well as a few grunts and the Shadow Triad. Those who work for Team Plasma have a very real truth set in as they see their comrades in arms frozen for what seems to be forever. Ghetsis doesn't care about them. He will attack anyone just to make a point. With this realization setting in, the grunts abandon their post out of fear for self-preservation, while the Triad rejoins their master's side awaiting for their next command. Ash and Iris look around. All of their Pokemon are frozen in this eternal winter. Hugh and Grimsley see the same hope draining from their faces as Ghetsis takes great pleasure in watching this. You see, the Overlord says, all of your efforts, all of your talk, for nothing. I control the true dragon and its unmatched power, which means I am the new ruler of Unova and soon to be the world. A look of horror is plastered across our heroes' faces. Their friends, their Pokemon, all gone. Ash begins frantically calling to any of his Pokemon, trying to get any reaction from them. First Electric, then Seismitoad, and even Gerudogon. They're all gone. Then a pain-filled cry for Riolu utters from the boy. but nothing. It had shielded Ash from the attack, and he lost sight of it in the confusion. The same could be said for Grimsley, Hugh, and Iris. Their Pokemon are either frozen or missing, presumably covered in snow, unseen by anyone. Now yield, Ghetsis demands. I am your new king. But all he gets is silence. Well, that's something he'll take as well. Assuming the petty squabble is over, Ghetsis tells the Triad to ready the freight. They have to make their announcement of his coronation, and they cannot do that from a place like this. But a voice yells at the villains, "Where do you think you're going?" Turning, the new king is met with a teary-eyed Ash. "Do you think you could just walk away from this? What you did here?" "Well, yes," the Plasma Master says. "Who's going to stop me? You? That's right. You think that because you have some sort of special power that you stole, that makes you better than everyone?" "Yeah, that's right," Iris says. "This creature you claim to have control over is made up of 3 different Pokemon. You stole their lives from them, forcing this thing back into existence. Did you ever stop to think that they were meant to be separate beings? There was a reason that they split in the first place? Those words you speak are pure nonsense. My family has been charged with keeping the history of the True Dragon for thousands of years. It was always our duty to make it whole again. I alone possess the fortitude to control it and bring order to this chaotic world, and no little snot-nosed brat will stop me. Here, I'll prove it to you." It's here Ghetsis gives the command for a Glaciate to silence the naysayers once and for all. With the flex of his mighty power, the beast demonstrates his loyalty to Ghetsis and fires an ice-based attack. Hugh and Grimsley can do nothing but watch in horror, knowing that this is the end. But Ash and Iris are strangely confident. With the cloud of ice and wind wathing over the terrain, Ghetsis is satisfied. They are done here. But again, he can hear the voices of those 2 annoying brats patronizing him. "You just don't get it, do you?" Ash says as the cloud clears, and at his side stands Riolu, glowing in his blue aura. "We won't let you leave this place as the victor," Iris seconds, as she is revealed with Haxorus beside her. But something new has happened. Her dragon has taken on an orange hue, with its blades glowing white. The heat that is emitting from this dragon. It's here Iris is clearer of her partner's hidden power. The day she battled N, and the egg absorbed all of Restram's power. It was storing it for a moment like this. The Elder told us that the egg was special. This is the reason why. They are meant to help cure him. This new form of Haxorus could be exactly what they need. Iris wonders if it could absorb energy from Restram, then maybe it could do again. It's here that Iris and Ash can simultaneously hear the cries of both Zekrom and Restram once more. They can feel it. This being is not natural. It never was. They are meant to be separated. This only affirms Iris in her conviction to separate the 3 dragons once more. "Ash, we can't let them leave. I have a plan, but it's going to require us to battle." Cracking his knuckles, Ash says they wouldn't have it any other way. Right, buddy? Riolu felt the cry that Ash did. As a Pokemon that's origins have determined its path, the Aura Warrior understands the cry far too well. Without a second thought, the aura begins to surge within it, taking the form that Iris has come to coin as Ash Riolu. I like the sound of that. "How about it, buddy?" Riolu smirks, but this moment of hope is darkened by Ghetsis and his cronies. "Why don't you just quit? You 2 have been a thorn in my side for far longer than anyone else. Every time I think I've dealt with the problem, it just reemerges." "Fine. You want a battle, then you got it. I will unleash my full might on you 2 here and now, and when it is all said and done, I will stand above all. Hero Max, attack!" The mighty dragon responds to its master, unleashing a volley of ice, lightning, and fire attacks. However, Riolu and Haxorus respond in kind with the most powerful of their moves. For Riolu, it's an aura sphere that's the size of a boulder that cuts through the maelstrom and connects with Kyurem, while Haxorus wraps itself in a tornado of fire as it releases its own version of Fusion Flare. This attack has enough heat that it begins to melt the surrounding ice. While it isn't much, both Emboar and Crocodile are freed, allowing them to join the fight. This gives Hugh and Grimsley hope. Annoyed by this development, Ghetsis orders the Triad to deal with those 2 while he handles the brats. Heeding the commands, the Triad do so, sending in Escavalier, Excelgor, and Bisharp. What ensues is a mini-battle that has to work its way around the clashing Kyurem, as Grimsley has to battle both Andriel and Eclipse, as Hugh's only fixation is on Necrosis and Liepard. This becomes taxing, with Grimsley mildly overwhelmed by the duo, but the battle that is happening around them begins to bear unexpected fruit, as Marshall and his Conkeldor are freed to help with the scuffle. This is where things start to shift to the perspective of Ash and Iris. Riolu and Haxorus are holding their own, but they're just not doing enough damage. However, Iris sees her opening. telling Ash to give Haxorus cover while it prepares. Kyurem is preparing another attack, one of pure fire, so they need to knock it off center. This is where Riolu hits with a force palm that is backed by a quick attack. While the dragon's power is maximum, it still holds the standard weaknesses that the other three do. So the fighting type move proves to cause enough pain to capture its attention. This is what Iris needed, an opening. With one command, Haxorus uses this brief window to get into Kyurem's personal space, but not to attack. It's here to absorb. Lashing onto the hulking dragon, Haxorus begins to drain it of the energy that Reshiram is providing it. Unfortunately, this isn't enough as the hold is quickly broken, sending the blade dragon into a nearby wall. This isn't good, Ash yells. No matter what we do, it just won't go down. Yeah, even the energy absorb isn't enough to slow it down, but they have little time to plan a counter as now they face a fusion bolt head on. Riolu puts up an aura defense while Haxorus uses another fusion flare to counter. This frees more of the Pokemon and the grunts in the process. Seismitoad and Electric are now free, while the Plasma grunts begin to run for their lives once they realize what has happened. But things are still not looking good. Iris and Ash are at the end of their options. They have tried everything. Not everything, a voice from behind says. It's colorless. He was freed in the last fusion fair. Ash asks what they can do about this thing. No matter what they try, it doesn't work. You're attacking the wrong target, Colorless says. You need to go after Ghetsis. Destroy the staff and he will lose control of Kyurem. How can you be sure, Iris asks? Because I'm the one who built it. Ash and Iris consider this option. While truly they could break Ghetsis' control over Kyurem, once they do that, then what happens? This thing could rampage and destroy everything. True, Colorless says, but it's our only option. Then I think we need to reconsider that option, a familiar voice says. Turning, everyone sees the one person who may actually be able to help. N. The arrival of his adopted son angers Ghetsis. How dare he show his face after their last encounter. Enraged, he orders a Glaciate from Kyurem. Iris commands a counter, but Haxorus has burnt too much energy. The fusion flare it used was the limit of its abilities as it's still new to this form. Luckily for our heroes, Grimsley and Marshall are able to provide some much needed defense as they have dealt with both Andriel and Eclipse, relieving them of their Pokemon and knocking them out. This brief interlude is what they needed. With N here, they may actually have a chance, but the question is, what can they do? N explains that the separation of the three dragon can only happen in one place, the giant chasm. Well, that's great, Iris says. We just need to have Kyurem chase us there. I'm afraid that won't happen, N replies, but we can bring it to us, or more specifically, the reason that the separation can only happen there. N then pulls out a stone, the same stone he picked up off the den of the dragon. This is a fragment of the original meteor that brought the three dragons here. This is what the DNA splicers are made out of, a more refined version of it. I see what you mean, but there's one problem. We will need the staff in order to do this. That is the only way we will get enough time to expose Kyurem to the stone. Then what we need is a distraction. Ash and Iris volunteer for this as they have the best chance at holding off Kyurem, while Ash tells Seismitoad and Electric to help N and Colress get to Ghetsis. With all the roles assigned, the team breaks ready for their final effort to stop this madness. Iris and Ash go on the attack, trying to draw the attention of Kyurem Max as much as possible, while N and Colress make their way to Ghetsis. With the Triad down, this proves far easier than normal, and the unlikely duo manage to make it to the old man. With the help of Seismitoad and Electric, they are able to overpower Ghetsis, though it proved to be a bit trouble as he sent in his High Dragon to defend himself. With N calming the Dark Hydra and Colress relieving Ghetsis of his staff, he is able to call off the assault that Ghetsis has ordered, allowing N the time needed to expose Kyurem to the stone. With the energy pulsating, Kyurem slowly glows in a blinding light. Then, the light subsides only for the black, white, and gray stones to lay where the mighty beast once stood. We did it, Iris yells as the ice thawed, freeing everyone from their impending doom. With the catastrophe now over and the relief washing over our heroes, Ash and Riolu look at each other, with a new bond having formed between the two. This is where Hugh reappears, asking if everyone is alright. Ash questions if Hugh got Liepard back, in which he confirms. Iris then asks what happened to Necrosis. Well, he got away, you see. I demanded that he give me Liepard after I knocked out his Bisharp. So, he threw the ball to divide my attention. Before I knew it, he was gone. That's not all, Grimsley says. The other two are gone as well. And Ghetsis. And as well. Wait, how did they all vanish without us knowing? I don't know, the elite says, but I'm sure we haven't seen the last of them. With everything free, Ash and his friends are forced to leave the stadium, as it is now an active crime scene, as Looker is all over the area looking for any clues to the whereabouts of Ghetsis. A couple of days have passed, and we find ourselves with Iris, Hugh, Roxy, Silent, and Ash. So, they cancelled this year's championship, Silent questions. Yes, after everything that's happened, Mr. Goodshow decided that the results for this year will be null and void. So, anyone that competed this year can come back next year to battle. They don't even have to challenge the gyms again. Well, that's lucky, Roxy says. Well, how about you, Roxy? What are you going to do? Well, I've got an invitation to perform with Pierce in the Gala region, so I think I'm going to take him up on the offer. What about you, Iris? Silent asks. Well, I'm going to complete the Battle Club challenge. I only need 2 more pendants to challenge the main facility, so that's my goal. This just leaves Ash and Raylu. What will they do? Well, you guys, with Colorus helping Looker to find Getsus, and still so many questions left unanswered, me and Raylu are gonna head home for a little while to figure things out. I think that's best, Ash, Iris says. Thanks, Iris. So, with that, the next day, the group head their separate ways, with Hugh joining Ash on the trip home. He's come to realize that even though he got Lipard back, it's going to need some more time before it can get used to him again. That just leaves the Triad and Getsus. Well, after their escape, Getsus told the Triad that they needed to go. They are no longer indebted to him. They have earned their freedom. Despite the protests of the 3, Getsus refused to change his mind, abandoning them to walk his own path. The Triad now search for their new meaning in life that has led them to a path from the Unova region. For now, anyways. That just leaves one person. N. Where did he go? Well, it seems he has made a few new friends, as he lays the stones to rest permanently, or so he hopes. And that, my friends, is where we will be of What If Ash was born in Unova. For now, at least. And that's all we had for today's video. I really appreciate you guys stopping by to watch all the way to the end, and I just wanted to say thank you for that. If you guys really enjoy my content, consider following me on some of my other platforms like Discord, where you can get to know other people who are interested in what ifs, or on Twitter, where I post sometimes behind the scenes updates. Or if you want to help the channel grow a little bit extra, why don't you consider donating like the people right here have, as whatever you could offer could help us get to a larger audience by helping us get new videos done, or some of the projects that we've been more custom art is getting kind of expensive. So we want to make sure that we have the funds to do that. But with all that being said, I really hope you guys enjoyed everything, and I will see you in the next video.